Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4CA Chapter 117 Crow is completely in the gang. After a long time, the handover was completed and everyone boarded Sean's warship. After Sean arranged the rooms for Robin and others, he called Crow into the office. Sean was so serious, which made Crow a little embarrassed. But I still had to bite the bullet and enter the office. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Sean Gu lying on the sofa, smoking a cigar and shaking a red wine glass in one hand. Unfortunately, the black liquid in the red wine glass was bubbling. Seeing Sean drinking Coca-Cola out of a red wine glass, Chloe felt awkward and not elegant at all. Sean raised his eyelids. Here he comes, sit down. Immediately, Crow sat cautiously opposite Sean, and he keenly sensed that something was wrong with his boss. Sure enough, what he said next made him confused. Tell me, whose Marine are we? This ordinary sentence made Crow, whose mind was in and out of control, startled, and then fell into deep thought. Sean didn't bother the other party either. He had never properly discussed this issue with the other party, and now it was time. Literally, there is no doubt that it is world government, but people with complicated minds will never think so. So you want me to take a stand? Immediately, this answer was rejected. Everyone in Marine did not know that Sean was a faction of his own, and he was also labeled as one of Sean's faction. Crow, who couldn't think of any good answers, didn't care. He had already been a pirate, so how could he be afraid of other positions? Based on his understanding of Sean, this question, which even a 3-year-old child knows the answer to, definitely has some hidden agenda. But Crow is not vain at all, because at best he can only let himself be a pirate again, otherwise he can still let himself do world government? Are you kidding? Advertisement. So he faced Sean's lazy look and said, Lieutenant General Sean, do you have any tasks you want to assign to me? Why don't you just tell me? Although he is a little reluctant to accept Marine's position, because every time he cruises to some towns that know his name, the enthusiasm of those residents makes his vanity burst. He really enjoyed the feeling of veteran cadres inspecting, and it felt great that the soldiers and civilians had fun. Hearing this, Sean said slowly, I don't have a task for you, I want you to choose your position again, either die or. Enough. Before Sean could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Crow's loud shout, which made his face slightly gloomy. But the next sentence made Sean realize what it means to be an emperor in the workplace. When it comes to figuring out the boss's thoughts, it's up to Crow. Who do you think I am? Is this a multiple choice question? You are insulting my character. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. The main thing is that I have decided to follow you, Sean, for the rest of my life. Your multiple choice question is too, it makes me sad, sigh. Looking at Crow's indignant look, he was also filled with profound sadness. If Sean hadn't glanced at the other person's slightly trembling calves, he would have thought that he had hurt this hairless person. But even so, he was already very familiar with Crow. Crow was not a peaceful master. Even if there was no threat, Crow was still willing to follow him. I just knew that he was usually very naughty, but I didn't expect him to be so naughty. He didn't have the image of a superior person at all. Oh, Crow. Do you know why I asked you to be my adjutant? Hearing this, Crow's heart tightened. Come on, let's get to the topic. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm more loyal and capable? Sean shook his head. No, it's because I like your shamelessness. Such people can often get things done. After speaking, he reached into the cabinet under the coffee table and took out a red fruit with a wind-like pattern and placed it on the table. Then he took out a test tube, which contained a green liquid that gave off a faint halo. Crow's scalp was numb when he saw it, thinking that Sean was asking him to choose between a devil fruit and poison. Seeing Crow's cold, sweaty expression, Sean also knew what Z was thinking. He said angrily, both of these are good things, don't think too much. Advertisement. Let me tell you the truth. I want to do world government. This is a tool to enhance your strength. They're very precious. You can decide for yourself whether you want to take it or not. Hearing this, Crow was stunned and secretly thought that he was really a crow's mouth, and the other party really wanted to do world government. There is no doubt that this is giving him a choice. Once he takes it, he can no longer betray him. Judging from his understanding of Sean's stinginess, he will definitely suffer. Although the other party's purpose is shocking, it seems to be expected. After all, it is no secret that the other party hates Tianlong people, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. But he didn't feel any fear, instead he was slightly excited. After only a moment of hesitation, he showed what he thought was an elegant smile and pushed up his glasses with his wrist. While talking, he held the two things in his hands. You underestimate me too much. I am originally a pirate, so I will follow you in this life. At this moment, there is no longer any barrier between the two of them, even though Marine was forced to join Marine under half force. But after a few years, his horizons have broadened, and his experience in the headquarters has also made him hate pirates. In the past few years of getting along with Sean, I have also learned who he is. Although he often bosses me around and bullies me, there is no doubt that he is a good boss who will protect his subordinates. This is a vicious good man, not pedantic, worthy of his true following. This fruit is a dog fruit, a phantom beast, and a weasel form. It is a phantom beast even rarer than Logia. What's in that test tube is a gene-improving medicine that can make your body as strong as 4 Emperor's Big Mon. It has no side effects, but you need to exercise and develop it yourself. When Crow heard this, he suddenly showed a horrified expression, and at the same time he was a little moved. He didn't expect that the other party would give him such precious supplies. Not many people should have this kind of treatment, right? After all, this is capital that can travel across the ocean. If Sean knew what the other person was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. No more, just a dozen or so. Except for Ace, you would be the last one. Take it quickly. I'll take you to meet other people later, and by the way, I'll also talk to King Cobra about something. Hearing this, Crow first took the poison-like gene potion, but hesitated when looking at the devil fruit. No one else, because he heard that devil fruits are terrible to eat. Sean was amused and said in a serious tone, "It's time to bear with it. This is a good thing. You must chew it carefully and slowly, so that you can fully develop the power of the devil fruit." Chapter 118 The Weasel Fruit. Vomit. Seeing Crow squatting and clasping his throat, Sean felt relieved. Sure enough, it was still fun to tease Crow. Only situations like this can fill Sean with a sense of superiority every time. After all, he is a highly intelligent person. Doesn't being teased by him mean that he is smarter? Okay, if you can't vomit it out, get up quickly and go bring the Robin and Cobra and his daughter over. Just as Crow was about to respond, a burst of power suddenly made him want to move, and his skin began to turn red. Red hair gradually grew out of the red skin, mixed with some black lines. As the body shook, the black lines swayed, like an illusion. Sean squinted his eyes and saw that the lines that looked like tiger stripes turned out to be wind. After a while, Crow finally completed his transformation. He was a red-haired, black-striped creature about 6 meters tall at the shoulders, a bit like a dog and a bit like a tiger. The black vertical pupils exuded a sharp edge. This was not an illusion. There was really wind in his eyes, and his limbs were wrapped in black swaying wind. But the amazing thing was that these wind-like lines did not cause a single ripple. The sharp teeth and long claws all tell the power of this fruit. Sean actually had a vague guess for a long time. The reason why the fruits of phantom beasts are rarer than Logia is because they can not only strengthen themselves. They even have powerful elemental abilities, such as Sengoku's Shockwave, Kaido's Spitting Joy and Flame Cloud, Marco's Healing Blue Flame, etc. It seems that the special ability of the Kamita form is wind. Looking at the sharp claws, Sean knows that this fruit is suitable for Crow. At the same time, I was also vaguely looking forward to what kind of abilities the other fruit would have. At this time, Crow finally spoke. "Sean, I feel that I am really powerful now. I can even use the wind to take me flying." Boom. In response to Crow, there was a burst of gravity that instantly pressed him to the ground, unable to move. Sean said angrily, "Why don't you go to the deck to transform? Fortunately, you are not a giant, otherwise Laozi's office would have been destroyed by you." Advertisement. Also, you are very weak now. Others can turn into human and animal forms. What about you? You are a fool. Change back quickly and call Robin and the others over. But after waiting for a while, Crow, who had returned to his human form, showed no intention of moving. "Go ahead. Where is the body lying here?" Crow said with some embarrassment. "I can't get up, why don't you withdraw your power?" Sean was stunned. He had often punished Crow like this before, but it only happened for a while, and Crow could stand up after getting used to it. So he looked at the other person in disbelief. "You have become weaker after eating the devil fruit? Weren't you able to stand up on your own before?" Hearing this and seeing Sean's expression that didn't seem to be hypocritical, Crow was immediately ashamed and angry. It was not very harmful, but very insulting. "Thank you, I was not offended." But he still said, "No, you are using more force than before." The slightly swollen heart was completely extinguished, and I didn't dare to pretend to be big. Sean slapped his forehead, suddenly realized and said, "I know, it must be that I have become stronger again." "Oh, you're so bad. I'll give you more training when I get back, otherwise you'll be really embarrassed. I guess you're the weakest Phantom Beast Demon Fruit user today." Listening to Sean's expression of emotion as he told the cruel fact that he was a bad person, Crow was also a little sad and angry. He left the office without saying a word, secretly thinking that he must impress the other party. "Me, Chloe, I can also be very powerful." Not long after, Crow came to the office with Cobra and his daughter, who looked puzzled, and Robin in disguise. When Cobra and Vivi first sat down, Sean's words almost made him jump up. "Well, King Cobra, you have the heritage of Pluton, right? Percent. Z% 1%. And before Cobra came in, he thought about many reasons why the lieutenant general in front of him called him here, but he didn't expect that this man would actually talk about such a scary topic. Advertisement. Subconsciously holding Vivi's hand, she kept looking at the door. Although he didn't know where the other party heard the news, he would never tell the other party any news about Pluton. Even historical texts that no one can understand will not be told to the other party. Seeing Cobra's wary look, Sean was speechless. However, he still tried his best to say in a kind manner, "Don't take it too seriously. This thing is dispensable to me. I just want to confirm your position. You, the Neferulita family, as descendants of the king, cannot possibly be reduced to guarding a country full of wind and sand. According to the information I got, you have the historical text recording Pluton, but you haven't solved it for hundreds of years, so your purpose is intriguing." When he heard this, Cobra couldn't help it, and asked with an evil expression, "What exactly do you want to express? You Marines don't have the right to interfere in the national affairs of the participating countries, right?" Sean sneered. "First, I'm indeed Marine, but I never said I was affiliated with the world government, right?" Having said this, how could Cobra, an old politician, not understand that the identity of the Marine in front of him was somewhat unusual? So he relaxed slightly and prepared to hear what the other party wanted to say. After all, judging from the results of Sean and Kaido's battle, it was impossible for them to leave by force. It's better to relax and wait for the theme. Seeing that Cobra didn't respond, Sean didn't care, but said to himself, O'Hara was destroyed 20 years ago. If you think about it, even if there is no documentary record left, you will be the same. Can decipher historical texts. But your ancestors or even your elders didn't do this. I don't believe you don't know what this piece of history is recorded in. There have been many curious people over the past few hundred years. No one analyzes it, so it means that you happen to know the secret of that piece of history, and your country's hero pirate crocodile happens to be one of them. This also means that my inference is correct, you know Pluton. Hearing this, Cobra's heart felt as if a huge boulder had been thrown down from the calm lake water, causing huge waves. The other party mentioned that Crocodile knew Pluton's secret, which meant. With a hint of luck, he asked. Crocodile was dubbed a hero by the people because he frequently fought against pirates. What does this have to do with the Pluton you mentioned? Even though he knew that Crocodile might want to plot Pluton, he would not just listen to the other party's words. After all, in this sea, Marine, as an official organization, was still too cowardly. Chapter 119 confused Sean. Nowadays, there are more pirates protecting countries, islands, etc. It's not that Marines are lazy, but that there are too many pirates. But in terms of power, no pirate group or country can rival Marine. Marine is undoubtedly the dominant force on the sea, but from a standpoint, there are too many pirates in this violent age of navigation. There are even some people who are forced to go to sea. They're forced to go to sea to become bandits because of the high-pressure policies of the world government. Sean was too lazy to fight with the other party and said bluntly, Don't talk nonsense with me. Crocodile is planning on your country. He wants to get the ancient weapon, Pluton. I'm talking to you so much just because I want to confirm your position. You should know what Pluton means, right? What the world government is looking for. You are one of the 20 descendants of the royal family, but you have not reported it. Please tell me your position. Cobra didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, he saw Sean looking towards the door. A flash of scarlet light flashed across Sean's eyes, and then it seemed as if a gust of wind had blown by. Sean saw the confusion in Cobra's eyes and waved his hands nonchalantly. It's okay, a few of your subordinates are here at the door. I just let them sleep. You can speak freely. We are all on our own. Then the scene fell into silence. Although Vivi is only 10 years old, as a princess and heir of a country, she is still very sensible. Knowing that his father was discussing something seemingly important with Lieutenant General Sean, he sat aside obediently and said nothing. At this time, Cobra changed his previous gentle expression, showing the majesty of the royal family to the fullest, and said with a serious face. Lieutenant General Sean, before I answer you, I want to hear your position and your purpose first. Also, I have no comment on Pluton for the time being. Sean was too lazy to argue, and said leisurely, Okay, my position is that I want to overthrow the world government. As for Pluton, haha. At the end of the sentence, Sean laughed twice disdainfully, his tone full of ridicule. He never thought that any weapon could directly deal with the world government. Even the ancient kingdoms at their peak could not do it, so why should they do it now? Advertisement. He wooed Cobra because he was the king of the alliance country and could better contact some like-minded companions. Let Yishao and others go to the bottom and start spreading ideas, that's all. Cobra naturally heard Sean's ridicule, but what shocked him was that this man had no martial ethics. Aren't normal conversations between politicians always like you testing me and me testing you? Now you are talking about overthrowing the world government. Do you really think that you can compete with the world government if you can't win or lose with Kaido? Too naive and too young. At this moment, Cobra labeled Sean as a young, frivolous person with a bad mind. Seeing Cobra's expression, Robin roughly guessed what he was thinking. I just feel that a mere lieutenant general, why should he compete with the world government? Others don't know it, but she knows it clearly. Sean is definitely the only person in the world who is qualified to compete with the world. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, which can openly attack with just a shout of approval, individual forces still need to plan in the dark. So he took off his disguise while several people were stunned. Before Cobra could wonder who the woman in front of him was, Robin introduced himself. My name is Nicole Robin. I am a historian, a scholar from O'Hara. Since you have the ability to analyze historical texts, what else do you want from me? Vivi on the side only felt that the elder sister in front of her had a good temperament, was calm and intellectual, and had no idea what her father's expression as if he saw a monster meant. Robin glanced at Sean. Sean thought that Robin was thinking about Crocodile and taking Vivi as his student, so he nodded slightly. But Robin wouldn't care about a pirate who could be wiped out with just one hand. What she cares about are historical articles and documents. In addition, after growing up over the years, her political sense has also improved, and she also feels that the joining of the Allies will provide a lot of convenience for the next work. Robin asked nonchalantly and said, or you can call me the son of the devil. That's because Marine wanted me a few years ago. Advertisement. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, including Sean, who was the most confused. Robin was not wanted when he was a child, so how could he become the son of the devil? Then he looked at Crow with doubtful eyes. Crow pushed up his glasses with his wrist. I know this. After the conflict between Empress Hancock and Big Mom in New World, the son of the devil emerged and teamed up with Hancock to defeat Big Mom. At that time the news is quite exciting. Hearing this, Sean felt his scalp numb. When did these two people conflict with Peng Man? Why didn't he know about it? As if he had thought of something, he ignored Cobra's look at the fool and ordered Crow. Look for her reward order and bring it to me. Hearing this, Crow turned and left. Sean also knew why Cobra looked at him with that look. It was just that the person he brought with him didn't know the details. Then he looked at Robin and said, "How come you got together with Hancock?" After the explanation, Sean finally understood that it turned out that after Robin went to sea, he felt it was a bit inconvenient to travel to the sea alone. So he went directly to the Daughter Kingdom to find Hancock, hoping that Hancock would give him some trustworthy subordinates. Hancock learned that the other party, like himself, was from the Sean faction, and that the other party also said some secret codes between her and Sean, so he agreed. At this point, the two also formed a friendship. Their two super powerful combat powers made the Nine Snakes pirates, who occupied the first half of the Grand Route, like overlords that no one dared to mess with, and their power expanded even more rapidly. It's just that Sean always feels something is wrong. What does Robin want his subordinates to do? She doesn't directly participate in the struggle between forces. So he asks suspiciously, "Is it true? I don't believe it." Robin's heart trembled slightly. Of course she couldn't say that she wanted to find Sean, so she went to Hancock to find out the information. So the sinister Robin smiled. "Really, otherwise do you think I went to the daughter country to find you?" After thinking about it, it was true, and it wasn't a big deal. It was only a matter of time before these forces got to know each other, so Sean didn't pay too much attention. Okay. Sean then glared at Cobra angrily. Also, if you look at Lousy like that again, Lousy will beat you up, believe it or not. He was really fed up with the way Cobra looked at him, as if he was an idiot. How could that be possible? Chapter 120 Robin's Bounty. Cobra was also shocked. How could Marine be so irritable? This is not good, not good. After a while, Crow came in with a reward sheet and handed it to Sean. Seeing this, Sean was shocked. It turned out that Robin had been offered a reward of 770 million Baileys. But that's not the point. Those who can compete with Boardman Man are all too low. This is still the previous price. The key point is the photo. The photo shows a man covered in armor, holding a shield and a spear as tall as a man, with wings growing on his back, and the wings seem to have dots of scales. The white armor has some irregular black lines, full of messy texture, and the spear in his hand is still wrapped with purple domineering. I looked at the photo and then at Robin. I didn't recognize him at all. Who would have thought that such an intellectual woman could be a shield maiden? The most important thing is that the armor is so handsome, just like Madara's Susano. With those black wings, no wonder he is called the son of the devil. So he pointed at the photo and asked, "Is this the combination of bone and tooth enamel? Then what are these black irregular lines?" Robin smiled slightly. "This is when I fight Big Mom. I have to figure out her attack habits and cover them with her weapon colors. This way I don't waste my domineering energy. Otherwise, I don't know how long the fight will take." Hearing this, Sean gave Robin a thumbs up. This is a talent who uses her IQ to fight. She doesn't forget to disguise herself when fighting. It really makes people feel helpless towards her. Like a devil in the dark, elusive and elusive. This fighting method can only be achieved by calm and calm people. This is also a psychological game. Even if the other party knows it, there is nothing they can do. Under such a situation where the other party has extremely high defense, they will still instinctively avoid their own attack habits. After all, no one would focus on the opponent's highest defensive position, right? So these details are enough to better improve one's combat power. The key is that her defense is still high, and she is fighting a protracted battle, so it is necessary to save her domineering energy. At this time, Cobra on the side asked Robin, "So, son of the devil, what do you want to express to me?" "Ah, sorry, I almost forgot. I just want to tell you that there is no need to question Sean. The power behind him is beyond your imagination. Advertisement, as far as I know, there are no less than 10 people with the same level of combat power as me. Do you know what this means?" Robin said with a smile, "This is not her nonsense. When I experienced this powerful genetic potion, I combined it with the short story Sean told me." She had no doubt that Sean had so many strong followers. There is no doubt that this is a heavy hammer that hits Cobra and Crow's hearts hard. Both of them knew exactly what this meant. This was a force that could completely overturn the balance of pirates or overthrow Marine. Cobra felt his mouth was dry, and he looked meaningfully at the aloof lieutenant general who seemed a little silly in his eyes, but upright. "In this case, the only reason why you're looking for me is Pluton, right? Otherwise, I really can't imagine what you would like." At this moment, King Cobra felt that the young lieutenant general in front of him was really terrifying. Strong people are all proud. He didn't believe that a historian or a top strong person would lie to him, because what historians pay attention to is the truth. Even though they know they will be destroyed, they still want to study the blank 100 years. Do you think these scholars will violate their dreams for a person with little strength? Are you kidding me? In this world, dreams and ideas, in some cases, are even higher than life. At this moment, Robin seemed more like the leader of the organization, and said generously, "Of course I hope you will join us, so that you can bring better assistance to our goals." "Think for a moment." Cobra said slowly. "Why do you think I will join?" "Then why didn't you pass on Pluton's news?" Sean asked in return. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Cobra immediately burst into laughter. Then he said, "In that case, I will join you, although it is somewhat different from the prophecy of the ancestors." Prophecy? Sean was stunned. He didn't expect that Cobra would show up like this. He knew that there were many prophecies in this world. There are even fruits about time, but I didn't expect that Cobra also had this inheritance. Advertisement, yes, there is a prophecy that we have passed down word of mouth. One day, there will be adventurers who will break this hypocritical balance. There's nothing specific. Our family just wants to protect Alabasta. I guess it's about Pluton. Cobra said. Hearing this, Sean fell silent. Adventurer? According to the description in the original work, isn't this the Straw Hats? I always feel that the world is getting more and more complicated. Joey Boy, Elephant Lord, Uranus, the Straw Hat of Pangu City, etc. are all too mysterious. Sean is determined to uncover this mysterious veil. While Sean was brainstorming, Cobra said, but the only thing I'm worried about is my daughter. I'm afraid she will be involved. Sean came back to his senses, looked at Robin, and then said, don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything to make the world government suspicious. Hearing this, Cobra felt a little relieved, although he also wanted to hate the rule of world government. But there is no doubt that Vivi's existence prevents him from being unscrupulous, and now he gets the exact answer. As a king, he also roughly understood what the other party wanted him to do. There was no doubt that it was inseparable from the sudden rise of the Revolutionary Army. As if he thought of something, Cobra quickly asked, by the way, how do you deal with crocodile? This is a big trouble. Cobra was right, there was indeed some trouble, but this was just for Sean and him. Pirates who are plundering legally, whether they are marines or kingdoms, cannot attack them without any reason. This is one of the reasons why Marine's prestige cannot reach its peak. However, for Robin and others, this is not worth mentioning. Anyone who comes out can take care of crocodile. But their plan is to let the Princess Vivi solve this serious problem, so that Vivi can better win people's hearts. So Robin said, let me teach Vivi how to practice. Sean and I have discussed it. Our suggestion is that you can solve it yourself. This will also give some other countries the impression that it is better to rely on world government than to rely on oneself, which is very beneficial. Vivi on the side was also a little stunned. Why did she suddenly have to fight Shichibukai by herself? I'm so panicked. Chapter 121 Robin has a student. Cobra was also a little hesitant. On the one hand, he was worried that his daughter would not be able to endure the hardship. Secondly, I am worried that it will arouse other people's jealousy, which is not a good sign. What's more, he doesn't think his daughter's talent can defeat crocodile in a few years. So he expressed his worries. Hearing this, Sean sneered, stood up, squatted down in front of Vivi, looked at Vivi and said, who are you afraid of? The world government. They won't take your daughter seriously. Or is it the suspicion of neighboring countries? Then you are really stupid. All peace is not obtained through compromise, strength. You don't have to use it, but you must have it. If you can't even figure out such a simple truth, please step down and let Vivi take over. What do you think, Princess Vivi? Vivi was a little shy after being stared at, but these words also planted a seed in her young heart. She thinks what Sean said makes sense. I don't have to hit you, but I have to have the power to hit you. Cobra was also a little ashamed when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be so weak. Immediately, Sean stood up and sat back down again, lit his cigar and blew out a faint circle of smoke. You don't have to look like this. If you were a king in peacetime, there is no doubt that you are qualified. But now you are still far behind. If you were more iron-blooded, crocodile would dare to blatantly enter your country to covet Pluton? But the most important thing is that we don't have the strength to fight against the powerful pirates, so he took advantage of it, Cobra retorted. Sean waved his hand disdainfully. Forget it, if you have some potential, what will happen if you spend money to buy a few more devil fruits to train your subordinates? Don't call me poor. The minimum fruit is 100 million belly. Those little pirates you caught are worth a lot of money, right? In the final analysis, you are not tough enough. Hearing this, Cobra fell silent. He knew that the other party was right. In the final analysis, he had always been lucky. Even when facing outsiders, all I think about is that I am good to you, so you should also be good to me. But he overestimated himself and underestimated human nature. Advertisement, so he said. Then what should I do? There is no evidence now, the world government will not pay attention to it, and I know this child Vivi very well, she does not have that talent. Sean did not answer, but looked at Vivi aside. Hey, kid, did you hear that? Do you want to become stronger? Can you persevere in order to become stronger? He decided to treat the little princess with the same bad attitude as Luo, even though the other party was a little girl who had been sensible since she was a child. He also wants to get rid of the title of lowly king. After hearing the question, Vivi looked at Sean, who had a stinky face, and was a little at a loss. He hesitated and said, can I become stronger? I'm not asking you this. You should think it through before answering, Sean said with a somewhat impatient expression. But I silently repented in my heart. I'm sorry, little princess, I really don't want to be the lowly king, but I will never treat you with such a bad attitude when you grow up. And Vivi seems to be used to Sean's irritability, because she doesn't think Sean is easy to get along with since they met. After thinking about what Sean just said, I don't have to use power, but I must have it. This is the cornerstone of peace. Princess Vivi, who had begun to think about issues from the national standpoint, took a deep breath and said firmly, if possible, I will become stronger, very strong. This answer was within Sean's expectation, as long as the issue was raised to the national level. Vivi can mature instantly. According to the original work, this year Vivi followed Cobra to the World Conference. He was even slapped by Valpo of the Drum Kingdom, but in order to avoid a war, he endured it and said that he accidentally bumped into the opponent. This is the quality a country's crown prince should have. Thinking of this, Sean decided to go get a wave of Valpo after the World Conference. Various thoughts passed through his mind, and then he took out the genetic potion and handed it to Vivi. This is a very precious genetic medicine that can increase a person's upper limit of strength. As long as you persist, you can become a top powerhouse. The reason why it is precious is that only we can take it. It is a medicine with no side effects. At this moment, Cobra suddenly realized why the other party had so many strong men following him. Judging from this situation, it is not a follower at all, but a direct training of Sean. No wonder I can't think of anyone in the sea who could be a follower of Sean. Advertisement, but he also knew very well how precious this thing was. Even if Sean gave it to 100 people, it would still be precious. Because this is something that only Sean has, and he doesn't think Sean really has too much. He must have tinkered with it accidentally, right? Otherwise, it would be terrible to produce energy. Hearing this, Vivi drank it without hesitation, but her cute big eyes were a little confused. Somewhat confused, he asked, "Why don't I feel anything?" Robin stepped forward and explained, "This is an auxiliary medicine to increase potential, not to stimulate potential. This requires you to practice well. I will be your teacher from now on. What do you think?" Robin said slowly. "Yes, I do." The little princess's big eyes sparkled as if they contained light. She felt that Robin was simply her idol. He was strong and beautiful, and his temperament made the little girl yearn for him. Children often yearn for growth, and the intellectual Robin undoubtedly fulfills all the little girl's fantasies about what she will be like when she grows up. Seeing that Sean had achieved his goal, he yawned and said, "Okay, now that we have a conclusion, I'm going to sleep. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, he left the office without looking back, leaving several people looking at each other. Then Crow sat on the desk miserably and continued to deal with official duties. Robin changed his disguise again, led Vivi to her room, and Cobra also returned to his room. For the next time, Robin stayed at Vivi's place to teach her various aspects of spiritual practice. Cobra, along with Ikarim and other subordinates, prepared some things for the World Conference. In addition to helping Sean with official duties, Crow also has to take care of training. He also has a deep understanding of the power of genetic medicine. Sean, on the other hand, wakes up every day and goes to the deck to bask in the sun, drink coke, and smoke cigars. His life is very pleasant. It's not that Sean is lazy, but that he is a little tired from the past few months of time travel, so he decided to fish for a few days. He suddenly realized that fishing was so joyful, and he even forgot about asking Robin about the situation of Yishao and others. Chapter 122 Marie Joa. After several days of sailing, the warship also arrived at the Red Earth continent and went directly upstream along the current. When he got to the top, Sean saw countless boats, large and small, and it seemed that many people had arrived. Sean, wearing a coat of justice, led everyone off the ship, while Robin was left in the warship by Sean. Although the other party was disguised, Sean, who was cautious, was still afraid of problems. Robin's calm temperament did not want to get involved with this, so he simply stayed on the warship. Next, it has nothing to do with Sean, he just received the escort mission. The World Conference was a group of people arguing about various policies, so Sean took Crow to General Marine's guest house. He really didn't want to go deeper because he was afraid that he would be tempted to declare war on the world government on the spot. Because, while on the road, Sean saw a moving sidewalk. That was a road that no Marine would take. Sean just had a slight sense of it. Then I discovered that underneath the so-called moving walkway, people were walking around with heavy loads, going around and around. Sean, who was suffocating in his heart, walked directly with his head down, forcing himself to endure. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel terrible. He also thought about turning over the table here. But his sixth sense sensed that there was power in Pangu City that made his heart tremble. So he could only endure it, but when he walked to the door of the guest house, he saw a person who surprised him greatly. To be precise, she is a fishman, a female fishman with blonde hair who is taller than him. Isn't this the queen of Fishman Island, Odahime? Odahime is over 2 meters tall. He has a natural sense of knowledge and he is the best kind. He can hear other people's voices. Standing next to him were King Neptune, who was more than 10 meters tall, and some ministers from their palace. Odahime should have died 2 years ago, but she survived. This was not surprising to him, because he asked Yishao to take care of Fishman Island if he could. What he didn't expect was that Odahime's life characteristics were a bit too powerful. On the other side, Odahime noticed someone looking at him, and when he followed his gaze, he saw it was a Marine. It's just that you can't hear what the other person is saying, which means that the other person's knowledge is at least on the same level as yours. Advertisement, but you can sense the other person's emotions, surprised. Under what circumstances would someone have such an emotion? This kind of emotion only comes from an unexpected situation, and then Odahime told Neptune about her feelings. Neptune hesitated for a moment, leaned down and said softly, "Do you think he knows that gentleman?" Odahime also tilted her head slightly. "It's possible, but how can we confirm it? This is indeed a bit troublesome. If something goes wrong, our Fishman Island will be implicated. After all, the biggest issue in this meeting seems to be about that gentleman." Neptune is also a bit naughty. But at this moment, a voice sounded, and the couple almost jumped up in fright. It turned out that Sean had already covered up what he had seen and heard. Even if they spoke in a low voice and no matter how much they concealed the "sir," Sean could probably guess the identity of the other party. There is no doubt that the extremely powerful Odahime is Yi Xiao's masterpiece, and she instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Are you talking about a smile? The couple really didn't expect that the other party would be so direct. They quickly looked around, fearing that Sean would say something shocking. Brother, do you also know that gentleman? Neptune asked in a low voice. Sean was a little confused. What the hell, couldn't he even say Yi Xiao's name? So, he imitated the other person and said in a low voice. What's the situation? Is his name very sensitive? Neptune didn't want to talk to Sean. After all, he didn't know what Sean's purpose was. But Odahime on the side noticed the other person's emotions, curiosity and kindness. He directly explained. The content of this meeting is mainly about him. If you want to know anything, you can come to Fishman Island after the meeting to talk about it. After all, they have to rush to attend the World Conference now, and they also want a buffer time to make appointments with each other to talk later. At that time, you can directly ask the gentleman if he knows this young Marine general. Hearing this, Sean hesitated to speak, but the Neptunes walked straight in without giving him a chance to reply. Although he was a little depressed, with this interruption, the almost uncontrollable anger just now was somewhat calmed down. Now, he is really curious about what Yi Xiao has done and why his name has become taboo. What's wrong? Mr. Sean. Crow, who had just walked up from the side, pushed up his glasses with his wrist and asked. Advertisement after that day, Crow originally wanted to call Sean his leader, but he felt that it was not appropriate. Calling him Lieutenant General was a bit wrong, and calling him boss was too vulgar. Since he considers himself a gentleman, he decided to add the word, Mr., so that he would not reveal his ambition but also show his respect for his boss. Chloe. I'm the best at saving my life, Sean frowned and said, I don't know what happened. In hindsight, I think I have to go to the Dragon Palace. Forget it, let's go to the restaurant to eat and talk about it later. Sean didn't bother to worry about it anymore. Since he let Yi Xiao take care of it, it should be done well, right? After entering the restaurant, Sean found that there were not many acquaintances at all, most of whom he had met once or twice. But when those Marines saw Sean, they all showed a sincere smile and greeted each other. Lieutenant General Sean. And without him, Sean's ability has helped too many sick and disabled generals, more or less their subordinates, which also made his reputation once surpassed that of the generals. Only seeing these pure soldiers made Sean feel slightly better. These are the backbone who have struggled from passionate teenagers to the present, who still have their original aspirations and still long for peace. Without these people, the sea would be completely reduced to a disorderly Shira field, so Sean also greeted these people enthusiastically. What's a little strange is that the highest rank among the people here seems to be Brigadier General. Yo, you're here. They are all eating in the room inside. Suddenly, a filthy voice came into my ears. I turned my head and saw that it was indeed the familiar formula. Pouting his lips crookedly and raising his eyebrows, who is this but Kizaru? At this time, he was leaning against a pillar and said, Let's go to my compartment. I happen to be eating by myself. Only then did Sean realize that most of the senior generals were in different boxes. As he walked, Kizaru said, There is something terrible happening at this year's World Conference. Sean knew that this was about the Revolutionary Army, so he asked perfunctorily, is it true? I don't believe it. It's really a terrible organization. This meeting is mainly aimed at their two leaders. Sean. Chapter 123 World Conference. Hearing this, Sean was a little confused. He knew that the main topic of this World Conference was the Revolutionary Army, but the leader of the Revolutionary Army was Dorag. So he quickly asked, What organization? What leader? After sitting down, Kizaru said with some helplessness, You are obviously Marine Lieutenant General, why don't you understand so many basic things that you need to know? Seeing Sean fall into silence, Kizaru coughed lightly, speaking of which, is Crow really that useful? When he mentioned this, Sean became energetic, and immediately lowered his voice and said, It's necessary. I've agreed to it after using it. If you become Fleet Admiral, I will ask him to come over and help you. How about it? So, it was Kizaru's turn to be silent. Sean thought that his ambition to make progress would not die after a few years. Sean couldn't help but ask again, So, let's continue the topic just now? The other side. The 50 monarchs represented by the world's participating countries were all seated. The scene was a bit strange for a moment, and no one spoke. Creak. After the door of the conference room was opened, a world government official responsible for presiding over the meeting came in. He walked to the conference table with a stack of documents. Welcome everyone to attend the latest world conference. The first topic will be the Revolutionary Army. I believe many of you already know that this rebel army has continued to expand in power in recent years. They have already launched coups in some countries that are members of the world government. Although the scale is not large enough at present, if they are allowed to continue, one day it will affect everyone here. At first, these kings and monarchs all acted a little dull, because they roughly guessed that this topic would be discussed. Some of the neighboring countries that were conquered survived the attack relatively well, as they had truly seen this power. What is powerful about them is not their individual power, but their dangerous ideas, which directly launch wars against domestic civilians. Who can do this? Even if you appeal to the world government, there is no way, unless the entire country is wiped out. Advertisement otherwise, the common people of the entire country will pull you down. This is a losing situation. There are also some kings who are a little disdainful because they feel that they are under their own rule. They feel confident that these problems will never happen in their country. It even feels that the affected countries have lost the face of the participating countries. Therefore, the entire meeting was roughly divided into 3 factions. One faction felt that this must be taken seriously and issued the most wanted order to stifle this strange force. The other group feels that if they publicize what these people have done, it will affect their rule and make them look bad. From the bottom of their hearts, they look down on these rats who rely on inciting civilian coups while hiding their heads and tails. Finally, a few kings stayed on the sidelines because their country's governance policies were somewhat similar to the ideas instigated by the rebels. Even if these rebels go to their country to incite the people, they will not achieve any big results. After the presiding official finished speaking, and after a moment of silence, the king finally spoke. I don't know why you are afraid of those stinking ditch rats that hide their heads and tails. That is, you are willing to lose face, but we are not willing to do so. Our country will become great. You underestimate this rebel army too much. If we don't take remedial measures now, one day they will become the sword of Damocles, hanging over your heads. Oh, they are just a bunch of idiots with narrow vision. It doesn't even take one day, but now they have the power to overthrow a country at any time. No one could convince anyone, and some kings even snored like a hippopotamus. This annoyed Cobra, who was taking it seriously, and he immediately yelled, Valpo, please respect the many kings present, this is not your home. After Valpo woke up, he wanted to yell back subconsciously, but he saw so many kings looking at him. I could only suppress my anger a little. I'm sorry, I was too late last night when I was dealing with official business. Although they say this, none of these kings are human beings. They simply don't believe that a person who relies on high pressure means to govern the country can be so diligent. Valpo had a gloomy face and glanced at Cobra with a vague look, trying to find an opportunity to offend him. Regarding the content of the issue, he also expressed his opinion. Actually, as long as we hold the lifeblood of the citizens, these rebels are nothing to fear. It's ridiculous, Valpo, those are your own citizens, and it's your overly repressive policies that give the rebels an opportunity to take advantage of them. Advertisement Cobra had a look of disdain on his face. He hated this unlearned and ignorant king the most. What he has to play now is to stir up the fire. He knows it very well, whether it is publicizing or blocking the news. This is good news for the Revolutionary Army. If you spread the word, more people will join. If the news continues to be suppressed, once the people see a spark of hope, it will burn into a blazing fire even faster. No matter how you calculate it, it's a profit. He also followed Sean's instructions and pretended not to know that there were people in the Revolutionary Army. Sure enough, Valpo looked a little ugly after being criticized again, and immediately joined the faction that advocated continuing the high-pressure policy. Everyone started a new round of quarreling. After a while, the representative of world government lightly patted the table and said, Everyone, I believe you all know something about this rebel army. Next, everyone can take a look at the documents distributed to everyone. I believe it can deepen everyone's understanding of this force and negotiate better results. Yes, this representative of world government does not express opinions, but as the big brother, he will guide his younger brothers to give the answers they want. This is also for the sake of world government's face. On the surface, they are negotiating. But all the news of major events was submitted by them, and the content above would only guide these kings towards the answers they wanted. Otherwise, you are wrong, you are an outlier, and the answer to 1 + 1 can only be equal to 2. As expected, the king, who gradually got the documents, looked a little ugly. I really didn't expect that this rebel army was not just a rat in a stinky ditch, but an eagle soaring in the sky. After aiming at the prey, he swoops down and hits the target with one strike. And these countries are the prey of each other. Only when pieces of data were placed in front of them, their quarrel came to an abrupt end. The first thought in their mind is, why should they? After Cobra looked for a moment, he kept paying attention to the representative official with a smile from the corner of his eye. I thought, you might make a profit, but we won't lose either. Chapter 124 The Awesome Enel in Yishao. At this time, Valpo stood up and shouted angrily. Why do they? Valpo expressed the voice of everyone, and without exception, they all wanted to know why. Because the deeds recorded in this document are the general process of their 2 leaders from scratch, but only the world government knows how much of it is true and how false. Every time I went to a country, there would be a coup in that country, and their leader never even took action. It is completely a war between the common people and the aristocratic class, but the common people win every time. Although the world government does not interfere in the national affairs of the participating countries, they have also sent people to deal with it. Even if the army commander composed of civilians is dealt with, there will be someone to take over the next day, and there will be no way to kill them all. Even if the king's army temporarily suppressed the opponent, it was still useless. Because unless you step down, you will face endless assassinations, and even their king's army will switch sides one after another. If you want to avoid being assassinated, you can replace all your attendants with nobles, but is this possible? This is what the Revolutionary Army is most puzzled by. They also can't understand why they can make these civilians so crazy. If Sean were here, he would definitely tell them that this is the power of hope. Human beings are never afraid of despair, only afraid of no hope. As long as there is a little hope, they who have experienced darkness will closely follow the only light. Representatives of the world government were not surprised at all by the frightened display of these kings. So he slowly pointed to the two photos in his hand, a man with a red tattoo on half of his face. Another battle was about a man holding a wooden staff, only the side of his face was photographed, and his whole body was covered with thunder and lightning. Said, these two are the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. They have the power to directly subvert the world. Their ideas are too dangerous. Our world government's only solution is to curb their actions as much as possible and intensify the investigation to the greatest extent. Only by completely solving these two people can we have a chance to disintegrate this force. Advertisement. This man with tattoos on his face is called Dolog, and he is responsible for the dissemination of ideas and behind-the-scenes coordination. And this man with lightning all over his body called Yishao is even more mysterious. We have spent countless spies, but we still can't figure out his behavior. There are no clues at all. He is too cautious. The only thing I know is that he has appeared the most times. His footprints are all over the sea. But no one knows what his purpose is. His level of danger is no less than that of Dorag, who spreads ideas. At this time, a king expressed his own question. Is he very powerful? Why can you always find him but can't catch him? This is the most mysterious thing about him. He appears in the public eye unscrupulously, but every time he learns the news, others have often disappeared. Then the king hesitated to speak. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, is there someone else's reason behind this? Although the question was asked tactfully, everyone knew that what the other party wanted to ask was whether there were other spies in the world government. But who knew that after the king finished asking, the face of the world government representative, who had always been smiling, suddenly became frosty. He said categorically, impossible. When this force was first formed, Mr. Enel, the current top executive of CP, was already fighting against the opponent. If Master Enel hadn't been suppressing the other party, the country here today would be at least 1/3 smaller. The cunningness of the Revolutionary Army is beyond your expectations. We only know that Yishao has unparalleled speed, as fast as Marine General Kizaru. When the kings here heard about Enel, they completely ignored the possibility of an undercover agent. In their opinion, Enel could not be an undercover agent. Because for them, Enel is a love-hate relationship, when Enel has not yet completely secured the top position. We often deal with people who are inconvenient for the world government or the franchised countries to deal with. It was solved perfectly every time, and the mission success rate was 100%, but Enel was very arrogant and greedy. But there is no way. The political status of the other party is too high, and now it is second only to the 5 elders, and they are completely at the top of the pyramid of power in the world. A person who never makes big mistakes but keeps making small mistakes, but there is no doubt that this smile is really troublesome. It seems that Enel's 100% success rate has been broken, which also makes the kings present feel a lot of pressure and have the most direct understanding. The Revolutionary Army is really strong. Advertisement. Seeing the ugly expressions on the faces of these kings, the world government representative felt relieved. Lord Enel is my idol. How can I allow you to slander me? So he continued. Don't worry too much. Lord Enel will continue to suppress the other party. He will also come here today and find some helpers from Marine to help target the Revolutionary Army. It's not too early now. Please go have a meal and rest first. After everyone has thought about it, we will continue the meeting in the afternoon. After saying that, the world government representative went out without looking back. He was going to meet Lord Enel. On the other side, Sean was dumbfounded as he listened to Kizaru's explanation, and even the meat and bones in his mouth no longer tasted good. He was also shocked when he heard that Yishao was also the leader. He just wanted him to join the Revolutionary Army and develop some of his own people. Good guy. This thick-browed smile actually directly co-founded this organization with Dorag. This is completely transcendent. But when he heard that Yishao was being difficult to deal with, Sean was also confused. This shouldn't be the case. If he showed up frequently, it's impossible that the world government wouldn't be able to catch Yishao once, right? Kizaru's next explanation made Sean's scalp numb. The highest officer of CP, this even includes CP0 who originally belonged to the Tianlong people. What does this mean? This means that Enel is already inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. Even the 5 elders cannot touch Enel casually. Judicial Island alone is already on the same level as Marine, and Judicial Island can already be said to be an agency under Enel. Thinking of this, Sean felt very complicated. He was still fishing in Marine, and even the general was his boss. As a result, his younger brother turned out to be so outstanding. His original biggest ideal was to allow the other party to govern the Judiciary Island within 20 years. As a result, the other party has already reached the point where they are only under 5 elders. He wanted to direct a drama about infernal affairs, but he never expected that Enel would stage a drama about stealing the country for him. He suddenly felt so sad. He was so useless. Chapter 125 The Wronged Lu Chi. Kizaru had no idea about Sean's complex psychology and was still talking. What a pity, his 100% mission completion rate was broken just because of one person. Seeing Sean stop eating, Kizaru was a little confused. What's wrong with you? You don't have such a small appetite, right? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little curious about this person. After returning to his senses, Sean didn't take it to heart at all. What happened to the Lieutenant General? Did the Lieutenant General eat your rice? The Lieutenant General's status is also very high. Okay. Just when Sean wanted to comfort himself, there was a knock on the door. Sean looked at Kizaru with some confusion, and Kizaru shrugged, indicating that he didn't know who it was. So Sean directly used his ability to push the door open. Immediately, two people walked in. One was wearing a neat white suit, a top hat, and carrying a suitcase in his hand. Sean recognized the other person at a glance. It was Rob Lucci. The other person is also wearing a white suit, but he is a little unrestrained without wearing a shirt. He has a cigar in his mouth and looks like a gangster brother. Isn't this Enel? Enel's eyes lit up after seeing Sean. Lieutenant General Sean, is today's meal okay? I specially ordered the chief chef of the Tianlong people to cook this for you. Before Sean could reply, Kizaru on the side took over. No wonder, I've been here so many times, no wonder today's food is particularly delicious. Hearing this, Sean's face suddenly turned ugly. He was just thinking about not eating your rice, but he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Enel didn't know anything about this. He only knew that Sean was a big eater, a real big foodie, and he was satisfied with his arrangement. Lucci on the side was a little curious as to why his parents would bring him to see this young lieutenant general. But why does the lieutenant general look so ugly? Sean could only think in his mind that a younger brother should be filial to his elder brother. Well, the position of lieutenant general is very free. Then he looked at Enel and asked, why did you come to see me? Hearing this, Enel looked at Kizaru on the side and asked why this man was so ignorant and didn't go out yet. Advertisement. Sean thought he understood Enel's eyes and shook his head slightly, indicating that this was not one of his own. Enel thought he understood Xiao En's eyes. Kizaru was one of his own, so he didn't need to go out. So Enel looked at Lucci out of habit, and Lucci understood exactly what his boss meant. He took out a dozen anti-bugs from the suitcase on the side. This was his habit over the years, and he carried the bugs with him anytime and anywhere. So he walked carelessly and sat down opposite Sean and said with full of grievance, Mr. Sean, you are finally here. I have lived so hard these years. As soon as these words came out, Sean was stunned. Kizaru looked at the former in disbelief. The amount of information contained in this sentence was too great. There is no doubt that Enel, the top executive of the CP organization, a political legend, has extraordinary respect for a Marine lieutenant general. But Enel continued to vomit bitterly. I almost feel like I don't feel like myself anymore. If I didn't catch a smile every now and then and go out for a breath of air to release my nature, I would probably be driven crazy by this dirty and smelly environment. As soon as these words came out, Kizaru looked at Sean strangely. These words contained even more information. The environment in Mariajoya is dirty and smelly. Probably not. I guess this Enel is not a fan of world government. Sean was a little numb and at a loss when he was stared at by Kizaru. He really didn't expect that this legendary politician could be so tough. Lucci, who had followed Enel for many years, also noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Although I am a little surprised, it seems that the one I have always longed for has surfaced, but now is not the time to think about this. There is no doubt that this Kizaru may not be one of our own. So Lucci, who had been, depending on each other, with Enel, appeared in front of Kizaru with a shave. A dagger appeared in his hand at some point and was thrust straight into Kizaru's throat. No matter what, Kizaru who knew their secret must die. But no matter how talented Lucci is, he is still far behind without taking genetic medicine. Facing the dagger coming directly at him, Kizaru calmly turned into a burst of light particles and appeared next to Sean. He raised his hands and said helplessly, "It's so scary, I almost got killed." Stop joking. Lucci was a little annoyed that he was teased, so he looked at Enel and Sean. We must kill him in this room. Advertisement. This was not because Lucci had cerebral palsy and thought a general was easy to kill, but because Enel had told him that that man had the strength to single-handedly kill any strong man in the sea. What we are talking about here is single kill, not defeat. No top strong person can kill the opponent in one-on-one. It can be defeated, but not killed. So this means that Sean has a higher level of strength than them, and coupled with Enel's top strength, there is a complete chance, even if the opponent is Kizaru. How fast can it be faster than Enel's space field? That's a speed at which you can change places with your will. So, you can kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci continued to run towards Kizaru, and Sean was a little helpless when he saw this. He could only use his telekinesis to restrain Lucci and said, "Okay, let's talk to him first." Seeing this, Kizaru also showed a lewd smile and said with a smile, "I mean, it's not good for young people to be too irritable." On the other side, Enel is still a little confused. He feels like he has gotten into trouble again. He only has one question now: isn't Kizaru one of his own? Sean pointed at Enel with a bit of hatred. Is your brain flooded? Why are you talking nonsense? How did you get such a legendary name? Your status is bought. Bar. Lucci, who had been released from restrictions, fell silent when he heard this. He immediately felt aggrieved. He wanted to point at Enel and scold him day and night for being crazy. But they couldn't beat him, and they also established a deep bond and were completely tied to Enel's ship. Now, the person who seems to be the big brother is pointing at Enel and scolding him, and he feels relieved physically and mentally, as if he has done something wrong. Enel also felt a little aggrieved and said, "Didn't you just shake your head and say that Kizaru doesn't need to go out? I thought he was one of our own. I really want you to stop talking nonsense. This is not the place to talk. Your brain is stuck in your A, isn't it?" Sean roared. If today's situation is not handled well, they may become wanted criminals, so you can't blame him for being so angry. Lucci was also a little numb, but fortunately he had the foresight to arrange for them to be in the best soundproof box, and placed a few silenced phone bugs. Otherwise it would be bad for outsiders to hear. Chapter 126: Kizaru's Choice. Enel was scolded by Sean, but was unable to refute. Because he knows that this seems to be his problem. When he is alone with Lu Qi can be the one who takes the blame. But when facing Sean, he didn't dare. Who knows how powerful Sean can be? The stronger he becomes, the more he understands the mystery of Sean, the devil fruit that is not afraid of the sea, and the potion that increases potential. He who is in a high position has never even heard of this stuff. So I could only endure Sean's fragrant mouth with low eyebrows. And Sean didn't just want to scold Enel. He was secretly observing Kizaru and wanted to give Kizaru some time to digest. If possible, he really didn't want to overturn the table with Kizaru. Kizaru may be the laziest marine, but he is also his favorite among the three generals. Ambiguous justice. Doesn't this mean that Kizaru is the same as himself? It is also clear that a pirate is not necessarily a pirate, and the official is not necessarily official. Everyone has their own set of standards for judging good and evil. After a while, Sean let Enel go and turned to look at Kizaru. Hey, do you have anything to say? Kizaru still looked lazy, sitting lazily on the sofa as if he was sure that Sean would not take action against him. He even took out his nail clippers and said, "It seems I have underestimated you. Why don't you tell me what you want me to say?" Hearing this, Sean understood what Kizaru was thinking. He wanted to convince him, otherwise he would really break up. After pondering for a moment, Sean decided to kick the ball back. It's really troublesome. What do you want me to say? This time it was Kizaru's turn to be dumbfounded. He felt that he had made the hint very obvious, and he just had to write the words, "Persuade me," on his forehead. In the past few years, Kizaru has actually often thought back to what Sean said back then, that Marine needs to change and become completely independent. Advertisement, and just as everyone thought, the sea briefly stabilized after running rampant for nearly 20 years. This also reminded him of the most profound words Sean said, a moment of silence, only to explode more fiercely, setting off another era of huge waves, which will sweep across the world, including above. If Marine does not go independent before then, he will face the tide of the times. No force can survive alone, and it is impossible for him to give up Marine, which he has devoted decades to. So after Kizaru pondered for a moment, he became serious and asked, "When you asked me to run for Marine Fleet Admiral, you wanted me to go out on my own. Is this still the pure purpose now? Or do you want to use Marine for something?" "Don't worry, the Marine you love will only be Marine. My purpose has always been one." Speaking of this, Sean pointed forward, which was the direction of Pangu City. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to see through these layers of barriers and face the #1 person in world government. For this, Kizaru was not surprised at all. The other party was able to push people to high positions. This ambition can be seen in Madara. So he asked, "You haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to replace him and become the king of the world? What is your confidence? Even if Marine breaks away from the world government, what will happen next?" After listening to Kizaru's 3 consecutive questions, Sean smiled and relaxed. He took out a cigar from Enel's pocket and smoked it. The smoke covered most of Sean's face, making it difficult to see the other person's face clearly. He slowly said, "I'm not interested in the so-called dictatorship. I just want to come to this world once in a while and do something. Do I have the confidence? Let's put it another way. What are the forces under my command now? Let's put it this way. I now have the power to face the opponent directly. It's just that I still have concerns about that one. As for Marine breaking away from the world government, that's easy." As he said that, he turned to look at Enel. How is his wealth accumulation? This time Enel's IQ was online, and only he knew who Sean was asking. So he nodded. He is developing very well, not to mention a few years later, now alone is enough to support the entire Marine. Sean suddenly understood and continued. Leaving Marine does not happen overnight. It requires planning and public opinion to suppress it. Now is not the time. You don't have to worry about retaliation after you leave Marine. It can only be Marine. By then, I will have the power to face the world government. In fact, when I heard Enel say that accumulating good wealth would be enough to support the entire Marine. Advertisement, Kizaru knew that the young man in front of him was not joking, he was really building up his strength. So now he is really confused. At first, Sean used 2 colleagues to persuade him. As for the other party's claim that world government would collapse, he didn't quite believe it. He thought Sean didn't know the strength of world government. In this situation, the top leaders of the world government have been infiltrated, how can we not know? Therefore, the other party really has the strength to challenge the world government, but I don't know what the other party is afraid of. But this also shows that the other party knows more than you do and understands your opponent's situation better than you do. But now, it was up to him to make a choice, and once again faced the choice of stance. In the coming era of greater prosperity, will the trendsetters of the new era be more skilled, or will the overlords of the past be more profound? This requires him to think deeply, but he doesn't have time. He knows very well that he can't get out of this room if he doesn't make a decision, although he doesn't know what the other party's confidence is. He felt that the other party's eyes, covered by smoke, were staring at him, and the air seemed to gradually solidify, becoming increasingly depressing. Enel on the side raised his hand with murderous intent. At this moment, Kizaru felt a life and death crisis. He felt that he would really die if he refused, but after thinking about it, it actually seems good to stand in Sean's position. Marine is still Marine, the only difference is that the person in charge has changed. He is not afraid of death, but he wants to see where the world will go. This is so exciting. After thinking about it, Kizaru completely relaxed his body and lay down on the sofa. Brother Sean, you are so terrible like this. I promise you that in the future, as long as it does not violate the justice in my heart, I will stand on your side. Yes, Kizaru thought that Sean was interested in his combat prowess, but he didn't know that what Sean was interested in was only the opponent's prestige and connections in Marine. This is something he can't compare to. After all, the other party has been working in Marine for decades. As expected, Enel was dismissive after hearing this, and still kept his nostrils turned upward and said, "TCH, I don't know why Sean fell in love with you, but we have so many strong men that you won't believe it." Chapter 127 Valpo. As Enel finished speaking, a breeze blew by, blowing away the smoke in front of Sean. Only a confused face was left. He didn't expect that Enel would talk loudly again. He had just threatened Kizaru, but it was only a threat. Even if he teamed up with Enel, he could not kill Kizaru quietly again. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it if it was just for planning to kill a veteran who had been loyal to Marine for decades. So how is he different from Blackbeard? He just wants to force the other party to make a choice, because he knows that Kizaru has difficulty choosing. If you don't force him, he can keep delaying it. Even if the other party doesn't agree, he won't take action. This is not about mercy, it is just a matter of principle. Originally, Sean was happy to hear that Kizaru agreed, but Enel was such a fool. Suddenly, Sean's expression changed from happy to confused to frosty. So he turned to look at Lucci and said with a sincere face, "You have worked really hard these years, I will vent my anger on you now." After he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his 5 fingers and shook hands with Enel. Enel is completely unable to move, although Enel does have monster-level strength. However, under Sean's full suppression, he was still unable to struggle for the time being. Without delay, Sean's fist was immediately wrapped with domineering energy. He rushed up and got a beating. There was no way. Although he had broken through the ceiling of combat power and was much stronger than them, he had not yet calmed down to develop S-class genetic potions, so he was not yet able to crush them. The protagonist has not practiced in the past few months and has been training imps, so the combat power setting is no problem. This also made Sean determined to develop it well in G5 and strive to reach 23,000 combat points as soon as possible. At that time, except for the unknown existence, everyone will be unable to struggle under his Kyoka Suigetsu. After being taught a lesson by the speed of light, looking at Enel with a bruised nose and swollen face, he couldn't help but sigh. The skin of this thing is really thick. Then he let go of Enel and prayed directly to the other party. After all, if Enel walked out with a bruised nose and face, it would cause an uproar. Ignoring Enel who was groaning at the side, he looked at Kizaru. Actually, Enel is right. We do have many top-notch experts. Advertisement. Hearing Sean's response, Kizaru also understood. He also understood that Sean wanted to influence Marine subtly. Only when they rise up one day can they get everyone's response. Otherwise, Marine will not be allowed to go out independently, but will become Sean who rebelled. But he still joked. Actually, you didn't want to do anything to me just now, right? Well, Sean nodded. It's just that you like to procrastinate too much, so I want you to make a decision as soon as possible. Then what are we going to do now? Sean looked at Lucci. Go and bring my adjutant Crow in. He is also one of our own. A moment later, Crow came in and saw Enel with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that Mr. Sean's power had already penetrated into the world government. Then everyone also found out what Enel said about coming to find Sean. Because their internal opinions are not unified, there is no way to add a 4th general seat. The reason for coming to Sean is to ask him to help capture the Revolutionary Army. Of course, this is just an excuse for Enel to come to Sean to cover up the public. So Kizaru and Crow were shocked again. One of the mysterious leaders of the Revolutionary Army turned out to be Sean's subordinate. Afterwards, everyone was discussing some plans, even a plan to send Enel to the 5 elders' seat. On the other side, Valpo, who had been angry in the morning, was walking around with a few losers, cursing at the same time. HMPH, the meeting this morning put me in a bad mood, that nasty guy Cobra. At this moment, he saw a little girl with a blue ponytail not far away, and his eyes lit up. Oh, that's the daughter of that abominable Cobra? As he spoke, he showed a malicious smile and hurriedly walked forward to Vivi's side. He raised his hand and hit Vivi directly on the face. While hitting her, he shouted loudly, "Ah, sorry, my hand seems to have slipped." Snapped. Vivi was knocked to the ground by Valpo's slap, and the guard Captain Dalton beside him changed his face and shouted, "King Valpo." But Valpo didn't even look at him, and continued to laugh loudly. "Ah ha ha ha, how rude, you are the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, right?" Ikaram quickly stepped forward and helped Vivi up. "Princess Vivi, how are you?" Advertisement. But before Vivi could be helped up, she heard Valpo's harsh laughter again. "Ah ha ha ha, the daughter of the incompetent king is so pitiful." Hearing this, Ikaram quit and immediately took a step forward. "Damn it, what do you mean?" And Vivi quickly stood up, stood on tiptoes and pushed towards Ikaram. "Don't be like this, Ikaram, it's okay with me." As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Valpo and the others, forcing a smile on his flat mouth. "I'm sorry, I bumped into you accidentally." Hearing Vivi's words, Ikaram stared at the other party with a sullen face. People on Valpo's side also did not expect that the little girl would not cry or make trouble. He even apologized to them despite the injury on his forehead, which made Valpo feel as if his fist had hit cotton and felt very uncomfortable. Dalton's heart was even more stirred up. "I thought to myself, it's really amazing. In such a world meeting, all kinds of kings came. Disastrous wars often result from a little friction. This little girl probably knew this and endured it. To be so amazing at such a young age, Vivi's performance left a deep impression on Dalton. Valpo on the side didn't have so much inner drama, so he turned around and left with the other loser. He even cursed. "Humph, you are such a disgusting brat, Dalton, let's go." Dalton just looked at Vivi deeply, said sorry, then turned and left. Ikaram looked at the other party with an annoyed look on his face, but said nothing more. After a while, Ikaram took Vivi to a corner where there was no one. Vivi suddenly couldn't bear it anymore, turned around and fell into Ikaram's arms and cried loudly. Ooh, it hurts so much, Ikaram, just when Vivi was crying loudly and Ikaram comforted her softly. Neither of them noticed that not far away, a man in green armor was seeing this scene. Dalton crossed his arms and thought that Princess Vivi was so amazing. She was already thinking about the country at such a young age. Chapter 128 Leaving the Holy Land Marijoa. Dalton can understand the feeling of thinking about the country, and he also hopes that his country will get better. It's just that he feels a little sad in his heart. He knows that his king is not a good thing, but he can't help it. He loves his country. Although he sometimes even wanted to leave, he thought that after he left, the lives of the people would become even more miserable, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to be the captain of the guard. They are all kings. Why is my own king so miserable? Although it is a big medical country, it has to formulate various national policies to restrict doctors. Then he shook his head, sighed and left. He was helpless and could only continue to apologize to Vivi in his heart. Not to mention the little episode that happened here at Vivi, the World Conference is proceeding in an orderly manner. In the afternoon, the kings and monarchs returned to the conference room and continued to discuss the morning's topic about the Revolutionary Army. Cobra's eyes were always staring at Valpo, but Valpo didn't care at all and just pretended that he couldn't see him. Subsequently, the representative of world government concluded, then the next step is to publicize the crimes of the Revolutionary Army, and the world must clearly understand them. This force is made up of some of the most ferocious criminals, even more hateful than pirates. In addition, I also ask all the kings to cooperate in publicity to make the people fear them. We will also do our best to arrest the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and we must solve this trouble as soon as possible. Next are various foreign policy issues. As for Sean, some plans for the next few years have already been planned. It was also the first time that Kizaru and Crow knew that Sean had laid a giant net without knowing it. A giant network covering the entire world, the Revolutionary Army, the underground world, world government, pirates, and other positions are all deployed by Sean. This really surprised them, and then Sean also gave Lucci a genetic potion. After learning the role of this, Kizaru felt as if he had taken a reassurance. I finally understood where Sean's highly capable subordinates came from. In his mind, Sean's mystery has been equated with the person behind world government. Advertisement as for Sean's plan to take over the world's highest power, the seat of the five elders. They came to a conclusion, regardless of whether they could be separated individually. The first condition is to have the strength to kill one silently, but no one in the entire sea can do this. Although Kizaru doesn't know the opponent's specific strength, he knows that the opponent is very strong. Otherwise, why would the opponent sit firmly on the throne of the highest power? Regarding this point, Sean also guaranteed that if you give him a few years, he will definitely be able to do it. But Enel and Lucci need to observe the target carefully. His target is anyone except the bald man holding the sword. He has the ability to purify and is not afraid of any weird abilities, and can even be caught off guard. This supersedes the bold idea of the five elders, even proposed by Enel. Without him, because even though he is in a high position, he has not been able to access the core secrets of world government. It is estimated that only the five elders and others can know some secrets and even historical texts. In the end, Sean gave each of them 2 stone ornaments, both of which were engraved with the marks he needed to teleport. Once exposed, as long as one of them is broken, he will naturally feel it, and he will be able to escape intact to the greatest extent possible. It's best if it succeeds, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't, because Enel's achievements in world government are fruitful. There are a large number of cadres who follow him at the middle level, so leaving now is not a big problem. In the evening, Cobra and others, who decided to leave early, found Sean. Sean also said goodbye to Enel, and even agreed with Kizaru to meet at the G5 branch some time later, and then took Crow towards the warship. After boarding the warship, Sean found that Vivi was missing and asked, "Where is Vivi? Where did she go?" Then Cobra was hesitant to speak, but Ikarim on the side had no scruples. "Humph, it's all the fault of the king of the Drum Kingdom. He beat Vivi, and now Vivi is at her teacher's place." After speaking, he looked indignant, as if he wanted to eat Valpo. After hearing this, Sean understood that Vivi still did not avoid being beaten, but this was within Sean's expectation. He can provide everyone with opportunities to become stronger, but he will not be a nanny. What he values is Vivi's tough and kind character. Advertisement so the pain of youth is inevitable, it will only make her stronger in the future, even if she is only 10 years old. Then he took Cobra to Sean's room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the little Lolita with blue ponytail nestled in Robin's arms, sobbing gently. Sean raised his hand to pray, and then the little Loli raised her dazed head and touched the place where she was hit. It no longer hurt. "I know everything about you. It's great. You deserve to be a princess of a country," Sean said with a smile to Vivi. Seeing her father and Lieutenant General Sean coming in, Vivi quickly got up from Robin's soft arms. She was still crying just now, but now she was praised again, and the little girl was inevitably a little embarrassed. He twirled his fingers and said softly, "Thank you, I don't feel any pain anymore." Sean nodded and said nothing, but looked at Cobra. "Next, the king of the Drum Kingdom will be replaced. You can prepare to establish diplomatic relations with the other party." At first, Cobra was a little confused, but then he thought of a possibility. His face changed and he said, "You want to launch a coup against that country? It's not necessary. The country can still be saved, and the top brass are not all idlers. It's just the captain of the escort team, Dalton." Vivi on the side said quickly, "I know, it's the guard wearing green armor, right?" Sean nodded slightly and continued, "I just need to kill that smelly hippopotamus. Dalton has great prestige among the people. It's just that they don't know how to resist tyranny, or in other words, they are not strong enough to overthrow Valpo's tyranny. Dalton's foolish loyalty and the numbness of the citizens are the capital that led to Valpo's unscrupulous behavior. With Valpo gone, that medical power will naturally be reborn. Just slowly establish diplomacy with this kind of king." Sean silently added in his heart, "If you beat children, who are you going to kill if you don't kill them?" And Cobra didn't expect that Sean would understand the other party's national structure so well. Even such a simple and crude way would force the king of the country to step down, which made Cobra understand more directly. Sean is a character who can really turn the world upside down at any time. Chapter 129 Valpo died. In the following time, Sean started his final salty fish mode. "I either sleep on the deck or fish every day." Robin also started his career as a teacher. After discussion, Robin was asked to follow Vivi back to the Alabasta Kingdom to stay. Let's read the historical article by the way. And Sean still has many things to do, such as killing Valpo of the Drum Kingdom. And go back to the East Daxia Sea to meet that brat Ace. A few days later, the warship docked at the port of Alabasta. Cobra and his team had Robin in charge, so there wasn't much of a problem. Before leaving, Sean gave Robin some marked stones so that he could come over at any time. Under Robin's reluctant eyes, the warship set sail again. Office. Sean was sitting on the sofa drinking Coke and glanced at Crow who was working. "I'll go out later." "Are you going to the Drum Kingdom?" Crow raised his wrist and pushed up his glasses. "That's right, but it's mainly a trip back to the East Daxia Sea. It's just a way to deal with that thing." Crow looked at Sean with envy. He also wanted to take a vacation anytime and anywhere. He hadn't been back to Donghai in 2 years, right? "I don't know if they will still remember me when I return to my hometown one day." Crow had a look of longing on his face, and then said, "If I get promoted, can I be as free as you?" "Aren't you free now?" "Am I free? Don't bullshit lousy, you can do whatever you want now. Why aren't you free?" Sean said angrily. Hearing this, Crow's whole body went numb and he looked at the 1-meter high documents on the table. Although it is said that you can move around as you like after it is processed, the key point is that this thing cannot be processed completely. Alas, life is not easy, Crow sighed. Don't argue with Sean, that's not a smart option. In the end, I silently endured everything. I, Chloe, want to take on my little brother. Advertisement. Sean was too lazy to pay attention to this guy with a lot of inner drama, opened the window of the office and flew out directly. Open the map and fly to the Drum Kingdom. At Sean's current speed, he can reach this snowy country in half a day. Arriving at the highest castle, Sean took a quick look and roughly figured out the location of everyone. He didn't bother to go down to talk, so he stretched out his 5 fingers and gestured towards the castle below. Rumble. Under the action of the repulsive force, the ground around the castle began to crack, and then dense ravines appeared. Valpo was even more frightened and rushed out of the castle in his pajamas. The moment Sean saw Valpo, he immediately used gravity to pull out a blizzard. Under Sean's subtle manipulation, the others were not hurt at all, and at most they were frozen in the snow. In the area where Valpo and his 2 henchmen were, various positions were intertwined, constantly cutting into their bodies. It caused several people to make various miserable screams. Ah! Dalton, where are you? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It hurts, it hurts. Dalton, how did you become the captain of the escort team? Except for these 3 people, the others were buried in the snow and could only hear the sound. The strange thing was that they could not struggle. No, it should be said that with Dalton's strength, he couldn't even struggle. Others might think it was an ordinary accident, but he felt the pressure brought by the snow pressing on him. After a while, the scoldings of Valpo and the others were gradually drowned out by the sound of feng shui. At this time, he was able to move, and he quickly struggled to get up and dug out the guards who followed him. Immediately I saw the dazzling red color not far away, which was so eye-catching in the snow-covered plains. There was a faint fishy smell in the air, which made Dalton have a bad guess. He quickly took a few guards over and started digging, including some servants, ministers, doctors and others in the castle. Seeing the sudden blizzard stop suddenly, I hurriedly came out and also discovered the dazzling scarlet color. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly stepped forward to check. As I got closer, I discovered that the spot where Dalton was digging had already reached a depth of nearly 1 meter, but there was no sign of anyone. Only the fishy-smelling snow was still there quietly. They also had some guesses, but they didn't dare to confirm them, so someone gradually started shouting. Advertisement, King Valpo, are you still there? After everyone shouted for a while, There was no response at all, and everyone fell into a brief silence. Then there was a burst of cheers. Is this a punishment from God? He should be dead, right? Ooh. The entire country was almost harmed by this devil. This is really God's foresight. While everyone was discussing happily, Dalton was not happy at all. Because he knew that this was not an accident, but a murder disguised as an accident. Dalton looked around solemnly, as if trying to find the person behind the scenes, but found nothing. He loves this country very much, and he is worried because he doesn't know what the purpose of that person is and whether he will cause harm to this country that is riddled with holes again. He didn't dare to tell others. He was afraid that the citizens would be retaliated against, after all, judging from the scene just now. If the other party wants to kill them and silence them, it probably won't take too much effort. Before he could figure out the reason, he found everyone looking at him intensely. So I could only bite the bullet and deal with the consequences of this incident. Sean, who had been standing in the air, smiled slightly when he saw this, as expected. Dalton's prestige is too high. Once Valber steps down, there is no doubt that he will be the new king of this country. No longer paying attention to the chaotic crowd below, Sean flew to another place. Not long after, he sensed an injured chopper in a treehouse, receiving hurried treatment from Cyrulik, a quack doctor. A slight smile appeared on Sean's lips. It's such an interesting country. Top doctors can save people, but they can't, and quack doctors can save people, but they can't. Dr. Cyrulik is a quack who lives a very bad life but wants to save the country. If you don't have the ability to save people, then think about saving this country. When Chopper is bullied and hunted by the tribe and humans as a monster. Only he would treat the injured Chopper as a patient. In the original work, even if he was disliked by others, he could still drag his dying body to treat people. After learning that no one was sick, he went to death without regrets. At that moment, he cured the hearts of everyone present except Valpo. He is a well-deserved great life mentor. Sean thought about it and decided to meet them because only Sean knew. The old man only had more than a year to live and was suffering from an incurable disease. Chapter 130 Cyrulik and Chopper. As for Chopper, Sean has no intention of taking him into Marine, and neither will the rest of the protagonist group. There is no other reason for this, because for a man of luck like Luffy, being reckless can allow him to learn more information. That kind of luck is not comparable to his own, and Luffy is Ace's younger brother, and Ace is his subordinate. Sabo is his subordinate, and Zoro is his junior brother. That guy idolizes him. So he landed directly at the door and knocked gently on the door. Knock knock. Hearing someone knocking on the door, although he was a little confused, the quack doctor still came to the gate of opening. As soon as I hit the gate of opening, first saw a Marine with an indifferent expression on his face, wearing a white suit and a coat of justice. Yes, Sean has changed his look. There's nothing he can do about it. He's tired of wearing black every day. It's good to wear a white suit once in a while. After all, his nickname is Too Long, isn't it just white? The moment he saw a Marine, Cyrulik panicked. He thought he had been reported. Should I report him for random treatment or all kinds of deception and abduction? Seeing the worried expression of the quack doctor in front of him, Sean only felt funny and spoke first before the other party could think of a countermeasure. Won't you let me go in and sit down, Dr. Cyrulik? The quack doctor was shocked by Sean and came to his senses, and quickly welcomed Sean in. But the worry between his eyebrows is getting stronger. What if the other party wants to accept bribes? When I entered the other party's house, I saw all kinds of messy books and some bottles and cans. This should be the panacea that the other party is researching to treat the people. At this time, Sean found a small reindeer not far away from the door of the room looking at him. He pulled open the door and exposed most of his body, thinking he was well hidden. After receiving a slight glance from Sean, he was immediately frightened and retreated into the room. Seeing this, Cyrulik quickly stepped forward and introduced. That's Chopper, my son. Advertisement, he didn't do anything bad. This kid is having a hard time. If anything happens to you, just arrest me. Don't involve him, please. The doctor had a pleading look on his face, thinking that Sean was the Marine who came to arrest him. Upon hearing this, Chopper in the room immediately ran out and stood in front of Hylaluka. He looked at Sean with a wary face, without words, but his actions said everything. Sean smiled. It seemed that Chopper had been living with quacks for some time, but his level of quacks was limited. Chopper didn't fully recover because he couldn't take good care of him. So he said, I have no other intentions, and I am not here to arrest you. I just want to come in and have a look. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to believe what he said, he raised his hand to Chopper and released a prayer. In an instant, Chopper's small body lit up with a milky yellow light with a little starlight. Within a moment, Chopper felt better than ever before, and his eyes narrowed with enjoyment. The quack doctor examined Chopper with a worried look. After removing the bandage, he found that Chopper's injuries were all gone. Suddenly he bowed to Sean with an excited expression and said, I'm so grateful to you. You're a very good Marine. This kid is so lonely, woohoo, ha ha ha. He was dancing, crying and laughing as he spoke. He was very happy, not because he had not been caught, nor because the other party had treated Chopper's injuries. Instead, he felt Sean's kindness towards Chopper, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Chopper. The rejection of the same kind and the disgust of humans all cast a haze on the fragile heart of this simple-minded little reindeer who just wanted to be close to humans. Some people use their childhood to heal their entire lives, but some people use their entire lives to heal their childhood. The heartbroken little reindeer blinked at Sean, seemingly asking why he would help him. Seeing Chopper's appearance, Sean wanted to step forward and give him a hand, it was so cute. However, he still looked at Cyrulic and said softly, "Don't get too excited first. Do you know that you are terminally ill?" When the quack doctor who was dancing with joy heard this, his body stiffened and he immediately looked at his research. Immediately he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, right? That's such a shame, but it doesn't matter. But when he saw Chopper's eyes full of worry, his heart trembled. His research should be able to keep up, but what should Chopper do? His eyes immediately brightened. Advertisement. I thought of my best friend, the real doctor, Dr. Kuleya. If Chopper didn't know about it, he might drive him away to let Chopper get to know him. But now I can't, I can only bite the bullet and say to Chopper, I know a very powerful doctor, so Chopper, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, the worry on Chopper's face eased slightly, but he still said in a sweet voice, then go find him quickly. Chopper was very afraid that the only person in his life who was kind to him would die. When Chopper was seriously injured, it was Hylaluka who appeared with a tranquilizer gun in his hand, trying to save Chopper, but Chopper refused to let Hylaluka get close at all. In order to show his innocence and express his goodwill, Hylaluka even took off his clothes in this ice and snow. He threw away the anesthetic gun in his hand, just to prove that he really wanted to save him. To the young Chopper, this scene was undoubtedly like a scorching sun that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Hearing this, the quack doctor was a little embarrassed, but he still said, then just wait for me here, okay? I'll call her over. He wanted Kuleya to help hide his illness, and he had no doubts about Sean's medical skills. After all, with a gentle wave of his hand, Chopper's injuries were healed without even a scar. Since the other party said it was a terminal illness, it probably couldn't be cured. In his heart, Sean and Kuleya are both excellent doctors. Now all he wants to do is ask Kuleya to hide it for him. Sean on the side certainly understood what Quack was thinking, but he didn't stop him because he also wanted Chopper to contact him in advance. Otherwise, if he had directly cured the Quack and informed him that Valpo was dead, could Chopper still learn medical skills? According to the record pointer, the Straw Hats will eventually come here. He doesn't want Chopper to become mediocre. When the time comes, if you try to fool me again, you will have to pay a huge price and suffer serious injuries before you save the Quack Doctor. It would be better to guide Chopper to research his own panacea. When Chopper heard that the Quack Doctor said that he wanted to find Kuleya by himself, he suddenly became unhappy. No, I have to go with you, otherwise I won't be at ease. Ha 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 ha, idiot son, nothing will happen to me. Just wait for me at home. My friend has a very weird temper and likes to eat children. Hiralik said to scare Chopper. Chapter 131 Kuleya. Hearing Cyrulic's threats, Chopper was so frightened that his face was filled with panic, but he still shook his head stubbornly. No, I have to protect you, otherwise I won't worry. This made Cyrulic very upset. If Sean was not here, he would not hesitate to get angry. He used extreme methods to force Chopper away, but now that someone is around, he can't use those methods. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded, okay, let's go together. Then he looked at Sean on the side. Well, Mr. Marine, can you wait for us here? My friend's temperament is really weird, and I'm afraid she will bump into you. Sean also knew what was going on, that old witch woman who liked to pretend to be young. He didn't care, he just wanted to let Chopper know his own powerlessness and give Chopper a goal. He nodded immediately. You go ahead, I'll just wait for you here. Then Cyrulic went to tidy up himself. It was so cold outside, so he had to at least wear more clothes. Chopper on the side was staring closely at Sean, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and imitated the gesture just now. He bowed and said, Mr. Marine, thank you for treating me and discovering Dr. Cyrulic's illness. But he was still a little shy when he spoke. This was the second human being who was kind to him besides the Quack Doctor. He is worried that he will not do well and attract the other person's disgust. But seeing Sean and Chopper imitating adults, he suddenly felt a little funny. He leaned down and stretched out his hand to rub Chopper's head. He felt so warm, the hair was so soft and so comfortable. He said softly, You're welcome, Chopper is really cute. Hearing this, Chopper's little body froze, and then he twisted around, scratching the back of his head with one hand, twisting with pleasure on his face. BB asterisk 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 D, who is so cute? I wouldn't be happy even if you said that. What an idiot, I'm a man, he. After arguing with Chopper for a while, the Quack Doctor changed his clothes and said to Chopper, Let's go, Chopper. Well, he immediately turned to look at Sean, with a hint of hope in his eyes, and asked, Will Mr. Marine be waiting for us here? Advertisement, yes, you can go ahead. I'll just wait for you here. Anyway, I'm on vacation recently, so I'm not in a hurry. Immediately, Chopper took small steps and went out. Cyrulic looked at Sean, hesitated for a moment but said nothing, and went out. An idea flashed through his mind, and then he extinguished it. Because he doesn't think that busy Marine will have time to take care of his son. Sean, on the other hand, was warming himself by the fire in the living room, holding a two-piece set of Coke and cigars, and lying comfortably on the sofa. On the other side, Chopper, who came to Dr. Kuleya's residence, finally met the man with superb medical skills in Cyrulic's mouth. Long time no see, Kuleya, you are still so young. Kuleya, who was wearing a rock jacket and showing her belly button, took off her glasses. Even if you flatter me like this, I won't tell you the secret of eternal youth. Ah ha ha, really, that's really a pity. Chopper looked at the man in front of him, who looked older than Cyrulik, with some confusion. He couldn't help but said, but you clearly look older than Cyrulik. Hearing this, Kuleha looked at Chopper with an unkind expression and said in a cold tone, Little reindeer, do you know that your behavior is very rude? Chopper was startled by Kuleha's appearance, and then he remembered that he knew how to eat children. He hurriedly hid behind Cyrulik, pulled the other person's thigh, and quietly looked at the terrifying witch in front of him. Humph, I'll forgive you this time. After all, I'm a young and beautiful girl who is only 133 years old. Don't be so rude next time, little guy. Kuleha said to Chopper while walking into the house. Hearing this, Chopper nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, he just felt that the other party was so terrifying. When she came to the living room and sat down, Kuleha picked up a wine bottle and poured a sip of plum wine into her mouth. Ha, Kuleha said happily, sure enough, plum wine is the best. You quack doctor didn't even know how to bring me wine when I came here. Hearing this, Shillik smiled and said, there is nothing I can do. He is a poor man whose trouser pockets are cleaner than his face. I don't have money to buy wine, so I can only change the subject. I'm here this time to ask you for something. Advertisement? Oh, can you ask me for help? Kuleha said in surprise. Chopper on the side quickly said, Hylaluk is suffering from a terminal illness, so I would like to ask Dr. Kuleha to help treat him. Hearing this, Kuleha frowned and looked at Cyrulik seriously. Quack doctor, what's going on? Then Cyrulik told Kuleha everything that happened. After hearing this, Kuleha frowned and asked, does the marine you were talking about carry a knife? Yes, he has a knife on his waist. Do you know him? Cyrulik asked. Kuleha ignored him, but rummaged through the cabinet for a while, pulled out a stack of newspapers, and picked out a few newspapers with photos of a person. He handed it over and asked, see if it's this. Cyrulik took the newspaper and subconsciously looked at the title. Open black lens bracket Marine New World G5 Sea Area. Why is it called the Graveyard of Pirates? Close black lens bracket. G5 Base Commander, Lieutenant General Tulong, who has the strongest healing ability on the sea today. Close black lens bracket. The strongest line of defense standing in the New World, G5 Branch. Close black lens bracket. Since the conflict with Kaido of 100 Beasts, 2 years ago, a small-scale conflict has occurred between the staff of Lieutenant General Toryu and Kaido's pirate group. Looking at the headlines, there are also pictures in the newspapers or the profile of a knife holding a knife, or a stern face. Cyrulik suddenly stuttered. Although he rarely pays attention to these major events, he also knows who Kaido is. I also know that more than 2 years ago, there was a marine supernova who fought with Kaido for 11 days in the New World. I just didn't expect that such a character would come to my home. Chopper on the side was not literate yet, but when he saw Sean's photo, he said happily, that's him, he's at our house. Kuleha didn't dare to be too boastful at this time, and asked with a frown, did he tell you the reason for coming here? No, he just said that he was on vacation and passed by here. Cyrulik stuttered. Kuleha didn't believe it at all. It's impossible for such a person to come here, unless something happens here. No, you guys wait for me here, I'll go check it out and see if anything big happened here. After saying that, Kuleha picked up her coat and went out. Chapter 132 Incurable Disease. Hearing what Kuleha said, the quack doctor's IQ also returned, and he also vaguely felt that the other party came here for a purpose. At most, he just passed by and treated Chopper. After all, he was Marine. Chopper was a little confused. He didn't know what happened due to his limited experience, so he asked Cyrulik. After Cyrulik's scientific education, Chopper's eyes widened and he said incredulously. Okay, so powerful, but he shouldn't be a bad person, right? I can feel it. Hearing this, Cyrulik immediately laughed. Haha, Chopper still sees through. Yes, who cares? We just need to know that the other party is kind to us. Plus the other party is also a Marine, so he probably won't do anything to harm civilians. Next, Chopper, led by Cyrulik, looked around Kuleha's house and made a mess. After a long time, when he heard the sound of the gate of opening, Cyrulik looked at the messed up environment with some panic. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he saw Kuleha walking in with a solemn expression. He even turned a blind eye to the mess that Cyrulik made at home. This made the quack doctor also notice something, so he asked, did you get any news? Kuleha looked at the two of them and said solemnly, dead, Valpo and his confidants died in a snowstorm, and there are even no bodies left. Hearing this, Cyrulik was a little confused and couldn't turn a corner for a while, so he asked nervously, does that have anything to do with Brother Marine? Kuleha said with some resentment, Valpo just attended the World Conference. Some lieutenant generals were even responsible for escorting the kings and monarchs. He died not long after he came back. What do you think it has to do with it? The simple Chopper still couldn't figure out the relationship, but didn't the person you mentioned die in a snowstorm? Have you ever seen anyone die in a snowstorm with no body left? As soon as these words came out, Cyrulik also came to his senses. At present, in this country, it seems that no one except the legendary Lieutenant General can do this. Advertisement unable to make up his mind, he had to ask Kuleha, then what should we do next? What should I do? There is no need to do anything, just pretend that you don't know. It is probably the arrogant and incompetent guy who provoked the other party and led to the death. I just went out for a trip, and the people were all celebrating. In a sense, the other party did something good. Cyrulic nodded. He also understood the meaning of this, and he was so nervous that he immediately stopped thinking about it. Chopper on the side was also thinking that Kuleha could help Cyrulic check it out. Dr. Kuleha, can you help Cyrulic with treatment now? Mr. Marine said he has a terminal illness. Only then did Kuleha remember why the other party came and looked at Chopper, who was blinking his eyes pitifully. Kuleha also said angrily to Cyrulic, "You are such a useless thing. The reindeer cares more about his physical condition than you do. Forget it, get over here." Cyrulic smiled and followed him. When he passed by Chopper, he said, "Chopper, wait here. I believe my friend, her medical skills are the best in the world." "Okay, then I'll wait for you here." After saying that, he walked aside, squatted on the ground, and watched Hylaluk enter another room with an obedient expression. In the room, after some inspections, Kuleha looked a little ugly and said bluntly, "How did you trick yourself into having only 1 year left to live without knowing it? No matter how useless you are still a doctor. Don't you notice that you feel uncomfortable?" Cyrulic was a little embarrassed, but after hesitating for a moment, he still looked at the other party with a serious face. "I hope you can help me hide Chopper, and I want to hand Chopper over to you. Actually, I had already made some assumptions before I came here. With that Marine guy's methods, I think I might really be hopeless. But I still can't let go of Chopper. This kid is very pitiful. He was rejected by the tribe because of his blue nose. He ate the devil fruit and was hunted as a monster by humans." Having said this, Shillik bowed. His voice was not loud, but he said with pleading, "For the sake of us knowing each other for so long, please help me." Advertisement. Hearing this, Kuleha was a little dissatisfied. "Hey, you quack, how can you help me make decisions at will? Besides, if you cooperate well with my treatment, you can still live for a while." Based on Cyrulic's understanding of Kuleha, the other party probably agreed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately waved his hands and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't want to spend the end of my life lying in a hospital bed. I want to do something meaningful." "Meaningful thing?" Hearing Kuleha's question, Cyrulic said with blazing eyes, "Yes, I have never done anything impressive in my life, not even with my medical talent. But I want to develop a universal medicine, a medicine that can heal this country, a medicine called a miracle." When Kuleha heard this, she rolled her 133-year-old eyes and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? You are just a quack. Besides, Valpo is already dead. This country is not without hope." Cyrulic shook his head. "You are wrong. As long as the citizens put forward a little resistance, our country will not change from a big medical country to only 20 doctors today. People are too indifferent. What if the next person in power is also corrupted by power? After all, everyone has to step out of the door." Kuleha was a little puzzled and looked at the quack doctor in front of her that everyone was shouting about. Asked, "So what is the purpose of doing this? Even if you are going to die, you still want to study your miracle medicine?" "You are wrong. When does a person die? When his heart is penetrated by a bullet? No. When he gets an incurable disease? No. When he dies in a snowstorm? No. When he is forgotten by the world. A small man also has big ambitions. He wants to awaken the power of hope among the people. Only by allowing this country to achieve a miracle can the citizens know that people can create miracles. Even though Valpo is dead now, he still wants to leave a miracle that is recognized by people." After a moment of silence, Kuleha said, "Forget it, I'm really defeated by you. Tell me, how do you want me to help you hide that little reindeer? Don't forget, that Marine is still a guest at your house. Just say that my disease can be cured and just prescribe some medicine. As for Brother Marine, just come with me to convince him." Chapter 133 Recovery. Also, I think you can teach Chopper medical skills. He is very interested in medical skills, but my ability is limited, alas. Kuleha was suddenly startled. When did you have the illusion that you have medical abilities? Hearing this, Cyrulic didn't feel embarrassed when he was teased. After all, he was used to it. Just when he was about to say something, he heard the sound of glass being broken from the door. The two of them turned around to see Chopper standing there with a bewildered expression on his face. There were glass fragments from the tray and water glass on the floor. Seeing Chopper's somewhat bewildered look, the 133-year-old young and beautiful girl immediately knew that the other party had been eavesdropping for some time. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a bad tone, "Little reindeer, you are so naughty. Tell me, how long have you been eavesdropping?" I originally felt embarrassed about being caught eavesdropping, but after hearing Kuleha's question, I couldn't care less about the shame. He mustered up the courage to look directly at the other person. "Since you said Cyrulic only had 1 year to live, I just wanted to bring you water." Hearing this, Cyrulic was a little confused, and he didn't know how to explain it to the other party. This is a proper large-scale social death scene. When Chopper saw Cyrulic not speaking, his eyes gradually became filled with mist. "Doctor, you said you would always stay with me. You obviously promised me. Why do you still want to lie to me when you're in this situation? I'm obviously very good. I won't cry or make trouble. Can you keep me by your side, doctor? I will study medical skills and make a panacea for you." Seeing Chopper's sad expression, Cyrulic was also a little at a loss. If he kept it secret from Chopper, he could naturally do what he wanted to do, but now that Chopper has discovered it, he will definitely be forced to take good care of it. When Kuleha saw this, she stopped talking, and only the person involved could make the decision. Just when several people were silent, only faint sobbing could be heard. A sound reached several people's ears from the window. Tisk. Who said terminal illnesses can be saved? Hearing this, several people looked at the open window. After the window was opened, a figure turned over and came in. Everyone knows that this is the Lieutenant General. Advertisement Sean just took a nap and came over to see if he was bored. Now that the goal has been achieved, Chopper also has the ideal of a panacea. Before Cyrulic could say anything, Kureha was a little unhappy. Hey, do you know that it is very rude for you to break through the window and enter the home of a young and beautiful girl like this, even if you are Marine? Ah, sorry. Sean scratched his head and nonchalantly walked to sit on the sofa next to Chopper. It's just that I was out for a walk out of boredom, and then I heard what you said, and then I couldn't help but speak out. Next time I eavesdrop, I won't comment anymore. After hearing Sean's apology, several people's heads were full of doubts. Is this really Marine? Why does he look so much like a street kid? As for Chopper, who was feeling sad, his eyes filled with light again when he heard Sean say that it was not impossible to save him. He really couldn't imagine how bad his life would become after losing his doctor. As for Kuleha, she was temporarily filtered by Chopper. Taking small steps, he came to Sean. Can you treat Dr. Cyrulica? Sean nodded. I can. The cute Chopper looked at Sean with hope. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Sean raising his hand towards Cyrulic. In an instant, a burst of blue light emerged from Cyrulic's body. This sudden change made Chopper hold back what he was about to say. He recognized this light. It had lit up before when he was being treated, but it was milky yellow at that time, but now it was blue. This process only lasted a few seconds, and then Chopper came to Cyrulic eagerly. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Seeing that Chopper still had a worried look on his face, Cyrulic immediately smiled heartily. Hi ha ha ha, it seems that I have encountered a miracle, old man. I feel better than ever before. Kuleha, who was on the side, didn't care so much and directly took Hylaluk to the side to check. During the inspection, he looked at Sean, who was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, and asked abruptly, You killed Valpo, right? Sean was looking at the cartoon about Germa in his hand and responded without raising his head. Yeah, what's wrong? Cyrulic. Kuleha. Two elderly people really can't understand this young man's brain circuit. You're a Marine, bro. Is it really okay to just admit it like this? How can Marine assassinate the king of another country? Advertisement Sean then looked up at the two of them, especially when he saw Kuleha's old face that looked like constipation. He suddenly felt relieved. But he still explained. Aha, I'm joking. This is all a joke among young people. Dr. Kuleha, you won't take it seriously, will you? No. When Kuleha heard this, she rolled her eyes strangely and said, How is that possible? I am a young and beautiful girl. How could I take this seriously? Are you teasing me, trying to get the secret of my eternal youth? Oh, it's such a pity that you discovered all this. Even if you say so, I won't give it to you. Who makes you an annoying little brat? Cyrulic and Chopper were both speechless. They were both waiting for the result. Fortunately, Kuleha was still reliable. During the conversation, he completed the inspection after a while, and said to Cyrulic. If you say this is a miracle, it's actually okay. Congratulations, Quack Doctor, you really recovered, although this is unbelievable to me. Hearing this, Chopper and Cyrulic both let go of their hearts, and immediately hugged each other. Doctor. Chopper. Seeing that they were heading towards a Chong Yao drama, Sean shook his head and left the room. Seeing this, Kuleha also came out. He asked bluntly, Mr. Lieutenant General, can you tell me why you want to help them and their son? Phew, after Sean blew out the smoke ring, he said quietly, Does Marine need a reason to help civilians? What about Valpo? I don't believe that bully dares to provoke you. We have heard about your bad temper here. Kuleha also picked up her plum wine and took a sip. Sean glanced at the door and said, You're thinking too much. Okay, I'm leaving. Please go back and tell them for me. Immediately, Sean slowly walked out of the door. When he came to the door, Sean paused. That little guy is very talented in medicine. You can teach him with confidence. After that, he left without looking back. Looking at Sean's leaving figure, the elderly young beautiful girl smiled, showing a strange smile that made a child change his face at the sight. That's funny, Marine. Chapter 134 Goodbye Sisters. After leaving, Sean sensed the location of Marine headquarters and immediately teleported back to the house at the headquarters. Looking at the lifelike decoration in the house and the various pink and tender furniture, Sean was speechless for a while. Fortunately, he didn't live here, otherwise it would be a shame. However, Kuina and Dasky are not here. They should be practicing physical skills with Zephyr at this time. Then he walked out of the room and walked leisurely towards the training area, encountering many soldiers saluting him along the way. Nowadays, Sean's reputation among grassroots soldiers is no joke. After all, he has treated too many sailors. They were already accustomed to Sean appearing in the headquarters from time to time, so they just said hello and went about their business. After all, Sean still looks very bluffing, and his reputation is high, but his inhumane temperament cannot be faked. Just like that, we arrived at the practice field soon, and old man Zephyr was training this year's recruits. There is a special area on the side. No students will go there because there are two little monsters there. They are obviously two swordsmen, but they are each carrying a mountain-like boulder and doing physical training. After watching for a while, Sean was spotted by Zephyr. Zephyr told everyone to rest for 15 minutes and then walked towards Sean. But before Zephyr could reach Sean, a gust of wind blew past him, accompanied by a sound of joy. Sean. It was Kuina who flew towards Sean like a swallow returning to its nest. Sean also had a big headache. He was already a big girl, and yet he was so careless about the impact. Even though he was complaining in his heart, he still reached out his hand to catch Kuina. Kuina hung on Sean like a koala, her little face constantly wiping sweat on Sean's suit. He immediately raised his head and asked, "Why did you come back suddenly today?" Dasky, who was running next to her, looked at Kuina with a hint of envy in her eyes. She really wanted to do this, but she was too thin-skinned to dare. Sean patted Kuina and motioned for her to go down first, and then said, "I'm here to assess you and see how your physical training has been in the past 2 years. Advertisement: if you meet my requirements, I will take you to the New World to practice swordsmanship." Hearing this, Kuina and Dasky's eyes lit up. After they looked at each other, they said in unison, "How to assess?" They have long wanted to practice with Sean. In their minds, Sean's swordsmanship talent must be no weaker than Mahawk, the world's best swordsman. If Sean hadn't eaten the devil fruit, it's not certain who would be the best in the world. Seeing the two people becoming more and more understanding, Sean smiled. "It's already evening, you guys have a good night's rest tonight, and I'll test you again tomorrow morning." At this time, Zephyr walked up to Sean and said with a smile, "These two little guys will surprise you. I didn't expect their talents to be so high." Sean looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprise. Sure enough, the gentle Zephyr was more pleasing to the eye. Haha, right. It doesn't matter who they are. They're my elementary school girls. Of course, the most important thing is the old man's teachings. Sean flattered Zephyr a little. Of course he knew what was going on with these two people's talents, but Sean was happy to coax this admirable old man. "Are you taking them to your G5? "Yes, but it still depends on whether they can meet my requirements." Zephyr smiled confidently and said, "I won't disappoint you. Then we will have 2 more reliable monsters in Marine. With your guidance, I feel relieved. Let's go to dinner together later. I'll make a reservation at Shushwiru restaurant and invite everyone." Okay, during this world conference, in order to maintain law and order, I haven't gathered with warring states and others for a while. Then Zephyr asked, "By the way, why did you come back so soon? Isn't the world conference over yet?" During this time, because of the world conference, most of Marine's elites went out. Logically speaking, it should be over in a day or two. Sean also said that he could not transport too many people at one time because he was afraid of being used as a transport machine. So Sean can only take the warship honestly. Sure enough, Sean's face froze when he heard ZFA's words, but he still explained. "The king of Alabasta who I am responsible for left early." Zephyr looked at the other party suspiciously. "No, even if they left on the first day, based on time, your warship hasn't returned to G5 yet, right?" "Uh-huh, don't worry about so many details. My subordinates are very reliable, I just left a little early." Advertisement. As he spoke, he pushed the two sisters back without looking back. As he walked, he said, "Let's meet in the evening and talk about it." Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Zephyr also laughed and cursed. "You brat, you must have neglected your duty again." Yes, it is quite troublesome for Marine's senior generals to ask for leave, especially for New World's lieutenant generals. Only people like Sean dare to leave unscrupulously, otherwise once other pirates know that the defense is weak, the pirates may even take advantage of it and do bad things. Crow has a stone given by Sean. As long as he crushes it, Sean can sense it and save the situation quickly, so the problem is not big. On the way back, Kuina still acted like a child and asked Sean to carry her on her back. Sean could only say helplessly, "You are already a big girl, you can no longer act like you were a child." Feeling the softness on his back, Sean could only guide the other person over and over again. After all, Kuina was almost 16 and had to avoid suspicion. Kuina hugged Sean's neck and shook her head. "That's not true, we still have several years to grow up. Then we have to avoid suspicion. Boys and girls can't be that close except for husband and wife in romantic relationships." As he looked at Dasky, Nunazui continued, "Look at how well behaved Dasky is, you are just like a monkey." Dasky on the side heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red, thinking, "I really don't want to be good, but I don't dare." Kuina groaned and said, "Huh, you are like a monkey. Sean is so annoying now, Dasky is not being good, it is because she has no guts to do this. If you don't believe me, ask her." Kuina's ears directly filtered what Sean said about not being so intimate, and she didn't hesitate to expose Dasky's little thoughts. Dasky also looked slightly panicked, but she still pretended to be calm. "Kuina, you are so imitated that you have learned to slander me. You also said that you were your sister, but you said it so childishly." "Humph, I didn't slander you, you have, I don't." Just like that, amidst the noise, Sean carried Kuina on his back, and Dashi followed beside him. The three of them walked home slowly, bathing in the afterglow of the sunset. Chapter 135. Small Party. Shushwiru Restaurant Private Room. Sean led the two sisters in. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the four elderly people, Crane, Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr. Everyone saw Sean and said hello, and Sean responded to each other one by one. But as Sean sat down, these people ignored him. It was obvious that the small gathering with Zephyr had become an excuse for them to have dinner together. This is normal. Everyone is busy during this period, especially the World Conference held every 4 years. As the absolute top leaders of Marine, although they are in charge of the headquarters, they are not relaxed at all. Gravity brat, I haven't seen you for a while. Next time you go to the East Daxia Sea, help me persuade Ace to come to Marine for training as soon as possible. Why do you have to wait until you are 17? While waiting for their meal, Garp complained to Sean, the man who had introduced Ace to Marine. However, after hearing Garp's words, before Sean could speak, Sangguo stared at him rather resentfully. It's not me and Ahe. Do you think you can ask Ace to join Marine here? UB ******** D. Hearing this, Garp smiled. He is him. How can his father have anything to do with him? That's not true of you, Garp. He glanced at Garp indifferently and continued, leaving aside the identity of the child's father, do you think that the world government's intelligence agency is a setup? If Sengoku and I hadn't been dealing with the above, and with the endorsement of you and Xiao Xiaogui, we would have wanted to characterize this time as pirates who yearn for justice. Do you think that just because of your enthusiasm, he can become the excellent Marine soldier you say? Sure enough, after hearing this, Garp no longer refuted, obviously he knew the urine of those above. If there weren't so many people endorsing Ace, the world government would definitely position Ace as a sinful bloodline, and then execute him after publicizing it. Ace will never be characterized as a good young man who has returned from his lost ways and wants to be bright, as he is now. Even if Ace's identity is exposed one day, it may be difficult for some civilians to accept it, but it doesn't hurt. Peeved, haha, then I really want to thank you, the great staff officer, for your help. I invited you to this meal. Advertisement. He immediately looked at Sean. Gravity boy, I'll let you treat me next time. This time I have to thank the old man properly, otherwise God knows how long they will be nagging in my ears. What about me? Didn't Counselor he also say that I also have a share in the guarantee? Share the extra with me? This is too much? Sean couldn't help but spread his hands and complained. Humph. This B************* D. Garp has always been such a B********** D. It would be great if he told us the truth earlier, which made me lose face in front of those guys. Hearing Sengoku's complaints, Garp was unhappy. He said he didn't think it was a big deal. But for some reason, he liked to confront warring states, so he stared back. Idiot Sengoku, thank you for your wisdom. What if I'm discovered prematurely and secretly executed by you? Originally, I wanted to wait until Ace became stronger before telling me. After hearing this, Sean also felt that it was very possible. Don't forget, it was only Roger who was arrested. At that time, his entire pirate group was the Roger Pirates group at its most vigorous and peak period. Marine senior management will not let Roger's blood flow out. It is hard to say whether he has talent or whether he will follow Roger's path. Judging from the character of those pirates, they will definitely take more care of the captain's son. In the future, a super pirate will be born. So Garp is not brainless, it's just that he is impulsive and is used to darkness, so he doesn't want to think so much, so he just hides it. Who would have thought that the Marine hero would raise his opponent's son together? He even considered the opponent his grandson. You really took advantage of Roger. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Zephyr quickly interrupted them. Okay, you guys, there are two little girls here. You are not afraid of others laughing at you. How old are you? Hearing this, the two old men also looked at the two girls sitting next to Sean, and their faces suddenly felt embarrassed. However, the two little girls seemed to have adapted to their way of getting along, and they just covered their mouths and snickered. Not long after, the food in the restaurant was served, and several big eaters began to start the gluttonous feast like a storm. But Sean was a little surprised that Garp was so generous this time, looking happy no matter how much he ordered. Advertisement. As far as he knew, the old man Garp was not poor, but his salary couldn't stand such a high salary. As the dinner drew to a close, Garp went to the bathroom. Not long after, the waiter came in with a thick stack of bills and looked at Warring States immediately. With a flowing smile on his face, he said, "Hello, Warring States Fleet Admiral, Lieutenant General Garp just said that you are responsible for paying the bill for this meal. Here is the bill, please take a look." As expected, there was something fishy about Garp's invitation to dinner. Garp's favorite thing was to take advantage of Warring States period. You can tell from the fact that he loves donuts the most, but he goes to the Sengoku office every day to look for senbei. Suddenly, Warring States turned pale and looked at the other people present, but Zephyr and he had already stood up and walked towards the door. He immediately turned his attention to Sean and the two sisters who were still sitting in their seats. Sean didn't give the other person a chance to speak, and preemptively said, "Then I'll thank Warring States Fleet Admiral for this meal. You two should thank each other quickly." He patted the two of them on the head. Suddenly, the two girls stood up and said sweetly, "Thank you Sengoku Fleet Admiral for the hospitality." After the words fell, Sean held the two of them by their collars and said, "Then let's go back, bye." Call out. In an instant, a burst of white light flashed, and the three of them disappeared. While he was stunned, Zephyr and the others also walked out of the door of the box. He immediately clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and roared loudly, "Garp, you be **************** D. Don't let me see you again." Warring States' roar even alarmed everyone in the restaurant, but upon hearing the content, everyone was happy. This was because Lieutenant General Garp had made Warring States Fleet Admiral angry again. Everyone was not surprised and even envied the friendship between the two. When Sean returned home, after washing himself, he lay down on the bed that the two girls often made for him and fell asleep. In the girls' room, both sisters couldn't sleep. Although Zephyr said that they could pass the test, they were unsure and a little uneasy. Dasa-chi, do you think we can really pass Sean's assessment? I really want to follow him to the new world. As the younger sister, Daski looked determined. Yes, for our dream. Chapter 136 Sean vs. Kuina, Daski. Yes, for the dream, efforts will not fail us. The next morning, Marine Recruit Training Ground. Sean came here early with the two girls, and there were a lot of people standing densely packed. In addition to Zephyr and the other recruits, the bored Garp also came, and Sengoku was spitting out sweet things to Garp. Garp didn't respond at all except picking his nose and ears. It seems like Garp is used to it. After seeing Sean and the two girls, Garp's eyes lit up. He could finally get rid of this verbose Sengoku, and he immediately walked towards the three of them. You're here, you don't know how annoying this old guy from Sengoku is, making noises in my ears so early in the morning, Garp complained. Hearing this, Sangguo blushed, and the fingers pointing at Garp were trembling slightly. You be asterisk 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 D, don't force me to do anything to you. Seeing this, Zephyr quickly stepped forward and said, okay, you two, there are many people here. The protagonists today are not you, but those two little monsters. He immediately looked at Daski and Kuina. Let these recruits see why you are called little monsters. Yes. Teacher Zephyr. X2 after saying that, fighting spirit ignited in their eyes, and they walked to the center of the training ground to wait for Sean. Seeing this, Sean also strode over, while the others stayed far away under ZFA's arrangement. The three of them looked at each other from a distance, and there was an aura in the air that made the recruits feel depressed. Come on, let me see how you two have learned in the past 2 years, don't hold back. Sean flirted with the two women and added, I don't use domineering, Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship, or abilities. If you beat me to bruises or even use any kind of ability, you can forget it. Wow, as soon as these words came out, the recruits who only knew that Sean was strong but didn't know how strong he was looked at each other in shock. If this is the case, then Lieutenant General Sean will use the purest physical skills to deal with the two of them. Advertisement since these 2 years have been the time for the two of them to lay the foundation. Sean asked them to focus on physical training, so neither of them brought a knife this time. The two looked at each other and nodded, before Kuina took the lead in launching the attack. Kuina appeared in front of Sean with a shaver, jumped up, and covered Sean's head with hardened legs covered in armor. They don't dare to act in any way, but Kuina knows that Sean has been strong since he was young. Sean was a little confused. Facing him and Kuina to attack him head-on was undoubtedly a particularly stupid thing. When Sean raised his hand to gently block Kuina's whip kick. Daski's whip kick came as expected, also aimed at the head, but she was only half a beat slower than Kuina's. This was a seamless connection with Kuina's attack. Sean admired in his heart. Without tacit understanding, it would be impossible to make two full-strength attacks seamlessly. It was so close that there was no time difference. Fighting against them with people of the same level is not as simple as 1 versus 2, but it's not enough. Sean's other hand also gently blocked Dashi's kick. The next moment, the two girls twisted their bodies in synchrony and kicked the other leg backwards towards Sean. Sean had no choice but to let go of the two of them, crouched down slightly, and avoided the two's follow-up attacks. Then he kicked the two women one by one. The two girls were kicked into the air, and Kuina pulled Dashi over. Kuina crossed her arms and covered them with military colors, and Daski stepped on Kuina's arms to lend strength. With a strong kick, he dived at high speed, and his small fist was covered with domineering energy and attacked Sean. Sean turned sideways lightly, and Dusky hit the ground immediately. Boom! Except for the place where Sean was standing, which was protected by him, the ground around him with a diameter of more than 10 meters was suddenly smashed into a deep pit of more than 1 meter. This is the strength of his body. Some recruits who originally thought that the two sisters were no more powerful than this were dumbfounded and looked at the destructive power of the two punches, feeling terrible. They are only 15 years old, and it is said that they have only trained for about 2 years. Before that, their strength was about the same as that of ordinary girls. Now, they finally understand why the two are called monsters. Unparalleled physical talent without him. Missing a hit, Daski used the Marine 6th Form's land kick to pick out several blue vacuum slashes, and then rushed towards Sean following the slashes. What makes Sean a little strange is that this slash is a bit too petty, only half a meter high. Kuina, who was kicked into the sky, has appeared behind Sean. Marine Type 6 finger gun, largest wheel, advertisement. Kuina's hands were covered with black domineering energy, and her face was faintly covered with an invisible energy wave. The index fingers of both hands suddenly poked Sean. There is the slashing attack of Lan Zhao in front, and the indestructible finger gun behind. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have fallen into their hands. Sean suddenly stretched out a hand and held the wrist of one of Kuina's arms. Throwing her far away, Sean jumped up and dodged the attack. He fell in front of Daski and kicked Daski from the waist. Call-out Daski was kicked back faster than when he arrived. Rumble, however, the two women who were flown out caused damage to the ground. Daski directly smashed several hill-like boulders that were usually used for training. But when Kuina landed, her hands hit the ground first. The ground was suddenly bombarded by the impact of the pointing gun, and was filled with dense ravines that looked like spider webs. The diameter even covered 50 meters, and then there was a rumble and the ground sank by more than 1 meter. Sean looked at the direction in which they flew out and said, "To be honest, I'm surprised by your tacit understanding, but I'm a little disappointed with your combat IQ." But before Sean could continue, a lump bulged from the ground beneath Sean's feet. In an instant, Dasky, wearing glasses, jumped out of the ground covered in mud. This time it was Dusky who used the finger gun on Sean, but Sean, who was just about to turn sideways to hide, staggered and couldn't stand still. It turned out that the place where Sean was standing had been destroyed by Kuina, who had just flown out. Dasky seized this hard-won opportunity and poked at Sean. However, Sean's sleeve was cut open by Dasky. If you look closely, there were even red blood stains, but no blood flowed out. This powerful physique is no joke. Looking at the cut on his arm, Sean was slightly stunned, and then gave a thumbs up to Dasky with satisfaction. Well done. It turns out that the kick that Dasky just kicked was not meant to deal with Sean at all. Chapter 137 Kuina's Lil Mood. It was to open a tunnel for subsequent plans. No wonder Sean at the time thought Kuina's Arashi kick slash was so weak, like a beginner's. Kuina, on the other hand, seized the moment of being thrown away by Sean, and used her immature internal destructive domineering force to step on the ground where Sean was standing. And Sean, who promised not to be domineering, naturally had no use for being domineering. So Sean naturally didn't find out about the two people's little plan, which gave Dushi the chance to hit Sean. At this time, Kuina also came back in embarrassment, with, "Come on, praise me," written all over her face, as proud as a little peacock. Seeing this, Sean said angrily, "Are you very proud?" This sudden reprimand made Kuina stunned. She was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what she had done wrong. Why praise Kuina but not me? In terms of this assessment alone, you have passed, but what is the content of this assessment? Hearing Sean's question, Kuina answered first, "It depends on the progress of our physical skills." Sean nodded first, then shook his head and said, "Only half of the answer is correct." Dasky on the side then added, "I want to see all our methods, not limited to swordsmanship." "That's right, then do you tell me what other methods I use?" With that said, Sean looked at Kuina angrily. "Why do you think I sent you here without letting you touch the sword? The battle with the pirates is only about life and death, there is no victory or defeat. Next time, if your opponent is not me and someone else uses all their methods, what can you do? Are you still proud? Don't listen to some people's nonsense about how swordsmen who know physical skills are not pure. Those are just words said by novices. If you are not good at physical skills, don't expect your opponent to be strong in swordsmanship. So even if you pass the exam, you are not qualified to be happy. The enemy will not hold back just because you are weak." When she heard this, Kuina's cheeks turned slightly red. Now she was embarrassed to praise him. Advertisement. Sean only relied on pure instinct to fight against them, but it was not suitable for him to be proud, but he was just a little unhappy for no reason. Looking at Kuina's pouted little mouth, Sean leaned down and gently rubbed her to comfort her. "Okay, just remember what I said. You can pack up and go home to meet the master wife and the others. Next time, you will go directly to New World." "Okay." Dasky responded obediently. As for Kuina, she turned her back and was a little moody. She wanted Sean to come over and coax her. Because Sean had just praised Dashi but not her, even if Sean was right, she still wanted to do it to prove that she was special. But when it comes to these things, Sean will not condone the other party. "I can tolerate your naivety, but you can't be unscrupulous when I'm serious." So Sean didn't even look at Kuina, he just smiled and turned towards the senior group. Kuina felt a little angry when she heard Sean's footsteps going away. He kept mumbling. "What, bad Sean, I will never pay attention to you again." He would bully me all day long. Obviously, he was not like this when he was a child. At the end of the sentence, big tears fell down. Dasky's head hurt when she saw it, but she still walked to Kuina. "Sean might be really angry this time. Humph, if he doesn't come to coax me, I'll ignore him again," Kuina said with a stubborn look. This is actually related to the fact that Sean has doted on her since she was a child, because Sean was adopted. So she has been almost obedient to Kuina since she was a child, which makes her a little more princess-like than in the original work. At this time, Dasky, who had always been soft and frail, suddenly became extremely serious. "You really did something wrong this time. I know what you were thinking. You want Sean's attention and praise to prove that Sean cares about you. But you have gone too far this time. The theme this time is to let us know the gap and understand the gap, which involves life safety." Speaking of this, Kuina paused. "But it's really unnecessary for you to get into trouble with someone just because of a trivial matter. In fact, I envy you." Kuina was also a little frightened when she saw the always gentle Dasky speaking so seriously to her sister for the first time. She also knew that she shouldn't lose her temper, but she couldn't help it. Advertisement hearing Dasky's words at this time, he was suddenly curious. "What are you envious of?" Dasky's eyes sparkled. "Of course you can act coquettishly towards Sean without restraint. If it doesn't involve principles, do you think he has ever rejected you? Speaking of which, I was able to train here with you because of your request. So tell me, is it worth it to make Sean unhappy because of a trivial matter?" Hearing this, Kuina fell into silence. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that since childhood, even if his father didn't think highly of him, it was Sean who comforted him. No matter what she wants to eat, or secretly increase training, or other small things, the other party will always tolerate her. This time, I lost my temper just because I wasn't praised. maybe it was too much. If Sean ignores him in the future, then, thinking of this, Kuina also panicked. He quickly asked, then what should I do? If I go over and apologize now, will he forgive me? Seeing that Kuina still recognized her willfulness, Daisuke breathed a sigh of relief. Just realized that you were being willful. Sean is with Sengoku Fleet Admiral and the others. They're probably discussing something, so I won't bother him for now. Let's go shopping and cook a good meal for Sean at noon. Thank him for taking care of us. You can also take the opportunity to apologize to him. Hearing this, Kuina's eyes lit up. When is Sean in the best mood? Of course it is when eating. You can't live up to the delicious food. This was a saying he often said when he was a child. Kuina immediately clapped her little hands. Then let's do it, you are indeed my good sister. Daisuke also responded with a sweet smile. Immediately, the two of them walked towards the business district. As they walked, Kuina seemed to think of something. He looked at Daisuke with a smirk and bumped him with his elbow. Hey, do you want to act coquettishly towards Sean like me? Hearing this, Daisuke's cheeks turned slightly red. She just felt envious that Kuina had a brother who doted on her. What she envied was that Kuina had someone to vent her emotions to, instead of just acting coquettishly. So he hurriedly said, no, I just said that to convince you. Really? I don't believe it. Kuina looked at Daisuke, whose cheeks were red, suspiciously. Oh, it's true, hurry up and buy fresh ingredients, otherwise if it doesn't taste good, be careful Sean won't forgive you. Chapter 138 Goodbye Ace. The time came to noon. When Sean returned home after saying goodbye to the senior group, he saw two little girls wearing aprons busy. Did you take the wrong medicine? Sean asked in confusion. Oh, no, you come and sit down first. Kuina pulled Sean and sat down. While Sean was dazed, the table was already filled with food. Daisuke pushed a cup of Coke in front of Sean and then raised her own juice. Thank you Sean for taking care of us. After saying that, Daisuke drank the juice in one gulp. Seeing the little girl drinking the juice out of the wine, Kuina immediately raised her glass. Sean, I was too willful this morning. I'm sorry. Thank you for your tolerance for me. Kuina also drank the juice in one gulp. No, what are you doing? Hearing this, Kuina's cheeks turned slightly red. Daisuke explained from the side. No, Kuina wants to apologize. I want to thank you, that's all. Sean looked at the two of them suspiciously. Really? You didn't do anything in private? No. The two women said in unison. Although the two of them were a little strange and Kuina couldn't be that sensible, Sean smiled happily when he saw this. Okay, you are all my family, there is no need to thank me. As for Kuina, I forgive you too. After saying that, Sean started eating and drinking. The two girls were relieved when they saw this, and then happily enjoyed the delicious lunch. After finishing the meal, the two girls packed up the dishes, dragged two deck chairs to the yard, and lay down side by side with Sean who was basking in the sun. Enjoying this beautiful afternoon. After a while, Sean narrowed his eyes and said, I'll take you home later, and I have to go out for a while. Where are you going? Haven't you forgiven me? As Kuina spoke, mist began to fill her big eyes. Advertisement Sean was a bit confused. Why didn't he think Kuina was so willful before? So he had to explain patiently. I'm going to find a brat and check out his training. He will join our Marine when he is 17. Well, you didn't explain clearly, so I thought you were angry again, Kuina pouted and said. Sean touched Kuina's head. Kuina narrowed her eyes like a kitten and even rubbed Sean's palm. Seeing the eagerness in Daisuke's eyes, Sean hesitated and slowly stretched out his hand. Before touching it, Daisuke brought her head over and rubbed it. Seeing this, Sean also laughed and petted the heads of the two girls like cats. After a while, Sean let go of his hand. Okay, let's go back. You guys bring your things. Next time we will go directly to New World. Are you going back so early? Daisuke said with some unfinished thoughts. Sean looked at her appearance and knocked the other person angrily. It's already afternoon, hurry up and pack up and go back. All right. After a while, the two girls packed up some of their personal belongings. Both of them held Sean's hands, a white light flashed, and Sean and the three disappeared into the yard. The screen turned and Sean and others appeared in the dojo. It's just that it's lunch break now and no one is in the dojo. You go to the teachers and others first and tell them that I won't be back until tomorrow night. As soon as he finished speaking, Sean jumped into the air, flew out of the gate, and flew in one direction at high speed. Sean went to find Ace this time. Now that he is rich, Sean is no longer stingy with plot points. I hope Ace can reach the heights of his father. Ace has absolute top ceiling potential. When flying to Gorbo Mountain in the Kingdom of Goa, Sean looked at the plot points and found that there were more than 800,000 in total, and he was still very wealthy. After everyone is arranged, they retreat to G5 and use the remaining plot points for training to improve their strength. With Sean's strength, he flew at extremely high speeds, and it only took him about an hour to reach Gorbo Mountain. Immediately, his sight and hearing colors were fully activated, and he sensed Ace's location in an instant. Not surprisingly, Ace, who is already 13 years old, is still messing around with Luffy. Arriving at the sky where the two of them were. Advertisement. Sean then saw two little guys training. Luffy's soft rubber fist hit Ace who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ace turned his head slightly and dodged. Then he opened his eyes. Luffy, you can't do this, it's too slow, I can't even feel the pressure. Well, Ace, stop training and let's go play. I found some monster eggs yesterday, let's go steal them. Luffy said to Ace with a slumped face. No, I will become the Marine King by then, so I can't slack off now, Ace said while rubbing Luffy's head angrily. Ace, I told you not to rub my head anymore, you asked me to take off my hat just to rub my head, right? Luffy looked at Ace with an annoyed look on his face, ever since Ace wanted to become a Marine. Ace always takes the opportunity to rub his head, which makes Luffy very distressed. My brother didn't listen to what he said, but he always asked me to take off my hat for all kinds of strange reasons, so I couldn't refuse at all. Ace was thinking in his mind, Luffy has become smarter, but he can finally understand the feeling of Sean's hand when he rubbed himself, it's really good. Thinking so, Ace still said, that's not true, this is my brother's love for you. This is a symbol of our closeness as brothers. Luffy looked at Ace suspiciously, really? It's absolutely true, you will make me sad. Well, okay, I believe you. In less than a minute, Luffy forgot about this matter. Then he asked, hey, Ace, you said that Sean's leg was broken, but it grew back. How did you do that? Ace shook his head. I don't know either, I've only seen him in the newspaper. But, the newspaper you brought back clearly contained Shanks, why didn't he grow up? Luffy was a little depressed. I'll ask you when I see Sean next time, you want to help Shanks? But he is really amazing. Even with a broken arm, he is also one of the pirate emperors who rules over the New World, Ace sighed with emotion. After hearing this, Luffy was no longer sleepy, and looked at the straw hat not far away with bright eyes. Yeah, I think it's awesome too, even though he's already close to One Piece. But I won't give up either. Luffy clenched his fist and said with fighting spirit. But, you are still too weak now. Ace couldn't help but hit him. Chapter 139. It turns out that Crow is also awesome. Humph, I will grow up. When I grow up, I will definitely be better than Shanks. Luffy crossed his arms, a little annoyed that his brother actually called him weak. Yes, Luffy will become One Piece in the future, I firmly believe it. Ace also admires his brother a little. He has such a difficult goal, but he doesn't work hard and just thinks about it every day. But he somehow believes that he can do it. This conflicting feeling makes Ace a little confused. Hearing his brother's words, Luffy also beamed. Ace, you will also become the Marine King. I firmly believe it too. Hearing this, Ace also showed the same silly smile as Ace. Hey, so we have to work hard for our dreams together. After saying that, he looked at the white cowboy hat placed with the straw hat not far away, showing a reminiscing smile. That was the person who guided his heart toward justice and possessed justice. I really miss him. Although he wants to become the Marine King, he will not persuade his brother because he believes that his brother will not do anything to harm civilians. His brother understands One Piece to be free and carefree. You can tell by looking at him now that he is not practicing. He just wants to live happily every day. As for the consequences of his younger brother becoming so famous in the future, it doesn't matter. As the elder brother, I can help him eliminate the influence. Hey, Ace, who do you think is better, Shanks or Sean? When Ace was deep in thought, Luffy asked abruptly, bringing the former's thoughts back. Well, it's really hard to say. The news said that Sean fought Kaido from 4 emperors for 11 days. But they can't tell the winner. Kaido and Shanks are also pirates of the same level. Especially this year, their strength has expanded dramatically. Especially this year? Luffy looked at Ace confused. Ace hit Luffy on the head angrily. Can you read the newspaper and not just read the pictures? At least read the text. Luffy covered his head in grievance. Although it didn't hurt, Ace's fist sometimes hurt. The black-covered fist hurt just like his grandfather's. But Ace, wouldn't it be the same if you saw it? Advertisement Ace was also defeated by this very nervous younger brother. He pulled Luffy and sat down aside and said, if you want to be One Piece, you also need to understand your opponents. You can't do this unless you have a vice captain like Ben Beckman. Hearing this, Luffy was unhappy and didn't care why Ace said he had a vice captain like Ben Beckman. Loudly shouted, the crew I will find in the future will definitely be more powerful than Shanks' crew. Yes, can you listen to me? It's all about your opponent, do you want to know? When Luffy heard this, he immediately knelt down obediently and looked at Ace with his eyes blinking. The Stalker incident at the beginning of this year was the time when Shanks firmly established himself as the 4 emperors. What incident was that? Luffy asked, somewhat confused. Speaking of it, it's related to Sean's subordinates, 100 Strategies, Crow, who is known as one of the successors of Marine's chief staff officer. Afterwards, according to insiders, it was the result of Ben Beckman's trick. They also quickly occupied the vast sea area and became one of the super overlords. Hearing this, Sean's face froze. Didn't you see the justice code behind Lousy? What an ignorant and fearless kid. Sean slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of the 2 brothers. He trotted up to Sean and circled around him. After all, this is One Piece's younger brother. Ace felt that since he was so knowledgeable, he would surely gain the admiration of his younger brother, but he turned around and almost Ace to death. Ace was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but then he was overjoyed and showed a bright smile. Sean, you're here. Is this how Destiny's Child is treated? Those pirate groups have all been famous for a long time. They're the great pirates of the same era as Whitebeard and others. Think about how amazing this is. Sean, who was listening to the conversation between the two in the sky, twitched the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Luffy curled his lips. What, this is a despicable guy. So no matter in terms of soft power or hard power, it's really hard to tell the winner between Sean and Shanks. Advertisement. Luffy on the side looked at the other party blankly. He didn't expect that the other party could fly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He finally set his sights on the Shanks pirates. In that battle, the Shanks pirates fought several pirate groups alone and won. Hearing this, Luffy raised his hand and asked, "It seems that Crow is also a good person. He helped Shanks take so much territory." Suddenly he roared. "Did you listen to me?" Hearing this, Luffy was shocked and quickly bowed to Sean and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sean, but I still want to become One Piece." Then he raised his head. "Hello Sean, I want to be the man of One Piece." Anyone who knows the inside story knows that the pirate wants to lure Clolo into the water and brag about him. Otherwise, if he is plotted by this school-level marine, wouldn't he look stupid? I saw Luffy lying on the ground digging out the ant nest again. But he still sat up and patted the dirt on his body, curled his lips, and said with fighting spirit, "It doesn't matter who my opponent is, because I will beat them all away." Ace also had a stiff expression on his face. He was convinced by his younger brother and spoke freely. Looking at Luffy, who was looking confused, Sean waved his hands and said angrily, "It's a good thing you met me. If you meet Akainu, you'll be finished." Ace rolled his eyes, wondering what he was thinking, but still explained patiently. "Don't interrupt," he said and knocked Luffy again. As soon as they went to sea, one after another they were almost handed over to a few pirates worth 10 or 20 million. I don't know the specific circumstances of that incident, but what I know is that Crow led several super pirate groups in New World to fight. Seeing Luffy looking so energetic, Ace also smiled dumbly. Why did he talk so much? This roar startled Luffy. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Luffy, and shouted in a low voice, "Do you want to be captured by Marine and taken to prison? Then you won't be able to take risks at sea." It's true, Luffy has Saiyan blood, otherwise why would he be able to break through every time he hits? But he was still seriously injured and knocked down his opponent. No, even without Crow, Ben Beckman's plan would have allowed Shanks to reach the top of 4 emperors, but Crow has accelerated the process. But he really didn't expect that Crow, the guy who was plotted by the pirates, would have such an impression in the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 140. Sean was almost deceived. Akainu? Who is Akainu? Luffy asked with a confused look on his face. Sean glanced at Ace and thought to himself, this is a guy you don't want to meet. It doesn't matter. Since you haven't become a pirate yet, I won't arrest you now. I'll catch you when you become a pirate. Sean was threatening Luffy. Ace was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, Sean didn't argue with his brother. Come here now. I will definitely become One Piece. After hearing Sean's words, Luffy immediately became enthusiastic again and even got into a fighting stance. Sean's lips twitched. People like Luffy can be relaxed and stress-free when dealing with him, and he doesn't have to worry about being plotted against. However, this child's character was too bad, and Sean couldn't bear it immediately. In an instant, he appeared in front of Luffy, raised his fist and hit Luffy on the head. The beating made Luffy howl. Bang bang bang. Tell me, what kind of king do you want to be? Ouch. I won't give up. Yo-ho, that's amazing. Let me see how powerful One Piece is. Ouch, ow, ow, ow. Why does it hurt so much? A moment later, Luffy was beaten so hard that his head had several bumps, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, which made Ace beside him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luffy was only taught a lesson by Sean and was not sent to prison. Yes, Ace thinks Luffy is very thick-skinned. When his grandfather came back, he tried to beat him harder than this. If you don't believe it, Luffy muttered a few words and then looked at Ace. Ace, I'm hungry. Ace looked at Sean. Are you hungry? Let's go eat? Looking at Luffy, who blinked and yelled that he was hungry, I really admire such a person. Although he is stupid, who is a wise person who is not willing to suffer losses. Sighing, he raised his hand and said a prayer to Luffy, who had a bruised nose and swollen face. A milky yellow light flashed past, with a little starlight, and Luffy's wounds were visibly healing. Advertisement. Sure enough, this little Luffy looks much more pleasing to the eye if he doesn't speak. Luffy shouted. Awesome, you can fly and heal. Are you also a devil fruit user? Sean was really afraid of dealing with Luffy and what his brain would do, so he simply ignored Luffy. Looking at Ace. You point me in the direction and I'll take you there. Immediately, under Ace's guidance, Sean carried the two of them and flew in one direction. It's just that Luffy kept making noises in his ears, and Sean almost threw Luffy out when he heard it. On the way, Sean was even thinking about whether to take Ace away in advance. But he still rejected this idea. It was not difficult to take Ace away because the other party knew that Sabo was not dead yet. But the key point is that Luffy doesn't know. Sean also told Ace not to tell anyone, otherwise Luffy's big mouth will be publicized. If you don't die, you will die, so you can only stay with Luffy until he is 17 years old before going to sea. After a while, they arrived at their brother's secret base. As soon as they landed, they saw a huge dead beast. Sean also twitched at the corner of his mouth. He really admired Garp's education method. The two children actually had to hunt wild beasts in the jungle for food. Nah, Ace, hurry up and cook. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Luffy, who had just stood firm, immediately started shouting again. Ace could only look at Sean sheepishly. Sean, sit down first, I'll handle the ingredients, and we'll have barbecue later. What should I do if I have such a younger brother? Just bear with it. Ace has gradually matured now. He has gradually lost his habit of being a streetwalker and has become more polite. Luffy on the side was biting his fingers and staring at Sean with a frown. Sean was a little annoyed by being looked at. Kid, what do you want to do when you keep looking at me? Ah, no, I was wondering how your legs are so good. Luffy said as he came back to his senses. Sean, who had just eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, naturally knew why Luffy asked this question. He just wanted to help Shanks. Is this possible? First, I'm a Marine, and I am trying to help the pirates with their treatment. Glancing at Luffy, he said, I won't tell you. Even after being rejected, Luffy was not discouraged and continued to pester Sean. Tell me, is it because of the light just now? Advertisement. But why can you fly? Can't you only eat one devil fruit? Seeing that Sean turned his back and ignored him, Luffy walked around in front of Sean. Seeing this, Sean continued to turn around again, and the cycle started again. Luffy said while spinning in circles, Tell me, is your leg really something you can heal? Sean was a little annoyed, and then looked at Luffy seriously. Don't make this idea, I know what you want to do. Do you want me to help you treat Shanks? Let's not say whether I can do it, but do you think a Marine will help a pirate treat him? Is this okay? Luffy was also a little stunned. In his worldview, there were only good and bad, and there was no distinction between positions. So even though he knew Ace wanted to be a Marine, he didn't ask why. In his mind, even if Ace becomes a Marine and needs his help, he will help, even as a pirate. So he asked with some confusion, why can't Marine help the pirates? Huh, Sean smiled contemptuously. Do you know how many pirates made civilians homeless? They're bloodthirsty and cruel. Perhaps the pirates in your understanding are free, but what you call freedom is what other pirates pursue. No, what they pursue is wealth and power. Luffy immediately blushed. But, even so, Shanks and the others are good people. A good person? What is your definition of a good person? Have you ever thought about the person who idolized Shanks and went to sea to become a thief? His current existence is a kind of sin, do you understand? You're not really that naive and think that the Four Emperors pirates are as naive as you, are you? So, why don't you consider joining our Marine team? I've seen it all, I've said it all, I don't care if I invite Luffy one more time. Because he saw confusion in Luffy's eyes, he immediately felt happy and wanted to increase his intensity. Luffy's expression suddenly became extremely determined. The little face looked at Sean seriously. If this is the case, I will become One Piece even more. If I become One Piece, will there still be as many of those pirates as you mentioned? Sean was also stunned by Luffy's brain circuit. What kind of intuition is this? I can only sigh in my heart, it seems that this is really the case. The Four Emperors target One Piece, and the following pirates target the Four Emperors, once One Piece appears. Then what are they fighting for? But even with this theory, he still firmly belongs to the Marine Party because his goal is world government. Reform is never achieved by just a few people. Chapter 141 New Plan. When I feel like I can't convince Luffy, Sean gave up decisively, and so did these children of the world. Everyone will talk nonsense. If you are not careful, you will be instigated by the other party in minutes. Not long after, Ace had already processed the ingredients, set up a campfire, and had a meal of roast meat and beer. The more he drank, the more he drank. At midnight, Luffy returned to the study room to sleep. Sean and Ace were still sitting down there chatting. He took out a gene potion and gave it to Ace. Ace looked at it and asked, what is this? This is a potion that will make your body stronger. It has no side effects. Just drink it. Ace didn't think much about it. He admired the man in front of him, so he immediately raised his head and drank. After feeling it for a while, he felt that there was no change. Ace asked doubtfully, is this really something that makes the body stronger? Of course, it's just that this thing needs to be developed. In other words, it will increase your upper limit, but it will not directly increase your strength. Ace thought for a while and asked hesitantly, this thing is very precious, isn't it? When the old man taught us, we always develop it towards the body. It's not precious. I'm the only one in the world who has it. It's said to be precious, but maybe a dozen people have taken it. What's wrong? Sean asked with some confusion. Ace glanced at the treehouse, shook his head and said, nothing. He originally wanted to ask Sean if he could give one to his brother, but he felt that such a request was too much, so he didn't ask again. Sean also saw Ace's thoughts and smiled dumbly. This is Voldemort, but he will not give it to him stupidly. So he said patiently, your brother has his own adventure. If you help him in this way, he may not be happy. Sean is telling the truth. In the original book, Ralph Drew's permanent pointer and whether the great secret treasure exists can be easily obtained several times. But Luffy refused, especially when he crushed the permanent pointer, he was so angry. Advertisement: if you directly tell Luffy that you will become stronger quickly after drinking this stuff, and then fight for 4 emperors, One Piece, then the process will be gone. The bond with his companions will not be as deep as in the original work. Sean is still counting on Luffy to catch big fish. After hearing Sean's words, Ace thought for a while and felt that his brother might be simple, but he was adventurous at heart, so he wouldn't be allowed to take shortcuts, right? Okay, I get it. After Sean rubbed Ace's dog's head with satisfaction for a while, he took out the tent and went to rest. Inside the tent, I was leaning on my arms and thinking about how I could justifiably get Marine out on his own. If Kizaru wants to become Marine Fleet Admiral, Marine must be given a big baptism of war, and Sengoku must voluntarily step down. Otherwise, in that era of Marine, no one could force them to step down. Then there must be a war on the top of the mountain. Then the question is, if the war on the top of the mountain lacks Ace as the fuse, who else can be there? Sean, who couldn't sleep, took out his phone and called Kizaru, intending to ask about the situation. Brubberbrew, on the other side, this time Kizaru finally did not look at the anti-tapping phone in his hand to charge, but picked up the phone bug that opened and closed its mouth. Moses, old man, it's me. I want to discuss something with you. Where are you? It's Sean, I'm still here in Marigio. Is it something important? On the other side of the phone, Kizaru was a little confused. From his understanding of Sean, he is a person who can be lazy, so the phone call in the middle of the night must have something important to do. Sean thought for a while. He had left a mark in the guest house today. As long as Kizaru was there, he would not talk about such important things on the phone. Yes, there is something very important. If we don't discuss it now, I'm afraid I'll forget it if I turn around. Are you in that guest house? Sean was also afraid of not discussing it immediately, so he put off the matter again and again the next day. Oh, I'm not here, but I can get there quickly. Then wait for me in that room in 5 minutes. I'll be there soon. Having said that, Sean hung up the phone and got out of the tent. With Kizaru's speed, he didn't worry at all that the other party would be late. Outside the tent, Sean sensed that Ace had fallen asleep. He took out a cigar and looked up at the stars, thinking about how to advance the war. Advertisement. He won't wait foolishly for the scheduled time to do things. Now it's time to plan, and the first step starts with Marine. The people I trained have grown up and are ready to work. 5 minutes later, Sean teleported directly to the room where he met Enel. As expected, Kizaru was already waiting there, looking at Sean with a resentful look on his face. I'm about to go to bed, are you so anxious? Sean looked at it and knew that the other person was really getting ready to sleep, because Kizaru was wearing pajamas. Without explaining, he walked towards Kizaru and put his hand on Kizaru's shoulder. Speak in another place. Whoosh. There was a flash of white light, and Sean and Kizaru returned to the port of Goa Kingdom. After looking at the environment, I felt that it was pretty good, with only the rustling of leaves and the sound of waves lapping at the port. The sea in the distance is like a huge mouth of an abyss, gnawing at people. The darkness is so deep that it makes people feel palpitated. The sea during the day and the sea at night really give people a different impression of the sky and the earth. Fortunately, I don't have deep sea phobia, otherwise I would probably be scared to death when I see the sea at night. After ensuring that no one could eavesdrop, Sean looked at Kizaru, gate of opening, and said straightforwardly, I want to lead a war between the 4 emperors and the Marines. No, what are you talking about? Say it again. Kizaru was a little confused. He said that he was going to have a war with the 4 emperors. Is this something you can fight if you want? Have you thought about the impact of this? Sean said with a serious face, I want to discuss with you how to lead a war. This is a necessary stage. This time, Kizaru finally understood that Sean was serious. He said with some headache, why do you suddenly think of starting a war? The sea has finally maintained its balance this year, but you want to break it? Is this possible? Sean used his telekinesis to fabricate 2 chairs from the ground. He took the lead in sitting on one of the chairs and motioned for Kizaru to sit down and talk. In Kizaru's stunned eyes, Sean took out 2 bottles of Coke and handed one over. Ignoring Kizaru's eyes, he pondered for a moment and then said, Whitebeard must die. Any pirate can live, but not him. Hearing this, Kizaru became even more uneasy. He originally thought that the other party wanted to choose the other 3 as targets, but the other party actually chose the strongest one as soon as they came up. Are you sure? Whitebeard will not be easily provoked by Marine now? Chapter 142 Conversation with Kizaru. Kizaru thought for a while. What he had to consider now was not this issue, but how to dissuade Sean from this crazy idea. The world government will not allow Sean to break this hard-won short-lived peace. No, the problem now is not how to deal with Whitebeard. The higher-ups will not allow it, Kizaru said. I know. Didn't I come to you to discuss this? Kizaru had a headache. This was too troublesome, but he still asked, has Whitebeard offended you? Why do you have to deal with him so easily? Sean shook his head, lit a cigar, and blew out a puff of smoke. He said with emotion, he didn't offend me. On the contrary, I quite like this person. He is a real hero. If First were not Marine, I would really want to make friends with him. This is what he thinks from the bottom of his heart. No matter what he does, he is a person who puts his family first, has great courage, and is loyal. Then why do you still want to deal with him? Sean glanced at Kizaru and said softly, if Sengoku were to betray the world government, he would not do it. Only when the old era comes to an end can he give up that position. But even so, there is no need to lead the decisive battle with Whitebeard. Have you thought about the losses in the process? Kizaru looked at Sean helplessly and said. He felt that Sean was a little too impulsive. Xiao Xiao didn't know that if he could, he wouldn't want to initiate this war. After all, he was not a warmonger. But there is no doubt that with the current development of the situation, he cannot predict the future, so he must promote the process of the times himself. I understand everything you said, and I will do my best to protect it, but now the number of pirates is growing exponentially. We Marine must show our dignity, and this is also the main purpose. What purpose? Sean narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, leave the world government. If we don't fight Whitebeard, the giant wheel of the era will still crush him. This era is called Whitebeard, so it must end. Advertisement. Sean said it categorically. He knew very well what Whitebeard's existence meant to other civilians. Why were the requirements for idols and public figures so strict in previous lives? Because their fans would subconsciously imitate them. Their every move affects countless people, not to mention pirates. Few people who are influenced by Whitebeard learn benevolence and righteousness. The only thing I learned was the burning, killing and plundering of ordinary pirates. Such an example must be set down. Why is the main purpose of starting a war with Whitebeard to break away from the world government? Is there any relevance? Kizaru was still a little confused. Of course, if Sengoku doesn't step down, how can you become Fleet Admiral? If you don't act as Fleet Admiral, how will it affect the entire Marine? You. Stop. Kizaru interrupted Sean before he could finish speaking. Since you let me know your purpose, why don't you choose to be this Fleet Admiral? After thinking about it, Sean decided to tell the other party something. That's because I need to be more mysterious than it is. I can't appear in Mary Joa frequently. Kizaru frowned. Sean didn't mean them, but that means it's not the 5 elders, so. Thinking of this, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there is something more behind it? Although I had some vague guesses before, no one had a definite answer. Seeing Kizaru's expression, Sean knew that Kizaru had guessed it. Since Kizaru could frequently appear in Marijoya, it would be strange if the other party didn't know anything about it. Facing Kizaru's questioning gaze, he responded, you are right, the highest authority is not those 5 old guys at all. There is another person above them who they need to kneel down and worship. When he said this, Sean also narrowed his eyes. It has been more than 20 years since he came to this world. In his opinion, nothing can suppress the entire sea, not even Pluton, which can destroy an island with one shot. Kizaru's heart was filled with turmoil, and he determined the pyramid of this world for the first time. On Marine's head is Cyborg, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and on his head are 5 existences known to the top leaders of all forces in this world, the 5 elders. I just didn't expect that there would be someone above these 5 most powerful people in the world. As a result, his wretched and lazy expression suddenly became more serious and serious. Even so, do you still want to go against them? Advertisement? This time it was Sean's turn to lie lazily on the stone chair. Thanks to Sean's ability, none of the dust got on his clothes. He took a sip of Coke and said, so what? How many decades are there in life? The most important thing is to have fun. Then what do you want to do? Looking at Kizaru's confused eyes, Sean was speechless. If Lousy knew about it, would he still come to discuss it with you? So he responded carelessly. I don't know, otherwise why would I come to you? I just want to discuss with you a plan for a white-bearded man to attack our headquarters at all costs. Hearing this, Kizaru was even more stunned this time. Does this still need to be discussed? He immediately asked angrily. You asked me not to sleep just to discuss this? Sean's hand holding the Coke froze. No, what is this? That is the most powerful pirate group in the world. Kizaru's left eyebrow raised, his mouth tilted, and he pouted. What? This is obviously the simplest thing. Just publicly execute his son. I felt like I was speaking too broadly, so I added another sentence. If you catch any of those who have followed him the longest, he will definitely come to save you. On this sea, there is an iron law regarding their pirate group, which is that they are not allowed to harm the family members of the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, Sean felt like he was enlightened. In an instant, even the follow-up plan became clear. He was blinded because all he kept thinking was that Ace was Roger's son and Whitebeard would save him only after he was caught. But what he didn't consider was that the status of Whitebeard and Roger were basically equal. He went to save Ace not because of Roger, but simply because of his family and his crew. Therefore, even if any old crew member is captured, Whitebeard will attack based on the benevolence and justice of the Whitebeard pirates. Even without him, with Blackbeard Teach's character, sooner or later he would plot against Whitebeard. His impression of New World so far is limited to the G5C area. According to the progress of the plot, it is inevitable for Teach to obtain the Dark Fruit. Since Teach would plot against Whitebeard no matter what, it would be better to catch him before Teach betrays him. In the eyes of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, he is a good son who has been with Whitebeard for decades. Chapter 143 Target, Blackbeard. When Teach was hiding, Na Fengping was simply a good student. He is modest and courteous, friendly to his teammates, low-key and not pushy, making him a suitable candidate for captain of the division. But in the original work, the position of captain of the second team was still given to Ace. If you catch him, his reaction will definitely not be weaker than in the original work. The bond of more than 10 or 20 years will definitely make people angry. That's it. The plan works. But what about the next checks and balances in the sea? Once there is no Whitebeard and no Teach, the New World is bound to be a bloody mess again. His original intention was to give Whitebeard the most luxurious funeral and to support Kizaru in advance so that he could make more plans. I don't want too many civilians to be affected by the fall of the Whitebeard pirates, because even if those islands have paid protection fees, they still enjoy the protection of the pirate's flag. At least he is alive, and at least he has hope. Once the balance is broken, Marine will be beyond the reach of the New World. Sean didn't have the time to take care of all the islands. So Sean told Kizaru everything except that his target was Teach, and focused on asking him what to do with Whitebeard's remaining forces. Kizaru didn't know that there would be a Teach, so he thought about it quietly. It should be said that Kizaru is indeed a highly experienced marine, and he knows the rules among pirates very well. So he asked, "Are there any pirates in your organization?" When Kizaru met Enel afterwards, he also found out that he had joined an organization called Luo. According to the other party, it was the fall, where the gods fell. At that time, I still felt that Sean's ambition was really amazing. Upon hearing Kizaru's question, Sean's lips twitched, and he guessed that it was Enel, the B*******************. D. But he still pondered for a moment and then said, "Only one pirate group is completely one of our own, what's wrong?" Advertisement. As for the Tetsulo couple, they can't be described as pirates at all, they simply established a country. As for Luo, he just stayed in Doflamingo's pirate group and explored each other's secrets. Only Kuji is a pirate group that can truly use its own people. What's the power, or which pirate group it is? Kizaru asked. Sean glanced at the other party and said, "As for Hancock and his pirate group, what do you want to say?" Kizaru was a little confused. "My dear, the pirates have all been assigned to the world government. How much do you want the world government to fall?" However, Kizaru still didn't answer the question and continued to ask, "Then can you improve the foundation of their pirate group in the short term?" Sean frowned slightly, not knowing what the other party had in mind, but he still thought about it. Considering the style of the Nine Snakes pirates and Hancock's arrogant character, the other party would not allow men to join the group. The only ones who can be sent in are Robin and Baby 5, but Robin is in Alabasta now, and Baby 5 should be able to do it. After all, the other person has been training within the Revolutionary Army. Although he didn't know what Kizaru's purpose was, he still nodded. "We can arrange for someone with similar strength to Enel, or someone stronger than Enel to go in." Sean was right. After all, he still had a devil fruit of the Phantom Beast type in his hand, which was reserved for Baby 5. Hearing this, Kizaru thought for a while and said immediately, "Then it will be easy to arrange after the war. Judging from Hancock's conflict with Big Mom in the past few years. As long as she strengthens her pirate group, she can still succeed Whitebeard and become one of the 4 emperors. And you haven't attacked Whitebeard recently, right?" Hearing this, Sean suddenly realized, yes, who said the empress can only be Shichibukai? Wouldn't it be possible to be one of the 4 emperors? In this case, in addition to the Revolutionary Army, another force has entered the New World. So Sean said happily, "Okay, you are indeed a veteran of Marine. I often get confused because of too many forces, so they don't play their role. I really envy you for being lazy, old man. Maybe only in this way can your mind be clearer." After hearing Sean's Versailles, Kizaru almost lost his temper and rushed forward to beat him up. He was too powerful. But he still endured it, and then asked, "Then do you have any specific plans? Which of the other party's sons do you want to execute?" Advertisement. Sean thought for a while and decided to speak out so that Kizaru could be prepared and take advantage of this period of time before it happened to take care of the relationship. Lay a solid foundation for an independent Marine. My vision is that in 4 years' time, my subordinates will have fully grown up, and we will be more confident. He didn't tell Kizaru that after planning the positions of 4 emperors and fleet admiral, it would be a higher level of world government. As for who to execute, my idea is one of his little-known sons, Marshal D. Teach. Hearing this, Kizaru frowned and asked with some confusion, "I have never heard of this person. Is there anything special about him?" Kizaru knew that Sean would not make a blind choice, and this candidate must have some purpose for Sean. Of course, even though he is unknown, he is a careerist who has been lurking around Whitebeard for more than 20 years. Kizaru didn't ask how the other party knew, he just assumed that the other party's intelligence network was strong. Didn't you see that the boss of CP was all the other party's younger brother? Then this guy is really dangerous, why choose him? Kizaru asked suspiciously. Sean chuckled. You have already told me the answer. He is too dangerous. He has been hiding for more than 20 years. As for why, I don't know. But if a powerful guy has been hiding for more than 20 years and has not been wanted, then you can know how deep the other party's plan is. Teach still has some strength at this time, and the red hair said that the other party is very dangerous. But one thing is certain, if I were to plot against this guy, I wouldn't have any psychological burden at all. Yes, Sean was a little pretentious, but he quickly recovered his mood. This is reality, and everything can no longer be divided into preferences from the perspective of animation. Whitebeard has had a great influence on countless new pirates. This is one of the sources of trouble left over from the old era. That's it. There are still 4 years left. Is there anything you need me to do? Of course, you should be more aggressive in the past few years. Even if you want to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral, not to mention your network above. Enel alone will have reason to support you, so feel free to establish your Fleet Admiral authority in Marine. Hearing this, Kizaru chuckled lightly. In the eyes of world government, as long as he is not lazy, he can definitely get the nomination. As for strength? Anyway, neither Sakaski nor Kuzan have seen my strength. Chapter 144 Return to Cocoa West Village. Sean then discussed some details with Kizaru and sent Kizaru back. Next, as long as Kizaru maintains his character in Marine, it will be fine. The next morning, Sean was awakened by a loud noise. When I walked out of the tent sleepily, I saw Luffy playing with Ace. He was also a little speechless, so children are the most annoying. A disturbing dream in the early morning. Seeing that Sean was awake, Luffy's eyes lit up and he immediately trotted to Sean. Hey, Sean, can you help Shanks? I thought Luffy had forgotten this, but he didn't expect the other party to bring it up again. So Bento couldn't hear Luffy's words and looked at Ace. Ace, I have to leave. The next time we meet will be at Marine. Well, I will go to sea in 4 years, and I will definitely join your team by then. Ace said firmly. Luffy on the side was attracted by other topics and asked quickly. Ace, if you don't join Grandpa's army, aren't you afraid that he will beat you? Ace's face froze, but he quickly recovered. What are you afraid of? Which unit in the Marine Corps is not a place to stay? Besides, he must be able to beat me in 4 years. Ace looked confident. He believed that even if he couldn't beat Garp, he wouldn't be beaten too badly and he would grow. He already knew that when he was younger, his ability to scare a beast to death in order to protect Luffy was Conqueror's Haki. Sean also told him that having Conqueror's Haki does not necessarily mean you are a top strong person, but most of the top strong people have Conqueror's Haki. So, he is very confident. Seeing Ace's proud face, Sean gave him a thumbs up. You're so energetic, keep up the good work, I look forward to seeing you next time. After saying that, Sean's body slowly flew up. Seeing this, Ace quickly waved his hand and shouted. Don't worry, I will definitely become stronger, I will become the Marine King. Luffy on the side saw this and shouted, and me, I will become One Piece. Sean felt a little pity for Garp when he looked at Luffy. When he was a child, Luffy was really a naughty kid. Advertisement. While sighing, he slowly flew towards Shimotsuki village. On the way, Sean thought about the 9 Snakes pirates, and his heart moved. Baby 5 alone might not be enough. The pirate group of 4 emperors has 10 or 8 cadres, and there are even a lot of middle-level cadres. Even if Hancock is currently focused on cultivating the combat power of the citizens, it is impossible to catch up with the number of talents they have absorbed across the entire ocean in a short period of time. Therefore, to be on the safe side, at least one more high-level combat force is needed, otherwise it will be difficult for Hancock to gain a foothold. As for Robin, just help occasionally. Robin is also very busy, collecting historical articles from everywhere. Thinking of this, Sean turned on the system. Open black lens bracket host, Sean. SX. Male age, 22 combat strength, 20,009 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Psychokinesis, Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. You don't have to join Luffy's pirate group. Sean doesn't want the people he trained to end up becoming the protagonist's wedding dress. There is a girl with short purple hair squatting next to her. Isn't this Nami and her sister Nuokagao? Warehouse. Mikazuki Munachika, Yumasen Pillow, used, pure gold upgraded version 9, change of clothes, some photos, Yuyan fruit, Nekomata fruit. Skills. Prayer, Purification, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleport, Kyoka Suigetsu. In fact, this fruit is really suitable for Nami, a navigator with super talents. However, Sean thought that Nami would join the Luffy pirates in the future, so he delayed giving it to him. In the beginning, Nuoki Gao wanted to accompany her sister to practice together, but she had no desire to become stronger and couldn't persist at all. When I arrived at my destination, I immediately started my own perception of sight, smell, and color, and then I found 2 small figures on a beach. Suddenly, Sean remembered the plot point that suddenly increased a lot when he left Cocoa West Village. She also felt that Sean had such an impact on Nami's childhood that Nami had a ponytail in order to look more capable. Having said that, you should also pay attention to your health. Anyway, I can't accompany you in such high-intensity training. Sean squinted his eyes. The Nekomata fruit was for baby 5 and the rest of the fruit. Advertisement. Nami, don't be too hasty. Bellamire said that you are still growing. Being too hasty is not good for your health. Nokagao complained while wiping Nami's sweat. Isn't that nonsense? When watching anime, I like it even if I like it. The reality is completely different. He is not that great and asks his subordinates to lick the protagonist. She just wants to be a loser who eats and waits for death. Oh, how miserable it is. After flying above the 2 figures, Sean saw a girl with an orange ponytail wearing the same black training uniform as Sean before, sweating profusely and doing push-ups. It's just that Sean is a little confused. Shouldn't Nami be wearing a short skirt and short hair at this time? Nami stuck out her little tongue and let her sister pull her up and play with her, enjoying her sister's tenderness. Nokagao quickly pulled Nami up and said, wipe off the sweat first, otherwise you will catch a cold later. Nami choked and said, no need, I'll do 50 more, and they'll be fine soon. Oh, I know, it's just that our girl's physical fitness is not as good as those monsters, so we have to work harder, Nami said, shaking her ponytail gently. If the guess is correct, Nami probably has some new ideas. Besides, he doesn't want to be a marine, so he would probably be happy to let her join a pirate group with the potential of the 4 emperors. There is only one other way to accompany Nami, and that is to help Nami wipe her sweat, feed her water, etc. Not long after, Sean arrived at the island where Cocoa West Village is located under rapid flight. Besides, it's not clear who the protagonist is. Why are you still wearing the same training clothes as before? It's just that the white Haori is missing. Plot point. 639,713 close black lens bracket. Oh, no, there is a white Haori on a stone table not far away. At that time, I even said I wanted to take a look, but later I forgot about it. Not long after, Nami finished doing push-ups and immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Thinking of this, Sean immediately changed direction and flew towards Coco West Village. Nokagao below took out a handkerchief and wiped Nami's sweat. Nami, do you want to take a rest? Although she thinks short hair looks more capable, and she also imitates Sean's dress. Sometimes she admires her sister. She can work so hard for her ideals, which is different for her. Chapter 145. Just when Nuo Kagao was thinking about all kinds of little juju, Nami interrupted Nokigao's thoughts. Nokagao, let's go back. Belmir should have prepared some food. Oh, let's go back then, Nokagao responded quickly. While walking back, Nokagao looked at Nami, who was wearing black training clothes and a white feather fabric, and then looked at the swaying ponytail, and suddenly her heart moved. She couldn't help but joked. Nami, you are becoming more and more like Sean, but Nami is so cute. No one is so cold-blooded. There's no point in wearing a ponytail. Hearing this, Nami's little face with a little baby fat suddenly blushed, and she said with some embarrassment. What are you talking about? It's just for convenience. Besides, and I'm not cute at all, he said with a fierce expression on his face and looked at Nuo Kagao with what he thought was an indifferent look. This was Nami's little thought when she was exposed, probably because memories are always embellished. Every time Nami recalls the scene of Sean falling from the sky, she thinks it's so cool and yearns for it. If she doesn't have the ability, she just imitates the other person's dress first. In this case, when we meet again next time, I won't say that I am not a lady, right? Nami thought. Nuo Kagao, who was on the side, saw Nami pretending to be indifferent, and immediately understood that this was just as he had guessed. The purpose of growing your hair long and tied up is not to look capable, but to make yourself look colder. So Nuo Kagao stretched out her sinful little hands, gently pinched Nami's chubby cheeks and rubbed them. Yes, Nami is not cute at all, she looks very cold. Listening to the other person's teasing tone, Nami slapped the other person's paw off angrily and stared at the other person with an angry look on her face. HMPH, you must have pinched the flesh on my face. Don't do this to me again. Nuo Chigao's heart melted when she saw her sister's cute appearance. She was so lucky to have a sister, so happy. He immediately took Nami's little hand and stepped a lot faster. Okay, stop making trouble, go back first, otherwise you won't be able to catch up with the afternoon study. It's not all because of you. It's really annoying to say anything cute. Nami rolled her eyes and said. Then let's go quickly. After dinner, you can take a lunch break. It's a little late for ink today. Advertisement, okay. So cute, Nami, Nagagao. Shut up. Looking at the two people walking away, Sean fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that his casual defeat of the dragon pirates would leave such an impact on this little girl. His mentality at the beginning was that he would do what he wanted to do and not become a slave to the system for the sake of plot points. Moreover, Belmir is not dead. Nami and the others are so young, so staying with their adoptive mother is the best choice. If you have a wonderful childhood, let's talk about what the other person wants to do in the future. I just didn't expect that. As time went by, the people in this village not only did not forget themselves. Instead, he felt even more grateful to himself, because in the middle of the village, he saw something that made him feel both ashamed and heartwarming. There was a small pavilion there, which contained newspaper reports about Sean and various cutout photos. Several blackboards in the small pavilion were covered with various flowers, which made Sean feel very ashamed. At the same time, he also has a good impression of these simple residents. These are the people he has always wanted to protect. As for why it affected Nami the most, Sean himself ignored being a little girl and seeing his mother die in front of him. But after being rescued by miraculous means, the impact was unparalleled. As time goes by, every time the little girl thinks about the situation at that time, it will extend to the consequences of assuming that Sean did not come. As a result, he became more and more grateful and became the child's idol and object of imitation. At that time, no matter how naughty and precocious Nami was, she was just a kid. When Sean saw Nami working so hard, he immediately made up his mind and added Nami to the list. I just didn't expect that the original plot point turned out to be like this. However, the Nine Snakes pirates should be better off than staying at the headquarters. After all, if she stays in Marine, she doesn't have enough position to draw maps everywhere unscrupulously. But everything must be done by asking the other party's opinion, and Bellamere is still here, so Nami doesn't have any elders now. Advertisement. So he flew high into the sea and used his power to capture a sea beast. If he wanted to eat at someone else's house, of course he had to bring a gift, right? Boom. Sean came to the door of Nami's house and threw the sea beast aside. The noise caused immediately startled everyone in the house. Bellamere immediately hit the gate of opening with a cigarette in his mouth and a kitchen knife. When he saw the sea beast occupying almost half of the yard, he was also confused. But then he saw the cold marine who had saved the village, and immediately put down his newly raised vigilance. He shouted to the two girls in the room. Come out quickly, Nami, Nokagao, we have a guest. Sean always felt weird when he heard Belmere's words, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Not long after a pattering of footsteps, Sean saw two girls, Nojigao, coming to Belmere's side. When Nami saw Sean, she immediately stopped, with an incredible look on her face. Sean leaned against the door and greeted the girl who paused. "Hey, you have grown taller, don't you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Nami immediately let out a cry and flew toward Sean like a swallow returning to its nest. Suddenly, Sean's forehead was covered with black lines. Why do little girls like to do this? So, when Nami flew towards her, Sean ducked sideways and reached out to hold Nami by her collar. Ladies can't just pounce on other men, have you forgotten? Nami was restrained and her fate was on the back of her neck. After seeing the meaningful smiles of Belmir and Nojigao, she felt a little embarrassed. Constantly fluttering and struggling. "No, I was like this before. Besides, I'm just doing this to you." Yes, Nami is the most ladylike, she doesn't even wear a small skirt. After Sean made a joke, he put Nami down and said to Belmir, who was watching the show, "Sorry, I took the liberty to come and disturb you this time." As he spoke, the knife from his crotch flew out and started slashing at the sea beast not far away. "Can I have a meal? I brought the ingredients." Sean looked at Belmir and asked. Although he knew that the other party would not refuse, Sean still asked politely. After all, their family was not rich. And he won't be unscrupulous when it comes to civilians. Chapter 146. Punctual Justice. Before Belmir could say anything, Nami immediately jumped up with her little hands raised. "Of course, you say so, Belmir." After saying that, Kazilon blinked her big eyes and looked at Belmir. Of course Belmir would not refuse. Even if Sean went to any resident's house in the village, no one would refuse. After all, this is the great benefactor of Kokoyashi village. He immediately chuckled and said, "That is our family's honor, Mr. Marine." So Nami took Sean's hand and ran into the house. Nojigao looked at Belmir helplessly. "Belmir, you can't handle all the ingredients with so many ingredients. Why don't I ask the neighbor next door to help?" Belmir rubbed Nokigao's little head. "No need, since Mr. Marine didn't come here in a high profile. Maybe he has something to do with us?" "Ah, then let me help you. It's okay. Just go in and accompany Nami. Mr. Marine has already taken care of the ingredients." Nokigao walked to the sea beast with some doubts. When he saw that Sean was just controlling the knife to swipe across it, there was no overall change. Nuokigao stretched out her little hand and tapped it gently, and with a swish sound, the sea animal meat fell into pieces and fell aside. "Look, come on in, I'm going to show off my skills today and I have to entertain Mr. Marine well," Belmir said with enthusiasm. So, Nokigao walked into the house and saw his sister just like a little bird, chirping around Sean and talking non-stop. She completely forgot about the aloof style she usually wanted to imitate. And Sean was also patiently listening to Nami's little daily routine, such as who was teased by her, which ate trigrams and so on. Seeing Nokigao come in, the two of them just glanced at each other, so Sean took this opportunity to point out Nami's previous practice. But when he saw some calluses on Nami's little hands, his expression was a little complicated. A child of this age actually had calluses on his hands. It can be imagined that Nami is definitely not lazy in her usual practice. After sighing, she used a prayer on Nami. Advertisement immediately, Nami felt that her long-term fatigue had been greatly relieved, and she began to hum comfortably. Even after watching it again, Nuokigao still felt that Sean's ability was too cheating. As long as people were not dead, he could save them. The calluses on Nami's hands were gone, and they turned back into white and tender little hands. Nokigao on the side was a little envious when he saw it. Nuokigao, who often helped Belmir with work, also had some calluses on her hands, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Moreover, this was a healing ability, so it was nothing to ask Sean to help remove the calluses. A kid at this age can't hide something. Sean knew it just by looking at Nokigao, so he also used prayer on her. Not long after, Sean's stomach growled as he smelled the aroma from the kitchen. So I had to bring up a random topic. "By the way, Nami, what do you want to do when you grow up?" So the two little girls ran to the kitchen and brought out pots after pots of food. As for joining Marine in the future, it is not a problem at all. When you return to Marine, you will be able to get promoted easily. But in reality, his existence, even if he does nothing, means that he is an idol. Nami, Nuokigao. "Okay." Hearing this, Nami said without hesitation, "I want to draw a map all over the world, a map that belongs to me." Sean also quickly picked up the juice and drank it. "You don't have to do this, that's our Marine's responsibility." Yes, Basin, I guess Belmir knew about Sean's appetite. After all, when there was a banquet in their village, Sean ate a lot. Yes, Nami has worked very hard for this goal. Ever since she heard what Sean said about the dangers in the sea, she has been working hard for her dream every day. After a while, the food was placed on the entire table. Belmir looked at Sean. "Thank you, Mr. Marine, for taking care of our family." Just before Sean could speak, Belmir's voice came from the kitchen. "Nagagao, Nami, come and help carry the food out." But not now, let her stay in Kokonishi village to practice on her own, and let Nami join Hancock's pirate group 4 years later. So he picked up the juice on the side and drank it in one gulp. Nami and Nokigao also picked up the juice at hand and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Marine, for saving our mother." Advertisement: he is immortal, not an immortal, and he also has vanity. It is this small vanity that makes Sean determined to do what he is doing. Belmir looked nostalgic. "Yes, but even so, I still have to thank you, because at that time, as long as I saw the smiles on the civilians' faces after being rescued, and their casual thanks, eye-wide full of motivation. One day, he wants the pirates on the sea to no longer be idolized by everyone. Little Nami thought for a while and said, I will become stronger first, then travel to the sea, and finally join Marine. Many of the little devils in this era choose a position that is influenced by Whitebeard. So Nami will not become a pirate, which is why Sean wants to start a war on top to deal with Whitebeard. You used to be a Marine too, you should know. Sean looked at Belmere. Whenever he rushed there on time, he would feel happy to receive the heartfelt thanks from these civilians. Someone probably talked about this topic afterwards. Thinking of this, Sean's face got a little hot, it was so embarrassing. However, after hearing Nami's words, Sean nodded with satisfaction, so he could safely recommend Nami to join the Nine Snakes Pirates. One day, he will hang a plaque of his office in the square of Marine headquarters. One day, he will ask the so-called gods to repent for what they have done over the years. Punctual justice. Sean nodded. That's great, but in what form will you go to sea? Hearing this, Sean just smiled and said nothing more, because he would also have this sense of accomplishment, which is a sense of recognition that what he has done is recognized by others. After hearing Sean's question, Nokagao proudly introduced her sister's dream. From the perspective of the anime, Whitebeard is a great pirate who has many sons. That's Marine who's undercover in New World. Sean was not surprised when he heard Nami's words, because from his observation of them just now, Sean already knew that Nami regarded him as an idol. Over the years, every time he received news of pirates raging, Sean would rush there as soon as possible. He didn't want delayed justice. On this sea, delayed justice was useless. One day, he wants Marine to become an absolutely fair and just institution. Chapter 147 Belmere's Concerns. At the dinner table, Sean enjoyed the food and occasionally listened to Nami's advice or Nokigao's complaints to Nami. Whenever Nami becomes angry, Belmere will come out to stop the two of them. Seeing the noisy family, Sean gave a rare smile. Nuokigao, Sean just laughed. Nami, whose head was being pressed by Bellemire, saw Sean with sharp eyes. She only felt that at that moment, Sean's temperament was no longer cold, but as warm as the warm afternoon sun. When Nokagao and Bellemire heard this, they immediately turned their heads and looked over. Seeing this, Sean's smile froze, his warm breath turned back to cold, and he glared at Nami angrily. It's a pity that Nokagao and Bellemire have already seen that feeling. Bellemire even sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that Mr. Marine, who looked so cold, would show that attitude. Hearing this, Sean chuckled. He was too sensitive, didn't he just want his temperament to become warmer? So he nodded. Actually, it's nothing. Just seeing your wonderful interaction, I feel that Marine's existence is the best. Belmere nodded in agreement. Even though I am no longer a Marine, I still know that there are still countless Marines who are working hard to eliminate the injustice in the sea. It's just that their abilities are limited, but it's also because of these people that pirates are not so rampant, right? After all, I was once a member of the bottom Marine. After saying that, Belmere looked at Nami and Nokagao tenderly, both of whom were daughters he adopted when he was a Marine. If she hadn't become Marine, she might not have had such a good daughter. Nami and Nokigao also held Belmere's hands tightly. When Sean saw this, he immediately understood that even if it wasn't Sean who came to save the village, it was any Marine. Advertisement: if Belmere hadn't died, Nami wouldn't have become a pirate. No wonder he didn't fool him too much. Nami himself thought about becoming a Marine in the future. Thinking of this, Sean decided to discuss with Belmere about Nami joining the Nine Snakes Pirates in the future. So Gate of Opening said to Belmere straightforwardly, Nami wants to be a Marine in the future. I want to give her the first mission in the future now. What do you think? Sean continued. I belong to the same faction as Kizaru, that salty fish. I'm looking for Nami. The most important thing is that I don't think she will betray me. If the opponent really had that kind of ability, Sean wouldn't be just a lieutenant general until now. In other words, his ambition is so great that Marine is just a stepping stone for the opponent. To be honest, Nami does have great sailing talent, or she is a super genius, but that is not necessary for me. Sean took a sip of his drink and said slowly, let her go on the mission not now, but 4 years later. Even though Sean is a well-known Marine, Bellemere has always been tough when it comes to issues involving his daughter. Before Sean can explain clearly, she will not let Sean take Nami away even if she dies. Bellemere actually guessed that Sean had something to say when he arrived, but what he didn't expect was that his 12-year-old daughter would be asked to perform the task. Because of your existence, I think even if I train Nami, Nami will not betray me, right? Immediately, Sean looked at Bellemere, his eyes seemed to say, look, you're right. He had expected this situation, but he didn't care. It was better to make it clear as soon as possible than to see Nami on a wanted notice in Bellemere in the future. Sean wouldn't do those crazy settings. At the end of the sentence, he turned to look at Nami, who was holding her sleeves with her little hands, and asked softly. Because in a few years, Kizaru and I will plan something, and Nami will be one of the main leaders in that incident. There is no way. Nami has a guardian, and Sean can't trick Nami into leaving his mother and joining his camp. Below the branch are countless branches, and the branches are divided into base commanders and chiefs of staff. Although this is to check and balance the Marine officer system, there will inevitably be some differences. Advertisement: if you have been a Marine, you should be very clear about the current factional atmosphere within Marine. I won't talk about generals like this. After thinking about it, Sean said, the answer is simple. Whoever I like can become the top strongman in this sea. What I need is a partner who can help me fight crime. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and made a clicking sound, which was unusually harsh in the silence of several people. Bellemeyre's tone became increasingly unkind. She felt that there were too many loopholes in Sean's words. Since we were looking for talented brats, and there were plenty of them in our department, why bother looking for her own daughter? At this point, Sean paused for a moment, and Bellemeyre, mother and daughter, also vaguely felt that something terrible had come into contact with their minds. He immediately frowned and asked suspiciously, "Actually, I want to know what you see in my daughter. She is only 12 years old. What tasks do you want her to perform?" This is her realization as a mother. Then after a lot of tossing and hard work, I arrived in front of Nami. I was dying and asked why you did this, okay? In this case, how can Bellemeyre trust Sean? When she said this, Bellemeyre's tone was already harsh. Her sixth sense told her that Sean seemed to be hiding something. In fact, Sean could also directly ask Nami to join Kuja without telling Bellemeyre, but it is not necessary, as he is afraid it will be like the stupid plot of the TV series. As for what the mission is, I don't want to know for the time being, but I still hope you can answer the question I just asked. Why do you fall in love with my daughter? Bellemeyre grasped the key point and asked, "You mean, you can let anyone be your helper, but you have to choose someone with a good character, right? Where do you have the confidence, Mr. Lieutenant General?" Bellemeyre nodded. She had indeed experienced this. Although the base director of a branch had the highest decision-making power, the staff also had the right to directly communicate with the branch or even the headquarters. This couldn't help but make Bellemeyre even more worried. Even such a figure said it was a big deal, and it was planned together with the general. Seeing the opponent's protective posture, the two girls on the side also looked at Sean nervously, as if they were afraid that a wave of idol image would be shattered. It has caused all kinds of irreparable misunderstandings. Even if you are an undercover agent, what can you do if you tell your relatives? Can you still report you? What's more, Hancock is one of his own. Unless absolutely necessary, branch leaders will not disturb their superiors and usually make decisions through consultation. Hearing this, Nami was startled and nodded dully. "Yeah, I won't betray Sean. Sean is the benefactor of our family." Chapter 148. Everyone is happy. At this time, Sean stood up, supported the table with both hands, and leaned over to look at the three people across the table with a hidden momentum. "Think about it. Do you really want to know? Currently, only Kizaru and I know about this matter. Once you leak it, I can't predict how many people will die on the sea." Bellemeyre only felt a little difficult to breathe. This was the first time she faced such a powerful momentum, and she could hardly breathe under the pressure. In fact, after hearing this, she had already decided that she could not let her daughter do this so-called task. It was too dangerous. Just about to say no, Nami, who was mother and daughter, held Bellemeyre's hand and shook it gently, looking at Bellemeyre with a pleading look. Although what Sean said was dangerous and terrifying, Nami, as a fan, still subconsciously did not believe that Sean would harm her. Moreover, she will also go out to sea in the future, and a vague crisis is not enough to make her give up her dream. Bellemeyre sighed inwardly, and she also understood that she could not contain Nami's dream. Now Nami's dream is to join Marine and draw a map of the world. But for the sake of her daughter, she still had to understand it clearly, and the worst she could do was die without telling her. As for Nuo Kagawa on the side, although her personality is a bit off-kilter sometimes, she is actually very mature at the age of 14. She often helps herself with work to make money, and she also has the right to know what her sister will do in the future. Otherwise, with the character of Noki Gao who dotes on her sister, she will probably go to sea to search for her at all costs. After calming down, Bellemeyre said firmly, "Tell me, even if I die, I will not reveal your affairs to anyone. This is my promise to my daughter." Then he added in his heart, "As long as you don't hurt my daughter." Nuo Kagawa, who was on the side, quickly promised after hearing this. "Me too, this is my promise as a sister." Nami on the side had mist in her big eyes, even though she was already 12 years old. But she also vaguely guessed that the next decision would affect her life, and even affect Nokagawa and Bellemeyre. Seeing their family's reaction, Sean was not surprised at all. He immediately suppressed his momentum and sat back. Advertisement. Okay, don't be too nervous, it's not a big deal. I just want Nami to join the new Four Emperors pirate group and become a cadre. Hearing this, Bellemeyre was immediately stunned because the amount of information in this sentence was too great. After the meal, Bellemeyre went to clear away the dishes. Nami and Nokigao each moved a beach chair next to Sean and sunbathed together. Hearing this, several people's eyes lit up. Yes, just thinking about it is bad, but if you think about it carefully, there are really no disadvantages. This was not an illusion. The next moment, Nami's little hand turned into a white cloud. The first is the new Four Emperors pirate group. The situation has just stabilized this year, and Sean is already planning to bring down a Sea Emperor with General Kizaru, right? Once other pirates knew that the Four Emperors group was originally a pirate group under Marine, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face in front of the pirate camp. Bellemeyre was also called over by Nokigo's shout and saw Nami's arms turned white. When you see the worry on the other person's face, you know that the other person has listened to your words. Nuo Kagawa on the side was also a little confused. Is there really such a powerful fruit? As long as they keep it secret, Nami will surely become a towering figure in the future and realize her dream. Sorry, I can't tell you this right now. You will know in a few years. As for the new Four Emperors group, only Kizaru and I know about it. Otherwise, Nami will face endless pursuit by pirates across the sea. Hearing this, Belmer didn't understand it at first, but after thinking about it, he immediately understood what it meant. Nami didn't doubt him, so she opened her mouth and ate it. Her face turned red and she wanted to spit it out. Besides, working as an undercover agent in the pirate group and being able to draw maps everywhere, isn't that exactly what she wants? When she returns to Marine, she will have considerable autonomy in her position. It's not that Sean trusts people easily, but that he believes in being strong as a mother, and trusts a mother who is willing to trade her own life for her daughter. Sean quickly explained. Don't worry, this is the devil fruit I found after all the hard work, Logia, the cloud fruit. Advertisement. Hearing this, Bellemire only felt a little thirsty. She had more knowledge than the two little girls. Nuo Kagao also nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, sister, it's up to you to realize my sister's ideal of eating and waiting to die. So he asked, which sea emperor is your target? At this time, Sean took out a white fruit and handed it to Nami. Eat this after dinner fruit. No matter how unpleasant it is, you must eat it. Ah, Nami, what's wrong with your hand? Nokagao shouted anxiously when he saw this situation. So the rest of the time was spent eating and drinking, and everyone got along very well. This is a fruit that is powerful if you are knowledgeable, but weak if you are stupid. With Nami's talent, she can develop this fruit into a powerful one. I believe in her. Secondly, the cadres of the four emperors group are all famous strong men. In other words, he really intends to train Nami to be such a strong man. Within a moment, Nami finished the fruit and felt it carefully. She felt as if she could turn into a cloud. But he still said with relief, don't worry, as long as Nami practices according to the plan I customized for her, by then few people will be able to really hurt her. After the conversation, Bellemire also felt scared. She had just contradicted Sean, the strongest line of defense in New World. Sean quickly covered Nami's mouth with quick eyes and hands, and warned, this is a devil fruit that allows you to gain the power of weather. Stop vomiting, eat the rest too. And this new four emperors group is one of our own. Of course, you should not tell anyone this news. Hearing this, Nami had no choice but to endure it with tears in her eyes, taking small bites of what she considered the most unpalatable fruit in the world. So out of curiosity, Belmer stretched out his finger and poked it. It's a devil fruit of the same level as General Marine, and it's also Logia. At the same time, in order to unseat the other party, it is estimated that the pirates in the entire New World will fight against this four emperors group, until the other party withdraws from the New World. The minimum selling price for a devil fruit is 100 million Baileys, not to mention that it is an ultra-rare natural type. Chapter 149. Such fruit. The finger touched Nami's arm and passed through it like it was passing through air. At this time, Bellemire was also relieved. Since the other party would come up with such a rare devil fruit, he probably wouldn't give up on Nami easily. The two little girls also heard their conversation, and Nami immediately became happy, like a child who got a new toy. For a while, he used the cloud in his hand to change into various shapes, and for a while he released a denser cloud. He stepped on it and started to play up and down. But after a while, Nami stopped panting, stuck out his tongue, ran to the side and picked up water and drank it. Okay, it takes so much effort, how can I become stronger? Nami said slowly. Then Sean took out the precious potion, and it's something that only I have in the entire sea. Then Sean used his sense of perception to sense the surrounding area, and then slowly explained. He explained all the wonderful uses of the potion, and at the end he emphasized one more time that this was something only he had. Now, Bellemire finally understood why Sean had the confidence to say that he could make Nami a top powerhouse. As long as Nami doesn't be lazy and practices hard in the next few years, she will have a promising future. Nokagao is also happy for Nami. After all, her sister has the opportunity to become the top powerhouse in this sea. From now on, I can be domineering and domineering, he. Can you only use this kind of white cloud? Can't you get some thunderclouds or something like that? Sean looked at Nami with some confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Nami's sensitivity to the weather is at the level of a super genius. Nami was also a little dumbfounded. I can't do this. After hearing this, Sean realized that Nami's knowledge reserve was not enough. She didn't even know what kind of cumulonimbus bald, noctilucent cloud, cumulus congestus, etc. But it's not a big problem. According to Robin, O'Hara now also has a collection of knowledge books about the island country. Among them is the collection of Visalia Island, a country that uses scientific research on meteorology and weather. Just go directly to Dr. Kloba and get a set of books later. Advertisement. So he said to Nami, it's not a big problem. I will bring you some books on related knowledge later. Sean is full of expectations for the development of this fruit, and he doesn't know what surprises Nami will bring to him in the future. In the afternoon, after setting up the curriculum for Nami, Sean went to O'Hara and brought back several boxes of books on meteorology. Bellemire and Nuo Kagao, who were watching on the sidelines, felt dry for a while. Both of them did not like to study. Only Nami's eyes lit up when she saw so many books. Sean was pleased with this. Then it was time to leave. After all, there were still people waiting for him at home. Then I will go back first. You have practiced well in the past few years. I will come to see you when I have time. Hearing this, Nami also showed a reluctant expression. Then remember to teach me when you have time, otherwise I'm afraid the learning progress will be too slow. Nami could only use this lame excuse to make Sean remember her. She really couldn't let him go. I never felt that Sean treated her as a tool, saving her family and giving her a chance to become stronger. As for joining the Four Emperors group, stop making trouble, that's a job tailor-made for her, okay. A position where she can travel the sea unscrupulously. Sean leaned down and touched his head, and Nami also raised her head and rubbed it. Okay, I will come back to see you when I have time, it will be fine after I finish my work. After the words fell, Sean waved to several people, and a burst of white light burst out from Sean's body. There was a whoosh, and Sean was nowhere to be seen. From beginning to end, no other villagers noticed that Sean had been there. After returning to Shimotsuki village, Sean strolled slowly while greeting the villagers. Not long after, Sean returned to the dojo and took out the knife he had obtained at the slave trading market from the system space. This is for Zoro. Although he can't fool this stupid thing, he is his junior brother after all. And Sean only felt that this knife was pretty good, but he still didn't know what kind of knife it was. Advertisement. When he arrived at the training dojo, Sean heard bursts of commotion coming from inside. Wow, these two seniors are really amazing. Yeah, it's so cool. They actually used bamboo swords to fight Zoro-senpai, and the bamboo swords didn't get any damage at all. Senior Sean probably taught them. After all, they have been following him for 2 years. It's not surprising that they can do this. Yes, I heard from the adults in my family that Senior Sean is a super big shot, super powerful. I'm so envious. Sean listened outside the door and soon understood what was going on. It turned out to be Zoro challenging Kuina again. But as Kuina gets stronger physically, she naturally learns domineering skills. Not to mention her skills, her strength is definitely not comparable to the current Zoro. The result was that he was killed instantly. Zoro was not discouraged and turned to challenge Daisuke, but the result was still the same. Even so, Sean does not intend to give Zoro genetic medicine because with his qualifications, he will reach the top sooner or later. The reason why Zoro in the original work has such a strong personality charm comes from his personal experience. Whether it was because of the little girl who was tied up by Marine for days and nights without food, or for his contribution to the Straw Hats, or even for not being afraid of the celestial dragons drawing their swords. That was Zoro's experience of becoming an upright man. Sean wouldn't do it rashly. Kuina and Tashi are just tickets to win the title of the strongest swordsman. Zoro is the seeded player of the world's #1 swordsman. Seeing Sean walk in, all the junior students looked at Sean with stars in their eyes, and Koshiro even showed a satisfied smile. Zoro, who was still a little dissatisfied at first, immediately brightened up when he saw Sean. Koshiro only asked him to practice step by step, but he still felt it was too slow. He immediately ran to Sean and said, "Senior, can you teach me the technique of making a bamboo knife hard?" The teacher even refused to teach me. But what Zoro doesn't know is that Sean's talent is also unparalleled, unlike Zoro who needs to hone himself. Before he obtained the system, Sean was already at the top level of dual-color domineering at the age of 18, and his swordsmanship was as good as that of Hawkeye. Sean, who knew that Zoro's talent became stronger as he fought for a moment and said, "Everyone's path is different. I am the type who can only practice quietly. And you belong to the type of genius who gets stronger with each battle. Don't worry. Believe me, you will become a great swordsman." Hearing this, Zoro's face suddenly fell. Can I really not learn? Chapter 150 Nagaso Yako Tetsu. Hearing this, Sean stretched out his hand and rubbed Zoro's head angrily. Don't think too much, your achievements in the future will not be worse than theirs. Under Zoro's dissatisfied and helpless eyes, Sean handed over a knife. The plain brown scabbard, with circles of old bandages wrapped around the handle, looks like it has a strong sense of history. There is no doubt that this is an antique knife. Zoro took it with some confusion. Sean smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. I found it outside before. Take it out and see if you like it." Zoro, who has been one of Sean's followers since childhood, was so happy that he couldn't find anything to do with it. It didn't matter whether he was a sword or not, but he felt that Sean was a little biased before. He didn't know if it was because he didn't want to join Marine, so the senior was like this. But now it seems that the idol is still the same idol, and he will not get angry with himself because of trivial matters. Then he casually pulled out the knife. Chang! The sharp blade was unsheathed, and there was a harsh sound. The dark blade was covered with scarlet flame-like blade patterns. I saw that the overall dark and thick blade was flashing with a chilling cold light, and a sense of depression came over my face. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Even people who didn't know much about knives felt that this black knife was very sharp. Sean looked at Dusky who was standing aside. "Do you know what kind of knife this is?" After hearing this, Dusky quickly took out the small notebook he carried with him and checked it carefully, but in the end he found nothing. So he could only shake his head. It's a bit strange, this sword is not currently among the famous swords. Without waiting for Sean to reply, Koshiro on the side stepped forward to pick it up and observed it carefully. Then his serious expression changed back to his narrowed eyes. "This is really an amazing knife." "Teacher, do you know what kind of knife this is?" Sean asked everyone's question. Advertisement. Koshiro nodded, handed the sword back to Zoro, and said, "This sword is named Nagasaya Kutetsu, and it was once a famous sword. I have seen it in some documents about weapons. It is said that they were made by the forging master Kutetsu hundreds of years ago." Zoro asked with some confusion, "Teacher, why do you say this sword was once a famous sword? Is it not now?" "That's right, The so-called famous knives in this world refer to the weapons made by famous swordsmen among the many knives in the world. The more outstanding representatives are the 12 skills of the Supreme Kwai Knife, the 21 Knife of the Great Kwai Knife, and the Good Knife. 50 jobs. This sword has disappeared for hundreds of years, so naturally it cannot be included in the list, but it is a good sword, not inferior to Wado Ichimon's sword. Hearing this, Zoro looked at the sword in his hand with bright eyes and almost drooled, but he still asked casually, "Is Wado Ichimonji a famous sword?" Of course, the word Hedao is the 21 skills of the sharp sword. Daisuke came out to explain after hearing this. Then, Koshiro announced that school was over. Zoro raised his head and looked at Sean with fiery eyes. Is this really for me? Well, I'm just a little confused. What I'm doing now may seem right to me, but I don't know if the ending will be better than the original one. After dinner, several kids went to bed, and Sean and Koshiro chatted over tea under the moonlight. Daisuke's dream is to recycle the famous knives in the hands of all evildoers. In her words, they will probably cry when the knives are in their hands. Hearing this, Koshiro felt vaguely that his disciple seemed to be planning something big, but he knew that his disciple was a kind person, and that was enough. He led a few people back to the backyard. Sean wanted to come back for a rare occasion. Kuina had already told his wife yesterday. There is no way. The Ishin dojo is similar to the model of a preschool enlightenment class, and Zoro is already old at 13. No one or anything's ending is destined. Even the humblest ant still has things he can decide. It's just that Zoro doesn't think there is any problem with his existence. Sean didn't pay attention to Zoro, who was jumping up and down happily, but looked at Daisuke, who was standing aside. In his heart, Koshiro is more like a life mentor than a master teaching skills. At the very least, it can affect one's life or death. When Zoro heard this, his body froze, and he always felt as if the other party was pointing out something, but no matter what, he was not a bad person. Advertisement, so today is another sumptuous dinner. He didn't know if what he did would be better than doing nothing. As he spoke, he raised the sword in his hand and said to himself, "Just follow me to the top of this world. I will make you one of the strongest swordsmen. When you come back this time, I feel that your mood is a bit messy and you are not as transparent as before. Are you worried about anything?" "That's great, Senior Sean, you are so kind. I like this knife very much. I will definitely cherish it." Hearing Sean's words, Daisuke nodded firmly and glanced at Zoro aside. "It seems that what you are doing has a strong impact on you. Why did you say there was an original ending?" Many of the junior students around him looked at Zoro, the older student, with envy. Yes, Zoro also said that when he grows up, he will go to sea and challenge the strong until he reaches the top of the world. As for you, your sword is enough for you for the time being. If you want other famous swords, you have to rely on yourself. Didn't you say you would collect famous swords from evil people? Sean was relieved to see that the knife he gave was so good, at least it was comparable to Hedao Yuen. Yu said, "As long as it is a knife in the hands of an evil person, I will use my own strength to take it back. Of course, my wife's sword was given to me, and my teacher's sword was given to Kuina, so I can only find a knife to give you, as a gift for you to go to sea in advance. If the original trajectory here would be a happy ending, then my forced changes would not actually liberate this place much in advance. In terms of combat power alone, he does not have the strength to push horizontally. After all, Kendo represents benevolence and protection, but they use Kendo to kill innocent lives." Koshiro narrowed his eyes and asked casually as if nothing had happened. Sean is often confused. From the beginning, it was purely for plot points, and then he tried to lay out the world bit by bit. Sean wasn't surprised that Koshiro noticed his inner annoyance. After thinking about it, Daisuke added, "As long as the reputation of the sword is big enough and the user is strong enough, you can definitely take your sword to the list of famous swords." Anyway, he is now number 1 in the dojo. Chapter 151 Hyuan Calendar Year 1515. The reason why the ending is because it represents the result. The reason why this world is full of excitement is because of the unknown. Everyone is a pen writing his own history. Even if there is a better ending, the process is still written by you, isn't it? If you have a clear conscience, can be worthy of others, and can worship God, then the process of your life will be extremely exciting. I am looking forward to the future. When Sean heard this, he suddenly realized that no matter what the ending of the original work was, whether his ending could be successful again. But one thing is unquestionable, O'Hara survived, Burkalu was not destroyed by Enel, and Marine's Rosinante is still playing. The 3 Hancock sisters have escaped from their miserable childhoods, Tetsuro has not become a world-weary person, and Nami, although obsessed with money, is very happy now. Whether it's Enel or Tetsuro, everyone who was influenced by Sean is still loving life today. Even Doflamingo, a careerist and the scum of the sea, is actually protecting a country for whatever purpose. Even countless disasters, under the leadership of Yishao, help as many people as possible to survive. This is the process of Sean's writing. At this moment, Sean was more determined than ever before. After understanding his inner thoughts, he felt that his whole body was full of energy. "Teacher, I think I know what to do, thank you." "What are you talking about? You are this guy's proudest disciple." Lyman, who came out to change the water, rolled his eyes and said. Koshiro did not refute, but looked at Sean with a smile. "Only those who are not confused can make great progress in Kendo. It seems that you have found a path to follow." Hey. This night, Sean broke free from the shackles of being aloof and no longer looked at the world from God's perspective. Completely becoming a member of this crowd of sentient beings. Haiyuan calendar year 1515. Advertisement: the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro. Tetzolo, known as the Golden Emperor by the world, and his wife Stella were overlooking the city from the highest floor in the center of the city. Stella, I must get the Logia devil fruit that appeared in North Blue for you, Tetzolo said, looking at his wife nestled in his arms. Stella shook her head and said softly, it's okay, I feel that I am strong now, and I am very satisfied. How can that be done? Now every time I see those beasts that enslave humans appear here, I can hardly suppress the anger in my heart. If that adult hadn't saved us, we would probably be just one of them. No, we might not even have the chance to come out and take a look. When we have an uprising in the future, I hope you can gain more strength, otherwise I really don't know what I will do if I lose you. Feeling her husband's hand holding her slightly harder, Stella felt her husband's love and dependence on her. He had no choice but to nod. Then how are we going to get that fruit? Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Tetzolo's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, just kill that Mochia family. Their family's crimes are simply unforgivable. Being born in North Blue, rising in North Blue, but becoming a pawn of those guys doing whatever they want in North Blue, damn it. Holding Tetzolo's hand, Stella asked softly, then what are you going to do? Baccarat. Tetzolo shouted toward the door. After a while, a woman with red hair and a black high-cut dress came in. Mr. Tetzolo, are you looking for me? Take some people to North Blue and let the Mochia family suffer for a while. Baccarat was a little hesitant, but still asked, but with the amount of money their family spent in our entertainment city, do they really want to take action against him? Although Baccarat asked more tactfully, Tetzolo still knew that what the other party wanted to ask was how the Tianlong people should explain. So Tetzolo said with contempt on his face, they're just a bunch of scum who don't regard themselves as human beings. Don't worry, those guys won't go against me for the sake of someone who is already unlucky. After all, we husband and wife are not good men and women. When Stella heard this, she also looked at Baccarat and smiled slightly with a look of disdain on the world, and told the girl in front of her. Advertisement, we, as a couple, own this country not through our business relationship, but through our absolute strength, so you can rest assured. Baccarat looked at the always gentle queen and the landlady, and she was also a little stunned. But he still responded quickly, I understand, what are your plans after that? After that, we don't need to take action against those losers. We can just let the Don Quixote family go there. In a few words, this man who was apparently the king of a super economic power decided the direction of the mafia family between the two seas. This king and queen also have another title in the underground world, namely, Dark Arbiter, and Angel Eyes. The Angel Eyes here is not a good nickname, thanks to the development of the sight color. Stella's sight color is the same as Odahime of Ryugu. They all have the ability to see into people's hearts. Whenever they are looked at by those beautiful eyes, they will often think of the past with shame. In the past, many insidious people used various conspiracies and tricks to plunder Tetzolo, but in Stella's eyes, anyone with malicious intentions could not escape. So people in this country call her the Angel Eyes, who protects this country. At the port of an island somewhere in the New World. A black-haired woman wearing a black suit and hip-covering trousers exuded an aura that would keep strangers away from her. This woman was holding a lollipop in her mouth, standing on the deck and looking at the island not far away that was almost flattened and exuding bursts of cold air. Gently holding her hair that was blown by the sea breeze around her ears, her slightly childish face inadvertently revealed a charm that was inconsistent with her age. He looked at the tall woman wearing a purple cheongsam and asked in a rather unkind tone, when will he come to me? I want to ask him some questions about cultivation. Hey, are you kidding me? You can freeze the entire island with just one breath, and it will fall into pieces when the wind blows. What guidance do you need? The cheongsam woman said with a sneer. After that, he added, does this mean you don't want to be a maid but a personal secretary? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. The woman in the suit was not annoyed. She glanced at the other person and said, it's better than some people who wear cheongsam without slits. Humph, what do you know? Ladies shouldn't be dissolute. Chapter 152 Haiyuan calendar year 1516. So when can I see him? Baby 5 said with some melancholy. Ever since we said goodbye, Baby 5 can't remember anything except Sean saying that he doesn't like brats. So all kinds of dressing up went in the direction of maturity. In her eyes, wearing a suit is a symbol of maturity. Hancock said, don't think about it. According to Yishao, Sean is currently practicing hard, otherwise I wouldn't be the one to pick you up. A year ago, Sean found Baby 5 and gave the fruit of the phantom beast species, Nekomata, to Baby 5. When he saw Baby 5 at that time, Sean was also very surprised. Gold glasses, black stockings, small suit, a hem. That was the baby's special dress. Seeing Sean's piggy appearance at that moment, he felt that wearing uncomfortable black stockings was not unacceptable. Of course, in normal times, do you want her to wear it? Do you want her to eat it? So who has joined your pirate group now? Hancock shook his head, you are the only one for the time being. It is said that there will be another one in a few years. Where is that delicate and affected woman? Won't she join you? Hearing this, Hancock snorted coldly at first, and then said, that scheming woman is still in Alabasta. It seems that she has her own mission next. It seems quite fateful. I found this fruit for Sean, Hancock said with some pride. After so many years, I gradually only have eyes for Sean's baby 5, and I won't be easily provoked by others. He said calmly. Oh, really? Thank you very much for that. Over the years, she had been in the Revolutionary Army, and her temperament that was easily deceived had long gone away, and her heart had become as hard as a rock. Subtly, she becomes only needed by Sean. If one day Sean no longer needs her, she may feel more uncomfortable than death. Looking at baby 5's calm appearance, Hancock could only feel his teeth grinding. Whether in front of the scheming woman or in front of this indifferent woman, there is always a feeling of powerlessness. Hey. Advertisement Hyun calendar year 1516, Dressrosa. A tall building complex near the palace. This is the headquarters of the Don Quixote family. It is natural for Doflamingo to obtain such a large area of land after having a good relationship with King Riku. What's more, this country was originally named Don Quixote. Originally, I wanted to plan this country, just as a springboard. Now that we, Xiao Ming, have someone behind us, this is just a country, and we are not taking it lightly. At this time, Doflamingo, who was sunbathing by the pool, saw a man wearing a cloak and a mask walking over not far away. It's also because there is Luo, a top-notch fighter in the family, otherwise the fights among pirates would be fleeting. Who would wait for you to sway someone? He will make you live for 1 minute and suffer for 60 seconds. You can't really survive but die. He hopes that you will not try to challenge the bottom line of the organization. Rosinante automatically filtered out the other party's sour tone. In fact, he knew that Doflamingo no longer hated him. Naturally, he has not dared to do anything outrageous in these years, and has even done a lot of good things. It is rumored that he is a great philanthropist among pirates. The organization didn't abandon you, it even asked me to bring this. I came here with that order this time. Soon Luo will leave your pirate group and reorganize his own crew. He is a strong contender for the position of Grand Staff Officer, Lieutenant General. He was the one who pushed our family to the brink several times. It's just that I can't let it go. In addition, I know the identity of the leader of the organization, but Doflamingo doesn't know anything about it, so I laugh at myself every time they meet. He often kills human traffickers without restraint, using his connections in the world government and the intersection of various forces. Looking at Doflamingo, who had red eyes and was breathing heavily, Rosinante sighed slightly. He had some guesses in his mind, but if Luo Nandi didn't say anything, he didn't dare to grab it at all. The opponent's strength was so powerful that he was frightened, and he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After saying that, Rosinante took out a test tube filled with fluorescent green liquid. Suddenly, Doflamingo's breathing became heavier. This is equivalent to putting the Don Quixote family, which has offended countless people, on the fire. Seeing the other party's true face, Doflamingo's expression froze, and he said angrily, "Isn't this my good brother, Brigadier General Rosinante?" Advertisement. He looked at Doflamingo with a complicated face. "Long time no see, brother. So, it's up to you whether you want to accept this or not." This also makes Doflamingo's life very comfortable. There is no way. Xiao Ming just likes to bully those guys who think they are heroes. This also made Doflamingo's reputation among the people very high, although doing these things made him uncomfortable with his fierce personality. "You must know what this is. It was the one who asked me to bring it to you. He is very satisfied with what you have done over the years." After a while, there were only 3 people present. He watched helplessly as Luo transformed from a brat to a being who could defeat him now. It was hard to imagine how many strong men in this organization had never been born. "You are trying to push our family to death. In this case, we will no longer be able to do the things we did before." Doflamingo looked at Luo seriously and asked, "Is this a big shot in the organization?" "He wants you to keep going, but if you do anything that goes against the purpose of the organization, endless people will come to kill you," he said. Luo Zi looked indifferent. He already had a partner of his own. Not to mention that he had seen Yishao and knew that he was a member of the organization and that he was one of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army whose reputation was directly threatening the world government. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, he felt like he had been abandoned by his thighs, and he would be facing crazy revenge from all forces next. No wonder Doflamingo is cautious, it's because he sees the power and mystery of this organization in Luo. And this is just one of the members of the organization, including even the richest guy in the world. The couple are also cadres of the organization. After hearing Xiao Ming's question, the masked man looked around and then slowly took off his mask. It's hard to imagine how amazing the overall picture of this organization would be. Doflamingo has the same goal as this organization. No one would do anything to him at all, not to mention that their family also has a top-level combat cadre, Luo, not to mention the behemoth Luo behind him. He subconsciously stood up and waved away everyone, including the family officials. Hearing this, Doflamingo looked a little ugly. He has been unscrupulous all these years, except for having a strong background. Chapter 153. Classmate Xiao Ming is about to make it. Doflamingo, who had been staring at the genetic potion with fiery eyes, felt as if cold water had been poured on him after hearing these words. He immediately calmed down and understood that he had a chance to enter the cadre level. My venting behavior against those villains over the years has been recognized, and now I am given a reward and a warning. At the same time, it also allows oneself to make a choice if the cooperative relationship was threatened before. Now he has to choose for himself. Accepting this means that he will completely become his own person. Once betrayed, the consequences will not be something he can bear. Although Doflamingo has great ambitions, as a careerist, he must have the necessary calm mind. Seeing Doflamingo thinking, Luo and Rosinante ignored him and walked aside to reminisce. After a while, Doflamingo made up his mind and walked towards the two people in the pavilion not far away. Give it to me, I want it, yes. Doflamingo decided to completely tie himself to this big ship because he weighed the pros and cons. I found that there was no other choice at all. I was forced to cooperate and did this, and after joining, I did this. Why not join directly? Then you can get more powerful power and feel more secure. Even the 4 emperors, who were once out of reach for him, are no longer far away, and he now has the confidence to face them head-on. Rosinante looked at his brother and handed it over with a complicated expression. Without saying a word, Doflamingo raised his head and drank tons and tons of it. He was not worried at all about what was wrong with it. After all, if the other party wants to harm him, 1 luo is enough. Although I strongly opposed handing over such a dangerous thing to you, I was finally convinced. Do you know why? After drinking the potion, Doflamingo heard this and looked at his brother who was always thinking about his misfortune with a puzzled expression. Rosinante said, minding his own business, because that person told me that the deeds have no regard for the heart, not to mention that there is a devil living in your heart, even if you are a devil. Advertisement, no matter what you think, as long as what you do is good, even if you pretend for a lifetime, you will only be an angel wearing devil's skin. This is why Rosinante is so conflicted every time he faces his brother. On the one hand, he knew that Doflamingo was a great villain and a devil, but on the other hand, he did what good people do all the time. This gave him an extremely strong sense of separation, and he almost couldn't tell who was Doflamingo. Hearing this, Doflamingo sneered, and then his laughter became more and more wild. Foo 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 ha ha ha, my stupid doo-doo, you haven't seen it through as the leader of the organization. You don't know what I want from the beginning to the end. Having said this, Doflamingo changed his tone and looked at Rosinante with a solemn tone, releasing the invisible pressure. There are no demons in this sea. They're just butchers at best. The real demons have never been us. Do you understand? Even though I am a butcher, don't forget how that stupid man brought our family to a dead end. If I kill him, do you think I am a devil? Have you ever thought about why my mother died and why we suffered so much for nothing? No, you will never understand. Because this world is twisted, and the stench of human nature keeps me awake at night. You'd better have a good time dreaming about your marine. You are just tools of the devil, so you have no right to tell me what to do. Rosinante swallowed, feeling that his brother was getting more and more aggressive, and he didn't want to argue with him anymore. Without him, everyone had different ideas. In Rosinante's heart, his father's original intention in bringing them down was good. I just didn't expect these civilians to hate world nobles so much. At this time, classmate Ronaldinho stepped forward and stopped in front of Luo, looking at Doflamingo. I advise you not to think about taking action, you cannot afford the price. Seeing Luo stand up, Doflamingo returned to his street kid appearance. She lamented. I didn't expect that the little ghosts I picked up had grown up to threaten me. Time flies so fast. Come on, if it hadn't been for that one who saved Rosinante, believe me, you would have faced endless revenge from me. Advertisement, are you threatening me? Luo didn't speak, just looked at each other quietly. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. For Doflamingo, Luo was now dispensable. Rosinante on the side didn't want them to have any conflict here. He could only break the weird atmosphere. Okay, let's discuss the matter of Gao Luo's departure. The next thing is the focus. After hearing this, the invisible aura between the two disappeared, and Doflamingo sat down beside him. Isn't it easy for Luo to leave? Tell me, what else is important? Doflamingo crossed his legs and said with a carefree look. Luo needs a valid and reasonable reason to quit your pirate group. He will ban one of the Shichibukai in the near future. Doflamingo is a little surprised. This is really something to tell him. No longer do you just do whatever you want. Do you believe in yourself so easily? Not every pirate can be a Shichibukai. So he asked the doubts in his heart. Are you sure that what you talked to me about was what the organization asked you to convey? Rosinante lit a cigarette, and it almost caught fire again. Luo calmly extinguished the sparks on Rosinante's clothes. As if the one who was lit was not Rosinante himself, he said calmly. Yes, he said that he can tell you after you take the potion. I hope you will cooperate more. Just when Doflamingo put his hands on his face and was about to laugh wildly, Rosinante's next words almost d him off. He said that if anything happens to Luo, the culprit must be you, and you won't be able to live anymore. Rosinante said leisurely. Doflamingo asked with a constipated expression. Why does it have to be me and not you? Luo on the side glanced at the other party with an indifferent expression and said faintly. Because as far as I know, many people have been trained by the leader since childhood. Furthermore, who made you look like a villain? According to that person, without his guidance, you would have been the little boss who received the lunchbox. Afraid that Doflamingo wouldn't understand, he added. Getting a lunchbox means you're finished, you know. Hearing this, Doflamingo was so angry that he almost fought with the opponent. Chapter 154 Haiyuan Calendar Year 1517. In this way, Doflamingo must cooperate with them no matter how unwilling he is. So several people started a discussion about Luo's departure from the Don Quixote family and the preparations before joining Shichibukai. During this period, Doflamingo even had some speculations. He was wondering whether there might be people from the organization in Shichibukai. Then what is this person going to do? He will not believe that an organization with such a powerful combat power is planning a big plan just for a mere Shichibukai position. If Sean were here, he would definitely give Doflamingo a thumbs up. Without him, Doflamingo really sees things further than Crow. Hyuen calendar year 1517. A battle is taking place on an island with weird weather somewhere along the Grand Line. No, it's not so much a war as a unilateral massacre. Earth-shaking roars and begging for mercy could be heard endlessly. Please, let us go, we don't dare to do it anymore. Give me a chance and I will be a good person. Ah, it's so scary, this is really a demon. Wow, I was really wrong, I don't want to die. But a figure wearing white armor with bone wings on its back, standing proudly in the sky, was not moved by these people's pleas for mercy at all. The bone wings flapped, and the white figure crossed his arms and looked at the person trapped in the huge black bone cage. There was no trace of pity in the faintly visible eyes, only endless indifference, and sharp white bones kept piercing from the ground. Harvesting one life after another, when encountering a more flexible one, countless black lines shoot out from the ground as the opponent moves around. After restraining them, bone spurs with cold light came with a whistling sound and pierced their heads. Looking at the people protected by another dark cage not far away, there was endless fear, numbness and despair in their eyes. Advertisement: some women were half-clothed, their bodies were covered with scars, and they could hardly find a good spot. They lay on the ground with empty eyes, looking up at the sky. Some children were attached with various animal limbs, and some were even dissected with bulging chests. A ferocious centipede-like suture was drawn from the shoulder to the lower abdomen. It is not difficult to imagine that the organs in the body of this dying child have even been modified. Seeing this group of people who had completely lost hope, the white figure became even more angry. Flowers wither, the largest wheel, waterflow, flowers wither. After the white figure murmured softly, drastic changes suddenly occurred below. There were bursts of loud thunder-like noises, and then the ground cracked and a lot of dust was thrown up. Then countless black spears, with a touch of strange horniness on their tips, shot out from countless cracks in the earth. Within a moment, the sounds of begging for mercy and the screams suddenly stopped. The entire earth, except for that protected space, was replaced by countless black bone guns. Except for the huge cracked ravine that looked like an abyss, there was only endless blackness as far as the eye could see. This is like a scene where the devil punishes the world. People in the safe space just glance at it and no longer pay attention. As if it has nothing to do with them. Then the demon in white armor slowly landed on the ground, and the armor on his body, as well as the endless black bone spurs, disappeared in an instant. It turned into pieces of pink petals with a faint fragrance and dispersed in the wind. A woman wearing a black elegant dress with a slim figure was revealed, but her appearance was a bit ordinary. When this woman landed, a woman wearing a cloak and faintly visible white hair came forward not far away. The white-haired woman took off her hood, revealing an ordinary face, and looked at the black-haired woman. He said softly, "Well, Robin, you should know very well that this situation is just normal. Mom hopes you can maintain a good attitude. Don't let the killing blind you from your pure heart as a scholar. The noise you caused this time is too exaggerated." After saying that, he looked at the barren land. There were potholes everywhere, and there was almost no flat land to stay on. At least not within her sight. Advertisement: Olvia came out with Robin, and was emboldened by Robin's disguise skills and strength. So the mother and daughter embarked on a journey to find historical texts, but they didn't expect to encounter such a hell-like situation here. This is a group of murderous pirates. After plundering the villages on this island, they did not leave, but instead tortured them. They even captured children and gave them to their ship's doctor for human research, and Robin, who was so angry, had no scruples at all. Olvia directly slaughtered this group of guys who were worse than beasts, and did not dissuade her at all. In her opinion, these people died too happily. It's just that she is worried that her daughter's mentality will be unbalanced and she will no longer be able to maintain the composure that a scholar should have. Robin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Don't worry, Mom, don't forget that I have already gone to sea to make a living before I was 17 years old. I have seen many such scum. I don't know how many people were killed. I just didn't expect that someone would use children for experiments. The weak eat the strong, natural selection. Now think about it, those pirates who are simply immersed in killing seem to be quite kind. After all, the pain of those people only lasts a moment." Olvia sighed, with a touch of sadness in her eyes. That person is right, the human nature in this world is really too twisted. Are you really not going to be affected? Olvia was still a little worried. This was the first time she had seen her daughter in such a fierce manner. The ordinary face suddenly revealed a spring-like smile. "Don't worry, I won't be affected by this mere scum. I just remember what he said, that kind people can also be evil. But don't tell him that I was so rude today, otherwise you won't know how to face him." Olvia glanced at her daughter speechlessly. Although her daughter had been very ladylike since she was a child, she was intellectual and gentle. But Olvia has always known that Robin is a real villain and has never regarded Sean as an elder figure. Ever since she was 8 years old, she had always regarded Sean, who was more than 10 years older than her, as her peer. Okay, I understand. He agreed perfunctorily and then looked at an open space not far away. There was a look of worry on her face, because she couldn't see any life in those people's eyes, only endless silence. What should we do with those people? Although they look alive, they are already dead. Chapter 155. Hell is empty. Hearing this, Robin and Olvia walked towards the dozens of surviving people. Until they walked in front of those people, they still didn't react at all. Robin leaned over and said softly, "You are all right now. I have eliminated that group of rubbish. I will let my companions come to treat you." Robin has blind confidence in Sean. She believes that Sean's ability is enough to heal their injuries. However, she forgot one thing. The physical wounds can be smoothed over time, but the cracks in the soul cannot be erased. These people raised their heads in confusion, glanced at Robin, and then stopped talking, looking around with lifeless eyes. "It seems like he is looking for something." Olivia frowned as she looked at them, thinking that these people didn't believe that they had been rescued. "I had no choice but to continue adding. Look around you. Those corpses are all evildoers who invaded your homeland. They have all been killed now. Your injuries will also be treated effectively. Don't give up, okay?" Olvia was really worried. These people didn't know what they wanted to do, but they all scattered away like zombies. Looking around, this strange behavior made Olvia more and more uneasy. The empty eyes of the children who were subjected to human experiments were also looking for something along with the adults. And a woman who looked a little older did not join in their strange behavior, but staggered to the mother and daughter with injuries all over her body. There were some ripples in her numb eyes. She took a deep look at the two of them and then smiled. His voice was hoarse but full of tenderness, and he said to the two of them, "Thank you very much for coming, but I don't think we need to be rescued. We no longer want to live. Every day we live is a kind of torture for us. Even in our sleep, we will still be tortured. Our husbands, children, fathers, mothers, everything, all the bonds were destroyed by those demons. If you could have come earlier, if they had come later, maybe the ending would have been different." Advertisement. Hearing this, the expressions of the mother and daughter changed, because they saw each other slowly pulling out the extremely sharp polished stone from his waist. The woman lifted the stone and slowly pointed it at her heart, but Robin was about to stop her. The woman who had a gentle tone before seemed to have changed her face, and she gasped ferociously and said, "You don't need to blame yourself. This is our choice, and there is no need to stop it, because you can't save people who don't want to live." Olvia was anxious. She wanted to prevent this tragedy from happening, because she had seen that the people who had scattered just now had returned. Either crawling back, or walking with support, they all stopped not far away. The only difference from before was that they all had sharp weapons in their hands, aiming at their throats, hearts and other parts. Hearing this, Olvia felt refreshed. Yes, she just thought about letting these people survive, and never thought about how they would face life after they survived. But before he finished speaking, the woman in his arms pulled at the corner of his clothes. After coughing out a pool of blood, he said in a depressed tone, Don't blame her, she is a really good person." A white cat was seen in the distance, squatting on the ground and looking at them. Whether it was an illusion or not, Robin saw sadness in the cat's eyes. Gradually, more and more people lost their lives, which made Olvia extremely sad, although she had always known that this was the current situation at sea. But Olivia was gently pulled and stopped by Robin. "Mom, that was what Sean said just now. He also said something, don't tell others to be kind without doing their job. Hell is empty, the devil is in the world, alas. I thought I saved them, but actually I didn't. What they were grateful for was that I gave them a chance to kill themselves. Why do you still have to die when you clearly have a chance to live and hope? Robin, why don't you save them? They can survive, obviously." The woman looked at Robin with gratitude and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "Thank you very much for helping us get revenge." At this moment, a series of penetrating sounds reached the ears of the two of them, and Olvia was suddenly at a loss. "If there is a next life, I would rather be my daughter's pet, carefree." Advertisement. Hearing this, Robin removed the mask on his face and revealed his true face. Robin had tears streaming down his face, and he was no longer the hard-hearted person he was just now. Although it's a little inappropriate to use it here, it's the same. They really don't want to live anymore. I can't imagine it represent the nightmare they experienced. He glanced at his daughter with a cold look, then stepped forward to help the woman pull out the stone blade, and then pressed hard on the wound that was constantly bleeding. She fulfilled us. We are very happy, but we just can't express this emotion anymore. Thank you for coming." What an irony. What exactly have they gone through that would make a child stop crying out for pain and just want to die like an adult? Whether they are awake or asleep, it is a nightmare for them, and only death is a kind of relief. Poof. Because after the first sound, the rest of the people inserted sharp objects into their hearts, throats and other places. How desperate must they be to make them feel that giving them a chance to die would be a gift? After saying that, the hand holding the corner of the clothes dropped weakly, and then looked at other people, including the children. This kindness was forced to be labeled as abnormal. Seeing her daughter's beautiful eyes filled with tears but holding back her tears, Olvia also felt sorry for her daughter. Olvia, who was immersed in sadness, looked at Robin, who made a voice with some disappointment. "Why? With your ability, you can completely stop them." Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly softened and he looked in a direction in the distance. The mother and daughter looked in that direction. She had also seen scenes of purgatory that were no less than what she was experiencing now, but it still severely impacted her soul. "It's just a pity that you guys are late, but I know that as long as they live, they will remember the torture they suffered. It is an indelible pain. Even giving others the right to die is somehow a kind of kindness." Olvia was very puzzled. Even though everyone had been rescued, there was nothing after death. She even turned to Robin and said in a disappointed tone, My daughter has not changed. She is still a considerate and kind-hearted girl who cares about other people's feelings, but she is just in this world. Chapter 156 Historical Article 2. Immediately, Olvia walked forward and hugged Robin gently. He said softly, "I'm sorry, Robin, it's my mother who is too narrow-minded. I promise I won't be like this again. I'm sorry." Robin put his arms around his mother, leaned on her shoulder, and murmured softly, "This is why so many of us follow him wholeheartedly. This era of great pirates must end." The mother and daughter cuddled together for a while, and then walked deeper into the island, because the information they obtained revealed that there were historical texts on this island. Not long after, the two came to where the pirates had hidden their treasure. I saw a large amount of gold and silver treasures piled randomly, but no trace of historical documents was found. The attentive Robin found signs that the ground not far away had been disturbed, so he used his ability to break through the soil. After a while, the inked black historical text buried underground was revealed. I didn't expect that this group of pirates, whose total bounty does not exceed 500 million, would actually find and hide this thing. It's really incredible. When Robin saw this piece of historical paper that recorded history, she expressed emotion. She couldn't imagine why the little pirate in her eyes would hide the gold and silver treasures instead of hiding them. I feel like I should just suppress my anger and have a good interrogation. No, this thing shouldn't belong to them. Maybe they're a pirate group under a certain big pirate, Olvia said after pondering for a moment. Robin was a little surprised. Why do you think this isn't theirs? It's very simple. We at O'Hara used to work very hard to get a piece of it. We only found it when we searched for it with purpose. The piece I found at that time was also found in a ruins in the sea area belonging to a big pirate. That piece also records history. Robin asked with some confusion. Doesn't that mean he's not from the same group just now? Olvia shook her head. You are wrong. Pirates also need historical texts, but what they need are the 4 red historical texts with road signs and the 9 historical texts that record important information. Advertisement. Only we, O'Hara, do the opposite. What we, O'Hara, want is the remaining 17 pieces of historical text that record the real history. So once these pirates find something they don't need, they often hide it, because the appearance of every historical piece means a bloody storm. The only people who can obtain the historical text in this situation are extremely powerful pirates or people from the world government. The world government is as interested in these 17 pieces as we are, because they want to bury history, and we want to understand history. Otherwise, why do you think we know that the road signs and history of this article are red? Because at that time, one of the pieces was in the hands of a legendary pirate, but now that he has died, I don't know whose hands it has passed to. Over the years, although Robin has faced this terrible world, he has not neglected his job as a historian. Even though her mother, Dr. Kloba and others have always taught her all kinds of knowledge, there will still be some things that are unclear. After all, he is no longer the devil's son in the original work who desperately wants to know the truth and struggles to survive. After hearing what his mother said, Robin's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at his mother and asked, "Then do you know whose pirate this is?" Olvia shook her head. "You don't have to guess. It's impossible to know who it is. One thing is for sure. Anyone who dares to get involved in this historical article is the person at the top of the sea. 4 emperors. Is it them? But aren't they the targets of the pirates? Aren't they famous for their benevolence and righteousness?" After thinking for a while, Robin came to his own conclusion. Olvia caressed Robin's hair. "Silly boy, you were already a member of the pyramid when you went to sea. You haven't experienced the dirty work of low-level pirates yet. No matter how good a pirate's reputation is, he can't escape his identity as a pirate. The higher the status of a pirate, the more bones are at his feet. Their benevolence and righteousness are only towards those they recognize. Without that ruthlessness, they wouldn't be alive today. Their territory is very broad, and many pirates who are struggling to survive are vassals under their command, doing things for them that are inconvenient for them to come forward, such as this incident, and their subordinates may even be killed without their knowledge. Even if the pirates do something that violates morality, they won't know about it." The twists and turns here undoubtedly taught Robin a lesson. Adhering to the idea of seeing and feeling the world in person. In the past few years when he went to sea, Robin had come into contact with people from some top powers, and they were all his own. In the battle, we fight pirates like Big Mon, and we also come and go from a big country like Alabasta. Advertisement. It seems that he still doesn't know enough about this world, Robin sighed inwardly. Okay, it's time to get down to business. First copy the contents of this historical article and pass it to that person. Even if there is no one around, they don't dare to call Sean by his first name carelessly. This is what Sean has repeatedly told him to do. I know, Mom, it's really convenient to speak this new language, Robin said with some pride. After saying this, Robin took out the camera phone from the bag behind his back, then took out a piece of paper and started writing and drawing. This phone bug does exist. I remember that Saab also used it. If there are people on Earth here, they will definitely recognize that Robin writes in Huxia, which is what Sean once taught Robin. They were the only 2 people in the world who could learn Pinyin. When Robin learned Pinyin as a child, Sean bought a dictionary for her to teach herself. Not long after, Robin had written the message of this historical article, photographed it with a phone bug, and sent it to the G5 branch office. Because Sean was practicing in retreat, it was Chloe who was in the office, looking down boredly at the recruit training below. Suddenly I was awakened by the sudden sound of card, and I quickly opened a phone in the office. Immediately, the phone bug's eyes lit up, and a photo was transmitted. Crow quickly printed it out, and then quickly walked to Sean's lounge. He handed the paper in through the small food delivery window at the door, shouted, and left after getting Sean's response. The content of the paper is as follows. The Origin of Pirates, a piece of historical text that my mother and I found. In the blank history, there are records about a group of adventurers, the former Dionysus, also known as the D family. They are a group of adventurous guys. Before the destruction of the kingdom, there were many people who were still outside and had not returned to the country. Then the world government issued a high bounty in order to kill them all. They were defined as thieves of the sea, and they were preached as heinous. According to R. O'Hara's documentary records, the pirates of the past were not like today's burning, killing and plundering. They were a group of sea rangers who loved parties, sailing adventures and were righteous. Their actions gradually affected many people, and more people many people yearned for the free adventure and joined them eagerly. As time passed, the group of adventurers were defined as pirates, and more people who ignored the rules joined them, becoming thieves, through and through. Roger's declaration, it just speeds up the process. One day, it will become what it is now. The age of great voyages actually existed 800 years ago. This is the record of this piece of history. For some detailed adventure stories, you can come to Austria. Look, haha, because I haven't seen you for a long time. Close black lens bracket. 5CA Chapter 157 Pirate Hunter, Nami. An unknown island in the East Daxia Sea. At this time, the fishermen at the port saw a ship coming from the distance, which was not a big deal. After all, there are always some merchant ships passing by their island, but when they looked carefully, they saw the bright pirate flag. They were stunned for a moment, and the next second, all the fishermen ran back like crazy, shouting in horror as they ran. Hi, pirates are coming, everyone, please find a place to hide. Damn it, I hope these pirates are not just looking for money. After the villagers heard this, they just took food and ran up the mountain without saying a word. This was not their first experience. There are merchant ships passing by, which means that there are also pirates who are interested in this place. From time to time, some new pirates come to fight against the autumn wind. Show off your ferocity as a pirate to Marine in order to get more rewards. After all, the show-off between pirates is usually based on the reward. After going out, even if the bounty is less than 10 million, I would be embarrassed to tell people that I am a big pirate. After all, in this place in the East Daxia Sea, a reward of more than 10 million is already very impressive. Except Bandit King. At the same time, those pirates will not kill all the people here. After all, they can distinguish between one-time harvest and sustainable development. As a transit island, it is normal for them to be wealthy, so generally they are looking for money. Unless they meet someone who is blind, they will kill them. There are very few places like this in the East Daxia Sea, and they don't have the ability to explore the Grand Route anyway. Not long after, a pirate ship docked, and dozens of people cheered and got off the ship. Ha 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 ha, kids, you see, the intimidation of our tiger pirates makes this village hide when they see it from a distance. A shirtless man with a height of 3 meters and a tiger tattoo on his body smiled wildly and said to the boys beside him. The captain is mighty, the captain is domineering. As expected of our captain, there are only a few pirates in the East Daxia Sea who have a reward of 11 million Baileys. Advertisement, follow the captain and enjoy the delicious food. I'm proud to be a member of the Tiger Pirates. As long as we capture this island, the captain's bounty will be doubled by then, right? When the time comes, after we go to the Grand Line together, maybe we crew members will also be rewarded. Listening to the compliments of his younger brothers, the captain of the Tiger Pirates looked very happy. He even felt that his future was limitless. Even One Piece may not be able to compete. After all, his fists are as good as bullets. The enemy will die if touched. Peeved, a bunch of kittens, when they hear the name of your pirate group, they're just like passers-by, and they don't know what to be proud of. At this time, Nami's head poked out a little more, and his face appeared completely in everyone's eyes. Oh, what will you do if I don't come down, Captain Cat? Boo-hoo-hoo, but in the end nothing was found. They had never seen anyone able to catch the captain's punch, not even this weird little girl. This was their inner thought, but it was a pity. Nami's ambiguous words, to the ears of the captain, were a sign of his lack of confidence. After hearing the other party's ridicule, his face became even more gloomy. He turned around and looked around to find the person who dared to offend him. The captain, who was full of anger, immediately scolded. So what, I am a big pirate with a level of tens of millions. Don't you dare to come down even if you don't look at her? Orange hair, paired with a wavy hairstyle, makes this young girl look a little more mature. The captain grinned. Ha ha ha, I'll count to 3, get out of here, or I will take my crew and kill everyone here. Seeing that the younger brother was still about to speak, he immediately slapped him in the face. You useless thing. How can you follow me to conquer this sea if you are so timid? Suddenly he got furious and shouted, if you have the guts, come down, see if I can stop you and it will be over. A pretty little girl, but unfortunately she opened her mouth. Although she was sitting on the clouds, the crew did not think that their captain would lose. Just as the captain was about to respond, the boy on the side immediately grabbed him and said with a trembling voice, Ship, Captain, she is a pirate hunter, the little pirate cat Nami, who teases pirates until they run away. Nami is so broken. Advertisement Nami, who was just about to catch these people in exchange for the bounty, frowned slightly when he heard this. It's none of your business. Nami didn't care about the other party's cruel words and said playfully, So, how are you going to deal with me? Jump up. Let's see how high you can jump. Just jump and see. At this time, everyone heard the source of the sound, which was in heaven. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. A little kitten who can't even find the enemy dares to threaten to explore the grand route? Who gave you the courage? As soon as the words fell, the weapons in the captain's hands were thrown out one after another, and they galloped away with a sound of breaking through the air. He said coldly, I can't jump up, so I can help you fight down. Sure enough, the captain looked up at the girl with a gloomy look, and said in a serious tone, Kid, are you planning to anger Lousy? Congratulations, you succeeded. Indeed, he could not jump up to a height of more than 10 meters, so he picked up the stick weapons of several men on the side. Then torture him to death. The majesty of One Piece cannot be desecrated. The captain, who was imagining a better life after climbing to the top of One Piece, was interrupted by this voice and suddenly looked unhappy. Otherwise, if anyone comes to provoke me in the future, where will my majesty as a great pirate be? But he couldn't fly, so there was nothing he could do to him. Seeing the captain's angry look, the crew members were a little frightened and immediately looked around for the person who had just mocked the captain. His younger brother's doubts made him more and more angry. Now he only had one thought, which was to kill this girl who dared to challenge his majesty. Looking up, I saw a girl in a white sweatshirt and denim trousers, sitting on the clouds looking down at herself and others. The other party is definitely an aborigine here, but when I saw the local residents running wildly in the distance, I immediately thought, Kid, are you a resident here? Unfortunately, all the weapons passed through Nami, but could not cause any harm to her. Who is it? Which mouse was talking just now? At this time, the captain became more and more angry because he felt that he had lost face in the eyes of his younger brothers. In the eyes of the people below, it was obvious that the captain's accuracy was not good enough, and he always passed through the clouds. Chapter 158 changes. Hearing the other party's arrogant remarks, Nami's face suddenly turned red with anger. Since he ate the devil fruit 3 years ago and practiced hard under the influence of the genetic potion, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although she is only 15 years old now, her strength is enough for her to run rampant in the East Daxia Sea, where the bounty does not exceed 30 million. A year ago, Nami felt that her strength had made great progress and she felt that she could share some of the financial pressure on her family. Then he told Sean that he wanted to explore the East Daxia Sea, catch some pirates, and make some small money. Sean considered that Nami's Logia should be in no danger in the East Daxia Sea, and also gave her a stone with a mark on it. Then it would be a good idea to let Nami go to sea for training. After all, Nami in the original book has already gone to sea to make a career at the age of 10. The strength is comparable to that of a major general in the Marine headquarters, and combined with Logia's devil fruit, it is enough to sail on the sea, so I agreed. It's just that Nami didn't kill anyone every time. After all, in her heart, she only needed to hand the person over to Marine, and Marine would give them corresponding punishment. So every time, the battle ended with an almost instant kill. After all, those pirates were not very strong. They knelt down and begged for mercy every time, looking like they had changed their minds. But now, after just dawdling for a while, someone on the other side actually threatened to massacre civilians, which made her fall into deep thought. If the pirates she captured before were given the opportunity to take hostages, what would they do? Have they really changed their minds? The scene of the previous invasion by the dragon pirates also suddenly appeared in my mind, this sudden memory. Nami's little mind became clearer and clearer. She recalled some pirates in the past who were always ready to make trouble. When he was caught, his eyes were always on the weapons, and Nami realized. Those who kill should be punished with life. Even they know this truth. It is impossible for these people who have lived for decades not to know. If they really wanted to repent, then why would they commit murder? Gradually, in Nami's worldview, a set of standards for judging those who should be killed and those who should not be killed gradually emerged. The scene of the invasion of the dragon pirates warned me, so I will never be soft-hearted. Those who kill will always be killed. Advertisement. After the idea came to his mind, he looked at the cursing captain on the ground and showed a devilish smile. So, do you want to kill me? As he spoke, Nami landed. When the captain saw that Nami actually came down, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, all the pirates surrounded Nami. Kid, today I'm going to let you know how miserable the outcome of provoking our tiger pirates will be. Boys, come on. Break this brat's limbs first. Lousy will torture this brat for provoking the majesty of our pirate group. As Nami looked at these people, her expression changed from angry at the beginning to indifferent now. Following Sean's hand gesture, he stretched out his 5 fingers and held them empty in the air. Suddenly, clouds from all directions approached the sky above Nami. Why would such a strong person be active in the East Daxia Sea? As for Nami's ability, she can create various clouds by herself, and then use various factors such as wind, water vapor and air currents in the sky to cause various natural disasters. Everyone looked up and suddenly saw a scene that they could never forget in their lives. It was a clear sky. This cerebral palsy pirate is a transition. Suddenly there was a heartbreaking sound of bone cracking, and then the captain flew out, even screaming. Nami looked at the people who were surrounding but not attacking, and playfully blinked his left eye. Cat pirates, if you don't come, I will come. Let us go, we are just pirates in the East Daxia Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, countless blade-shaped hailstones fell straight down towards these people. He immediately picked up the knife on the side and rushed straight towards Nami. He jumped up and swung the knife with all his strength, trying to cut off Nami's head.
The other party is so trusting, this is a good opportunity to deal with the other party. As long as she dies, the clouds in the sky will disappear.
The captain who was competing for the position of the four emperors was already devastated, but when he saw Nami actually closed her eyes. Looking at the pirate rushing towards him, Nami chuckled and then clenched his fists in the air. Advertisement. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Look at the sky, look at the sky. These are the subjects that Nami is currently practicing. The only drawback is that the energy storage is too long, but it doesn't matter. The captain saw Nami holding the blade lightly, and he wanted to pull it out with force, but even though the veins were exposed, the blade could not move even with all his strength. Nami narrowed his eyes and looked at the bloody pirates, thinking that it was time to completely deal with them and clean them up. Just when the captain saw the blade getting closer and closer to the opponent's neck and showed a cruel smile, Nami raised her white and tender palm with lightning speed. That's right, it's straight and clear, because half of the clouds in the sky are white and flawless, and half of the clouds are as black as ink, but they are faintly tumbling with thundersnakes. Facing these rookies, Nami didn't bother to create clouds to deal with them. A few remaining clouds in the sky were enough.
Suddenly, bursts of heart-rending shouts erupted from the scene. Click. Even though the cloud was just a remnant cloud to Nami, it almost covered the entire island, but it only attacked these pirates. In other words, as long as the power is accumulated long enough, Nami can create real natural disasters, monstrous floods, sharp hail, strong frost, and even condensed thunderclouds, and even mirages, etc. Nami can do it. Nami closed her eyes and turned a deaf ear to the screams of these people. They could not escape. She immediately raised her leg and kicked Nami. Nami also raised her slender beautiful leg and kicked the leg thicker than her waist, causing the two legs to collide. Tisk, tisk, you are indeed a scumbag. He would attack such a lovely girl like me. It is simply unforgivable. Captain, help me. He gently held the knife that the opponent had chopped at him, without even using his domineering force. She knows her shortcomings, so she has been working hard to practice physical skills. She also has 3 sticks in her bag that can be combined. Nami looked at the captain who flew upside down and murmured softly. Sure enough, he said that physical skills are very important, and he is absolutely right. At this time, all the pirates knew that this little girl was responsible. This kind of power to directly control the weather really made them unable to resist at all. Suddenly, the pirates stopped because they suddenly felt the biting cold and were a little confused.
Advertisement. Chapter 159. Haiyuan calendar year 1518. Nami waved his hand, and the other half of the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly appeared with lightning. The rumbling thunder could not be heard without stopping, and then countless thunders poured down on the place where the pirates were. What the residents on the mountain saw was a basin of glowing water falling in the sky. Then the entire area was flooded, as if a pool was filled with water. After a while, the thunder and lightning disappeared, leaving only Nami standing in the air, although this pirate worth tens of millions could no longer see clearly. It couldn't even be redeemed, but this time Nami was surprisingly not too obsessed with money, because she felt that what she was doing now was the same as when Sean came to their village. Sure enough, thunder pools are more useful. The temperature of hailstones dropped by cumulonimbus clouds is still too low. It seems that we need to incorporate frost into it next. Nami looked at the dark charcoal all over the ground and murmured softly. Then his hands launched a white cloud, about 20 meters above the ground, and then these clouds turned into heavy rainfall without any warning. Washing away at these pirates, a large amount of rain washed these pirates who were thrown into the port into the sea. Even the blood they shed was washed away. Immediately, Nami controlled the pirate ship and left, leaving the port as if nothing had happened. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and go away, hiding your merit and fame. Haiyuan calendar year 1518. East Daxia Sea, Windmill Village Port. A young man wearing a yellow shirt, black shorts, and a white cowboy hat was standing on a small boat, waving goodbye to everyone on the shore. Luffy, Grandpa Village Chief, Machina, and Dayton, stop hiding, I've discovered you all. Thank you for coming to see me off, I'm going to sea today. After hearing this, several people looked along Ace's line of sight, and sure enough, they found the Dayton family at the entrance of a building's alley not far away. Dayton, who was discovered, felt a little guilty and said bravely, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm just here to purchase supplies." "You worry-free brat, it's best to leave as soon as possible, and Luffy, it's best to leave with you as soon as possible." Advertisement. Dayton said duplicitously. When Ace heard this, he just smiled. He knew that Dayton was just a cold-hearted guy. Luffy on the side said, "No, we have an agreement. It will take 2 years before I can go to sea." Then he looked at his brother. "Ace, I will go to sea soon. When we meet next time, I will definitely defeat you." When Majino saw this, he also covered his mouth and chuckled. Since the past few years, Ace has gradually revealed his unparalleled talent. Ace even became the master of all the beasts in the entire mountain range, which also led to Ace training his younger brother every now and then. Ace showed a smile as warm as the sun. Yes, Luffy, you will definitely realize your dream, but I have to be one step ahead of you." At this time, the village chief appeared on the side, holding a cane and hitting Luffy with a look of hatred on his face. Look at Ace, his ambition is to become a great marine. You are a naughty monkey who keeps shouting about becoming a pirate every day. You are not afraid of being caught.
When the two brothers heard the village chief's words, they looked at each other and smiled. Even if their positions were different, the bond between them would exist forever and they would be brothers for life. Then Ace fell onto the swaying boat. This is my boat to find Sean, but I can't let you destroy it.
Then he looked at Dayton. Dayton, go find someone to bring the Poseidons here, let's have a banquet together. Then he punched out like a dragon, with a powerful and heavy punch, and before the opponent could react, it suddenly hit the overseas type's head. Both Shanks and Sean are already well-known strong men on the sea.
Ace. But Sean had some kind of ability and recovered his broken leg, which puzzled her very much. The true appearance inside was revealed. It was a crimson Poseidon, even bigger than the one that bit Shanks. He stretched out his hat and bumped into Ace's cowboy hat. He swung his fist back and shouted, "Iron fist, gun." But it was really not something that these few people could do, but there was nothing I could do. After all, it was a gift left by Ace, so I had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the villagers of Windmill Village to help. Then a harsh sound broke through the air, but Ace disappeared on the boat, and the next moment he appeared above the head of the Poseidon. It's just that the brain circuits of these two brothers are different, and they have never thought of the similarities. Advertisement. The left hand gently pressed the hat, and the right hand was covered with a layer of black substance, and then wrapped with an orange energy halo. He looked up at this large Poseidon with a big mouth and a tooth larger than a small boat, and grinned at him. Hearing this, Luffy grinned. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being an ace. He is so powerful, I must be so powerful in the future. However, she did not speak out these strange questions. After all, in her opinion, Ace entered Marine and was under the care of Lieutenant General Garp. One has gradually become the Optimus pillar of Marine over the years, guarding New World and becoming the strongest line of defense.
Only one person looked at the two hats, and the gentle smile on his face froze, as if he remembered memory. Looking at the relationship between the two brothers, no one is watching, whether it is the irritable village chief or the duplicitous Dayton.
Ace, I will try my best to catch up with you too. In this way, several people watched Ace slowly sail out of the sea in the small boat. Although the boat was a little rough, as if it would be sunk by the waves at the next moment, there was no trace of panic on Ace's face. Then there was a deafening blow and a burst of bone-cracking sounds, which made several people on the shore stunned. Suddenly, the sea surface suddenly rolled violently, gradually forming a huge water curtain, and slowly fell with the water curtain. But they all came to the East Daxia Sea, which was a paradise for them, just to get a broken leg, a broken hand, and a hat. Boom. Then the two of them took off their hats in unison. Ace took a step forward and stretched out his hat, and Luffy also took a step forward. One reigns over the New World like an emperor, invincible, and competes with the other three emperors in the New World. Having said that, despite the livid faces of the Dayton family, that thing, even though it was beaten to death, is still floating on the sea. Kakaka, Luffy, I look forward to seeing you in the sea. Then he turned to look at the stunned people on the shore and shouted loudly, Luffy, Dayton, this is a gift I gave you before I went to sea. It will be enough for you to eat for a while.
Ace. The small boat Ace was riding in was shaken by the huge waves caused by the Poseidon species, and the few people watching Ace on the shore were all frightened. Chapter 160 The Adventures of Ace. With Ace's voyage, he has been sailing for a while. First, he went to Branch 16 and found Sean's old boss, Colonel Badno. Sean also invited him to come to the Grand Line, but Badno's family was in the East Daxia Sea, so he didn't agree.
Ace went to Branch 16 this time to transfer to the warship and go to the headquarters. He had already made an agreement with his grandfather. His grandfather just said that he would come to the headquarters to report. Although he was a little speechless, he still agreed. In his opinion, this might be a test given to him by his grandfather. After all, generals need to be smart. As everyone knows, Garp is just lazy. He spends his days teasing Sengoku in his headquarters, beating up brats, and catching pirates. Why not go back to the East Daxia Sea to pick up the brats? In the branch meeting room, Ace waited for a while and saw Ace, a bald man who had learned etiquette from Maginot. He immediately stood up and saluted Badno. Brother, no, it's Colonel Badno. Hello, I'm Ace. As for why Maginot taught Ace the military salute, Garp said very much like Versailles, I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was all military salutes given to me by others. Under Sean's influence, Ace was negligent and ordered braised eggs, which made Ace very embarrassed. This man with a rough appearance and full of tenderness waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, don't worry about it, I know it must be that boy Sean who led you into trouble. Really, it's okay to call me braised eggs here. You can also call me braised eggs in front of the recruit. I have to give him a good beating next time. Badno said, licking his bald head. After a brief greeting, Badno taught Ace everything he had learned over the years as a Marine. A warship from the headquarters transporting weapons will arrive in the afternoon, and Ace can then take a downwind boat to report to the headquarters. The sun was shining brightly and on the cloudless sea, a warship sailed leisurely on the sea facing the sea breeze. Advertisement on the deck, there was a group of Marines, all talking enthusiastically around a young man, including the commander of the ship. Major General Dilk is the highest officer on this trip. In this sea, if you want to gain respect, strength is undoubtedly the best way. Just yesterday, when they passed through the windless zone, even with Marine's technology, they were able to avoid most Poseidons. But there will still be Poseidons that collide with warships, and they will be discovered at that moment. The moment Dirk saw the Poseidon class, he beheaded him, and then, like a hornet's nest, waves of Poseidon class kept pouring out, attacking the warship. Ace showed unparalleled strength, retreating while fighting, protecting everyone on the warship. So after a night's rest, they decided to hold a small banquet on the warship to welcome this strong man who was about to join the Marine. Ace's approachability and fun made him quickly get closer to everyone. The good times did not last long, because the banquet consumed a large amount of fresh water, and the fight with the Poseidons the day before caused the freshwater tank to break due to the violent shaking of the ship's hull. So they needed to land on an island to replenish fresh water. When Ace and the others were replenishing fresh water, a sentry spotted a pirate ship heading here in the distance. Dilk picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. His face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect to meet this madman here. Even if he called for reinforcements, it would be too late. After taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "Everyone gather. Pick up weapons." At this time, Ace, who was helping to fetch water in the distance, was a little confused when he heard this, but he still rushed to gather. It seemed that something big had happened. Dilk looked at the black spots in the distance with an ugly expression, then turned to look at everyone, took a deep breath and said, "This will be our big crisis. But for the sake of justice, we cannot retreat."
Ace asked with some confusion, "Major General Dilk, what happened?" Dilk looked into the distance with a solemn expression. 4 Emperors Kaido's beast pirates. One of the 3 major signboards under his command is Drought, Jack, and that ship is the Mammoth. Ace is a little confused. Although he will pay attention to the trends of New World, he mainly pays attention to Sean's news advertisement, so he asked, "Is he strong?" "Very strong. He is a fishman who ate a devil fruit. Because wherever he steps, it dries up and rots like a drought demon appearing, and eventually perishes, so he is nicknamed Drought. The most important thing is that this person has a very violent temper.
Except for the cadres with the big signboard, almost no one likes to come into contact with him, so if nothing unexpected happens, he will be the only cadre. Even so, if we meet him, with his temper, he will definitely conflict with us." Hearing this, Ace was also surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a difficult enemy so soon, and Ace suddenly became eager to try. He also wanted to try the results of his practice in the past few years, although Sean told him that as long as he practiced step by step, his achievements in the future would be at least the level of a general. But he always felt that without actual combat, he could not fully stimulate his potential. So he looked at Dilk and said seriously, "Then leave him to me. I will be responsible for dealing with Jack. Can you deal with the rest?" Dilk was shocked. Although he knew Ace was very strong, he had no specific idea of how strong it was. But no matter what, this courage alone is enough to gain the respect of all Marines, and he is still young, and Dilk does not want to ruin such a Marine supernova prematurely. So he said, "You haven't joined the army yet, and you are not considered Marine. If we lose, I hope you can leave and help us get revenge in the future. You are still young, and you have unlimited potential. You will definitely become a big shot in Marine in the future." Quote. Hearing this, Ace was moved. This is Marine. Maybe the factions have different ideas, but when justice is involved, everyone will fight on the front line without hesitation. Marine, that's awesome. Please believe me, I will defeat the opponent. I don't want to start from seaman recruit, I want to be closer to Sean, so I need credit.
After saying that, he grinned at everyone, held down his hat and looked at the Mammoth, which was getting closer and closer. "You can just defend the rest. Wait until I defeat him and then capture him. You must not die." He no longer asked for information about Jack, no longer looked at Major General Dirk, who was still trying to persuade him, and even the blazing eyes of the soldiers who were looking forward to death were also ignored by Ace. He squatted down, inserted his hands into the ground, and said softly, "You all stand back, I'm going to give each other a big gift." Chapter 161 Acev's Drought Jack. Although everyone doesn't know what Ace is going to do, they guess that Ace may be going to do something earth-shattering. Seeing everyone retreating, Ace used his hands to use the skills of skill and weapon-colored impact. Suddenly, 2 cracks gradually spread along the ground of Ace's palms. Kakaka. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Ace dug out an irregular semicircular stone 50 or 60 meters in diameter. Held high above his head, some gravel fell from the boulder from time to time, touching the soldiers, but no one cared. Even some who were too tall could only squat on the ground and watch Ace's movements. This is really amazing. It is unheard of to dig out a bowl-shaped hill-like boulder with your bare hands. But the next moment, they realized that they had been surprised too early. With Ace's strong vitality and talent, coupled with his unparalleled physique, the domineering energy in his body was extremely huge. After a crisp sound, the boulder was covered with a layer of dark-armed color. Then he held the boulder with one hand, stepped forward with his left foot, accumulated strength, and then threw it with all his strength. Iron fist bone volcano. Rumble. The boulder hit the Mammoth with a loud sound of breaking through the air. During this period, the high-speed friction of the air caused high temperatures, and even burned the entire boulder. It was like a meteor falling towards the Mammoth. On the other side, the Mammoth. Jack was standing on the boat. He originally wanted to wait for the island to replenish fresh water, but when he saw a warship, he also made up his mind to go up and annihilate the warship. But who would have expected that when he was about to arrive, the other party would actually lift a boulder the size of a meteorite and attack him? This made Jack laugh angrily. Lousy didn't even launch an attack, but you dared to attack Lousy.
The boy on the side suddenly panicked. Boss Jack, the person who threw that meteorite must not be underestimated. Do we still have to wait for the island? When Jack heard this, he pushed his younger brother away with an unkind look on his face. Humph, who do you think Lousy is? Get the boat aboard. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack let out a roar, and then turned into a human animal form, with a long nose that was pointed in the wind. Advertisement. Then Jack jumped up and inhaled sharply with his nose. The flames on the nearby boulder were completely absorbed, and then the blazing flames wrapped around the elephant's trunk. He swung it out with great force, and suddenly there was a shocking loud noise, which echoed above the sea. The dark boulder was in a stalemate with Jack for a while, but was still pierced by the elephant's trunk. Under the huge impact, the boulder was torn apart by the impact. The boulder was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye, turning into small pieces of stone and falling into the sea. Then Jack fell on the deck, with only a few tiny blood marks on his nose and bright red blood flowing out. This undoubtedly angered Jack completely, and he shouted in a low voice with red eyes, "Hurry up to Lousy." Yes, Boss Jack. On Marine's side, Dirk was frightened when he saw Ace's strength, even though the opponent smashed the stone into pieces. But seeing that Ace's face was not red and out of breath, and he didn't look like he had unleashed a special move at all, he suddenly felt a little excited. Maybe, you can really compete with the other party.
The remaining soldiers were also excited to see it, and originally thought that their marine career might be decided here. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened, and there was such a powerful presence on my side. Immediately, these soldiers no longer acted like seniors guiding their juniors. He looked at Ace with starry eyes. Even though he was older, he admired him a little. Ace wasn't too disappointed when he saw that he couldn't score a single hit. After all, the opponent was a big sign under one of the 4 emperors.
If they were defeated so easily, there would be no need for the 4 emperors to hang out in the new world. His strength is really good. You all should stay back. Ace grinned and took a good stance. Because he had already sensed that the other party was half crouching on the boat and accumulating strength. If he smashed it down with the other party's strength, the surrounding soldiers would not feel comfortable. When the surrounding soldiers heard this, they also scattered away, staying far away from Ace. As soon as the soldiers dispersed, a man from the mammoth not far away jumped up and headed straight for the land. Holding the shoutel knife in both hands, from top to bottom, covered with armed domineering, he slashed vertically at Ace who was standing in the front. Ace didn't panic at all, his iron fists were still covered in armed colors, and his left arm was blocking Jack's swords. At the moment of contact, there was an earth-shattering explosion, with endless rumbling sounds and smoke and dust everywhere. Under the collision between the two, the ground was cracked, and ravines spread in all directions. Advertisement. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the 2 figures were revealed. Ace's calf was directly pressed into the ground, and he said angrily, "What a terrifying power." Jack was a little angry when he heard this, because Ace blocked the 2 swords with one hand, and immediately shouted angrily, "Boy, don't be so arrogant."
As a result, he gained even more strength, as if he wanted to cut off Ace's arm. Ace raised his hand with all his might, his swords gradually rising, and then another fist that was ready to strike followed, hitting Jack on the chin. Clang. Although Jack was knocked away, he did not suffer much damage due to the armor-colored domineering energy covering his chin and his own defense. Falling far away, Jack moved his neck and looked at the other person with squinted eyes. It's really interesting. It seems that Marine has come to a guy who is not weak. But, lousy as Jack. After that, he transformed directly into the beast form. Jack, who was already over 8 meters tall, now became extremely tall, with sharp ivory tusks exuding a cold light. But this is not the most terrifying thing, but the energy wrapped around Jack's limbs, which is a dry, hot force. Ace looked at the other party from a distance. No wonder the other party was called a drought. The white energy on Jack's feet was evaporating moisture wherever it passed. Different from flame roasting, his is simply emitting temperature that deprives moisture and vitality. Don't let the other party rush over. So Ace jumped up preemptively and punched the ground, causing the ground to rise and fall irregularly. The uneven ground formed. Ace thought, this should be able to better restrain the opponent. After all, there were some Marine soldiers behind him. Jack also saw what the other party was thinking, roared to the sky, and then rushed towards Ace. War trampling. After roaring, the aura emanating from Jack's limbs directly distorted the air, and he ignored all obstacles. He rushed towards Ace. Ace turned back to the many Marines and roared, "Go to the forest, not here." Then, without waiting for the soldiers to react, Ace pressed his hat and rushed towards the opponent. Although Ace cannot yet achieve Conqueror's entanglement or exude domineering energy all the time, it is still possible to just release a high-density aura around itself. Chapter 162 Gemini. Ignoring the white gas emitting corrosive heat from the opponent, Ace's fist was wrapped with orange flowing energy. He jumped up and went straight to Jack's head. Jack is not to be outdone. His high temperature can still affect some weak people, but for people with enough domineering power, it doesn't matter. What's more, although the Marine in front of him is not as strong as Kaido's Conquerors, his condensed momentum is enough to block his corrosive temperature.
Ace also heard from Sean that people with animal devil fruit abilities are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and most of them will have to fight for a long time. To be cautious, Ace did not waste his skillfully used hockey, but only used Conqueror's aura for defense. Jack raised his trunk high, and then patted it down at Ace. Ace jumped in the air and actually performed a second stage of acceleration. Ace superimposed Moonwalk, and with his powerful physique, Moonwalk burst out at astonishing speed, and even burned with flames all over his body. Rumble. Under the powerful power of Ace and Jack, the ground collapsed layer by layer, and the two of them were also pushed backwards by the impact of each other's power. Plow 2 furrows directly into the ground. The next second, Jack changed back into the human animal form, because the animal form can only be used for destruction, and it is not advisable to fight against the strong. Strong is strong, but for a guy with such speed and strength, he is like a living target. So the two started another hand-to-hand fight. The roar of the explosion was endless, and Major General Marine and many soldiers in the distance were also stunned to watch the battle between the two. The earth collapsed, and no grass grew wherever it passed. Various plants gradually withered when they were still some distance away from the two people. At this time, the people from the Mammoth also landed on the island, and they were surprised to see their boss fighting with a Marine without uniform.
It's not that they don't believe that their boss will be chased and beaten, but they don't believe that he will be chased and beaten by an unknown person. Advertisement. At this time, a younger brother quietly dialed the phone number. Before that, Major General Dilk had already called the headquarters and wanted to seek support.
Marine Headquarters. Sengoku in the Fleet Admiral office. Sengoku looked at Garp after receiving the other party's request for help. Are you going to help your grandson? According to Dilk's description, they estimate that they will have to fight for a while to determine the winner. PFF'd. Haha, you are indeed my grandson. The first time I fought against a pirate was with that guy, but I didn't want to go. At this moment, Warring States looked through the window and saw two young women wearing shirts and coats who had just come off the port in the distance. Kuina smiled slightly. That's all due to Sean's good education, otherwise the two of us might just be ordinary girls. They all have their own worldview, and at the same time, they used to be confused by some of Sean's strange behaviors when they were young. Many people are speculating on what the scene will be like when they fight the emperors of the New World, and many people know that they are pure swordsmen. In their minds, sooner or later their parents will have to fight with the Sea Emperor who rules the New World. Warring States expressed emotion to the two of them. He did not expect that these two people would grow up so fast. Sakazuki went to the New World to catch pirates, Porcelino is in the Holy Land Marigio, and Kuzan is on vacation again. Every time he thinks about this, Sengoku gnashes his teeth, but support is needed there, and there are many people in the beast pirates who can fly. They all understood. They all knew that Sean was working hard to get Marine to leave. They even knew that Sean was going to push Kizaru to the Fleet Admiral position in the next term.
Then let's go now, otherwise it will be too bad if something unexpected happens if we delay.
Then the two of them left the office. Their warship, like the Crane, was a group of female soldiers. It can be said that they are not inferior to men. The one with long black hair parted in the middle is Kuina, the one with ponytail and red-rimmed glasses is Dasky.
If the other party also comes, wouldn't Ace's side be in danger? Okay, you two are really beyond our expectations. I can feel the explosive power in your bodies. Advertisement. Not long after they rested, they received an order from their superiors to rush to the rescue of a Marine Major General.
They are still brigadiers and want to serve as the base commander of a branch. This is not enough, because they are a carrot and a pit. Strength alone is not enough. They also need to have prestige in Marine. Over the years, the two of them have gradually made their own names in the New World. Because they stay together no matter what they do, the world calls them Gemini. Dasky didn't refute at the side. After all, without Sean's constant teachings in the past few years, even if they took the potion.
Even if they didn't consider promotion, the two of them would not hesitate to save their colleagues, not to mention that they knew that Garp's grandson was still one of their own. I wonder if they will challenge Mihawk and when they will challenge Mihawk. This is a topic that everyone talks about.
And she is very likely to be the first world's strongest female swordsman.
Within a moment, the two of them walked into Zongguo's office and said hello to the two old men. Out of admiration for their parents, they now don't even ask who their opponents are. Sean has to guard New World again. After much thought, I think it would be more appropriate for you to provide support. After all, we don't know what the other party's purpose is, whether there will be support, and how much support there will be. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he quickly ordered the guards outside to call them over.
Sengoku also understood what Garp meant. The people above would not allow Marine to become stronger at this stage, so someone needed to check and balance Marine. Okay, let's not dwell on the past for now. Garp's grandson, Ace, and Major General Dirk's men are at war with Jack.
Reports say that they will be Sean's successors and, like Sean, will become New World's strongest line of defense, or the sharp blade that cuts through New World. He was a guy that Xiao En had already trained when he was still working in Donghai. He shouldn't be weak, right? They thought so. After hearing this, both of them decided to go to support without thinking for too long. They are now 19 years old and adults. It is impossible to make such great progress in swordsmanship and become a great swordsman with a reputation throughout the sea. Both of them were like sharp swords, revealing their hidden edge. Before Warring States could speak, Garp said, Since the guys above don't want to break the balance, then don't think about me cleaning up the mess for them, otherwise it will be bad if you accidentally kill them. I thought Garp would help Ace defeat Jack, but unexpectedly Garp refused immediately. Chapter 163 Kaido takes action. New World, Ghost Island. A tall and strong man with a well-proportioned figure. His whole body, including his face, is covered in pitch-black clothes. Flames spurt out from the pitch-black wings on his back from time to time. There was a long knife hanging on his waist, and there was a flame surrounding the back of his head. He is the fire disaster, one of the three major disasters of the Beast Pirates, and the ember of the flame that wraps around a large signboard flying in the sky. Kaido's confidant, the highest cadre of the Beast's pirates, the leader of the big sign, and the closest confidant of the Beast's pirates second only to Kaido. At the same time, Jin is also a surviving member of the ultra-rare race the Lunalia tribe. This is a race that does not even exist in the kingdom of Totland, which has many races, so Charlotte Linlin is coveted by him. At this time, he, who had always been calm and collected, was hurrying to Kaido's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he said bluntly, "There's something going on at Jack's place." He had a conflict with Marine. According to his men, the outcome is 50-50. The most important thing is that the Marine who clashed with him is very young, and his strong physical skills tend to overwhelm Jack. Do we need to go over to support him this time? Kaido, who was originally hungover, was taking a nap. When he heard this, his eyes suddenly widened and he emitted a monstrous aura and rushed straight towards Jin. Jin was not moved at all, but the crew members outside were suffering. Everyone was struggling to resist this breathtaking momentum. That be asterisk 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 D. What does he want to do? Didn't I tell him to keep a low profile? Doesn't he know how important the person he wants to arrest this time is to us? Jin also understands how important this person is to them. This is related to whether the Beast's pirates can become the real Beast's pirates. Immediately, Kaido took the lead and stood up. "You bring that guy Fozzie with you. Lousy wants to see who is against me." Foz Fu is the captain of a pirate group under Kaido. He was originally an intelligence officer of world government CP9. Zhang Jing was also one of the strongest agents because he was imprisoned after a failed mission to escort rubber fruits. He later escaped from prison and went to sea. After Kaido walked out of the camp, he immediately roared and turned into a blue dragon, with flame clouds lingering under his feet, and flew quickly in the direction of the lifeguard. Then came Jin, who also transformed into the form of a pteranodon. He first flew not far away, carrying an unwilling person with his claws, and then chased in the direction of Kaido's departure. Advertisement on the other side, on the island where Ace and Jack fought. The Marines and pirates also took advantage of the various geographical environments on the island to engage in guerrilla warfare, but they did not fight for a while. Both sides stopped, because the aftermath of the battle between Ace and Jack was becoming more and more exaggerated, and they would be affected if they were not careful. So both sides stopped in a tacit understanding, waiting for reinforcements, thinking in their hearts that the battle would be resolved quickly once reinforcements arrived. In the center of the battlefield, the two people who collided with various explosions from time to time became more and more frightened, especially Jack. Crow wouldn't care. After all, in his opinion, those two big signboards were idiots full of muscles. Then Crow hung up the phone, and if Kaido was the only one in normal times, he even brought the two big posters of Epidemic and Drought to fight. Clang, no, but a few days ago, both Plague Quinn and Drought Jack lost their traces. And as time goes by, as he becomes more experienced in combat, his domineering energy becomes more and more powerful, as if it is endless. Any other information? Hearing this, Crow frowned, a little confused, so he asked, "Did they have any signs before?" New World, G5 branch. Neither side is surprised by such a result. After reaching a certain level, it is difficult to simply determine the winner. With a crisp sound of gold and iron, Ace decisively used the Marine 6-style shaver. The moment he was hit, he decisively wiped the blade and stepped back. But the other party's domineering attitude is no joke. Once it is broken, you will definitely receive a box lunch. Thank you for your hard work. Continue to observe the movements of the big pirates in New World, but pay attention to your own safety. Remember to crush that rock in case of crisis. Then the two knives came one after another, swinging at Ace's head at the same time, where he wanted to kill this Marine with unlimited potential. Major General Crow, our people have detected that 4 Emperors Kaido and 2 senior cadres are flying towards the Grand Route. At this time, Crow, who was handling official business in the office, suddenly received a phone call and immediately answered the call. Advertisement. How could Jack, who had always been proud, accept this? At the beginning, he thought Ace was just stronger, but now it seems that the opponent's defense and durability are no less than his own. The same goes for Ace. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the heroes of the world and also underestimated his own defense. Yes, Major General Crow. It seems that the results of my training over the years are very gratifying. In another year or two, I will cultivate all my domineering skills to the highest level. As a result, the battle between the two became more and more fierce. Jack resisted Ace's iron fist with great force, as if it was about to penetrate the sky, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Then they both looked at each other, and saw a faint scratch on Ace's neck, and Jack reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that time, he will have strength comparable to the 4 Emperors. Use these iron fists to smash the darkness of the New World. Then the two men rushed toward each other with red eyes and continued fighting. 1/3 of the entire island had been beaten to pieces by both sides. Yan Calamity is equivalent to the brains of the entire pirate group. Even if he is dispatched, something big must have happened. There is none left. Ever since Sean started practicing in seclusion, Crow has been helping Sean manage it. Let me tell you first, to avoid being criticized, Ace didn't eat the fruit, and his time didn't last as long as the others, so his temporary combat power is definitely not as good as the others. When Ace Conquerors comes up, he will definitely be at Roger's level, so don't panic. But if the Yan disaster, which usually never leaves the front door, also goes out, then the things involved are worthy of scrutiny. He really felt the power of the opponent's attack on him, but he did not expect that his own defense power was no less than the opponent's beast transformation. This scene was clearly seen by Dilk from a distance, and his heart was twitching, even though domineering power can greatly increase defense. You know, I only have such defense after eating a devil fruit. This monster-like body is almost as good as that old woman in New World. Moreover, the more the fight continues, the opponent's experience is also rising slowly, and there is a faint tendency to suppress himself. Ace was also shocked. He immediately concentrated his domineering energy on his neck and resisted the attack of the two swords. Chapter 164 Crow is going to pretend to be critical. There are too few clues at present, and it is impossible to figure out the relationship between them, but no matter what, we cannot let the other party go to the first half of the grand route so unscrupulously. So he picked up another phone and called Warring States office. Moses, I am Garp. Sangguo was too lazy to make tea. What's the matter? As soon as the call was connected, he heard an energetic voice. When he heard Garp's words, Crow's head was full of black lines. Before Crow could reply, another deafening roar came from the other side. Garp! You be he didn't ask me to make tea. How could I be lazy? You are really an out-and-out B D. Then there was a sound of ping pong pong pong, and then the thoughtful voice of Warring States sounded. Who are you? I am Warring States. After they finished their daily fighting, Crow asked directly, Hello, Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Crow from G5. I would like to ask, did any big event happen in Paradise? Hearing Crow's questions, Sengoku also became cautious. Over the years, Crow has established a huge intelligence network in the New World. The other party must have had a deeper meaning when he asked this question. So he didn't hide it. Garp's grandson Ace had a conflict with Jack from the Beast Pirates, and they were having a fierce battle on an island. What's wrong? I have arranged for Kuina and Dasky to go to support. Is there something unexpected in New World? Sengoku added. Crow pondered for a moment and then said, That's it, Warring States Fleet Admiral. I received a tip that Kaido took Jin and one other cadre to the Paradise, so I asked if something happened. Now it seems that just the two of them are not enough to shake up the scene. The person on the other side was silent after hearing this. After a long silence, Sengoku asked directly, Tell me your opinion. You know, we can't carry out a full-scale war against Kaido now, even if our card strength is better than any pirate is stronger. Crow understood that what Sengoku meant was that the world government would not allow this balance to be broken, even if Kaido and the others were left alone. Because even so, no one could stop Kaido and others from running away, except of course Sean, but this was a fact only they knew. The world government just wants the pirates to check and balance Marine, otherwise Marine will directly open the world to recruiting soldiers and promise high positions. Advertisement: There is no shortage of righteous people among the people, but their justice needs high positions to be implemented. The world government does not allow Marine to dominate the world, if Marine directly sends people like Garp or generals there. That's not possible. Once those people are sent there, it will no longer be a simple conflict, but will develop into a full-scale war in minutes. At this time, Crow also understood why Sean wanted to replace Warring States. If he wanted to break the balance, he must replace him with new leadership and a new atmosphere. Although even if he faced 2-4 Emperor's groups, he would still have an advantage, but that would require exposing Sean's strength, which is not what Crow wants to see. There is a consensus in the New World that this lazy lieutenant general is very difficult to mess with unless he is prepared for a full-scale war. Hearing this, Sengoku is still confused. How can you alone frighten that pirate group who acts without scruples? Are you kidding me? Ha, old man, you are getting older, you won't be so stupid and uncool before. What do you want to do? The other end of the phone responded. Garp has also realized the seriousness of the problem. Now almost all the top leaders of the Beast Pirates are in Paradise. Those two sisters alone are only at the same level as Jin, but I know very well that their combined combat power can overwhelm Kaido. Being laughed at by Garp, I was a little embarrassed at first, but after I calmed down, I immediately figured it out. This is because I underestimated Sean's intimidating power in the New World. His ability to teleport at any time can be said to be the nemesis among pirates. Then, if I, a major general, and 2 brigadiers, directly intimidate them and let them leave on their own, will our Marine's majesty be maintained and we won't have to develop a full-scale war? Therefore, Crow's appearance represents Sean. In recent years, Sean's rescue has prevented all pirates from surviving. Then let me ask Garp to come over now. We Marine can't give up on anyone who has a righteous mind. There are other Marines on the island. Do you plan to abandon them? When he said this, Sengoku's tone had become slightly colder. As Sean's confidant, Crow also knew that he was about to launch a big move against New World, so it was better not to drag Kaido into the water at this time. Crow's mind went back and forth 1,000 times in just one moment, and he said, "Let me go, I will not go slower than them." Advertisement Warring States was a little angry. On such a serious topic, the other party was still joking. If it is not handled well, it will be an all-out war. Sengoku also subconsciously wanted to retort, wouldn't Sean's going be the same as Garp's going? The current game is about who has the most trump cards and who has the most comprehensive layout. It is not yet time for a complete showdown. Crow is also Sean's right-hand man. If Crow appears there and loses, will Sean show up? I was able to contain Jin, and Ace was able to contain Jack. It was just right. Zhang Guo was a little worried. Could it be that he really wanted to send Garp there? Crow smiled hoarsely, leaned back, put his legs on the desk and said quietly, "You think too much, Warring States Fleet Admiral." Right. We don't even have the strength to contain another big poster who's missing. So he had to explain patiently. We can't go to war with them at the moment, nor can we send out our Marine frontmen, otherwise the conflict will intensify, right? Hearing this, Warring States, who was opposite the phone worm, frowned slightly. Didn't you say they still have a senior cadre? Well, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, of course we can't deter Kaido, but Lieutenant General Sean can. Kai Duo is reckless, but he would not dare to conflict with Sean right there. No one knows Sean's current specific strength. Even if he is as arrogant as the Beast Pirates, his subordinates would not dare to go for a walk in the waters of the G5 branch if they have nothing to do. Hearing this, Crow was a little speechless. Is he still a wise general? At this moment, Warring States also felt that he was getting old. Are you kidding? Even if you guys are powerful, it's impossible for you to be able to intimidate Kaido. Do you think Kaido is a coward like a mouse? Yes, except for the 3 major signboards, I don't pay attention to the rest. Even if Foz Fu comes from the other side, I won't be afraid. Garp said with a smile. Chapter 165 Kaido arrives. After the two casually chatted in some details, Crow hung up the phone. He picked up his justice coat, put it on and walked out of the office. Along the way, Marine kept looking at Crow with bright eyes and greeted him warmly. Crow showed a kind smile with great enjoyment, nodded all the way like a veteran cadre, and then came to the house where Sean was. He took out a piece of paper and handed it in, then left without looking back. After arriving at the playground, he saw his subordinates, Mangan and Mento brothers, and said to them, "I will contact General Akainu to come and take charge temporarily. I want to go to the first half of the Grand Route. Don't do anything. Moth." It's not okay to not explain the situation to them. Now the G5 branch has discipline, but it's still a tiger. I'm afraid they will PS off Akainu and there will be internal fighting again. The two brothers were also surprised when they heard this, but they didn't say anything, they just nodded like chickens pecking at rice. In fact, there is no need for Crow to explain that the two brothers did not dare to cause trouble. The two brothers once wanted to show authority to the new chief. In the end, Akainu and Sean started fighting within G5, which even attracted the attention of countless pirates in New World. It almost developed into an all-out war between pirates and marines. The next moment, Crow activated his beast form, transforming into a 6-meter-tall red-haired, black-striped, sickle weasel that resembled a tiger and a wolf. Then there was wind under my feet, and my whole body rose up against the wind, aiming at a place and shooting away with a sound that broke through the air. The time came 5 days later. The battle between Ace and Jack has entered a fierce stage. From being evenly matched at the beginning, to now being a stable Jack. Jack is also very annoyed. Although his defense and durability are strong, his enemies are often dragged down by him. But the one facing him was a real monster. He didn't rely on the fruit, but he still had unparalleled resistance and durability. What's even more terrifying is that he feels that Ace is still getting stronger after these few days of consumption. Advertisement not only did his fist not weaken, Jack even vaguely felt that Ace was thinking about something. His fist was no longer a flat blunt blow, but gradually became sharper. Yes, Jack couldn't understand what was going on with Ace. His flat fist turned out to have a sharp texture. The two collided again and separated. Jack gasped and looked at each other. He had been annoyed by Ace these days and was fighting at full power all the time, so the consumption was very high. Ace looked at his fists with excitement. He felt that he was about to develop a magical boxing skill, a sharp boxing skill. At this time, Jack, in human animal form, stamped on the ground and flew straight towards Ace. Ace slowly closed his eyes and controlled the flowing hockey on his fist. Gradually, the smoothly flowing hockey formed a cone of nearly 10 centimeters. Then, he condensed the conqueror's hockey that he could only use to intimidate into his fist as much as possible. When Jack approached, Ace suddenly opened his eyes, scarlet light flashing in his eyes. The whole person's momentum had a completely different change, and he roared. Various changes. Divine movement. Rumble. Immediately, Ace punched with a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the sonic boom roar caused by the high speed resounded on the island. Jack crossed his swords, and the hot gas condensed into white light on the surface of the blade, and he swung it directly at Ace's fist. Even if you can't stop cutting the opponent's annoying fist, you still have to drain the opponent's water to form an effective blow. This is what Jack thinks. The next moment, the two attacks collided as expected, without the loud explosion like before. There was only a crisp sound of gold and iron, and the next moment, a figure flew out upside down against the ground, and a wide ravine was plowed out of the ground. After a while, both Dirk and other Marines, as well as Jack's younger brothers, all looked nervously at the figure standing in the distance. They had a premonition that this would be the winner of this duel, because in the collision just now, which was not very loud, strangely only one person flew out. This is something I haven't encountered in the past few days.
When the smoke dispersed, everyone saw the tall figure inside, and their reactions were different. Marine immediately understood that this was one of his own, and then he was ecstatic.
Boss Jack. The next moment, the pirates felt wind at their feet and hurriedly ran towards Jack, who flew upside down.
Dilk also reacted and roared loudly, "Stop them. They must be kept here."
Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out immediately, but stopped after taking only a few steps. Because he felt himself shrouded in a shadow, he subconsciously looked up and was immediately frightened to death. He saw a giant dragon in the sky, its calm and powerful vertical pupils staring at him and others eagerly, its huge nostrils protruding with white hot breath. A heat wave hit his face, and Dirk even felt that the skin on his face was almost burned. "Marine, what do you want to do to my subordinates?" "Huh," Qinglong said quietly. The next moment, another pteranodon flew not far away, carrying a person under his claws. Immediately, Kaido and Jin both turned back into human form, and Kaido's oppressive body faced Dilk. Repeated the question just now. "What do you want to do?" Dilk did not answer Kaido's question. He took a deep breath and roared desperately at Ace in the distance. "Ace! Run!" Everyone covers Ace's retreat. After this battle, they all recognized Ace's strength and potential, and believed that he would one day become a marine general. "You absolutely cannot perish here." He immediately rushed towards Kaido and drew his sword. "Kaido, let me be your opponent." Kaido didn't even look at Dilk, but focused on Ace in the distance. Ace was also confused at this time. Why did Kaido come here suddenly? He was a person who was once on a par with Sean. Ace was also very stressed and looked into Kaido's aggressive eyes. But in the next moment, Ace couldn't stand anymore. Because he saw the man who was wearing all black and even his face was covered, grabbed Dilk's head with one hand and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! A big hole was suddenly made, and Jin said in a cold tone, "Our governor is asking you a question, Marine." Then he turned to look at Fozzie Fu beside him. "Do you know that young Marine wearing an unbuttoned shirt?" Fozzie Fu, who was wearing a hood, lit a cigarette and slowly shook his head. "I don't know him, but it seems that Jack's condition is not good." In the end, I even felt a little gloating. Chapter 166 Life and Death Crisis. When Dirk was pressed to the ground with his head pressed down, he was also furious. Before Ace could make a move, Dirk's men rushed towards the big pirates on the opposite side without fear of death. Kaido glanced lightly, and immediately these marines were struggling under Kaido's conquerors. In the end, their legs trembled, their eyes turned white, and most of them fainted on the ground, with only a few struggling to hold on. After Ace took a deep breath, the muscles in his legs tightened, and then he galloped towards Kaido like an arrow from a string. Kaido. The furious Ace didn't care whether his own physical strength could support him or how many people were on the other side. Marine Ace likes these people very much, he enjoys having banquets with them, and he also likes the feeling of being taken care of by these people like his younger brother. When they encountered danger, the first thing these people did was to let him leave. He fought with Jack willfully, but they did not leave either. After barely achieving the results, before they had time to be happy, the arrival of Kaido and the others ruined their good mood. Dirk was even beaten to a bloody head, how could he not be angry? Kaido looked at Ace, who was rushing towards him, and grinned, "Interesting kid." He glanced at Jack, who was standing up in the distance with the help of his men. There was a hole in his chest. There was no doubt that it was the work of the kid in front of him. But people who don't know their own strength are not qualified to take action against the strong. After saying that, the iron rod held by Kaido was wrapped with a trace of electric arc, and then he hit Ace in the middle with all his strength. Thunder 8 trigrams. It was too fast. Ace didn't react, and was sent flying without even the slightest resistance. Advertisement. Ace's eyes turned white. He vomited blood and flew back at a faster speed, breaking countless trees and rocks in the process. After the final loud noise, it stopped. When Dirk saw Ace being knocked away, he immediately struggled to get up. Kejin raised his foot and kicked Dirk. Dirk also flew in Ace's direction, and not long after, he hit Ace. For him, this defensive power is better than any devil fruit. People with CP9 can be invited to become pirates. Why not be a marine recruit? As long as he is strong enough. However, he couldn't do it if he wanted him to just give up on the senior who he had known for a short time but who had shown his heart and soul to him. Dirk looked at the young man who looked high-spirited when fighting Jack, but his smile at this time was as warm as the boy next door. Then he took a deep breath without looking back and shouted, "Ace, please, go quickly, I'll stop them, unless I die, they can't catch up with you." Ace. Never back down. There can be no deserters in Marine. You taught me justice and never retreat. Pushing Ace away, he stood tremblingly in front of Ace. "You, don't even think about it, Ace is not a villain like you. I can only say silently in my heart, I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many, these people are the light on Ace's growth path, they redeemed himself and dispelled the darkness in his heart." Showing a bright smile. "Don't be kidding, you will make me live in nightmares for the rest of my life. Marine and Sean and the others will definitely clean up the garbage in the sea. One more of me will not be too much." Ace was about to speak, but as a stomp sounded, the two of them raised their heads and saw Kaido walking slowly with his men. It didn't look like he was facing a life and death crisis, but he still smiled and said, "Okay, Justice." In his ribs, several thumb-sized holes were leaking bright red blood. Ace clutched his ribs and struggled on the ground, breathing heavily. He came to Ace and knelt down next to him. He helped Ace, who was breathing heavily, and said weakly, "Ace, are you okay? Can you run? Wow." Then Ace's momentum suddenly changed. He took a step forward and put his hand on the shoulder of the figure who was about the same height as himself, but in his eyes was unusually tall. "Oh." Kaido looked at Ace carefully and finally noticed something unusual. Advertisement. He discovered that after Ace's body was hit by him, there were only a few holes bleeding on the surface.
Ace knew very well that it was the best choice for him to leave at this time, because he still had a lot of things to do. Dilk crawled over tremblingly, blood flowing continuously from the fingers covering his mouth. Daiden's care, the village chief's care, and Nochigao's care have yet to see the brother who has been missing for many years. Dirk on the side, the blood from his head seeped into his eyes, dyeing them red, making him look even more ferocious. "Kid, you are so good, do you want to join my pirate group?" Kaido directly invited. Ace's shirt was already in tatters, but after receiving another blow from Kaido, only 2 sleeves were left. Kaido squinted his eyes, looked at the 2 people condescendingly, and then said, "Jack, were you defeated by such a person?" Seeing this, Ace endured the pain in his body and supported Dirk in turn, his eyes red. "I should ask you if you are okay now. I won't run away. ... But, you will become the pillar of Marine in the future. I haven't fully repaid Sean for his kindness in educating me, and my grandfather's kindness in taking in this sinful bloodline of his." But with Jack's physique, he didn't care about this at all. With his strong recovery power, he only needed to take a good rest afterwards. But his ribs did not collapse at all, which meant that the other party only suffered superficial injuries, and his internal organs were only slightly uncomfortable due to the shock. Although it was a question, Jack was still a little numb. "Boss Kaido, this guy is very strong. My attacks are not effective. He was just a little tired just now, so he succeeded." Halfway through, Dilk couldn't hold it in any longer. His internal organs were damaged. As soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Even Jack was among them, but Jack's condition was not very good either, and blood was flowing from the hole in his chest. "I haven't become the Marine King yet. I haven't seen Luffy become One Piece yet. I haven't seen what the ending of this era left by that man will be." Explanation: as I said before, Ace didn't eat the fruit, and like Luffy's, he gets stronger the more he fights, and he doesn't train for a long time, and he still needs to practice conquerors, so his current strength is above that of a lieutenant general. Under the general, but in the future, he will definitely be one of the strongest besides the protagonist. Luffy was knocked unconscious by a stick after defeating Card 2. The target of Card 2 was Jin, and Jin kicked Big Mom's main ship away. I kicked the old woman into the water and lost her memory. The strength division of One Piece is actually quite confusing, so it is normal for Ace to be knocked away at this stage, not to mention that his combat power has collapsed. Chapter 167: Gemini comes to the rescue. Kaido and others watched the 2 passionate declarations with cold eyes. He said coldly, "Do you think you are great? Without strength, everything is just empty talk, and do you think you can leave?" As soon as the words fell, the scarlet light in Kaido's eyes flashed away, and Conquerors released its full power, leaning forward with an extremely oppressive momentum and pounced on the 2 of them. Ace grabbed Dirk, pulled him behind him, and released his Conquerors with all his strength. Rumble. Red and black arcs of electricity traveled around the 2 of them, and the clouds in the sky were shaken and rolled back under the impact of the collision. The sky seemed to be split open, and a huge ravine covering the sky and the sun was just above everyone's heads. The battle is about to break out. At this moment, 2 cheers sounded in everyone's ears at the same time. Broken water and rock cutting. Zon Shigur. Immediately afterwards, 2 sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and 2 huge blue and white slashes flew straight towards here in the distance. Foz Fair was about to take action, but was pulled back by Jin. He pulled out his long sword and swung a slash at the sky. However, it could only eliminate one of the white slashes, while the blue slashes were still flying towards everyone. Then he condensed a ball of fire with his hands to resist the slashing attack that came to him. Fire Emperor Shield. Suddenly, the sizzling sound of the collision was heard, and the fireball turned into a huge shield that was continuously output. The huge impact drove Jin back 10 meters, and his feet plowed 2 ravines on the ground. Advertisement. The final slash was blocked by Jin, but his hands were trembling slightly, and even the gloves were protected by armor. There were still tiny incisions made. Kaido squinted at the 2 women performing moonwalk in the distant sky, jumping one after another. Foz Fu also looked at the 2 people coming this way and said softly, "Those are Marine's twin stars. Like that Sean, they are veritable monster swordsmen." After a pause, he continued, "They are pure great swordsmen. They have not taken any devil fruits. Their battle records show that no one has been able to cause them any harm. Reports say that they are like stars hanging proudly in the sky, standing at the top of all swordsmen. They are the ones who can finally defeat Mihawk." Hearing this, Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He immediately waved the iron rod heroically and hit the ground. So what if they are Mihawks? Lousy is Kaido. Kaido of the Beast Pirates. After a while, Two women wearing justice coats landed in front of Ace. Dirk almost cried with excitement when he saw these two people. Without him, although his military rank was one level higher than the two of them, she still heard a lot of their legends. This is the schoolgirl of the legendary lieutenant general who made all the pirates in the New World fearful. Their swordsmanship was also taught by Sean. Suddenly he excitedly said to Ace, "We are saved, it's the Gemini." The Gemini under Lieutenant General Sean. But Ace was not as optimistic as Dilk, and so were Dusky and Kuina, who faced each other with solemn expressions. Now even with the arrival of Dusky and Kuina who have reached the general level, the situation has not improved much. The two of them can certainly compete with Kaido and even outdo him by joining forces, but at this level of powerhouses, if they want to kill each other, they don't even have to think about it, unless they have an extra helper. Otherwise, it will be a protracted battle at best. You can defeat Kaido, but in one-on-one, you will be suppressed by the opponent. Now there are two of the opponent's three disasters. Kuina can deal with Kaido, Dusky can fight with Jin, and Ace and Jack on the side are both injured, and their combat power is estimated to be about 50-50. But the remaining Foz Fu has no one to control him. No matter which battlefield the opponent joins, it is a bad thing. Marines like them knew very well that this was once known as the most genius spy agent and a user with animal devil fruit abilities. Cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, with a bounty of 546 million Baileys. Dilk also found that he seemed to be happy too early, and his face suddenly turned ugly. He really hated himself for being weak. Taking a deep breath, he just wanted them to give up on him, but Ace dismissed them in advance. Advertisement. Leave Jack and that Fozzie Fu to me and Dirk, can you do that? Although it was a question, Ace felt that the strength of the two women should not be underestimated. Just standing there could make his hair stand on end. The soul-stirring sharp energy rushes towards your face, these are two top powerhouses. Kuina looked at Ace and raised a brow, it's really embarrassing. Sean said that you have the qualifications to become a top powerhouse, but now it seems like that's all. Don't say that, after all, he is also the person that Sean likes. Although it is really embarrassing, he was bullied by that elephant. Dasky comforted him. Ace's mouth twitched, a little unconvinced. Sean said that my qualifications are no weaker than anyone else on the sea. As soon as I go to sea, I will fight 1 billion pirates. Kuina sneered and looked at Jack across from him with playful eyes, just him. In Sean's words, there is a reward of 1 billion, but his teeth are worth 900 million. What do you have to be proud of? Before Ace could refute, Jack suddenly became furious and roared, you two bastards. Lousy is going to smash your mouths. But Kaido restrained Jack, it's really interesting. From what you said, you are all subordinates of that B************* D Sean. I really envy that B********** D. Where on earth did he receive so many young and powerful people? In this case, if you die here, he will go crazy, right? It's no wonder Kaido hates Sean so much. After all, most of the pirates under his command are not good people. He is also arrogant. Newcomers often say they want to go to the G5C area to regain face, but they often never look back. This has caused many of Kaido's new forces to be eliminated. Kuina, who inherited Sean, didn't say much. He pulled out Wado Yiman and disappeared in front of everyone, heading straight for Kaido. Although she knew that Kaido was stronger than her, she was not weak either, and before coming down, the two sisters were responsible, Sadaski told herself that she only needed to drag it down. Marine's support will come, and maybe even Kaido, the core characters, can be retained. Yes, after these years of experience, the powerful Dasky is completely different from the soft and weak one in the original work. There is a reckless sister, who is forced to grow up and become the brains of the duo. And Kuina also picked up Xiaoyi Shiger, which she had cultivated day and night, and rushed straight into the flames. She decided to make the name of her sword resound throughout the world and become the supreme and sharpest sword that everyone would envy. Chapter 168 Kuina, Conquerors. Dasky also drew his sword, and struck with a huge slash that seemed to cut through the island, and flew straight away. Ace saw the two people's style of taking action whenever they disagreed, and felt that they were indeed Sean's subordinates. Not slow at all, he rushed towards Jack and Fozzie Fu, little elephant whose ivory is worth 900 million, let's continue our unfinished battle. And the one next to you, come together, I can't be compared to a girl. The cone-shaped Ryuzakura haki was wrapped around the fist, and it rushed towards the two of them. The war started at this moment. Dilk knew that he couldn't get involved in a battle of this level. In order not to become a liability, he could only run towards his subordinates, turning back one step at a time. He wanted to gather all his subordinates together. Even if they couldn't make a contribution, they couldn't hold them back. Besides, the other party's subordinates were also there. When Kaido saw Kuina with flying hair, he rushed towards him and grinned. He picked up the weapon and smashed it. Kid, let me show you the difference between you and me. The iron rod wrapped with electric arc collided with the knife filled with domineering energy in an instant. Clang. A crisp sound of gold and iron colliding resounded throughout the island, but strangely, Kaido's weapon did not collide with the word Wado, but it made a sound of gold and iron colliding. It turns out that Kaido used Conqueror's entanglement. If it is the first time for someone to be hit by this kind of attack, then it is safe to say that even the top powerhouse will be slightly distracted. But Kaido miscalculated. When the two weapons clashed, Kuina grinned. Conquerors. What's so great? In an instant, a substantial aura burst out from Kuina's body, colliding with Kaido's own domineering aura. Suddenly, the two of them were surrounded by a domineering collision. The black and red razor was swimming around, even more violent than the collision with Ace's conquerors just now. The ground cracked under the collision of the two men's momentum, and dense cracks spread toward the distance. This shocked Kaido. Although the opponent's conquerors was not as mature and powerful as his own, the opponent actually had the qualifications to become a king. Advertisement. Since when did Marine have so many kings? When we first arrived at Ace, we could call it a recruit, but the opponent had already awakened conquerors. But this is obviously just a subordinate of Sean. What's even more frightening is that from the intelligence just now, it seems that these two people are Sean's subordinates. Kuina, with her hair flying, was very satisfied with the other person's expression. Well, it seems that my conquerors is still too weak and can't wrap around yet. When I can do it, that's when I will take the throne of the world's best swordsman. Yes, Kuina has also awakened her sense of knowledge. After the two sisters came to the New World 4 years ago, Sean not only taught them swordsmanship from time to time. So they were asked to chop down the sea, mountains, and islands, and they could only use bamboo knives later. One day, the two sisters took a small raft to the desert island where they practiced as usual, but they didn't know why. On the other side, the battle between Dasky and Yan Calamity was also in full swing. HMPH, your attack isn't that good at all. Are you really the strongest creature? Kuina retorted unhappily after being lectured by Kaido in a condescending tone. In less than a moment, a lake was formed under the intrusion of seawater, but it was just seawater. Kaido on the other side was only a little embarrassed when he saw the other party, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries and was not disappointed. Broken sea current, broken, Fudo Mayu. Ace, who had been paying attention, was shocked when he saw Kuina disappear, and was immediately shot away by Fozzie Fu in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Jin, in the form of a pteranodon, swooped down from high in the sky at extremely high speeds and rushed towards Dusky. There was actually a super large Poseidon that attacked them. Before the two of them could react, the boat was overturned by the waves caused by the opponent. This is one of Kuina's must-kills. She once fought against a devil fruit user, who was a Logia user. There was another earth-shattering explosion, sand and gravel flew, the earth cracked, and the island once again received indelible scars. As soon as the words fell, a dragon roar sounded, Kaido turned into the form of a blue dragon, and Kuina gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Shigur gun. After all, it was just a blow to see if the opponent was qualified to fight with him. When the energy halo dissipated, a huge, bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and the sound of gurgling water came from the pit. Advertisement. Kid, Lousy recognizes you, you can hopefully catch up with that B************* D. Sean. Boom. The energy on the two people's weapons was released at the moment of collision, forming a semicircular light curtain of orange and red that spread out. It can create all kinds of rocks and mud. The opponent's turtle shell is based on Fudo Mayu, but it was destroyed and shattered from the inside by Kuina's blow. Emperor Dan Gong. I don't know why Jin's move has such a stupid name, I didn't come up with it. The Poseidon even opened its huge mouth to devour Dashi. At that moment, Kuina awakened conquerors. Kaido was also a little angry when he heard Kuina Versailles' speech. Kid. In the new world, there are many such qualifications. You have nothing to be proud of. When Jin swooped down, his body rotated, his wings drew an arc, and swept towards Dusky. Then Lousy, let me show you how powerful the dragon soaring in the sky is. Seeing this, Dasky shouted coldly, take care of yourself, Kuina is not that weak. Only Kaido was left standing on it, and two huge ravines spread from Kaido's feet to both sides. Looking at Kaido from afar, his arms were slightly trembling, his face also had a little red bloodstain, and he was almost scratched by the black lightning attacked by Kaido. Kuina intuitively feels that this attack is dangerous, but if you want to become the world's greatest swordsman, you should not be afraid of any challenge. The super large Poseidon was slightly stunned, and then he drew his sword and slashed, driving the Poseidon away. Zhang Sanshi Yinailuo. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed into the form of an orc, jumped up, jumped in midair, rotated his iron rod, and wrapped Conqueror's domineering energy around the iron rod. As if confirming Dasky's conjecture, Kuina got her head out of the lake, and then stepped on it again with a moonwalk, standing firm on the other side of the lake. Dasky held the knife in front of him. The tip of the knife was condensed with extremely sharp and domineering force, and he stabbed towards the opponent at a high speed faster than a finger gun. Slams Kuina from top to bottom. Holding the knife behind his back with both hands, the tip of the knife lightly scratched the ground, and then he sharply lifted it up. The dark blade was filled with orange domineering energy. Chapter 169 Crow comes to the rescue. Ace, who was in the distance, felt his mouth go dry for a while when he saw the other party's movements. These two women were so fierce that their battle almost shattered the island. Before the loss, I was still a little proud. The first pirate I fought after going to sea was the billion-dollar pirate. But now, there is no pride at all, and even the more I look at Jack, I don't like it. They are both three disasters, why is there such a big gap? Jack shook Ace away with his nose and asked in a bad tone, boy, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? Iron block tooth flash. Ace, who was unable to use any force in the air, was immediately seized by Fozzie Fu. After charging up the force with the iron block, he crashed into Ace and bit Ace with his huge fangs. Ace could only cover his arms with his weapon color to block the opponent's attack. He could block the fangs, but he was still knocked backwards by the impact and broke many trees. After standing up, Ace spit out a mouthful of blood and grinned. No, I just feel that you are one of the 3 disasters. I always feel that you are not worthy of your name. Like a big idiot. Fozzie Fu on the side nodded secretly. Yes, I think so too. I am more suitable to stay in the big signboard position. Hearing this, Jack suddenly became furious. Foz Fu, go and kill all the remaining marine minions. I want this kid to know what cruelty is and what it means to be barren. Ace's expression changed when he heard this, and when he saw Fozzie Fu turning around to leave, he immediately used his razor to chase him. But Jack blocked his way. Ha ha ha. The price for provoking Lousy is to feel despair. Ace could only fight with all his strength and attack Jack like crazy, but the opponent was a mammoth, and its defense could not be broken in a moment. Seeing Fozzie Fu walking further and further away, Ace's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, exuding overwhelming murderous intent. He could accept his own death in battle with his companions, but he would not accept the other party's unilateral slaughter. Not long after, a pitiful scream came from the distance, which made Ace's heart skip a beat. It seemed that the B********* D had started. Advertisement. Jack, I want you to die, I want you to die. Ace completely gave up his defense, his whole body was covered only with domineering energy, and he bombarded Jack desperately, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. Jack's trunk kept pumping Ace, and Ace kept bombarding the opponent's ivory, which he was proud of and claimed to be indestructible and absolutely defensive. Dang dang dang. Armed men clashed continuously, and the sound of gold and iron clashing was endless, echoing on the island. Then he turned around and ran towards the place where the scream had just come out. Jack was also a little in disbelief. As soon as the words fell, 2 huge explosions and roars occurred in the distance, and then Dasky and Kuina came to Crow's side. Rolling his eyes, Fozzie Fu, who had passed out, was being held by a marine wearing a justice coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and meticulously combed hair. He immediately looked at Jack provocatively and said, "Now your bounty will be discounted." It was broken as easily as paper, and Jack returned to his human form with 10 scars on his chest that were deep enough to show the bones. You are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Let Kaido come over. A black and sharp wind blew around him, and the claws were as black as ink under the color of the weapon, exuding bursts of cold light. After taking a look, it goes without saying that Dasky's battle with Jin didn't even get to the climax. First, didn't expect Marine to be so willing to hand such a fruit into your hands. The blood flowed gurglingly, and Jack even felt dizzy for a moment. At this time, Crow's voice came from behind him. Kaido unleashed his own conqueror's haughtiness and stared at Crow with an arrogant expression. The next moment, Crow's figure disappeared in front of the 2 people. Jack saw the figure disappear before he could stop the collision. And he definitely ranks first, no one else, because this person is so insidious, many big pirates have fallen into his hands. Whoosh. But before chasing him far, he saw Ace standing there with a confused look on his face, following the other person's gaze. Advertisement. Jack was so shocked that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He recognized the other party. If the pirates were to rank the marine they most want to hate, then the 100 strategies, Crow in front of him would definitely be on the list. Crow smiled. Since you know the answer, why do you have to ask more questions? With an elephant roar, Jack, who had completely transformed into a beast, wrapped his limbs with hot, corrosive aura, and rushed towards Crow. A muffled sound came from his mouth, because Jack's proud defense was directly under Crow's sharp claws, which were as sharp as blades. Crow raised his glasses slightly with the wrist of his other hand and looked at Jack with cold eyes. What do you want to do to Mr. Sean's men? Because he saw Fozzie Fu covered in blood and with knife-like wounds on his body, making him look like he had been put into a meat grinder. On the contrary, Kuina was a little embarrassed, her clothes were stained with a lot of mud, and her hair was a little messy. It was obvious that she was not feeling well against Kaido. He has absolutely strong strength, because Foz Fu has been coveting the position of the big poster for a day or 2. If he is weak, will the opponent dare? Kaido and the others came to Jack's side and checked Jack's injuries. Then Kaido squinted and stared at Crow opposite. Ha 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 ha, it's just like the rumors, it's disgusting. Maybe a few of you can leave, but there's nothing you can do about the rest of the minions. Now the opponent actually knocked down Fozzie Fu in just a moment, which shows that Crow definitely has more than just a conspiracy. Suddenly, there were 2 click sounds in succession. Ace was knocked out, and his chest collapsed obviously. Jack was very unhappy with the other person's tone, as if he was sure of them, and immediately stopped talking. Even if the other person was with Ace, so what? Although it's unlikely, I still want to ask if you want to join our beast pirates. Lousy likes your fruit abilities very much. He didn't want to lose face in front of Ace, so he chased after Ace. His hardest part was actually broken, but the current situation could not help him continue to be dazed, and he swallowed hard the sweet and fishy taste that rushed to his throat. Obviously, the ribs were continuously broken, but Ace spit out a mouthful of blood and grinned, because he was holding a huge ivory with an irregular fracture in his hand. When Ace saw this, he wanted to rush over to help, but Crow was faster than him. When Jack turned into a beast, Crow turned into a beast. It also turned into a human animal form, with red and black lines on its face, its teeth turned into beast-like fangs, and the nails on both hands suddenly became sharp and slender. Chapter 170. The fight is over. Without Crow saying anything, Kuina on the side and Ace, who was supporting Dirk, also released their conqueror's domineering aura. Under the collision of the three people's domineering power, the earth cracked, and the already riddled ground turned into powder under the entanglement of black and red arcs. Crow chuckled and said, I didn't expect that the Emperor of New World would also like to play such children's tricks. Who do you think you can scare? Huh. Kaido narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura, and said in a cold tone, You think, how many of you can I leave behind at the cost of serious injuries? It is true that even a man as arrogant as Kaido would not think that he could win over these people without any damage. This is a naked threat, but who is Crow? He was a being who was severely beaten by the pirate spies of the New World before joining Marine. People with excellent psychological qualities have no friends. Then why do you think I didn't come with a big fanfare, but instead killed one of your cadres and a big signboard first? After hearing this, everyone was stunned. From the current situation, Kaido only had 3 combat forces left. No, Jack had been severely injured. On Marine's side, there are Crow, Kuina, and Dusky. It's just a pity that Ace has been fighting for many days. Otherwise, if Jack and Jin were seriously injured for a short period of time, the remaining 3 people would have a chance to deal with Kaido. Looking at it this way, the situation has indeed reversed. However, Kaido showed no sign of dejection at all. Instead, he burst into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha, just you guys. Stop joking. Do you think Lousy has some big signboards? Sure enough, when Kaido finished speaking, a ship appeared on the horizon in the distance. A big fat man was dancing on the bow of the ship, and there were several senior cadres beside him. Although Kaido looked like he was sure of victory, Crow didn't panic at all and slowly took out a stone from the arms of his suit. He said softly, Guess what will happen if I crush this stone? Seeing this scene, Kaido's expression suddenly changed and became a little ugly. Advertisement. Because he knew what it meant. Sean's subordinates all had this stone. As long as they crushed it, Sean would appear immediately. He was a ruthless man with the name of Too Long, and he was not worried about offending the celestial dragons at all. With the opponent's unparalleled mobility, if they bring a few generals here, they will really be in big trouble. This wave made me predict and you predicted my prediction. Seeing Kaido's silence, Crow then spoke. The guys above don't want to break the current balance, but we, Marine, still have to save face. So I'm here this time, but if you insist on continuing, it will be hard to tell whoever is waiting. My boss will not care about any orders. Crow looked at the other party with a smile. Kaido was reckless and often rushed into the marine fortress without thinking, but he had to divide his time between people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive now, so he knows that Kaido will definitely retreat, but he can't know their purpose of coming here at this stage. Intuition told Crow that the water here was very deep, otherwise Kaido would not be so desperate to come here to support Jack. After weighing the pros and cons, Kaido could only say nothing, looked at Ace coldly, and then left with others. As soon as Kaido left, Dirk completely collapsed to the ground. The experience of the past few days was definitely the most exciting in his marine career. Looking at the desolate and dilapidated island, I can't imagine that it was once an island full of life. The earth collapsed, countless abyss-like ravines spread from all directions, countless dead trees, and various lifeless plants. All of them highlight the dead silence of this island. At this time, Crow looked at Ace with satisfaction. You are very good. You and Major General Dilk should report to the headquarters first. After that, the headquarters will appoint you to join the G5 branch. This is something that Crow has known for a long time, and he also knows the true origin of Ace, who is the son of One Piece Roger. In Marine, who can really protect Ace and wait for him to become famous and stay in Marine without fear of rumors? Only Sean can do it, because he has the ability that the world government is afraid of. Now Sean's ability has been known to the whole world. Not only is his ability strange, but his strength is also indescribably powerful. Okay, I will go to the headquarters to report to Grandpa first. Then I will go to New World. Next time, I will definitely break off Jack's other tooth. Advertisement. Ace looked at the ivory in his hand with excitement. He felt that this was his trophy, worth 450 million belly. Although this experience made him a little scared, what followed was endless fighting spirit. He was still too weak. If he could be stronger, he might be able to arrest Jack before reinforcements arrive this time. Chloe, hasn't Sean come out yet? At this time, Kuina asked aloud. Crow looked at the other party with some resentment. I also want him to come out early, but except for the daily meal delivery, I haven't seen him much. At least you can go to sea with Dasky on a warship, but I can only deal with official duties every day. Do you think I am happy? No, you can't imagine my happiness. Crow added silently in his heart. Dilk on the side finally realized that the mysterious and powerful Lieutenant General was actually a lazy guy. He even needed help with his official duties, but he just didn't know what he was doing every day. Kuina smiled coquettishly. Indeed, she and Dasky walked around the Grand Route all day long, and they would probably be awarded medals this time when they returned. After all, they are in direct conflict with the beast pirates this time. This will undoubtedly give Marine recruits a shot in the arm, letting them know that Marine has more than one supernova. In the future, a steady stream of talents will join and contribute to curbing the pirate power. Then everyone left, and Crow returned to G5 alone. The remaining people had to report to the headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will participate in the awarding of honors, with the exception of Crow. For the time being, the rank of Major General is the end of Crow's life. There is no other way. Who makes his boss lazy? Can he still practice well without Crow? But Crow didn't care either. He just wanted to enjoy the love between the military and civilians and wander into residential areas like a veteran cadre. Some residents would be very interested when they saw him, and even offered some specialties, but Crow often said he didn't want them. But my body also accepted everyone's kindness very honestly, and then bought it with my salary, although the gift was of little use. But for Crow, this is undoubtedly a kind of recognition and food in his spiritual world. Chapter 171 Return to Headquarters. Marine Headquarters. After a few days, everyone finally returned to Marine Headquarters. Major General Dilk did not panic at all when he returned, because this time he was accompanied by Gemini. Although the other party is still a brigadier general, it is different when he returns to his headquarters. Because when he reported to the phone bug, Warring States Fleet Admiral Qian Dingzhu Wan told them to bring Kuina and Dasky back. When she returned to the headquarters, Kuina took a deep breath. The atmosphere here was still good. Looking at their busy colleagues, Kuina and Dasky looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Marine is indeed the best. The awarding ceremony will be held in the afternoon. After everyone goes back to tidy up their clothes, they can have some rest. Ace was taken to the office. In the office, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, he and other senior members were all looking at Ace carefully. After all, they are veterans of the Rocks and Roger era. Yes, he is indeed my grandson. He actually started a fight with a pirate like Jack as soon as he went to sea. Garp patted Ace very happily, his tone full of pride and joy. After all, this is his lifelong enemy, and it is also entrusted to him by his lifelong best friend. In this way, the promise can be regarded as fulfilled, Garp thought. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was overjoyed, and said to Ace with a slightly serious tone, "Before you have enough prestige in Marine, I hope you will not let your identity be leaked. Otherwise, the public opinion of the masses will silently use the knife on you, and those guys above will actually use the knife on you." Advertisement. It is not an easy task for us to protect you this time. We old men are all comrades who have gone through ups and downs with Garp. This is also the first time Garp begs us just to let you live in the sun. Oh, and that B************ D. Sean, he played a big role in it. He used it as a bargaining chip to break with the world government. Once the higher-ups refuse, he will change a wanted criminal. Listening to Sengoku's words, Ace's eyes were slightly red. He didn't expect that his always careless grandpa would actually ask for help. What's more, he didn't expect that Sean would go against the world government for him. This made him understand that even if he is born in darkness, God will give him a ray of light, even if it is weak, but it is very hot. I will pay attention, and Ace took off his cowboy hat, with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. I will become the Marine King. Let me put an end to the trouble that man planted. At the end of the sentence, Ace's tone became firmer, and his whole person exuded a kingly aura, which made everyone feel a little distracted. Especially Warring States, he exclaimed, "Hey, is it true? Do you also have Conqueror's domineering spirit?" Zephyr was confused. Isn't the point of the Marine King? Does Marine have a king? Crane showed a kind smile. It seems that this child is really good. Is this the end? What a lofty ideal. Listening to the comments of several old guys, Garp laughed and said, I don't know where the title of Marine King comes from. Anyway, my grandson is Marine, that's enough. Others, never mind him. Warring States couldn't help but complain. Aren't you curious? Counting Sean, they already have 3 Conqueror's domineering owners in G5. Aren't you worried? You should be very clear about what such a qualification means. Kuina and Ace both understand it well. Marine King, I guess it is my position. That little girl Kuina is also aiming to be the best swordsman in the world, but Sean, that lazy guy, also has such qualifications, and he also has 2 under his command, so the higher-ups will definitely be suspicious of her. Quote. Ace, who is new to the world, was confused when he heard this. Isn't Conqueror's domineering self the hypnosis? In fact, what Ace didn't know was that when he was a child, he had already awakened once to save Luffy, but he was still young, so he didn't take it seriously. I always thought it was my own hypnosis that played a role, but this is an innate ability. After hearing the words of the Warring States period, the 3 veterans' eyebrows became more dignified. Advertisement. Yes, this problem has always existed, especially in the past few years. Sean has been reclusive, but the people under his command are growing at an incredible speed. It is no exaggeration to say that just Kuina, Dusky, and Crow have already reached the level of general candidates. With the poor nature of world government, Marine's power will never be allowed to dominate, but it has allowed these people's reputation among the people to rise. He frowned, pondered for a moment and then said, perhaps Garp can talk to the other party to see what his purpose is. It seems like the current situation. He paused for a moment, glanced at Ace, and continued slowly. The little guy Sean's goal is not to be the commander of Marine. He may have a deeper purpose. They didn't care before. After all, everyone saw Sean's contribution to Marine, but now there is another conqueror's domineering person joining him. This is incredible. This series of actions seems like Sean is weaving a net that covers the sea. Even a veteran who has been on the battlefield for many years still feels a little scared. What on earth do you want to do, Sean? Does he only have these few strong men under his command? Why does one of his branch's intelligence agencies always receive information faster than the headquarters? With Crow's strength and development, even if he belongs to Sean's faction, why have they refused promotion many times? What are they planning in the new world? Ace also saw the heaviness in his old man's eyebrows. When he saw them discussing Sean, he couldn't help but said, he is definitely on the side of justice. There is no need to doubt him. If he wants to do bad things, he is definitely on the side of justice. I wouldn't have had the chance to embark on Marine's path. Yes, in Ace's opinion, if Sean has bad thoughts, why should he train himself to become a Marine? No request was even made, including this time. 3 of Sean's capable subordinates also came to support. When the foursome heard this, they suddenly realized that no matter what he wanted to do, his contribution was real. This is a contribution that no one can take away. Therefore, it is not them who should have a headache, but those guys above. They are not fools. They can also realize the problems that they and others can realize. At the same time, several people have a feeling that the storm is coming, and the current silence seems to be for a better outbreak. The world government may make certain compromises, but this has shaken the bottom line of their dominance, and they will make big moves. Chapter 172 5 Elders Plan. Red Continent. Pangu City. The 5 most powerful people in the world government are standing or sitting in a room, each of them exuding a powerful aura. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while, and even the staff who came in to refill the tea felt a sense of fear in such an environment. After the staff exited, the bald old man in white clothes who was wiping his knife took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere. I have long said that we cannot compromise with him. When he shows that kind of power, we should control him at all costs. Even kill him. The tall old man with a long goatee also echoed. Although his abilities are a bit weird, this is not his capital that can threaten us. The blond man with a scar on his chest, who looked no more than middle-aged, snorted disdainfully. What's going on with you guys? What kind of compromise are we doing? Can't we kill him if necessary? In my opinion, he is only planning the position of Fleet Admiral at best. The sea needs balance, but it cannot be a pool of stagnant water. In the Mediterranean, an old man with a Madara birthmark on his forehead took over the conversation. In the final analysis, he is only a lieutenant general. Even if he is in the warring states period, what can he do? Even if he is unhappy, won't he still obediently stay in the position of Fleet Admiral? Quote. Then several people started a fierce quarrel, and one party proposed to win the other party at all costs now. The other party said that this would cause great turmoil because the other party's ability is really weird and can appear and disappear. Once they are defeated, they will also be affected here. Although they are not afraid, it will reduce the majesty of the world nobles among the civilians. This will shake the foundation of rule. After a dispute, none of them could convince anyone, so they had no choice but to turn to look at the curly-haired old man who had been silent. The old man who organized some conversation said after pondering for a moment, in that case, let's let him compete with other careerists. By the way, we can also see what he wants to do. Give him an opponent and let Marine shuffle his cards. If it's just for that stupid justice, you can just leave him alone. It's just Marine who will change the world. Advertisement. Having said this, the curly-haired old man narrowed his eyes and exuded a chilling aura. But if he has other thoughts, then it will not be too late for us to act. Hearing this, several people understood what the other party meant. In games between careerists, they would often use exchange chips to defeat the opponent's exchange chips, thereby trying to figure out the other party's intentions. As for Marine's reshuffle and where Sengoku and others will go, that's easy to handle. Anyway, since the other party is old, they can just stay in Marine. The long-haired old man with a goatee asked, it seems that you have already thought about the follow-up plan. You made our previous dispute seem a bit meaningless. The curly-haired old man had an expression on his face that said he had everything under control. The remaining 4 people looked at each other, and then nodded in unison. Okay, just follow your plan. I hope the other party is also a person like Garp, otherwise the sea will be in turmoil. But if Sean doesn't want to fight the pirates, but has ulterior motives, they will use thunderous means to completely eliminate him. There will always be unscrupulous people joining them. World government is too far away from the civilians. The massacre in front of them is what they should worry about. Even if Roger intensified the process of the times, this was still an insignificant matter in their eyes. It was just that Roger wanted to reveal the truth of the times, which was unforgivable to them. Later, after observation, I found that the other party was indeed acting out of preference, so they would not do anything to Garp. Haven't you seen that the ideal before the warring states period was justice that ruled the world? Nowadays, there are not many Marines who can sail unscrupulously in the new world. Then, who can play against him? He is still a lieutenant general, right? What power does he have to implement his ambitions? The bald old man asked. The curly-haired old man smiled slightly. It's time for Marine to reshuffle their cards. Sengoku and the others have taken too deep root in Marine. The bald old man frowned slightly. If the other party were to delegate all their rights for no reason, it would definitely cause huge disturbances. If Garp had shown his desire for the Fleet Admiral position at that time, they would not have kept Garp until now. What is balance? For them, balance is just grafting the people's grievances against them onto another force. Just the heir to rocks, well, who thinks he's hiding it well? P.S. I haven't talked to you for a long time. I have been saving articles recently just to update more. This time I wish you all the best in November. Also, thank you for your gifts. I received a big gift today after a long time. Thank you. Those lists take 7 days to be posted, and I don't know how other authors copy other people's names. Anyway, thank you for your support. At that time, Garp, judging from his performance, could not tolerate a grain of sand. He was an absolutely righteous Marine who spoke out for the common people. Advertisement. Pirates are a force they created with their own hands. All adventurers have become pirates, butchers that everyone fears and talks about with disgrace. When Roger's son was on his way back to the headquarters, I already knew that he had conqueror's hockey. At the same time, I was also a little curious about what Sean wanted to do. How could it be possible? After all, the 5 of us are on the same front, and we can only be on the same front. I only gave one choice. It's up to you to decide. The pirates cannot be allowed to be too unscrupulous, because if the population is gone, what else can they rule? So as long as Sean's ideal is to eliminate pirates, then everything will be fine. What if he becomes the Fleet Admiral in the future? The curly-haired old man continued. Give Marine an opponent that cannot be escaped, an opponent that must be faced. Then there will be a reason for warring states to decentralize power. This is the entire Marine matter. That guy Sean must take action. Just like same as the original Garp. After all, Marine also needs people like this to exist, right? Otherwise, it will just be the second super large pirate organization. Hey, it seems like someone with a cane has a dirty heart. On the sea, no matter who the king is, it is nothing more than a political means in their eyes. How difficult can it be for the world government to really curb pirates? Having ruled this world for 800 years, the power of a single pirate who has lived through decades of life cannot be compared to the power of one pirate after another. The curly-haired old man stood up, walked slowly to the cabinet beside him, and took out a purple devil fruit. It was placed on their table. Several people frowned slightly when they saw it, and they all recognized this fruit. What about the choice? With the other party's love for Marine, he won't refuse. It happened that in those few days, one of my subordinates discovered this fruit from the waters of the Whitebeard pirates, which can be used to catch Sean. They won't be able to stay aloof for hundreds of years just by suppressing them by force. They know how to take advantage of people's hearts and take advantage of the situation. After all, it was you who had the disagreement. Everyone understands that it happened during the Rocks period. Garp's reputation was too high at that time, which prevented Rocks from his ambition to become the king of the world. Chapter 173 Marshal D. Teach. Sean, who was still in training, had no idea that his plan had been completely disrupted by his outstanding subordinates. At the headquarters, both Kuina and Dasky were commended and their military ranks were promoted to the rank of Major General. Because of their special characteristics, both of them are commanders on their warships. Ace directly became ensign. After all, no matter how great his achievements were, it would be difficult to convince the public if he had no qualifications in Marine. Then, under the urging of Garp, several people leisurely embarked on the road to G5, and Garp also went this time. Also to see what Sean had planned. Before leaving, Zephyr and the others discussed it and asked in a private capacity. No matter what Sean answers, put on the coat of justice and pretend nothing happened. Just as everyone went to G5 to call Sean out, a test was brewing to target Sean. In the new world, Akainu, who was cruising, received a person from the world government who was sent by the 5 elders to find him. He is holding a red phone bug in his hand, and there are several anti-wiretapping phone bugs next to him. The world government representative also wisely went out. As soon as he closed the door, the phone rang. Brew. But Akainu was a little hesitant, because he knew that the phone bug this time was a little unusual. Logically speaking, if the other party wanted to find him, it wouldn't be that troublesome at all. Anti-phone bugs are not something too precious to him. Given his status, he is protected against phone bugs when he makes a phone call. And the person representing 5 elders was holding a suitcase in his hand. There was no doubt that he might be looking for him by the way. Gritting his teeth, Akainu still answered, because for him, as long as it didn't prevent him from killing pirates, everything else was easy to talk about. Sakazuki, there is a mission for you here. It is about targeting the Whitebeard pirates. Are you willing to carry it out? A probing voice came from the other end of the phone, because no one in Marine could tell the relationship between the top management. Advertisement. Even if the 5 elders think that Akainu will not have anything to do with Sean because they have fought several times, they still have to test it out to see if the aggressive Akainu is still the same. Hearing this, Akainu narrowed his eyes and stubbed out the cigar in his mouth. But he said calmly, "What's the specifics? What's the motive? You don't want me to deal with it alone, right? This is simply unrealistic." On the other end of the phone, there was also some silence after hearing this, because they did not expect Akainu to ask so many questions. This is not in line with the character of their marine spokesperson, but they cannot reject Akainu just like that. After all, it's normal for the other party to ask clearly, because this time the target is the man with white beard. So he explained briefly. There is no motive, I just think it's time to combat the arrogance of the pirates, and I won't let you deal with it alone. On the other side, a strong man with broken teeth wearing a black turban and a white t-shirt was eating his favorite cherry pie in a tavern with a kind face. This island is one of the islands protected by Whitebeard, and it is also the man's favorite island. Because judging from the map, it was in the deep sea. Even Sean at this stage couldn't go down to that depth. But why didn't they kill all the pirates? There were too many questions lingering in Akainu's mind, and he wanted to talk to his friends. Not long after, Teach came to a place and saw a man wearing a mask and a white suit, secretly getting ready for battle. Akainu frowned. How to cooperate? What exactly do you want me to do? But this was actually obtained by the world government, and was even used as a tool to induce Blackbeard. Even Teach had been lurking for this thing for more than 20 years. However, Akainu still showed great interest in dealing with Whitebeard. No one knows how deep he hates pirates. There is only one coordinate, and it is the coordinate of this island. It seems that it should be in the jungle over the scenic area. That guy with white beard will take people to Marine headquarters. It will be a fierce battle. I hope you will cooperate well. At this time, someone walked in front of him, gently pushed a photo over, and then left without looking back. Although Akainu acted like he was asking for the bottom line, it made them a little unhappy. After all, how could subordinates question their boss? Advertisement. Then Teach didn't hesitate at all, got up and went to where the other party wanted him to go. But even though he was hiding so deeply, he was still targeted. During his incubation period, he never fell asleep for a minute. He might be afraid that when he fell asleep, he would say something he shouldn't have said. Logia. Dark fruit. World government is used as bait. It can be imagined that the Tianlong people have a profound background. He made an angry sound and said with a smile, "What is your purpose in coming to the island that our second division is responsible for?" As for the other party's promise or recommendation for him to serve as Marine Fleet Admiral, Akainu sneered. He was not without opponents. If Sean were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the devil fruit he had used the hidden object function to find a year ago. But when he picked up the photo, Teach's pupils shrank sharply and his heartbeat skipped a beat unconsciously. He has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years. He has repeatedly hidden his ambition and greed, just to shock the world in the future. Then he looked around with a ferocious expression. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he turned over the back of the photo. The man looked at Teach, and without saying a word, he opened the black leather case in his hand, revealing the fruit that Teach had just seen in the photo. This man is Marshal D. Teach. The five elders have a high status and a lot of power, but the power of their subordinate institutions is crisscrossed, and they also need to take care of the emotions of some people. This really made him a little confused, but he decided to wait until he returned to his headquarters to ask his friend Kizaru to analyze the intentions of this wave of opponents' operations. After all, there is no competitive relationship between Kizaru and him, and Akainu is also a little shocked that the world government can actually decide the fate of a top pirate group. Your Excellency, who are you? And Aokiji happens to be the one those people support, but these are not important. What is important is that this time he is directly attacking the Whitebeard pirates. Although it was a bit baffling, Teach still picked up the photo and looked at it. Suddenly, Teach's eyes became bloodshot, and his eyes became fierce, staring at the purple fruit. Immediately, the person on the phone explained clearly what he wanted to do with Akainu. Chapter 174 The D-Clan 1. After being patient for so many years, Teach relied on not only caution, but also observation. Otherwise, it would not have been mediocre and not attracted the slightest attention for more than 20 years. Since the person in front of him came to him with the dark fruit, he must know something about himself and even want to make some transactions with him. He had sufficient confidence in himself, and it was impossible for anyone to see through his true identity, so he had some vague guesses. The man on the other side responded, "The enemy of your clan, but you will be an exception." That's what it says above. Teach's face turned green and white. What he guessed in his heart came true. As expected, he has been under the spotlight since that person died. But what does that matter? After a long time, Teach changed from his usual gentle demeanor and covered half of his face with his thick fingers. Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. Then you still dare to appear in front of me with this fruit. The masked man's tone did not contain the slightest fluctuation. Of course, I came here under orders to reach a consensus with you, otherwise you will not be able to take away this fruit. After hearing this, Teach did not rush to take action, but asked, "What do you want to do? Are you so confident in leaving this fruit to me? You should understand the innate talent of our family." Yes, Teach is also a member of the D family, and it is super rare, and can also have its own branch group with its own talents. Because the D clan is a large ethnic group, there are various branches within the ethnic group, just like tribes. Some can use fire, some can use ice, and some are even naturally tall and powerful. But it is a pity that the people of the D clan now only have their last names. The masked man chuckled. What? With your half-assed abilities, do you still want to threaten the world government? Why can you do something that even rocks can't do? Upon hearing this, Teach had a gloomy look on his face, not hiding his murderous intention at all. He was waiting for the other party's next words. If he cannot be satisfied, then he will directly rise up and kill the opponent. Advertisement. Relax, you D-clan, especially you race who are active in the night, we are very concerned about. After all, that is a race that can strip away other people's abilities. Seeing that Teach was getting more and more irritable, the masked man waved his hand quickly. Okay, put that away. What I say next is conveyed to you from above, so listen carefully. They want you to pretend to be captured by a Kainu, and then publicly execute you to attract Whitebeard. Marine will take care of him when the time comes. Teach frowned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. He frowned not because he was reluctant to part with the Whitebeard pirates, but because he was weighing it. Weighing the probability of him snatching this dark fruit from the other party, and the other party letting himself, a nobody, go to jail. What is the probability of being deceived at that time? What if the other party is not just a conspiracy, but also wants to completely kill Yang? But he still said on the surface, no, Whitebeard will not come to save me. After all, I am just an unknown person on his ship. He will not let everyone save me for my sake. Then don't worry. When the time comes, just tell him that you are his former captain and the only remaining old friend. With Whitebeard's character, you will go. When the masked man said this and saw the troubled look on Teach's face, he continued, do you think that after you eat this fruit, you will not be able to use your abilities? Sooner or later, you should be exposed to the eyes of some people. Quote. As for whether you are worried about being abandoned by us, you can rest assured that the people above are quite happy to make a fuss. Although this is a bit insulting, who is Teach? A person who can resist showing off for more than 20 years. How could his judgment be affected by such mere words? However, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had prepared a backup plan, there shouldn't be much problem in escaping if something went wrong. If those people were afraid of themselves now, then they would not be able to rule the sea for so long and should have been overthrown long ago. After weighing it in my mind, I made a decision. I agree. Then he calmed down the arrogant expression on his face and looked at the other person inexplicably. Please give me a word, in case you dare to violate it. I promise that the things I know will be revealed the day after I die. The sea will know. When the time comes, you can just wait for the crazy revenge of the D-clan. When the masked man heard this, he didn't say anything. He just threw the fruit out of the box and then turned around and left. Advertisement. Teach looked at the fruit in his hand, looking inexplicably excited, and kept muttering, I finally found you, I finally found you. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh like a madman. After a while, Teach's excitement calmed down a little, and Teach took the fruit he had dreamed of decisively to avoid having a long night and having too many dreams. Opening his 5 fingers, it was filled with black elements. Teach couldn't help but be secretly excited. This was a genuine dark fruit. The fruit of being able to use your damn physique, or talent, to show corresponding strength. Then he restrained himself and left here. On the way back, Teach had a lot of thoughts, and he couldn't help but think of a record, or more accurately a video, that he found after remembering it, which was left to him by Rocks. That year, the teenage Teach turned on the phone bug that recorded the scene. A man appeared inside, and he claimed to be one of his own tribe, named Rocks, and he was perhaps the only tribe left in the world. Like him, with the ability to sleep without sleep, even in the dark, personal physical fitness and other aspects will make great progress. But that person said that this was just an immature racial talent. The real ability would make the world tremble. But there is a prerequisite. They must eat the dark fruit, because they can see the devil, but they cannot catch the devil. Rocks said that from his experiences over the years, he has learned some of the secrets of this world. His family was a family that was hated by gods and ghosts a long time ago. Because they can even capture the demon in everyone's body, but I don't know why until now, this ability has not been available. After traveling around the sea, he finally got some clues and told Teach never to eat other devil fruits. Only the dark fruit, a fruit that is somewhat similar to the abilities of our ancestors, can bring out the power of this clan. When the time comes, he will be able to build the strongest legion of devil fruit users and realize his unfulfilled wish, to become the king of the world. Chapter 175 Dispute. Sean, who was in retreat, had no idea that the fluttering wings of the butterfly had already rolled up a hurricane. From this moment on, the direction of the world will no longer be based on Sean's will, and the plot he is familiar with will have no reference value at all. New World, G5 branch. After a long journey, everyone finally arrived at G5, but since Sean had told him to practice in seclusion, no one could disturb him. Unless it is a life and death crisis, he cannot be disturbed even if the sky falls, because he is at a critical moment. So even though Garp wanted to force his way in and drag Sean out of the house, Crow and the sisters stopped him. But Garp doesn't care, because he has done what he should do, and just have an attitude here. After all, he is here in his personal capacity. So I can only have a good vacation here, there is no rush. Even the warring states period can't find fault. After all, I have to wait for Sean to come out of isolation. So Garp started fishing during the day, and Ace came back from the cruise at night. Garp gave Ace second-level guidance and taught him some of his own experience. In this way, when Garp was fishing happily, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Garp almost forgot the purpose of coming here. Miraculously, Sengoku didn't rush him. But this peaceful life was broken today by a shining man who ate the obscene fruit. I saw Kizaru, who seemed to be in a state of mind that nothing could shake in the past, frowning and walking towards the house where Sean was. Seeing this, Crow quickly stepped forward to stop him. General Kizaru, Mr. Sean said that he cannot be easily disturbed at the critical moment of training. We hope for your understanding. No, what I'm looking for this time is very important, and I can't waste even a minute. Kizaru said to Crow with some displeasure. But Crow looked like a business-like butler and pushed up his glasses gently with his wrist. It really can't be done. This is a death order from Mr. Sean. Advertisement. I am a general. You are committing the following crime. Get out of the way. Crow, on the other hand, has nothing to gain. If the person who breaks in this time is Kuina or Dusky, these are the ones Sean has trained since childhood. Crow will definitely let the other person pass, but he is always wary of those who have not followed Sean for a long time. Even though Kizaru seems to really have some plan with Sean. He will only listen to Sean. Sean said that unless a partner is in crisis, no one can come in and disturb him. Then, not even Kizaru can do it. The two sisters in the distance, Garp, Ace and others, have been on their way since they saw a burst of yellow light passing by. At this time, when everyone arrived, they saw that Kizaru and Crow seemed to be clashing, and they quickly stepped forward to stop them. Poor Salino, let's not talk about you. Even when I tried to force my way in, I was stopped by these brats. You'd better forget it. Garp comforted Kizaru from the side. Tashi and Kuina stood directly next to Crow, holding the swords at their waists. If Kizaru made any movement, they would draw their swords without hesitation. Even Ace, during this period of time, vaguely learned something from Crow, plus Sean's previous teachings. This made him, Ensign, stand in front of Sean's room and confront Kizaru. Because what the four of them follow is not the Marine of world government, but the Marine with Sean, the truly pure Marine. The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment, and Garp, who had always been carefree, no longer felt excited about his grandson being a Marine elite. He frowned, feeling more and more that what he was worried about might come true. Looking at this posture, Sean was really planning something big. Glancing at Ace worriedly, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. If Ace betrayed Marine, he couldn't imagine what it would be like. This was guaranteed by him and a few old friends. And Kizaru was also a little angry. They don't understand, don't you understand too? Chloe, don't force me to do something to you. Advertisement. Mr. Kizaru, even if you say so, I can't get out of the way, even if Mr. Sean will punish me when he comes out, because this is what Mr. Sean ordered me to do. Crow still looked kind. The situation has changed now. I must discuss it with Sean, otherwise you may all be in trouble. Kizaru became more and more irritable, but he had to calm down and speak. Fortunately, it is a restricted area. Even if the food is delivered, it is delivered by Crow, and other Marines are not allowed to approach this area. Otherwise, seeing a general being blocked by a major general would definitely cause an uproar. Now that Kizaru is talking, he is increasingly ignoring Garp, who is standing beside him, because besides being anxious, it is also because he trusts Garp. Believe in the other party, even if you know your position, you will not stab him with a knife, because there is ambiguous justice. It was what Kizaru saw and concluded from Garp when he was young. He felt that Garp would understand him because he was practicing the other person's justice. Garp on the side looked a little complicated. After this argument, he understood that even Kizaru was involved in something with Sean. But the next moment, he firmed up his expression and stood in another direction, looking at the people on both sides. First, he said to Crow, why don't you little brats tell me why you have to disobey me, even if the other party is a general? Then he looked at Kizaru. Pelusalino, does the justice behind you allow you to participate in Xiao Xiao's collusion? Then he sighed and looked at Ace with a complicated expression. So, I'm first the only Marine now. After Garp finished speaking, the scene became a little quiet. Crow didn't expect that Garp, who was always so carefree, would be silent. In just a few words, he guessed that there was collusion between Sean and Kizaru, but this was all expected. After all, Sean once said that these veterans are worthy of respect, and if possible, he wants to keep these veterans. Continue to contribute to the Marine career they love. Garp, who looked lonely, saw that the new forces in Marine, and even the main general, were planning something. He couldn't help but feel a little sad, and then his face changed, and he yelled with grief and anger. Speak, you guys, do you look down on this old man like me? If you don't explain clearly, I will never allow you to taint your back even if I risk my life today. Of justice. Old man, we have not tarnished justice. My ideal is still the same, to become the Marine King, to be a Marine. Upon seeing this, Ace said quickly. Chapter 176 Sean comes out of seclusion. Garp now just wants to ask what Sean wants to do to bring Ace together. There is a faint tendency to break in by force. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly anxious, suddenly, the steel fortress of the G5 branch was shaken by the earth. The entire island sank several meters out of thin air, and everyone, including the few people in front of the door, was squeezed out of breath. Only these few could barely stand. The rest of the sailors fell to the ground under the sudden pressure. Rumble. At this moment, the house where Sean was staying suddenly exploded, and the walls, furniture and other objects were crushed into powder under the pressure. Everyone looked at Sean in shock. They knew that Sean would get stronger and stronger, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. These people originally thought that they were already pyramid figures on the sea. But now, looking at the figure strolling out among the dust in the sky, I suddenly feel that I am not as powerful as I imagined. That indescribable sense of oppression hit everyone's hearts with Sean's footsteps. Now it seems that Sean is a person on another level. After a while, Sean stopped and waved his hand, and the dust in the sky was blown away by a gust of wind, revealing his true appearance. Still less than 2 meters tall, he was wearing shorts, slippers, and a t-shirt, and his hair, which had not been cut for a long time, already reached his shoulders. Sean yawned, took an eraser from his wrist, grabbed his hair with his left hand and swept it back, tying it into a short ponytail, but a few strands of playful hair popped out and fluttered in the wind. It added a bit of unrestrained and uninhibited temperament to his whole person. Hi, everyone, long time no see. Sean waved hello to the stunned people. Among the people present, Garp, a veteran of many battles, was the strongest physically, so he reluctantly said, "Take back your abilities, otherwise other soldiers will not be able to withstand your oppression." Hearing this, Sean was stunned. He turned around and looked at the house that had been crushed by him. He scratched his head and saw the somewhat uncomfortable Kuina sisters and Ace. It suddenly dawned on him that he seemed to have left the training ground and didn't pay attention to the aura emanating from him. Advertisement. The power of thought has become its own instinctive existence, just like breathing. Then Sean calmed down. Sorry, it was just an instinctive reaction at the moment. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar again, because the entire island rose several meters and returned to its original state. The sailors were also free, but they looked in the direction of Sean with admiration on their faces. They all know that this is the ability of their parents, and they are probably trying some tricks. After all, this is not the first time. It's just that this time it's more intense than before. Immediately, Sean looked at a few people and asked, "I heard you guys arguing just now, what were you arguing about?" Before Kizaru and Crow could speak, Garp took a step forward and asked first, "What is your purpose? What do you want to do by wooing Ace?" Sean was confused by this nonsense. Did he discover something? Seeing Sean's gesture, Crow, as a considerate butler, stepped forward to explain. At the same time, he also told him that Kizaru came to see him in an emergency. At this time, Sean suddenly realized that they had a heated debate about not disturbing him. Crow is really good. Subordinates who fully understand their boss's intentions are the best. So Sean looked at Garp and smiled slightly. "Old man, don't worry, no matter what I do, first I'm Marine and I am on the side of justice. As for the purpose, why don't you listen to General Kizaru? Because right now I'm more concerned about anything more important than me getting stronger." When Kizaru heard this, the obscene look on his face disappeared, leaving only solemnity. Garp didn't say anything after seeing this, because Kizaru is a guy who keeps a lazy attitude in almost everything. To be able to make the other party show such an expression, he must have encountered something very difficult. Say it here. When Kizaru spoke, he glanced at the other people, because in his heart, his and Sean's plan was still in the top secret stage. Sean took a look and saw that except for Garp, they were all his own. In fact, it didn't matter if Garp knew about it. After all, his grandson was in his own camp. Oh no, his son is the same. He stayed with Yishao and started a company and became the CEO. Advertisement. Not to mention that I didn't lead Ace down a wrong path, I just wanted to correct the chaos and break away from the world government. The other party might even join. And now, it's time to show off to these marine pillars. So he nodded. It doesn't matter. There's nothing we can't let Lieutenant General Garp know. We have a clear conscience. Hearing this, Kizaru didn't say anything more, but looked around, as if trying to find a place to sit. Sean moved his fingers slightly, and the open space between the people rolled up. After a moment, it turned into a smooth stone table, and several stone benches appeared around the stone table. It is unimaginable that the furniture made from local materials is not stained with any dust, or in other words, it is pressed very solidly. Then with a wave of his hand, the table was filled with coke, cigars, and some snacks bought from the mall. Let's talk. Let's chat over afternoon tea. Then several people sat down. Sean lit a cigar, blew out the smoke ring with satisfaction, and drank a sip of coke. A member of the Whitebeard pirates named Teach was captured by that guy Sakaski and will be publicly executed in Marineland in a week. And, according to reliable information, Whitebeard will come to save him when the time comes. Sean, who was happily drinking coke, spit out a sip of coke after hearing this, making Ace, who was enjoying his meal across from him, look confused. Sean exclaimed. What? Why is it him? Did I tell you about my target person? Hearing this, Kizaru also came to his senses. Do you want to make a fuss about Teach? Did you plan this time too? Don't be ridiculous. I have been accumulating my strength in the past few years. How could I have time to plan? I originally wanted to wait for another 2 years. Yes, the original plan was to be implemented this year, but the location of the dark fruit shown on Sean's map before was not available to him. In other words, no one can get it except waiting for it to surface by itself, because it is tens of thousands of meters under the sea, and that kind of pressure is simply not something that humans can resist. Even Sean couldn't do it, so Sean opened the map panel. Sure enough, the dark fruit was gone, replaced by, no such thing found. In other words, it has been eaten, but I don't know who. At the same time, I am also a little annoyed that I missed the opportunity for the dark fruit to surface. Chapter 177 Sean's Progress. Sean didn't expect that the fruit would be taken away while he was in retreat. Moreover, the insidious guy Teach was actually arrested by Akainu, which was not in line with Sean's expectations at all. In other words, the times are about to run wild. Hearing this, Kizaru also frowned. Then have you told anyone about your plan? It's impossible. I'm just afraid of unexpected changes, so I've never told anyone about the existence of Teach. Sean said decisively. Garp, who was on the sidelines, was confused and quickly asked, what on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand it at all? What does it have to do with that guy with white beard? Immediately, Sean explained to Garp his plan to start a war between Marines and pirates. But now, it is being pushed by a mastermind behind the scenes. Although the original intention is the same, it does not meet Sean's expectations. Immediately, everyone felt that this was a bit unexpected, but also reasonable. The pirate forces will eventually be liquidated by them, but I didn't expect that Sean would already take action. I didn't even expect that this plan would be implemented. Sean frowned and asked, is there any other information? Something is wrong here. Based on my understanding of that insidious guy, it is impossible for him to put himself in danger. After some hesitation, Kizaru said, that guy Sakazuki talked to me. He said that this was an order from the 5 elders, but he didn't know the purpose because it was also an opportunity to fight against pirates, so then the guy just executed it too. Although I am a neutral, he still hopes that I will support him as the next Marine Fleet Admiral. He said that the 5 elders will support him. It's just that some cadres support Aokiji. He doesn't want to fight with Aokiji, so if he gets my support, other people will be swayed and even support him, so that they don't have to fight. Hearing this, Sean narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the truth always seemed to be coming out, but something was still missing. At this time, Garp said aloud, you are afraid, or to be more precise, you are suspected. This may be a test. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Advertisement. Garp changed his old image of an old naughty boy. His face was extremely serious. I am here this time as a private person. I also ask you on behalf of the warring states period and others, what is your purpose? Although we didn't think you would say it, you just wanted an attitude. We didn't expect you were really planning something. This is something we didn't expect. After a pause, he continued. We guess that you have clearly attracted major attention, so why haven't you been restrained? Now it seems that everything is clear. This time, it is a test for you. Because your subordinates are so unusual. Whether they are Ace or Kuina, their qualifications represent their extraordinary ideals. This is not the point. The point is that you have been living in seclusion these past few years. Hearing this, Sean suddenly realized that Daching was jealous because of his laziness. Think about it, with only 3 people under his command, they can match Marine's highest combat power. Although there is some gap, this gap can be made up with time. Moreover, none of them have any ambition to make progress, and now there is Roger's son. So this time, how to deal with Teach has become a test. If he kills Teach at all costs, then he simply hates pirates. And if he wins over Teach, it means that he is planning something and will capture him at all costs. Because Sean is undoubtedly the greatest threat to the world government. His elusive ability will definitely make the world government pay a certain price. The world government will not allow such people to be uncontrolled. It allows you to burn, kill, plunder, and commit all kinds of evil, but it does not allow the existence of things beyond control. But there is a premise here, that is, Sean does not know the details of Teach. Thinking of this, the corners of Sean's mouth curved slightly. He originally didn't want to let that ambitious guy live. It seems that there will be a big change this time, but all of this is speculation, and there is a way to verify the guess. Then it depends on whether you have the opportunity to come into contact with Teach. Not everyone can come into contact with this criminal, who affects the world structure at this stage. Is there anything else they want me to do? Kizaru was also surprised when he heard this. There is really something that needs you to do. They want you to garrison Impel Great Prison before Teach's execution. Sure enough, then, no matter whether Sean makes any move or not, as long as Teach is not dead, he will have to pay for it. But the problem is not big. With his current strength, even if the 4 Emperors pirate group comes, they can still be destroyed. Advertisement. This is completely the confidence of his own strength. Open black lens bracket host. Sean. S**X. Male. Age. 22. Combat strength. 22,052 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Psychokinesis, Armed Color Hockey Max, Wisdom Color Hockey Max, Conqueror's Hockey Max. Skills: Prayer, Purification, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleport, Kyoka Suigetsu. Warehouse: Mikazuki Munekika, Yumu Shion Pillow. Used: Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, some photos. Plot point: 35,004. That's right, although Sean's strength has only improved by more than 2,000 points in the past 4 years, it has also consumed a huge amount of plot points. But, in other words, it is not the genetic lock in his body that has been broken, the power of earth-shaking qualitative change. The skill Kyoka Suigetsu alone can be used on people with a combat power of less than 3,000 points. If the overall combat power is less than 19,000 points, they can all be killed with one look. Not to mention his own hard power and physical fitness have become stronger now. He even feels that even without the pure gold, his lifespan will be greatly extended. But this is not enough. Sean's goal is that he will stand in front of the stage only when he reaches the point where he can truly push the entire ocean. Now he is indeed powerful, and he can indeed ignore a strong man of Zhonghuang's level. But there is still the possibility of being killed in a head-on confrontation, so it is better to be cautious. Anyway, his future opponents will never be these people, but the top of this world, I am. Then he looked at Kizaru. When do you want me to come over? The sooner the better, because this time it was directly named by the higher-ups. Kizaru responded. Chapter 178 Showdown with Garp. Okay, then I'll just go over there and see what the hell this teach is up to. How dare he be in Impel prison? As soon as the words fell, Sean was about to leave directly, but the thug who had been beating him suddenly caught him. Sean looked at the owner of the big hand with some confusion. Is there anything else? You haven't answered me yet. What do you want to do? Even Ace is attracted to you. Garp looked at Sean with a pleading look on his face. He already knew very well that he was no match for Sean, judging from the ability that Sean had exuded unconsciously just now. Sean has probably reached a higher level. He is now looking at Sean like an old man who is worried that his grandson has gone astray. Sean's scalp was numb when he saw Garp's sudden tenderness. Yes, in Sean's eyes, Garp was affectionate. He shuddered and quickly slapped Garp's big hand away. Calm down, okay, I'll tell you right now. So Sean explained. Actually, we haven't done anything heinous. We are also fighting for Marine. We want Marine to break away from the world government. What? You want to break away from the world government? What about Marine's operating funds? Have you thought about the world government's revenge? How many people will break away from you? And they will not allow you to do this. So this is impossible. Garp roared directly. Although he also wanted Marine to escape the constraints of the world government, that was impossible, no matter whether it could be successful or not. The sea will usher in a dark and turbulent period without any order. At that time, it will be the civilians who will suffer. Once something like this happens, will Marine still uphold justice? Internal fighting will lead to the loss of order. I know what you're worried about, but it can all be solved. We control 1/5 of the world's wealth, have an ordinary army that directly competes with the world government, and have many archaeologists under our command. Advertisement. History needs us to reveal it, the divine power needs us to overthrow it, and Marine needs a clean background. This era of great pirates will one day end. And that day is not far away. We are just preparing for the dark and turbulent period after the end of the pirate era. Reform can never be achieved by a few individuals. All civilians must eradicate servility in their genes, otherwise even a short-term peace will be nothing more than Kyoka Suigetsu. As he listened, Garp gradually came back to his senses. 1/5 of his wealth was compared to the world government's army. Such huge wealth cannot disappear, and the person who owns so much wealth is the new king, Tezzolo. Compared with the armies of the world government, who else but the revolutionary army formed by his incompetent son? Suddenly, even a veteran with a big heart like Garp was shocked by Sean's words, but looking at the other people, they looked like they were used to it. He couldn't help but swallowed. How sure are you? If you fail, Marine will be dragged into the abyss of eternal destruction by you. Sean smiled disdainfully. Hey, whose Marine do you think you are loyal to now? With all due respect, Marine is just a minion of the world government. Do you really think Marine is just? How many incidents have there been over the years where Marine has been the one wiping the butt of those losers? Confidence. Don't be kidding. You are really not as good as DeLog. Why don't you ask your son if he was absolutely sure before he went to establish the revolutionary army? I don't ask you to support your family more, but at least don't be a stumbling block. Why do you think your 2 grandsons want to be pirates? Without me, Ace would join this decadent Marine. Thinking of the original work he had seen, Sean was also very angry. Garp was just a guy who wanted to kill but not bury him. It is true that someone may sacrifice his family to help everyone, but Garp can obviously prevent Ace from dying. What's more, he is fully capable of preventing Ace from becoming a pirate. If he cares more about Ace, will he follow in Roger's footsteps? He has only one purpose in going to sea, which is to see if his existence is sinful and whether there is any crime. Significance. The Order of the Sea is indeed indispensable, but it is by no means a reason for Garp to neglect his family. Garp also felt that he was an idiot for asking. Revolution was never easy, but he was worried that once Marine was gone. Advertisement. The sea will be turned upside down, and now Marine can only control pirates. He also knows that he has been fighting for Marine all these years. He completely ignored his family. In fact, Garp felt very painful inside, but he had no choice but to do it himself. Why doesn't he know what's going on in Marine? He knows it better than anyone else, but this old man is really scared. Sean couldn't bear to see Garp's hunched back, but he had to break the old man's fantasy. So he softened his tone and said, "Old man, let me tell you this, Marine, if you don't find another way out, you will be banned even in the near future. Do you understand?" Garp raised his head in confusion and looked at Sean with a puzzled face. Why was this dominant force on the sea banned? Seeing this, Sean continued to answer, "The times are running rampant, and Roger's existence has accelerated this process. He wants to let the world know this history, and he wants this violent era to be completely chaotic. Only then can it be possible to overthrow the rule from above. You, the D clan, are the natural enemies of God. The great wheel of the times. Anyone in front of it is just an ant-like existence. Even the world government is no exception, but have you ever thought about where Marine will be placed once the world government collapses? When the D clan stirs up another storm, will Marine help the world government or stand by and watch? But this is not a wise choice. In any case, the outcome will be either cast aside by the people or liquidated by the world government. The only way out is to go out independently. Otherwise, when the dragon-slaying warriors swing their swords at God, that will be the day Marine ceases to exist. Or the world government will continue to maintain its rule, but Marine will no longer be Marine." After listening to Sean's long speech, everyone present except Kizaru and Crow fell silent. It was also the first time that they heard Sean's voice. There is no doubt that according to Sean, there will always be people who come out to fight against the world government. At that time, Marine will not say anything about helping. At the very least, the stance when cleaning up the mess must be correct, otherwise, the sea will turn into a chaotic land. It will also turn history into reverse. Chapter 179 Garp's Decision. The atmosphere on the table was somewhat quiet, except for the occasional sizzling sound of burning cigars. Everyone is waiting for Garp's answer, especially Ace, who really doesn't want to get into a confrontational position with the old man. After a long silence, Garp sighed slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "I just want to ask you, can you keep this order from collapsing?" Upon hearing this, Sean knew that Garp was about to make a choice, and immediately grinned. "Of course, if I hadn't taken this as the premise, with all due respect, I would now have the confidence to wield a sword against the world government. When I am forced to leave Marine, the ocean will be turned upside down. Marine, as a minion of the world government, will no longer exist." Then, Garp asked, "When will you take action? At the very least, wait until Delog spreads his thoughts across the sea and plants a seed of resistance for everyone." Afterwards, Garp took a deep breath and returned to his energetic old man appearance. "Boy Sean, whatever you tell me, I will keep it a secret. As for the Warring States period, don't try to win over me at this stage. It's not necessary. Unless he steps down from his position as Fleet Admiral, he will be a source of instability. His sense of responsibility is too heavy. When you take action, I will be on your side. This time, it's for my family." After that, Garp stood up and walked towards the port. Ace quickly stood up and wanted to follow. Garp waved his hand. "There's no need to give it away. I'm not that fragile, it's just that the actions of you young people scared me a little. I need to be alone for a while." Immediately, Garp left. Sean understands that it is a difficult choice for Garp to give up its position as world government and gamble on an unknown future. After all, that was where he had worked for most of his life, and suddenly someone told him that Marine would be doomed if it didn't change. No one can accept it, but since the choice has been made, based on Garp's life experience, at best, it will only cause sadness for a period of time. This old man is not easily defeated. Then Sean went to the cafeteria with everyone to eat. After all, he was going to impel great prison soon. Advertisement. At this time, countless news birds in the world brought stacks of newspapers and distributed them to countless people. Marine publicly executed Rocks. A week later. Kaido, Bog Mon, Edward Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe, John, Akoku and other great pirates are all from the Rocks Pirates. Close black lens bracket. Marshall D. Teach. Why, as the son of Whitebeard, he has been unremarkable for more than 20 years. Will Whitebeard rescue Teach? Will Marine and the Whitebeard pirates have a decisive battle? Close black lens bracket. Pieces of news about Teach's identity, Rock's identity, etc., have fallen into the hands of countless people. No one knows whether Whitebeard will go to save people, but one thing is certain, whether Whitebeard goes or not, the pattern of the sea will be broken again. If you go, there is no doubt that it will be a decisive battle. If you don't go, the image of benevolence and righteousness that Whitebeard has established over the years will completely collapse. So everyone in the world is a little worried. Is the balance that has been stable for just a few years about to be broken? Moby DK. At this time, on the deck, Whitebeard was sitting leisurely on a huge chair, drinking wine. Suddenly, someone ran up to the deck and exclaimed, "Dad, this is the Dreyfus. The red-haired guy is here. He said he wants to see you." Whitebeard paused as he mentioned the wine glass to his mouth, and then continued to pour tons and tons of wine into his mouth. Ha! After a happy sip of wine, Whitebeard said leisurely, "Ah, let him get on the boat." And everyone gathered together on the deck was ready. A strong man over 5 meters tall raised his hands and said in a serious tone, "Does the red hair have any plans for coming here at this time?" The pineapple head sitting a little in front of him opened his eyes and said, "I don't know, I just won't let him hurt Dad." Having said this, Marco stood up, raised his thumb and pointed back. "Young man, please step back, your body can't bear it." A pirate wearing a hat behind him looked confused and asked quickly, "What does it mean that the body can't bear it?" Advertisement. "Stop asking, go inside quickly," Marco said impatiently. But as soon as Marco finished speaking, several of the little pirates who were listening to him fell down before they had time to act. Da da da. One after another, many pirates' eyes turned white and they fainted. As if matching the sound of footsteps, several people fainted with every step. When the companions around him saw this, they shouted anxiously, "Hey, hey, hey, what's wrong with you guys? What happened? How could this happen? It's really troublesome, is it too late?" Marco narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then looked towards the deck stairs, "Don't panic, they just fainted temporarily." Chowzi on the side also said with an unsightly expression, "You can't stay awake in front of that man with half-hearted mental capacity." After the words fell, the red-haired man appeared at the top of the stairs not far away, dragging a wine bottle and walking slowly. Every step he took, some people would faint, and even the deck of the ship would be shaken with cracks when Shanks walked by. It's still the same. It's so domineering. Everyone just watched as Shanks walked step by step in front of Whitebeard. Some novices, who were not as strong as the previous ones but more than the inferiors, swallowed hard. Everyone looked at Shanks warily. After all, boarding someone else's ship and exuding such domineering attitude was not polite behavior. Shanks looked at the Whitebeard in front of him and said, "I'm sorry, I just got on the enemy ship and made a show of force." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. "Seeing your face, the wounds that be ************ left me feel a little painful." Shanks said calmly, "I brought healing water. I have no intention of fighting. I have something to discuss with you." Is this what a man who shows off his dominance should say? "You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Redhead, you be asterisk 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 D, look what you have done. Marco, who was not far away, pointed at the fainted crew members behind him and said in a bad tone. Hearing this, Shanks turned his head and saw Marco, and immediately grinned. Hey, isn't this Marco from the first team? Do you want to consider being on my ship? A-hole, stop joking. Shanks just smiled and said nothing. Chapter 180 Red Hair and White Beard. ... Josie stood up and looked at Whitebeard. Dad, what are we going to do? Whitebeard glanced at the red-haired man and said calmly, he doesn't seem to be here to fight with us. Let us stay alone for a while. After a while, Whitebeard and Red Hair sat opposite each other. Red Hair poured a full bowl of wine and threw the remaining flask directly to Whitebeard. Whitebeard brought it to him and smelled it. Is it West Blues wine? Try it. This is the wine from my hometown, and it tastes very good. The Red Hair looked at Whitebeard expectantly. Whitebeard drank tons of wine from the bottle. Ha. Not bad. Whitebeard then sighed. Roger, Sengoku, Garp, there were a lot fewer people who were familiar with the sea at that time. The red-haired man was also quite emotional. After all, that was all 24 years ago, so it's only natural. But it only took a blink of an eye for me, and there are many people who can be called legends. Just like the story of your duel with Hawkeye has just reached my ears. Whitebeard said, shaking the wine bottle. For a man like you to come back after losing an arm in the East Daxia Sea, everyone would be surprised. Who was it that cut off that left arm? The red-haired man lowered his head slightly, making it difficult to see his expression clearly. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he gently pressed the broken arm with his right hand and said, I bet it on the new era. Whitebeard said indifferently, as long as you don't regret it. Immediately, the atmosphere became slightly silent. After a while, the red hair said, Whitebeard, I have gone through all kinds of battles and suffered countless scars. Now the only scar that hurts is this one. The red-haired man pointed at the scar on his eye and said seriously. This injury was neither caused by adventure nor by Hawkeye. It was the Blackbeard on your ship who hurt me, Teach. I'm not careless at all. Do you know what I want to say, Whitebeard? Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you want me to do? That's the important thing, right? Advertisement. The red-haired man raised his head sharply. Don't go, this must be Teach's conspiracy. It is impossible for a man like him to be arrested by a Kainu. I just want to ask you for this. Hoo la 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 la. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed. He took a sip of wine and his tone suddenly rose. You know what, idiot? You were 100 years too early to tell me what to do. When I was fighting Roger, you were still a snot-nosed brat. After that, after taking the last sip of wine, the wine bottle slammed behind the red-haired man. Shanks sighed, picked up the big bowl in front of him, drank all the wine in one gulp, threw the bowl away, and then stood up. In front of the smiling Whitebeard, he pulled out his western sword Griffin. This era will become violent and no one can stop it. Whitebeard also pulled out his Kongyunchi. It's not worth fearing at all, I'm Whitebeard. Then he rushed towards the red hair, and the red hair raised his knife to block. Chang. The sound of gold and iron resounding through the Moby DK, followed by a rumble, because of the domineering collision between the two. Black-red electric arcs spread around the two people, and then the clouds in the sky were split open by the collision of their momentum. The endless dark clouds flickered with thunder snakes from time to time, and a huge ravine between the dark clouds was like an abyss hanging upside down in the sky, trying to swallow up everything. Outside the deck, the white-bearded crew members were immediately furious. What on earth did that red-haired D do to Daddy? Marco persuaded everyone who wanted to go in. Wait a minute, he is not a man who does stupid things. Chaozi looked up at the sky, but the negotiations seemed to have broken down. The clouds, no, the sky, split. Returning to the deck, the two people who were confronting each other on the deck had different expressions. The white-bearded Kong Yunchi pushed hard, and the red hair used the force to jump back, and the two of them also distanced themselves. Go back, snot-nosed kid, Lousy doesn't need your advice. The red-haired face looked a little ugly. Now is not the time for you to be willful, Whitebeard. Advertisement. I only have one last thing to say to you. You will destroy everything you own, and Marco and the others will be led into the abyss by you. This incident is not that simple. Both you and Teach are just pawns. They are just tools used to test someone's strength. Today's ocean is already undercurrent. It's not something we pirates, marines, or even the world government can control. There's a figure more terrifying than rocks on the ocean. You should think about it again. One day later, if possible, I hope you will come to this place alone. I will meet the person who caused this storm here. Afterwards, the red-haired man left a map and a permanent pointer, turned around and walked to the fence, jumped back to his Dreyfus with a sudden jump. Whitebeard looked at the red-haired figure leaving, with a different meaning in his eyes. In fact, he knows better than anyone else that Teach's ambition, his knowledge and appearance are not just for show, and his love for his family is also full. Even Teach will not do anything until he violates the iron law of the sea and harms his companions. Now, Shank's parting words were as powerful as he was, but also slightly uneasy. On the Dreyfus sailing on the sea, the red-haired man was sitting on the deck with a frown, and Ben Beckman sitting there quietly smoking a cigarette. After a long time, the red-haired man asked, Beckman, do you think he will come? If you are talking about that person, I think it will be, based on my investigation and understanding of him over the years. But for Whitebeard, not necessarily, because he is too proud. The red-haired man also had a headache, and his thoughts went back to the year when he was 14. Before they were about to land on the final island, Buggy suddenly suffered from a high fever. Shanks volunteered to stay and look after him, deciding to take his own ship in the future. After Roger returned, Shanks asked Roger some questions and burst into tears after learning the answers. From then on, a layout lasting more than 20 years began. He really couldn't imagine how that person appeared. It's too mysterious. With his current situation, no, or even the world government can't investigate the reason for his mystery. He was adopted on a mediocre island and went to sea as an adult. In just a few years, he set up a dragnet. His plans were completely shattered. What's even more difficult for Shanks to accept is that through some means, that guy seems to have even some long-established powerful people and forces that are inextricably related to him. Chapter 181 Whitebeard accepts the appointment. In the G5 branch, Sean, after having a feast, was about to go back and tidy up before heading to Impel Great Prison. But at this moment, Sean, who was about to walk out of the cafeteria, stood up and suddenly found that he was locked, and turned around to look. On the sea in the distance, someone was pointing a gun at him. The corners of Sean's mouth raised slightly, interesting. Immediately, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a bullet or cannonball the size of half a fist was grasped by Sean with lightning speed. Sean caught it with a little force, and the iron sheet of the bullet disintegrated, revealing a piece of paper inside. Sean was stunned, picked it up and looked at it for a moment. His face looked a little strange, because he felt that he really underestimated the world's heroes. He always thought that he was hiding well, but in fact, in the eyes of some people, his hiding made him exposed. Because a person with a mediocre background but an extremely powerful person is willing to stay in the same branch for so many years, which is a strange thing in itself. The letter only said, "Please get together." These 4 words were signed with a simple pattern, which was the skull pattern of the red-haired pirates, and on the back was a map coordinate. When Sean came to his senses, Crow had already chased him. Unfortunately, the other party fired a shot and left, and the other party was riding a submarine. Mr. Sean, I can't catch up with that person. They ran away in a submarine. Crow said with some shame. Sean was noncommittal and handed the note to Crow. Crow's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of wisdom. Please take me with you. I have been curious about Ben Beckman for too long. Sean smiled and asked, how are you so sure I will go? Is there any place on this sea that you don't dare to go? Don't be kidding me. Even if you're Moby DK with a white beard, you can come and go with ease. Crow flattered him without leaving a trace. Sean felt a little emotional. The power of time is so great. Crow, who was once cynical, actually learned bureaucracy after staying in Marine for a long time. This wave of flattery is neither flattering nor flattering, and it praises Sean's strength without any trace. That's right for you, Chloe. Okay, let's go there tomorrow. As for Teach's place, it's not a day away. Advertisement. In this way, Crow and Sean quietly decided to go there secretly early the next morning. There was no way Kuina could help it. When she grew up, Kuina became even more clingy than when she was a child. As long as Sean was around, she would always stay next to him and ask him to practice sword practice with her. But Dasky still likes to follow Kuina Minato, if they know that she is going to see the red hair the next day. They will definitely follow him. Kizaru has returned to the Red Earth continent. If they leave, there will be no one in G5 who can control the situation. The next morning, Sean was at the port and said goodbye to the two sisters. Where's Crow? Why isn't Crow here? Isn't that guy usually the most enthusiastic about being around you? Kuina asked curiously. Sean said without changing his expression. He went out on a mission early this morning. I asked him to do something for me. Although Kuina felt something was wrong, she didn't know what was wrong, while Dasky on the side was hesitant to speak. After thinking about it, she stopped talking because during her morning exercise today, she saw Crow practicing in front of the sea. I just don't know what the other person is practicing, and it looks a bit unbeatable. I vaguely heard what the other person said about Beckman. She didn't want Sean to hate her, so she didn't say it out loud. After all, in her opinion, what could two grown men do when they go out? Not to mention that Sean still has a mission. Then, with Kuina and two people watching, Sean jumped into the air, and didn't feel there was anything wrong with Sean not teleporting directly to Impel. Not long after, Sean met Crow in human-animal form on the road, wrapped in black wind and floating in the air. When Sean saw this, he said calmly, "You are flying too slowly. Change back and I will take you flying." So Sean manipulated the air, hugged Crow, opened the system's map, and sped towards the destination. Stillman Islands. Advertisement. This is the island group in the sea area occupied by Shanks. There are more than 10 islands of different sizes in total. The weather is stable and the islands are rich in materials, but no human beings live here because the animals on this island are extremely huge. Or it would be more appropriate to say it was a monster. At this time, on the main island, which was guarded by different sizes, two figures in cloaks were cooking some monster meat. These two people are Shanks and Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman was a little helpless. I said, "Shanks, why don't you let Lackey Lou handle it for you first? Aren't you torturing me?" Haha, that's really troublesome. I have no choice but to cook the food myself. Even if the taste is not as good as those of the chefs, at least it will show that we are serious about each other. The redhead laughed. After all, Ben Beckman was the main person handling the ingredients. He also had a sudden idea to hold a banquet here. It has to be said that the red-haired brain circuit is indeed known as the most free-spirited pirate group, and it comes up as it comes. Suddenly, the two of them subconsciously looked at the sky in the distance, and saw a bird burning with blue flames, flying here with a person on its back. Seeing Whitebeard and Marco, the red-haired man was a little surprised. He didn't expect Whitebeard to actually come. He originally only invited them with a try attitude. In the end, I was about to give up, but the result was that Whitebeard arrived faster. Boom. When they were in the sky, Whitebeard jumped down and made a big hole in the ground, filled with smoke and dust. Hoo la 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 la, red-haired kid, where is that person you were talking about? Lousy is here. Don't even think about playing tricks on me. As the footsteps approached, the red-haired man finally saw the Whitebeard clearly, and pointed helplessly at the dusty ingredients. Look, the ingredients that Beckman and I have processed all morning are dirty, and we have to process them again. Quote. Then, he looked at Ben Beckman with expectant eyes, waiting for him to clean it again. Seeing this, Ben Beckman sighed. Okay, let me deal with it again. Really, he is obviously a mature captain, but he is still so willful. Don't say that, having a banquet with Marine is a very new experience. Marco, why don't you go and help? Marco glared at the dead fish eyes and glanced at Whitebeard, who said nothing. Whitebeard nodded, knowing that they had something to talk about, so he nodded and followed Ben Beckman away. They were going to the freshwater lake to get fresh water to clean it up. Chapter 182 Conqueror's Collision. Marco was also a little curious. His father called him up early in the morning and came here quietly to see who he was. Yes, Whitebeard told him roughly on the way that the conversation with the red-haired man yesterday mainly revolved around Teach. He also didn't expect that Teach would call himself Blackbeard. One can imagine the intention behind this, and it was definitely not for fun. After the two left, Shanks sighed. I didn't expect you to come before him. This is really beyond my expectation. Because I am quite interested in the person you mentioned last night. After all, using lousy as a measure to test someone is unbelievable no matter how you think about it. Although he said this, the evil spirit in Whitebeard's eyes all told of his unwillingness. After sailing on the sea for many years, he knew nothing less than Shanks. The most important thing is that nothing is more important than his family. He is worried that in order to deal with him, those people will attack his children. He doesn't allow this. Then he glanced at the red-haired man. I hope the negotiations will not disappoint me. The red-haired man smiled. He was not sure whether the next step would go smoothly. After all, that person seemed to hate pirates deeply. Whitebeard and Redhead sat opposite each other. Redhead boasted about Whitebeard's strength with Roger at that time, while Whitebeard also lamented that time makes people grow old. Not long after, Ben Benkman and Marco came back with the prepared ingredients. After waiting for a while, Whitebeard asked in a somewhat unkind tone, "Isn't the person you mentioned not coming?"
Ben Beckman spit out the cigarette in his mouth. "Don't worry, based on my observation of him in the past few years, he will definitely come. After all, today's contact is for him." Marco next to him was even more curious about the person he was about to meet, who dared to use their entire pirate group just for a test. No matter how he thought about it, Marco found it incredible. His father was the strongest man. How could they dare? Aren't they afraid of being turned upside down? While Marco was thinking, two black spots suddenly appeared in the distance, but in the blink of an eye, the black spots disappeared.
When he looked again, he saw that he had appeared far away from everyone, and where the violent landing occurred, a huge crater with a diameter of tens of meters was suddenly smashed out.
Advertisement rumble. Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling sonic boom. It was unimaginable that their speed had reached supersonic speed, or that their bodies could withstand such a speed. It was simply unbelievable. They can punch, attack, etc. to this extent, but they cannot achieve this speed during action. The next moment, the expressions of the four people changed drastically, because they felt that the person in the deep pit in the distance exuded a pressure that even they felt was powerful. Even a domineering figure like the red-haired one, who has mastered mental and physical skills, feels that the gap between himself and his opponent is as vast as the abyss. This cannot be caught up by simply chasing. It's like two different species. Cats face tigers. Although they are both felines, their natural bloodline is suppressed. In fact, their feeling was correct. The genes in Sean's body had quietly evolved, changing in a more advanced direction. To put it another way, it's like cultivating an immortal, losing your mortal body, but your essence is still human. Oh my, it seems that besides Shanks, there are also some great people here. I'm really sorry that I'm late. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Sean waved his hand gently. Suddenly, in the deep pit filled with smoke and dust, all the smoke and dust slowly separated a road as if they had their own consciousness. Let the four of them see it clearly. Walking in front was a man with a short ponytail, chewing a cigar, and wearing a white suit. The justice coat behind him was rustling in the wind. Half a step behind was Crow, who had a slicked back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and the look of a gentle scum. They had all dealt with this guy in the past few years. After a while, the two people walked in front of them, but because they came closer, the pressure they just felt became more real. Marco shed a drop of cold sweat and said with a trembling voice, "Hey, this is not a joke, is it? Does this kind of conquerors really exist?" Because as we all know, conquerors cannot train on their own, they can only gradually become stronger through their own courage. And courage is closely related to one's own strength. When the strength is strong and the confidence is enough, the courage will naturally become stronger. But Sean has a skill, although this skill is a bit stretched, unlike other time travelers who can take air seconds by seconds, reach full level with one click, or do some low energy tasks to reach full level, etc. Advertisement, but he is also very satisfied. People who don't work hard and have unmatched strength will be ruined. Although the ultimate ideal of mankind is to get something for nothing, Sean knows that free things are always the most expensive. He has also thought about the purpose of the existence of the system. He couldn't figure it out, but the only thing he knew was that he was still himself. That was enough. Ben Beckman also took a deep breath. It seems that we still know too little about him, just the tip of the iceberg. Cool, such a domineering and arrogant attitude, he is really a scary kid. Whitebeard was just stunned for a moment, looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. Afraid? Are you kidding? How many times have you experienced life and death crises? It's just a difference in strength. There's nothing to be afraid of. Whitebeard is not afraid of anything. He is only afraid that his sons will die unfilially in front of him. The rest is nothing. The red-haired man on the side also came back to his senses and grinned. As expected of you, you can make those people feel threatened. Immediately, the red-haired and white-bearded man also burst out with Conqueror's domineering power at full power, pouring out towards Sean. Rumble. Three of the world's top conquerors domineering collided, and suddenly the color of the world changed, as if substantial domineering power was leaked on the periphery of the island. The sea suddenly turned to a boundless battlefield. The sea was roaring, the wind was roaring, and rows of huge waves were set off from time to time. The huge waves rushed forward row after row, rushing towards the rocks and everything that hindered his progress. Everything. The sky was split open by the domineering force of the three people, and the clouds rolled back towards the huge ravine. The originally bright weather suddenly turned into a dark cloud cover. Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning, the sky was pitch black, and a scene like the end of the world unfolded in front of the other three people. But there is no fear on their faces. Some of them believe in the people in front of them, or are determined to face it together no matter what. Even if these people break up before negotiating, they are still ready to fight. Pirate, Marine. Dying on the sea may be a fate. Chapter 183 Banquet between Marine and Pirates. Kula, what a scary kid. You remind me of the joyful time I had fighting Roger. Sure enough, you are indeed the man who turned the sea upside down behind the scenes. You are indeed a hero of this era. It would be great if you were not pirates. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, immediately dissipating the earth-shattering conqueror's domineering aura. Even though the white beard and red hair were suppressed, there was no trace of disappointment on their faces. Sean is not complacent about his own strength. Well, everyone's fate will be an important factor in determining their stance. Because we yearn for freedom, we are pirates. Shanks explained with a grin. What you said, Garp and the others also told me. I really miss those days, when there weren't so many unscrupulous pirates. Whitebeard said with emotion on his face. Then Shanks looked at Ben Beckman. Then I'll trouble you, my deputy captain. Ben Beckman had no choice but to nod. Seeing that Sean was a little confused, he explained. My captain said it, but before that, let's have a happy meal and talk about the outcome of the next conversation. As expected of you, Shanks, Sean gave the red hair a thumbs up. Crow pushed up his glasses with his wrist and walked forward. This is the first time we have met, Ben Beckman, let me help. Ah, that's right, after so many battles, this is the first time we have met. By the way, it's time to draw the curtain on our battle in the waters of Debacus, Ben Beckman said. Yes, the two have had various battles in the past few years, but none of them were due to their own hard power. That area of sea has been banned by other pirates. Because that is the game between the red-haired pirates and the G5 branch. Both sides had a tacit understanding not to let the highest combat power go. Ben Beckman sent his pirate group to enter the scene, but there was an iron rule that he was not allowed to attack civilians, because he knew it very well. Advertisement: once they reach the bottom line of G5, they will come out in full force and deal with the red-haired pirates at all costs. This is not what they want to see. After all, the G5 base commander attracted famous pirates when he was a brigadier general, and even had a big fight with Kaido. And Crow was also because the other party did not act recklessly and just sent his naval soldiers to defend the sea area. Small-scale battles broke out every once in a while with the opposing pirates. For a few days, the island was protected by Marines, but the next moment, it might be replaced by pirates. Over time, two forces of equal strength were formed to compete there, and other pirates did not dare to intervene in the battle between 4 emperors and G5. Crow also agreed. Yes, maybe we can decide the winner in a gentler way? This is a good idea. Then the two of them were skewering meat and discussing how to decide the winner. They both argued with each other. After all, this was a matter of face. Marco on the side was a little confused, and he was complaining crazily in his heart. When did you number 2 guys get together? Why can't I understand what you're talking about? It makes me look stupid. So Marco also joined in to help skewer the meat. Listen to their various suggestions and add a piece of advice from time to time, otherwise you will look a little out of place. In the end, they decided to use chess to determine the outcome in the Debacus Sea. This was a method that the two came up with. No matter the outcome, the forces behind them would not lose face. This represents only the two of them. Not long after, the three of them had processed the ingredients, set up a bonfire between the 3 bosses, and started roasting the meat. The 3 big guys all tacitly agreed not to speak, but just waited quietly, drinking a glass of wine from time to time, because no one knew the outcome of the next conversation. So for the sake of a moment of peace, no one spoke. When the meat came, everyone started to feast. Sean complained about some weird pirates, and Whitebeard and Shanks also talked about some interesting experiences they encountered during their adventures. In short, the atmosphere was great. As they drank and drank, the banquet between the pirates and Marines gradually came to an end, and then the atmosphere gradually became a little solemn. Advertisement: both Whitebeard and Sean looked at the redhead, the initiator of this organization's gathering. After organizing some words, the red-haired man looked at Sean and said, "This time, it is a conspiracy of the world government, a war launched against you." Seeing that Sean didn't show any surprise at all, the red-haired man didn't care. After all, in his eyes, the other person was the one manipulating the direction of the world. "It seems that you have understood something, so I have a request, that is, you and the people under your command should not participate in this war," and Whitebeard. Before the red-haired man could finish speaking, Sean interrupted him directly. "I don't care what plan you have with Whitebeard, tell me what your purpose is. Maintain the balance of this sea, otherwise once a war breaks out, civilians will suffer in the end. This is not what your marine position wants, so." Sean once again interrupted the other party's speech. "Don't fool me with that trick. Just reorganize your words and say it, otherwise, it's impossible." Whitebeard watched the conversation between the two quietly without saying a word. If the red-haired man couldn't convince him, he would still attack the headquarters, at all costs. The red-haired man also didn't expect Sean to be so strong and not listen to his words at all. Then the atmosphere fell into a state of anxiety. After the red-haired man pondered for a long time, he said with a straight face, "I can tell you some information, but in exchange, please be sure to tell me your purpose." Sean sneered disdainfully. "Say, Shanks, have you lost your mind when you were your 4 emperors in New World?" Then he turned to look at Ben Beckman. "Is your captain so naive? Now you pirates are asking Marine to negotiate terms? Are you kidding me?" Ben Beckman shook his head at the red hair, who also sighed slightly, and then said, "Okay, I understand, I was the one who offended. After all, you are a person who had a conflict with General Akainu when he was a major. The red-haired man has nothing to displease. After all, his bottom line has never been whether others treat him with respect. It's still about maintaining the balance of this ocean, because I'm waiting for the darling of destiny who will create a new era. At the same time, I am also betting that the prophecies I have seen will not last long. In a few years, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes." Chapter 184: Negotiation. It is undeniable that there are all kinds of strange devil fruits in this sea, as well as various races with different talents. For example, The Murlocs who are 10 times stronger than humans, the three-eyed people who are even said to have incredible abilities, the Lunaria people who have their own fire, the giants with powerful bodies, and the small humans who are said to be able to grow under the full moon without plants that they cannot cultivate. A fur tribe that transforms into a moon lion form. Wait, there are too many incredible power systems. Since Shanks dares to bet like this, Sean also believes that the other party has his own confidence. What is the connection between Marie Joa's huge straw hat and Luffy's straw hat? Why does the rubber fruit need to be escorted by the CP organization? Shanks is also very mysterious in Sean's eyes, but this does not give Shanks the confidence to dictate to him. Sean shook his head. It is undeniable that I do believe what you said, but nothing is static. Where do you put Marine like this? I know you have many secrets. Although I don't know what your ultimate purpose is, it will definitely conflict with my purpose. Just what you think is a good ending may involve the entire Marine. Who are the people in Marine? They are all people who have justice in their hearts and yearn for peace. How many people will die if I don't join the war? Even if you follow your plan to balance the sea, where will Marine go in the future? Have you thought about this? Do you think you pirates can be the saviors of this world? There are countless civilians on the sea who are in dire straits. You ask me to hand over the choice to you, and you take the gamble. Do you think this is appropriate? Sean's questions immediately made the red-haired lose his temper. Indeed, everything he did was still gambling. After he got the answer he wanted from Roger, he made up his mind to do such a thing. He was very disappointed with his people. He never expected that the environment he lived in when he was a child was actually a den of thieves, and they were all thieves. After a long silence, the red-haired man asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Advertisement. How to do it. The era of Whitebeard must end. Even if the guys above don't plot against me, I will still plan a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Sean had been observing Whitebeard when he said this, except for the fact that Marco next to him looked a little ugly. Whitebeard still had that calm look, and he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He was worthy of him, but it was a pity that the other person was a pirate. Before the two bosses could speak, Marco took the lead and asked, "It seems that our pirate group has no conflict with you, right? Why do you want to deal with us?" If it were the previous Marco, he would never ask such a useless question. After all, it was their pirate group that had always run amok. But now, after seeing the tip of the iceberg of Sean's strength, he was afraid. He was afraid that his father would die. After hearing Marco's question, both the white beard and the red hair were waiting attentively for Sean's answer. Sean grinned and said, "Why? Because first I'm a Marine, you are pirates, and the meaning of Whitebeard itself is the same as that of Roger." When he said this, Sean suppressed the smile on his face, narrowed his eyes, and exuded a terrifying aura. Whitebeard may have protected many people, but he has also become the idol of many people. Do you understand? No matter how many good things he did, he influenced too many new generations and brought those people into the position of pirates. But Whitebeard couldn't teach them how to become upright and bottom-line pirates. They learned the cruelty of pirates, but the benevolence and righteousness of the Whitebeard pirates. But they didn't learn anything. This would only lead to a steady stream of pirates emerging in the Grand Line. Just like Roger back then, Whitebeard became the target of those people. This is the reason why I have to deal with you, Whitebeard. Sean kept looking at Whitebeard until the end, but Whitebeard's unmoved look made him feel bored. Sure enough, Whitebeard is as fearless as the original. Kula-lala, what you said seems to make sense, but you have to pay a heavy price for it. Whitebeard also looked at Sean and said in a decisive tone.
Advertisement. Now he understood that not only those people wanted to deal with him, but even the person being tested in front of him also wanted to deal with him. There is no other reason, because his words and deeds can affect too many people. Sean was just about to stand up and say goodbye when Ben Beckman, who had been silent next to the red-haired man, spoke up. Maybe you are very powerful, and your subordinates are also very strong, but your enemies have never been pirates like us. Even if Whitebeard dies, there will still be Blackbeard, Redbeard, etc. In this boundless sea, there are endless pirates to kill, just like Roger. After his death, will the era of pirates end? Yet, quote. No, on the contrary, the pirates exploded like a blowout after that, so we sincerely hope to cooperate with you. After all, our purpose may be the same. Sean suppressed his intention to leave and asked, "Do you know my purpose?" Also, the basis of cooperation must be an equal relationship when both parties need it. What can you provide?
Ben Beckman lit a cigarette, took a comfortable puff, and then said slowly, "Your purpose is nothing more than to point your sword at the celestial dragons, and at this stage, you want to completely bring Marine into your sphere of influence, right?"
Sean looked at the other party with interest. Oh, how come you can see that? Ben Beckman nodded. Because since you and Kaido fought in G5, I have been analyzing you, including your network.
Your current 3 subordinates are all very keen on chasing pirates. This is a normal phenomenon, but there is one thing. Their behavior seems to be separated from the headquarters. My intelligence network shows that most of the actions of the 3 of them are made in G5. It is as if your G5 is an organization independent of Marine. But you are obviously only a lieutenant general. You are the only Marine lieutenant general who needs to switch defenses, especially Crow. He even deploys his own intelligence network in the New World all the time. I have observed the traffic information between the major forces in the sea. More or less, the forces entering and leaving the New World have passed through G5. But there are only some extremely special forces that you turn a blind eye to, such as the Golden Couple, the 9 Snakes pirates who have been extremely active in recent years, and even the Shichibukai Don Quixote family.
They are the only exception, and there is no force that conflicts with you. Chapter 185. A sudden turn of events. Hearing this, Sean was noncommittal, but looked at Shanks. Have you told those 5 guys about these intelligence data? Hearing this, the expressions of Ben Beckman and Shank, who were originally calm, suddenly changed, but their expressions returned to calm the next moment. Because they can know Sean's secret, Sean can also have channels to learn about them, although it is a bit incredible. However, it is not impossible to do it. Perhaps, Sean's power is far more than what is seen so far. Whitebeard and his son looked at them with complicated faces. Whitebeard had already guessed who the 5 guys the other party was talking about were. Unexpectedly, they hit each other deeper than the other. Lousy obviously just wanted to live a good life with his sons. The pirates went to hook up with the world government, but Marine wanted to betray his old employer. Only Lousy is such a pure person, he is a pirate from beginning to end. Shanks said. You don't have to worry about this. The reason why we can draw a conclusion is because after you became famous all over the world, Ben Beckman's intuition felt that you were not simple, so he spent 8 years observing you.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have let that guy start a war between you and Whitebeard.
Sean thought about it and it was right. The boss of the CP department is still one of his own, so it is not a big problem. Even CP0 is an organization exclusively for Tianlong people. Those powerful monsters under Enel's command have not been heard of performing any missions, so it shouldn't be a big problem. So how can you help me? Sean didn't have any opinion on their conclusion. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. It was very satisfying for him to be able to start to reveal his flaws at this point. I can help you achieve success by minimizing the obstacles you encounter. After all, not everyone has your strength, right? This is Shank's last bargaining chip. With his connections above, he is sure to convince those 5 guys. It's not to convince them to let Sean go, but to make them argue, but that's enough. Sure enough, Sean was really moved after hearing this. He had thought about the consequences of announcing his separation from world government. Advertisement. It is nothing more than a wave of crazy revenge, and the managed sea area will briefly undergo a riot. But that is not a problem. It is not a problem to suppress it as quickly as possible with the Revolutionary Army, Kingdom, Pirates, Marine and other forces under his command.
The only thing I'm worried about is that the world government will send other monsters to deal with Marine to scare the monkeys. Hearing this, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to the sky with a smile. Kula la la la, kid. I hope you can really do it. Lousy will keep the appointment. P.S. Those who have been following him are not worried, but those who are not strong enough will die in vain.
Dad, no matter what happens, you can't say such things. No matter what the outcome is, we will definitely be by your side. Sean thought silently in his heart. It might be able to help them in the future. After all, Whitebeard's power is no joke, except for Sean's existence.
Whitebeard could accept the death of his sons while fighting on the sea, but he would never accept his family being unilaterally slaughtered by the enemy.
When Marco heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, Dad. He knew very well what Whitebeard meant by asking this question. Once Sean's answer is not what he wants, then he will do whatever it takes to ruin everything. This was the first time Marco saw Whitebeard in this posture, and he felt so uncomfortable inside, as if he and others were dragging Whitebeard down. Yes, in Whitebeard's view, he no longer has the strength to protect his family. It's not that he doesn't have the courage to start a fight. Even some pirates will spontaneously become helpers. By then, those guys who are bright-minded and love adventure should no longer be called pirates.
Sean also knew in his heart that even as a Marine, they would not be able to arrest all pirates after breaking with the Celestial Dragons in the future. It would be best to reduce casualties. He didn't want the people following him to bleed and shed tears. Sean sighed and was about to stand up for the second time when Ben Beckman's words faintly reached Sean's ears again.
After pondering for a moment, Sean said, although your conditions are very tempting, Whitebeard is still going to die. If there is such a leader in the future, I will still pull him down. Advertisement. But he still said, my goal has never been to kill. My goal is just world peace. It's just 4 words. To realize this ideal, you can't just kill pirates. But that power was too depressing for him, and he was not at the same level at all. If Sean thought about it, no one in the Whitebeard pirates would be able to survive. Several people looked at him with some confusion, because Sean's words were very clear. What he wanted was to fight against the pirate forces, and Whitebeard was the key figure who bore the brunt. Therefore, throughout Whitebeard's entire pirate career, there was not a single scar on his back from escaping, which is enough to show that he is a person who never retreats.
The red-haired man was also a little angry. He didn't expect that the other party was so insufferable. The existence of Whitebeard can not only maintain the balance. If he hadn't seen Sean's strength, Whitebeard would never compromise, even if the final battle would involve heavy casualties. Actually, there can be a way to get the best of both worlds. Whitebeard, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke at this moment. So, where are my sons? Can you keep them safe? Before Ben Beckman could speak, Crow on the side took over. Indeed, if Mr. Sean doesn't want to kill, there is still a way. Whitebeard ignored Marco's hysteria, but stared at Sean with burning eyes, and the beast in his body was also roaring. Shanks didn't expect Sean to be so persistent. But if he dies, after the chaos in this sea, too many things will happen beyond our expectations. Can you accept this? Obviously, Whitebeard is the person closest to One Piece. He thought so. As long as Whitebeard dies, the world will once again realize the power of Marine. If you want to be a pirate and risk your life, you have to weigh it. The short-term pain is a necessary process for the reform of the times. I will do my best to suppress all scoundrels. That is someone who can directly initiate a decisive battle invitation with Marine headquarters. When Sean saw this, he sighed inwardly. Why did he feel like a bad villain oppressing the old man? He wanted to compromise today because he was afraid that he would not be able to protect his family, and what he pursued was never the so-called One Piece. Chapter 186 Impel City. Immediately, the three bosses listened to the number 2 figures, who explained the plan one sentence at a time. After all, when Ben Beckman said it, Crow, his lifelong enemy, understood his thoughts, but Crow understood Sean better than he did. So I added on the side that not long after, a big plan had been planned, but Marco, who was also the second person, was a little unhappy. Although Whitebeard couldn't accept it in the end, under Marco's strong request, Whitebeard had no choice but to compromise. Because Marco's original words are, even if you can't become One Piece, Dad, we follow you just because you are our dad. We are just like you. Family always comes first, otherwise, if you die, everyone will go crazy. In this way, despite some flaws, Sean decided to implement the plan discussed by the two people. But the red-haired man became a little unhappy, and then looked at Ben Beckman and asked, then the balanced situation is about to be disrupted. What's the difference? It's completely inconsistent with the original intention of our discussion. Ben Beckman looked at Crow with affection, and Crow understood. We will arrange the backup plan, just wait and see. If Mr. Sean doesn't allow it, the sea cannot be messed up. Okay, I'll talk to you later. After all, we are just cooperating. There are many things that I'm not allowed to tell you based on my position. The red-haired man hesitated to speak and could only sigh helplessly. Then, in the red-haired eyes with resentment, Whitebeard rode Marco away, Sean supported Crow, and a blue light flashed before disappearing. Tell me, what's going on? Why didn't you let me continue to ask? Originally I was just guessing, but after the questions I just asked, I knew that my guess was right. Oh, what guess? The red-haired man looked curious. They will support their own people to become 4 emperors. We are just a cooperative relationship, he will not admit it. Otherwise, the new 4 emperors will be punished by the entire sea, just like you will not admit that you are connected with the world government. Generally, Ben Beckman explained, advertisement. The red-haired man frowned, feeling that this was too terrible. Even the world government couldn't do it, because becoming 4 emperors was not just a matter of strength. The important thing is that the world's public opinion recognizes it, otherwise your calling yourself the 5th emperor will be useless in the eyes of others, and you will still be moved when it is time to do so. Why should they? Ben Beckman exhaled the smoke lightly, took a deep breath and said, because that Sean started the layout a long time ago. Think about it, except for the 4 of you, the most active and powerful people on the sea are now who are the pirates. Then the red-haired face changed. No way, Empress Hancock. Isn't he Shichibukai? Isn't she afraid of the liquidation of the world government? Shanks, there is one thing you have never realized. Although their various forces are powerful, the key is why they are powerful. They rely on their own hard power.
Then he added, do you remember almost 10 years ago? In the battle between Big Mom and Hancock, Hancock couldn't handle it. Did another devil's son kill him in the middle?
I conservatively estimate that the top combat power of her pirate group will not be less than 3. Moreover, the officers on her ship have become more and more powerful in recent years, and they have faintly expanded towards the scale of 10,000 kingdoms. The red-haired man looked a little horrified. If Hancock had been beaten by Big Mom almost 10 years ago, after all, the other party was a famous pirate who had been famous for a long time. But now Hancock is 27 years old, at his peak, and in nearly 10 years, how strong will the opponent be? That empress has the qualifications of a king. Although the qualifications of a king are just that to them, after all, a king who has not grown up is not worth mentioning. But now, the other party has grown up. According to Beckman, her pirate group will have an extremely luxurious lineup. The sword is pointing at the new world. After Whitebeard's fall, it is directly targeting forces like them that have been operating for decades. This guy Sean is really scary, the red-haired man couldn't help but sigh. Ben Beckman was smoking a cigarette on the side and nodded in agreement. But there is no need to worry. Although that guy is scarier than rocks, there is one thing that is different. What Sean did was just for the justice behind him. Immediately, the red-haired man stood up, patted the dust on his pants and said, okay, let's gather everyone. Kaido seems a little restless. Advertisement on the way back to Whitebeard and Marco. Marco felt that Whitebeard was depressed, so he said, Dad, don't be burdened. After all, without you, our family will be broken up. Oh, I didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. Our pirate group's compromised this time. I don't know whether it will be good or bad in the future. Marco comforted. I don't know what the future will be like, but what I know is that we can always live together, and maybe we can continue to sail on the sea in the future, if that one succeeds. After all, what they yearn for is free adventure and being with their families. Kula-lala, that's right, I'll be lonely for a few years at most, then go back and have a party. It's okay to have a party, but Dad, you can't drink anymore. You have to take good care of your injuries. No matter what the direction of this era is, Dad, you have to come with us to see it. Well, I didn't expect that I would still have to be taken care of by my son at my old age. It's really bad, kula-la-la-la. He said this, but there was no displeasure on Whitebeard's face. After sending Crow back to G5, Sean went directly to Impel Grade Prison. Although it was a little late, it didn't hurt. Sean appeared directly at the door. The jailers almost started fighting with Sean when they saw this, but fortunately, they stopped after seeing Sean's justice coat. After all, this guy has a very weird temper. Even someone as violent as General Akainu can't do anything about him. At this time, a man wearing an Egyptian pharaoh's headdress, a big belly, and a long iron trident appeared in front of Sean. Oh my, isn't this Lieutenant General Sean? You're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. He greeted him warmly first. Then he whispered into Sean's ear. After all, he is a criminal named by the world government for you to look after. If you don't come, if Magellan doesn't keep strict supervision, I will be forced to become the director. Even though he said this, Hannibal still had a look on his face, not worried at all, and Sean was speechless when he saw this. This guy hopes that his boss will be unlucky every day so that he can take over the position of director. Chapter 187 Level 6 Eternal Hell. Sean also knows this guy very well. He usually holds a trident and makes a devilish posture. But when fighting, he uses the long sword, Bloodsucker. He is a guy with a very contradictory personality. His biggest ambition is to become the director and covet Magellan's position. He often thinks of passing all responsibilities to his superiors in order to win promotion in this way. The reason why this guy is so contradictory is because in the original work, Buggy, the little pirate, deliberately indulged them when he escaped. But later, when some big pirates escape, he will step forward to take charge of the overall situation, because he will think that the escape of the prisoners will cause chaos in the world, so he will risk his life to stop Luffy and other Cantonese fugitives. In the end, he got his wish. During those 2 years, because Magellan took over the responsibility, he was demoted to deputy director, and he also successfully realized his wish and became the director of Impel Down City. Title page serial, volume 42, this guy put on Magellan's clothes, his face became fatter, and he was so beaten. Sean nodded to him and said casually, I hope you will realize your wish and become the director soon. Hearing this, Hannibal's face froze. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Then he looked around, fearing that Magellan would find out about his ambitions. Sean looked at this idiot speechlessly. Everyone on the street knew about his Sima Zhao feelings. Why did he still think he had hidden them well? This is one of the unsolved mysteries of the pirate world, that is, some people have particularly strange brain circuits. Okay, that guy Magellan doesn't know your ambitions, take me to meet that guy Teach quickly. Sean comforted him perfunctorily. Hannibal really believed it, breathed a sigh of relief, and then retorted, I don't have any ambitions in the first place, so don't slander me at will. As he spoke, he led the way. Along the way, Sean met many acquaintances who greeted him. Sean also responded enthusiastically. Because of his ability, every time he caught a pirate, he was teleported directly to Impel Down City. Advertisement. After going back and forth, I became familiar with the management here. Tell that guy Akainu not to let Lousy out, otherwise I will do my best to retaliate against him. It was a trembling feeling from the soul, which only Sean could do. Living in this hellish Impel City all year round, those with poor psychological quality will become perverts in this dark prison. In the end, Teach was truly sincere, and Sean was a little surprised when he saw some burns on the other person's body. They have been silently contributing to the order of this world. The fear and disgust of the prisoners are the greatest praise for their work. In the original work, this guy also took the opportunity to escape, found the bat fruit of the phantom species, and regained his youth. Originally, Sean wanted to find this fruit, but it was too evil, so Sean gave up. Sean looked at Teach's crazy look and wanted to laugh in his heart, but on the surface he showed a look of justice that could not be blasphemed. Don't worry, you Whitebeard pirates can't make any trouble. Unexpectedly, Akainu really beat Teach to death. It seems that Akainu is not willing to do those face-saving projects. When arriving at level 6 Eternal Hell, the entire 6th level suddenly became restless, because many of the people here were brought here by Sean. Go ahead and regret it. No force can completely retreat under the crazy revenge of our Whitebeard pirates. Teach looked at Sean, who came in front of him with a leisurely look, and looked at Sean with crazy eyes. Thief, ha 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 ha, are you going to escort me to the execution? That is really exciting. You guys really do a good job with me. Are you ready for the decisive battle? Really? That's such a pity. You will face crazy revenge from the most powerful man in the world? It's just that they are unusually quiet at the moment, as if Sean's arrival is just an ordinary jailer to them, and everything else is easy to understand. When the prisoners saw their enemy, they couldn't help but blush, and then they cursed unbridledly. At this time, Sean said a word. It seems like we need to find an opportunity to get rid of this guy. Listening to the abuse in his ears, Sean grinned. Do you want to continue to experience the feeling of life being worse than death? Advertisement. What they have more than prisoners is freedom of movement and supervisory power. Along the way, Sean even saw members of the Blackbeard pirates in the original work, including Shiryu of the Rain, Katrine Chom, Sanwan Wolf, Basque Chote, and Apollo Pizarro.
When Hannibal saw this, he thought to himself, fortunately Sean is a Marine. If he were here, his intimidation would be enough to put him ahead of him, and his position as director would be even further away.
Finally, Sean saw Teach in the innermost place. At this time, Teach was still wearing the same tattered clothes. However, he was not bound by the sea tower stone, which made Xiao En narrow his eyes slightly. He knew that the Enel fruit had been eaten by the other party.
But what attracted his greatest attention was the guy named Baroric Redfield, the aloof Red. He was a great pirate during Roger's time. He was extremely powerful and could rival Roger and Whitebeard alone. Yes, Sean has left an indelible shadow in the hearts of these prisoners. Some may not be afraid of death, but no one can wander between life and death countless times. This fruit relied on sucking blood to age the opponent and restore youth to his colleagues. He did not dare to use this ability to test his subordinates. He was worried that it would release the ugly side of human nature. Along the way, he met pirates from various movie versions, but Sean ignored them. As long as they stayed well, everything would be fine. If they messed up, no one in this prison would be able to survive. Red Goozy, Lousy gives you a thumbs up. It's just that there will be some trouble when the fruits are lost later, but it's just a little trouble.
Although they are all demon-like existences in the eyes of prisoners, Sean knows that they are all behind-the-scenes staff. The entire level 6 was extremely quiet. The only sound was the click-click sound of Sean's leather shoes contacting the ground when he walked, just like the sound of a Shinigami calling for his life. But Sean felt something was wrong with Shiryu's reaction. He had already met Shiryu before he was detained. But Sean didn't care too much. After all, under his nose, these people couldn't afford to make any waves. At that time, I felt a murderous and crazy aura in him, but now he is just sitting quietly. This is definitely wrong. Otherwise, it is just an arrest mission. With Teach's temperament, he will never conflict with a Kainu. There is a high probability that he will follow him to advance the city. They were immediately shocked. They had all been tortured by wandering between life and death, and they immediately calmed down and stopped talking. Chapter 188 Whitebeard's Past. Sean just came over to see Teach's condition. Seeing that he still had the energy to curse, he gave him a meaningful look and walked away. In the anime, we see that Impel Down City is dark and dark, but in fact there are residential areas that are unique to them. The exterior style of the dormitory is the same as those with a gloomy feeling, but once inside. But it is a brightly lit room, very warm, and even has lovely murals such as the sun and forest. Perhaps these are the people who are waiting silently. After facing a day of crime, it's better to return to the little warmth of the room, Sean thought. After all, if you face those extremely vicious people every day, your mentality will be very dangerous. Shiryu is the most typical example. Punishing criminals is to make them atone for their sins, and they possess devil fruits. They're detained just to prevent these fruits from flowing out. But Shiryu found pleasure in this and became murderous and cruel, killing his colleagues as well, which is not allowed. According to the original work, Shiryu became the second in command. There was no other way. Sean just read the latest manga, and that guy Oda actually announced that he was the second in command. What surprised him the most was that the second in command of the Heart Pirates turned out to be Bebo, that group favorite. Then Sean decided to lie down and have a good sleep. He has not slackened his practice in the past few years. In the end, I got some breathing time in prison. How ironic.
New World, Moby DK. At this time, Whitebeard not only summoned all the crew members, but also the 43 captains of the pirate group who followed him and whose names were known throughout the New World.
These 43 pirate groups themselves do not belong to the Whitebeard pirates. They usually act independently. They all worship Whitebeard and call him Daddy. In other words, they have the qualifications to compete with Whitebeard, just like the relationship between an empire and its surrounding small subordinate countries. Whenever Whitebeard is in need, they will come forward to help. At this time, these captains and the captains of each division were all here, and Whitebeard saw the big family he had built over the years. There is pride and sadness, because after today, they will each embark on their own paths. Advertisement. Whitebeard took a deep breath. Young men, you should know what we are about to face. The captains of the remaining 15 divisions have all been explained by Marco. Knowing this action, Whitebeard lost face, just for the sake of these useless children. The captains present were a little silent, but the captains of the pirate group became excited.
Dad, no need to say so much, we will definitely follow you.
That's right. It's no big deal if we just launch a war against Marine.
If they dare to bully the small, we will not let them go. Let those Marines know the consequences of offending us.
Listening to the heated discussion below, Whitebeard sighed inwardly. Because now it is no longer something that his powerful pirate group can solve, Whitebeard recalled the aching injuries on his body. He knew very well that what he was facing this time was not Marine at all, but the guys who made the pirate game. Even if he doesn't go now, he will change his target every minute and will always force himself out. He didn't want the sons, who had followed him over the years, to be involved in such a bad incident, so even though he knew he was falling into a trap. He also wants to change his approach, to prevent the situation from getting worse. As long as he dies, this test will be over. I know you are holding a breath in your heart, but this time, you are not needed for the time being. When Whitebeard's words fell, they exploded in everyone's ears like thunder on the ground, and they all looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. They thought that Whitebeard was afraid of death and was cowardly. This was unacceptable to them because Whitebeard was their belief. How many people went to sea just to follow him? Before these people could recover, Whitebeard continued. This time we, the Whitebeard pirates, will fight alone. I am very lucky in my life. In my pirate career, the most precious treasure has never been any wealth. Advertisement. It's you. The family affection you have given me. no matter what the outcome of this battle is, I don't want you to do anything stupid for me. Because lousy, I love you. The white-bearded tiger's eyes were shining with tears. He was really reluctant to give up, but he had no choice. He had to die for these people. His only wish was to see these people again one day. No, Dad, don't say stupid things, we are not afraid at all. Yes, the worst possible outcome is death. Even if there is an afterlife, I will continue to follow you. It's largely because of you that we go to sea. You're our belief. Isn't it right for moths to fly into the flame? Even if you die, you must stick to the benevolence and righteousness in your heart. Isn't this what you told us, Dad? These pirates suddenly became angry. They were not afraid of death at all. They were just a little sad. Why would their father lend a helping hand when they were in trouble? But when their father was in trouble, they would be abandoned without even giving him a chance to support him. The captains of those divisions turned their faces away slightly, unable to bear to see their father's heart-wrenching expression. Marco bit his lips even more, with tears in his eyes as he recalled Whitebeard's past. That is the past that only the captains of their divisions know. Whitebeard was born in a village on an island in the New World. He was a non-member country that could not join the world government because he was too poor to afford the heavenly gold. Basically, these countries will eventually become lawless islands, where pirates and human traffickers run rampant. After the country's demise, more and more children will become unfortunate orphans, and Whitebeard is one of them. Whitebeard, who went to sea and became a pirate at a young age, has always missed the land where he was born, so he has been sending dirty money and materials here anonymously. Whitebeard, who had no family to begin with, had no friends even on this island, but for Whitebeard, it was always his hometown. He sent all his share of the treasure to this island, for the rest of his life. Thinking about it, Marco couldn't help but cry. He walked out of the deck and walked into the cabin. When Josie saw this, he followed him. Then he saw Marco rubbing his eyes and crying silently. Josie walked up and patted Marco's back gently. Although it's a little hard to accept, isn't this the only way at the moment? We want to protect Dad's honor, and Dad wants to protect us big kids. Chapter 189 Obviously. Marco sobbed softly and said with a choked voice. Obviously, Daddy is actually very stingy, isn't he? Always thinking about drinking other people's wine, and never entertaining guests in the store, because all the treasures he got were sent to that island. Although everyone knows it, no one has said it out loud. Dad thought we didn't know it, Although he wanted to talk to Chowsy in a cheerful tone, he still couldn't help but shed tears. Men don't shed tears easily, but they are not sad yet. Obviously, it's obvious that Dad did nothing wrong. It's the world that's wrong. It's obvious that his existence has protected many, many people. But why? Everyone is targeting him. Pirates want to challenge him. Marine regards him as a great enemy, and now, even the world government wants to get involved. Why on earth is this? At the end of the sentence, Marco's voice even had a hint of roar, but he didn't dare to say it loudly for fear of being heard by people outside. Josie was stupid and didn't know how to comfort him. He could only listen to Marco venting his dissatisfaction. He also felt very sad. After his father died, everything was lost, but his next plan would destroy the glory he had accumulated throughout his life. For the pirates, this was something more painful than death, and he could not personally understand the pain in his father's heart. Obviously, my father's wish has never been for one piece, but for a family. Obviously, Dad accepts those of us who were once despised and hated by society. Let us learn the word benevolence and righteousness. Without Dad, wouldn't the damage caused by his people be less? I don't believe it. Marco was still gritting his teeth. He really couldn't accept Sean's statement, and he had already roughly guessed Sean's goal. But there is obviously no conflict between everyone's goals, so why does he still want to destroy his father's glory? Josie also knew what Marco was talking about. Although he was a little angry, he didn't know how to persuade Marco. He felt that Marco's state was very wrong, but at this moment, a deep voice came into the ears of the two of them. Advertisement. It's just a matter of stance. No matter how much we do, we are still pirates after all. Those bastards won't look at what we have done. What you should hate are those guys who act recklessly. Dad, I guess he knows all about these things. Otherwise, with his ruthless methods towards pirates, do you think he will follow Beckman's advice? The two turned around to look, and saw a great swordsman of the Nito Ryu style, flower sword, Bista, carrying two western swords on his waist and wearing a dark blue top hat. Bista's words still worked, but even so, Marco still looked sad. He was the first intern to follow Whitebeard. I have followed Whitebeard for 30 years. How can it be so easy to let go of the Whitebeard pirates for 30 years? Didn't you see the tattoo on Marco's chest? That's the logo of the Whitebeard pirates. He loves the Whitebeard pirates to the core. Don't feel bad. In fact, it is still beneficial. After all, Dad was injured after fighting with him. Maybe he will help treat it. When Bista said this, he also pointed to it. Hearing this, Marco fell silent. Indeed, as the ship's doctor, he was very aware of his father's physical condition and was tortured all the time. That can't be cured by conventional treatment methods at all. It's a kind of ability. Maybe, only that guy can cure Dad, right?
Thank you, Bista, I was just complaining. Don't be stupid. We are all Dad's sons. Dad definitely doesn't want us to cling to his past glory and languish.
Seeing that Marco seemed to have recovered, Josie breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, actually I am also looking forward to whether that guy can do it. Bista tugged on his beard and grinned. To be honest, I am too. I think our Whitebeard pirates will re-enter the world's attention in the future. Perhaps it will be a very interesting way to continue sailing on the sea? Marco looked at the two people making jokes and was a little speechless. He is not that fragile, right? Then he asked. Can Dad suppress them outside? Beasta nodded. Yes, after all, we are raiding this time, not fighting head-on. For this reason, they can only agree. Now Dad is teaching them lessons. Josie was a little curious. Class, what other lessons can Dad give them? Advertisement. Speaking of this, Beasta also smiled. Teach them a lesson in unity and friendship. Maybe Dad is afraid that they will be killed by that guy one day, so he asks them not to do evil even if he is no longer around. What? Didn't they guess that Dad might never look back this time? Beasta spread his hands helplessly. What else do you say? As long as they don't do anything extraordinary, they won't be targeted. Besides, isn't this what Dad wants? Speaking of which, it seems that the only ones who can find Daddy anytime and anywhere are you flying ability users. Damn it, I'm so envious. When Marco heard this, he also laughed, and this time he laughed particularly happily. Haha, do you want me to help you find a devil fruit that can fly? HMPH, I'm going to challenge that guy Hawkeye one day. Don't try to seduce me into corruption. When Chowzi saw this, he curled his lips in disdain. TCH, just you? Just don't ask us to rescue you when the time comes. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if two knives can't beat one? Even Beasta, who was as calm as Beasta, was inexplicably broken. Damn it, you guys don't understand the romance of two swords at all. Also, in a swordsman competition, it doesn't make any difference whether you have more or less swords, right? The three people were noisy in this small corner, forming a separation from the sad environment outside. Even though the Moby DK is very large, and there are currently many strong men on board, no one will display their power here. After all, Whitebeard is still here, but there is one exception, and that is Whitebeard himself. With his top-notch domineering knowledge, it was not difficult to hear the three people chatting. While Whitebeard was teaching these sons, he listened to the noise of the three of them. Suddenly it wasn't so uncomfortable anymore. What Beasta had just said was right. After all, that was the past. As long as the family is here, even if you give up the sea, so what? It's just that he felt a little funny in his heart. These stupid sons actually thought that he didn't know that they knew that they were stingy? Just kidding, otherwise, how could you stupid sons bring all kinds of good wine to lousy? What a bunch of stupid sons I love the most. Chapter 190 Forced Convocation. Let's not even mention that Whitebeard was saying goodbye to his sons. The Marine headquarters has also faced its biggest problem. At this moment, the largest conference room in the headquarters is already filled with generals with the rank of Major General or above. Some lieutenant generals will even bring some outstanding Marines to meetings, because in their eyes these are the future of Marines. At this moment, Warring States was sitting in the main seat, holding his chin with his hands, and his face was gloomy. He felt that the war started this time inexplicably. Garp on the side was lost in thought and sighed in his heart. It seemed that another old friend was leaving. At this time, Crane came in with his men. At this moment, all the top executives of Marine were here except Sean. Okay, everyone, our topic at the moment is how to defend against the Whitebeard pirates raid. Warring States knocked on the table to signal everyone to quiet down. Hearing this, the lieutenant generals looked at each other a little. To be honest, most of them were good at beating pirates. If we really want to make suggestions, there are people from the staff here. Where's their turn? At this moment, Akainu, who had been smoking a cigar since he came in, spoke. I will let that guy with white beard get hurt before the war starts. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. What did Akainu mean by this? Didn't he just want Whitebeard to be attacked by surprise? And who can sneak attack Whitebeard? Only his son. At this moment, everyone felt that Akainu's heart was really dirty, but there was nothing wrong with it. They would not be soft on pirates, and they were the strongest pirates, so they didn't say anything. Aokiji expressed his objection. I reject this method. This time we will face the whole world for live broadcast. You will only embarrass Marine. Marine can leave a treacherous and insidious impression in the minds of pirates, but those civilians know. When saying this, Aokiji kept looking at Crow, who was sitting at the end. When Crow saw this, he also twitched the corner of his mouth. He always felt that he was offended, and there was evidence. The two sisters on the side covered their mouths and chuckled. After all, Crow was the Marine who was hated by the pirates the most. Advertisement, Kuzan. We are fighting against the Whitebeard pirates this time. A small sacrifice is inevitable, not to mention what those civilians know. Akainu said the opinions of civilians were not important at all, but the results were important. Allah, Sakaski, I just hate your attitude the most. Do you think anyone here is not from a civilian background? At this time, Razanandi, who was hiding in a corner and silently listening to the conversation between the two bosses, was stabbed in the heart for no reason. Sorry, I am world noble. But none of the lieutenant generals present spoke. Most of them were generals they supported, and the generals represented their voices. Then, he looked at he and said, you can preside over the meeting here. I have to go meet those scumbags from Shichibukai. He nodded, indicating that she would be in control here, so the two generals stopped arguing, and everyone watched Sengoku leave. Another Marine's reception room. This time Jinbei is still absent from the 7 warlords of the sea. Kizaru was cutting his nails aside. The conference room was accompanied by the quarrel between the two generals, and the sound of nail cutting could be heard suddenly from time to time.
Kizaru was right. Sengoku did know about it, and learned from his boss Cyborg Sora that this was a war feast held for Sean's sake.
But he had to carry out his boss's orders. He was Fleet Admiral, the Fleet Admiral who maintained the safety of countless people in the sea. Kizaru still looked that wretched and innocent, thinking to himself that Sengoku probably knew something. Afterwards, another heated argument broke out in the conference room. Even though Sengoku has done nothing over the years, he is still the Fleet Admiral who hopes Marine will dominate the world. Crocodile and Tyrant Bear just glanced at each other and said nothing. He can accept one old opponent dying in front of him one after another, but as he gets older, it may be difficult for him to accept it in this way. Bartholomew the Bear, Hancock, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria, Crocodile, and even Hawkeye, Jorkal Mahawk are among them. Hawkeye glanced at Doflamingo lightly. I just want to see the difference between me and that man. Advertisement, foo, Hawkeye, you actually obeyed the call and came here, it's really unexpected, but the one who listened to Marine the most didn't come. The once high-spirited justice that reigns over the world has then transformed into absolute justice. Only he himself understands the sadness in this change. Without him, even if Fishman Island is not the refuge of Whitebeard, the bond with Whitebeard has already been established in the New World. Moria made a sharp voice. Doflamingo, are you going to fight me here? Obviously I am Fleet Admiral. Only by completely eradicating evil. Only in this way will more people with righteous minds join Marine. You're too weak, Kuzan. Warring States head hurt from the quarrel. Okay, you two can discuss this matter in private. Although the Warring States period used a compulsory recruitment order this time, Jinbei was not imprisoned as in the original work, because Fishman Island is now extremely active on the world stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for even the Major General to participate in a meeting like this. This is a top-secret meeting. Ah, it's lunch break time again, I'm leaving first, you guys can discuss it, Garp said with a yawn, and looked at Kizaru meaningfully before leaving. Mariah, you only have 3 or 2 kittens left, and a bunch of dead bodies can become a pirate group? Can't you beat Kaido and come here to use Marine's record? Does it count as indirectly beating Whitebeard? Tisk, 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 Crocodile, you're a guy who's living longer and better, and you're actually living in a country where birds don't shit. Weren't you hit by Whitebeard? Why are you still here? Warring States has decided to retire after this time. He cannot accept the childish approach of world government. Shang, you didn't just stay in your own country, but you came here. It's incredible. What benefits did Marine give you? Doflamingo said angrily to a few people, it's just the confidence brought by strength. As for Hancock, sorry, that's someone who can compete with the 4 emperors alone. We can't afford to offend him. Humph, I am all about annihilating the pirates. Even if one day I need to die in the hands of the pirates in exchange for greater results, I will not hesitate at all. Akainu said to Aokiji with a cold snort. Aokiji refused to give in. You are too extreme. This will have a huge impact. If there are outstanding talents in the future, will you join Marine? This is how he vents his dissatisfaction to those guys. Their Princess Odahime used her own strength to destroy the forces that coveted Fishman Island. Chapter 191 The Uneasiness of the Warring States period. ... Crocodile is because of his own plan, which is something that the world government is afraid of. Once it takes control, what will happen to Doflamingo? As for Tyrant Bear, he became Shichibukai, and the bigger reason is to make up the numbers. Yes, the bears at this time were not transformed into weapons as in the original work, because the Revolutionary Army no longer needed to collect intelligence in this way. Although he and Dolog still don't know how many undercover agents Yishao has in world government, they have indeed obtained a lot of information. They didn't ask any questions about Yishao's confidentiality. After all, if one less person knew, there would be more security. While Moria was arguing with Doflamingo, the door to the room was pushed open. Welcome to Marine, scum of the sea, Sengoku said with his hands behind his back and his eyes indifferently. Fufu, Warring States period, we're here to help you this time. Isn't it too sad for you to say this? Hancock frowned and almost took action to burn the arrogant guy, but he still restrained himself. After all, Sir Sean belongs to Marine. As he thought about it, his face turned slightly red. Warring States glanced at this arrogant guy indifferently. This guy was so bad that he almost killed his adopted son. However, due to the world government, it is difficult to retaliate blatantly. Sure enough, that guy Jinbei didn't come. Sir Fleet Admiral, that guy from Jinbei calls Whitebeard daddy. Do you think he will do anything to his daddy? It would be great if he does, Doflamingo said in a strange tone. Warring States naturally knew the meaning of his words. Not only himself, he even hoped that his younger brother Rosinante would join his camp and kill Warring States. After all, an adopted son was not a father-son relationship. Okay, then the next step is to discuss the war. You guys, please cooperate with me, otherwise, you will lose the value of Shichibukai's existence. When the time comes, Marine will first. Afterwards, there was a long speech. In fact, the Warring States period knew that the so-called strategies on the battlefield could only have some effect in the early stage. Advertisement like high-end combat power, it was hard power, but he was not in a good mood, so he pulled these pirates into talking nonsense. Seeing their impatient looks, Sang Guo felt a little better. This war that attracts worldwide attention is about to begin. A few days passed by in a blink of an eye. Soon it was time to escort Teach. Sean came to the 6th floor, roughly grabbed Teach's hair and pulled him out. Provoking Teach to glare repeatedly, Sean said disdainfully. What? You want to resist? Give it a try. Do you believe that Lousy can solve you here? You be ********D. Don't forget, you are Lieutenant General Marine. This war is to show Marine's power. Do you dare to touch me? Teach hissed in a low voice. At this moment, Teach took off his disguise because his sixth sense told him that the Marine in front of him really wanted to kill him. As long as he makes some changes, he will definitely be killed by this terrible guy in front of him.
Sean let go of Teach's hair and pushed Teach hard, causing Teach to fall to the ground. Sean leaned over and whispered, "Guess, do I care about the idiots on your head? Marine, where is Lousy? It can all be Marine, you understand? Teach." When Teach heard this, his pupils shrank and he looked at Sean in horror. You, what do you want to say? Sean turned around, shrugged, and did not answer his words. Who knows? Well, just follow behind and don't let Lousy use force on you. Teach's face was gloomy, but he stood up calmly and followed Sean step by step. He thought about whether to get violent and kill the annoying guy in front of him first. Then let his ambush backhand lead him away. After weighing it up, I decided to forget it. After all, although this man is a lieutenant general, his strength cannot be measured by military rank, just like that old guy Garp. Then Sean led Teach to the upper floor. When he reached the top floor, Sean saw Magellan, who had always been in the toilet. Magellan, take care of this guy first. I'll go to the bathroom. If he makes any move, shoot him directly. I'll take any responsibility. Magellan was just about to say hello, but when he heard Sean's words, he was a little confused. When he wanted to ask something, Sean walked directly towards the toilet. Advertisement. There was a flash of blue light, and Sean appeared in the Sengoku office of Marine headquarters. Seeing him appear, Sengoku, the three generals, Garp, and even the chief staff officer, Furui Mubo, all had confused expressions on their faces. Shouldn't Sean have brought Teach here? What did he want to do here at this time? Suddenly, several people had a bad premonition, including Kizaru and Garp. They knew that Sean was going to deal with Whitebeard, but they didn't know that Sean had reached some agreement with them. Sean raised his hand and said hello. Hey, why are there so many people here? That would be the best, and it would save you the time of waiting for someone. Sean looked around, and sure enough, Zephyr was not there. As expected, Zephyr brought other generals to cruise the sea. Of course, it is impossible for the headquarters to call everyone back to the headquarters, otherwise the sea would be in chaos. Warring States frowned, having a bad premonition, but then they felt a faint conqueror's domineering energy exuding from Sean. Aokiji, Akainu, and he were stunned at the same time. Sean looked at the other frowning Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru, a little surprised. Because he has released Kyoka Suigetsu at this moment, all those whose combat power value is lower than his 3000 will be able to take effect. And his current combat power of 22,052, in other words below 19,000, is unable to resist his Kyoka Suigetsu. It seems that this guy Yellow Monkey is very hidden. He has absolute ceiling combat power, maybe because his fruit ability has the most bonuses. The other two generals may still be worse, but I feel relieved when I think about it. Speed means attack power, unparalleled mobility, and light condensed to the extreme. These factors may cause Kizaru's combat power to be higher than the other two. After all, maybe no one can catch Kizaru on the sea except himself. Seeing the strange behavior of several colleagues, Warring States shouted and pushed them, but they did not react at all. Even their bodies are completely relaxed at this time and are full of flaws. This is impossible. For people like them, vigilance has been integrated into their bones. Even if he wants to relax completely, it is difficult to do so because of muscle memory. No matter how relaxed they usually are, they will always be vigilant. But now, they see that their colleagues are just like ordinary people. Warring States immediately asked, "Boy Sean, what are you doing?" Chapter 192 Sean angrily scolds everyone. Several people looked at Sean, but Sean didn't seem to hear them, as if he was distracted. Immediately, Zheng Guo became angry. At this critical moment, he actually added to the chaos. He shouted angrily, "Sean, what do you mean by this?" Sean was brought back from his thoughts by Sengoku's angry shouts. He looked at Kizaru meaningfully and said, "Nothing, I just tested my ability. I didn't expect that the three of you are the most powerful."
While talking, he easily unlocked the control of the five senses of several people. They also frowned when they heard this nonsense. He always felt that he had missed something. When he saw Zheng Guo's livid face, he immediately asked what happened. Warring States' tiger eyes stared at Sean, and slowly told what Sean had just done. Aokiji and Akainu's expressions changed immediately, and then they looked at the innocent-looking Kizaru inexplicably. "Kid, what do you want to do? Don't tell me that you were just here to test your abilities," Akainu said with a constipated expression on his face.
Sean grinned. "Of course, I'm just here to tell you one thing. Whitebeard will not come to the headquarters later. He will intercept me halfway and try to steal Teach."
"What? How is this possible?" Garp and Sengoku said in unison. Based on their understanding of Whitebeard, Whitebeard will not engage in these behind-the-scenes tricks, because often the person who knows you best is your enemy. Whitebeard knows them, and they also know Whitebeard. They have been fighting against each other for most of their lives. "Where did you get this news?" He, the most calm and collected person, asked the key question. Under the eyes of several people, Sean walked up to Akainu, took out a cigar from his suit and started puffing on it.
Then he said slowly, because I allowed it. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Kizaru looked like they had seen a ghost. Sean hated pirates. This was a well-known thing. Also, what did he mean by allowing it?
Advertisement pointing behind him, he said. When did the justice behind you change from ruling the world to absolute justice? That old guy Whitebeard never understood compromise, but Sean made Whitebeard lose his pride. Sean flicked the cigar in his hand and passed it by Sengguo's hat, leaving a faint black mark on it, and finally hitting sparks under the plaque behind Sengguo. They had even been planning an incident against Whitebeard earlier, but their plans were disrupted by the world government. At the same time, she also noticed the expressions of Kizaru and Garp, and asked lightly, Garp, Perusalino, have you known about Xiao Xiao's plan for a long time? The others looked at Sean in horror, especially he, although they had long guessed that Sean's purpose of joining Marine was not pure. Then he looked at Aokiji. And you are so lazy. Who do you think your laziness is for? If you want to carry out your own justice, then fight with that guy Akainu. At the same time, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes seems to be stronger than me. After Sean finished speaking, he directly turned out a can of Coke and drank it as if there was no one around except Garp, who had a complex expression, and Kizaru, who still looked innocent and obscene. But now that they don't know anything, these people can't accept the threat alone. Questions were lingering in everyone's mind, but Kizaru could only choose to believe in Sean. He believed that Sean would not make this decision for no reason. Aokiji and Akainu looked at each other in confusion, and suddenly felt that they were fools. The two of them fought against each other, fighting back and forth, all for the position of Fleet Admiral, in order to realize the justice in their hearts. Kizaru raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but the meaning behind his words was already clear. He had hooked up with Sean. Underneath the calm, there was hidden anger. They knew that Sean was showing off his cards now just to make them take a stand. Grandma, I only know now that he wants to let Whitebeard go, but he told me not long ago that he wanted to kill Whitebeard. I don't know what happened. You are the stupidest one here. If you want complete justice, then overthrow the group of guys at the top, the group of guys who are fooling the world. This is enough to show that this is Sean's silent resistance to the world government, but he just doesn't know which step he wants to take. Advertisement, can't you see clearly the nature of this world? At this time, Warring States became calm and asked softly, so, are you threatening me? So what if I agree to you? If I don't agree, what are you going to do? The giant wave of the times will sweep over us soon. Even your old rivals and friends will still feel insignificant under the giant wheel of the times and choose to drift with the tide. At this moment, Warring States understood why the higher-ups were willing to test this young man at all costs. Without him, it would be too dangerous. Kid, what do you mean? Do you want to throw Marine's glory to the ground and trample on it? At this moment, everyone was silent, including Garp, who usually loved to play tricks, because he knew his old buddy. Then he pointed at Akainu. Do you think your cruelty to pirates and your determination to fight against pirates even at the expense of your subordinates can bring peace? Sean held his chin and pondered for a moment, then said, you are only half right. The threat is indeed a threat, but what I threaten is those guys Marine. As Fleet Admiral, that old guy Kong should have told you something about me, right? Whitebeard is just a tool to test me at best. But I didn't expect that the other party had a grand plan and was actually trying to confront the world government. He must have his considerations. Kizaru doesn't believe that anyone can threaten Sean. Because I am fearless. But he never expected that Kizaru, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would become an actor. Their purpose seemed to be more ambitious than his own. Half lying on the sofa, he said, Glory. Does this Marine still have glory? Don't you feel ashamed for saying this? Want absolute justice? Yes, join my camp. It's too late now. If you refuse, either Marine will let Whitebeard pick up Teach, and I will break with the higher-ups directly. He was speechless and turned to look at Garp. Garp looked at his old comrade with complicated eyes. Xiaohei. I only found out about his ambition recently. I just promised him to keep it secret. I don't know why an old man he calls the old lady Xiaohei. Either, play a show with me, a show that hides the truth. After all, the conflict between me and those people will break out sooner or later, but I don't want it to happen now, but even if it breaks out now, it doesn't matter to me. Chapter 193 Another Showdown. Sean said in an angry tone, what are you worried about? Are you worried that the fight between you and Akainu will affect Marine? Why do you think I opposed him everywhere in the first place? Then didn't I give you a chance? That arrogant guy should be suppressed, but he is more like a soldier than you. Finally, the finger pointed at Sengoku. You are Marine Fleet Admiral, but since Roger, what have you brought to this Marine? What have you done for those people on the sea who are wailing, praying, and struggling humbly? The pirates are becoming more and more crazy, and the sea is becoming more and more turbulent. You used to be able to force one piece into desperate situations several times, but now? With just one white beard, you have to face a powerful enemy, and who caused this, I don't need to tell you, Warring States Fleet Admiral. Everyone was a little silent at Sean's words. It's not that Akainu has never thought about the culprit that caused this sad era. But there was nothing he could do. He could only keep catching pirates and killing them to vent his anger. He had been fighting pirates with a dagger since he was very young. Really, at this time, the very young Akainu was wearing a justice hat and had scars all over his body. Aokiji also has similar thoughts to Akainu. Their abilities are really limited. They are not afraid of death, but are afraid that the sea will become darker without their constraints. Looking at the silent crowd, Sean looked up at the clock and said, "Let's do this for now. I'll leave it to you for the battle with Whitebeard later, Aokiji."
Seeing that everyone was a little confused, Sean just explained, "I told you, I won't bring Teach directly, I will take the warship directly. Whitebeard will come halfway, so we can't fight on the sea, right? You just need to worry about some top-level combat forces. You don't need those below Lieutenant General. Just bring a few major generals to fight against camera bugs. After all, this is a battle between elites.
This will also greatly reduce the casualties of our Marines. Let me tell you the truth, Whitebeard will also fake his death. But with my ability, only Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru can prevent you from entering the state. When facing the whole world, what will you do about Whitebeard's fake death? Take this time to think about it. I'll take this guy Aokiji there first." Then in the silent atmosphere, Sean put his arm around Aokiji's shoulders, a blue light flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Aokiji didn't struggle at all during this process. He was also thinking about what he should do. He was actually very confused. Advertisement: since the death of his friend Soro, he has been in a state of confusion. After Sean left, Zhang Guo said with a depressed expression, "Tell me what we should do." In fact, among the people here, only Akainu needs to make a choice, because Suru has already moved behind the scenes, and Sengoku has also decided to retire. The few people who knew it well looked at Akainu. Akainu's face was gloomy and he said in a deep voice, "Let's see how far he can make Whitebeard do it first." Then he left the office without saying a word and went to gather the marine elites Sean needed. In fact, he already had a vague decision in his heart, and he didn't need to think about it too much. As he said to Aokiji at the meeting, if his sacrifice can bring greater results, he will not hesitate at all. There was nothing they could do about the mountain above them, but they had the ability to clear out the scum at the bottom, but now, Sean gave him an extra choice. Now, he just wants to know how far that guy Whitebeard will compromise, and whether Sean really has the capital to compete with those people. He is not afraid of death, he is only afraid of not being able to realize the justice in his heart. He hates this era of great pirates. On the other side, Sean, who appeared and impelled down with Aokiji, said softly, "Your friends are not dead, and O'Hara is not dead either." Aokiji, who had been thinking with his head down, suddenly raised his head, stared at Sean, and said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? How is this possible? Obviously, the buster call I saw with my own eyes wiped out O'Hara. It's even." Immediately, seeing Sean's smile, Aokiji was stunned for a while, as if he remembered something, and quickly asked, "Is it your ability just now? Who saved them at that time? Where are they?" This is something that Aokiji has been unable to let go of, and it is also when the justice in his heart is shaken. But now, someone told him that someone had made up for him for the things he had wavered about. How could he not be excited? Sean shook his head. "We'll talk about this later. Now let's focus on Teach. This is a particularly dangerous guy. He can't escape this time. Advertisement, and this is also a good opportunity to fight against pirates. As long as Whitebeard disappears, pirates can be effectively curbed." Then Sean walked out first, and Aokiji opened his mouth. There were so many things he wanted to ask, but at this moment he could only temporarily suppress all the doubts in his heart. After the two of them walked out, Hannibal, who was waiting at the door, stammered, You actually came out in the same bathroom." When Sean saw Hannibal's weird look, he twitched his lips and quickly explained, No, I just picked up Aokiji and escorted that guy Teach with me." When Hannibal heard this, his expression dimmed and he muttered, "I thought that Magellan guy made a mistake." Sean was too lazy to pay attention to this guy who was not in the same chat channel with him, and walked out with Aokiji, who was thinking a lot. "Huh? Kuzan? Why are you here too?" Magellan asked with some confusion after seeing Aokiji. Aokiji glanced at Sean, then shrugged and said, "Mr. Sengoku said that the strategic significance of an above-board escort is more important." The moment he saw Aokiji, Teach was confused. This was different from the original plan. Wasn't the original plan that Sean would directly take him to the headquarters? Sean didn't even look at Teach, he kicked him directly, and then said to Magellan, "Then let's leave first." Although he was a little confused, it was beyond his control.
Then Sean waved his hand, dragged Teach out with one hand, then boarded a warship and walked away.
Seeing Teach's hateful eyes on the deck, Sean whispered, "What, you still think you can survive, right? Your ridiculous revenge, unfortunately, there is no chance." At this time, Teach's face changed drastically, and he turned to look at Aokiji aside. Seeing the indifferent look on the other person's face, Teach's heart dropped. He knew something must have happened that he didn't expect. Chapter 194. The actors are ready. Teach didn't believe that the world government had deceived him. There was only one situation, and that was that Sean had murderous intentions for him.
Aokiji doesn't know why he hooked up with the other party, but it's not a problem because he has a backup plan.
So after a moment of panic, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, it seems that today is my unlucky day, but is it really possible? Teach will never leave his own safety in the hands of these people. He has no way to deal with the world government for the time being, but Marine, he is not afraid at all. Listening to Teach's loud laughter, Sean frowned, stretched out his arm, and then a mop flew into the cabin. After covering it with the armed color, Sean pumped it towards Teach's mouth. Bang, 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 I asked you to laugh. Has anyone told you that your laughter is ugly? Haha. Well, haha, Teach suffered this humiliation and still stubbornly wanted to laugh. If looks could kill, Sean has been killed by Teach countless times. But Sean still kept slapping Teach's mouth, and after a while, blood dripped from his mouth, while Aokiji on the side pulled Sean. Sean frowned and asked, Kuzan, let me tell you, this Teach is not as simple as you think. If you don't cripple him, he will be in trouble later. Aokiji's expression condensed and he looked into the distance. Here comes our opponent. Sean opened the map and looked at it, and then discovered that the marine power ship was traveling at full speed and had reached the Ekdalis Sea area between the headquarters and Impel City. This is also the sea area agreed with the Whitebeard pirates.
Sure enough, the next moment, the seabed in the distance suddenly started rolling, and then a huge ship appeared in front of the two of them.
This is the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates. The people standing on the ship are all direct descendants of the Whitebeard pirates, and they are all world-famous great pirates. Advertisement. The corner of Sean's mouth curled up, and he took out the phone in his arms and dialed the phone in a panic. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, we encountered the Whitebeard pirates ship on the way here, requesting support. The reason why Sean does this is because he knows that the Warring States period is currently being broadcast live, and 100,000 Marines are waiting for it. Under the execution platform, all the main forces of this battle, all with the rank of Major General or above, were in full view of the public. It was also the first time for most people to experience Sean's abilities. They felt a sense of magic. Then they searched for it and saw Sean walking to the edge of the deck step by step with the support of two girls. A young man wearing a cowboy marine hat rushed over and gently put his hand on the shoulder of one of the Marines. On the other hand, fortunately, the warship this time is large enough. As a transport power ship for escorting prisoners, it has a lot of space. It is one of Marine's super large warships. You've settled on me, right? Are you still practicing here? No matter where evil breeds, we Marine have only one purpose: fight evil and annihilate evil. Garp didn't say anything when he saw this. He just smiled with some relief. Your father and Whitebeard are rivals, and you are my grandson, he. Sean's words were heard all over the world. No matter they were pirates or civilians, they couldn't imagine that Whitebeard would launch a surprise attack. What happened just now? Then Sean caught a glimpse of two of the brigadiers from the corner of his eye, holding videophone bugs and filming him. The people who knew about it had a slightly weird look on their faces, especially Warring States, who immediately became furious when he saw Sean's weak appearance. What? That's this year's Marine Supernova ace. I don't know, I just saw a black shadow flashing beside me. Then cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his veins were exposed, and he yelled, let's go. It's just that Whitebeard's incident has suppressed the limelight. Now everyone knows about Ace's record. He disappeared with everyone, leaving the Marines looking at each other, and then there was an uproar, everyone asking who it was. Advertisement. He was at his peak when he went to sea. Before he officially joined the Marine, he was evenly matched with the pirates who offered a reward of 1 billion. More importantly, he was the grandson of the Marine hero Garp, and he was a direct descendant of the Marine. Everyone followed their gaze and looked into the distance. On the Moby DK not far away, there were bursts of metal hitting sounds and footsteps intertwined. But at this moment, hundreds of people were already struggling, and at that moment, blue light flashed across everyone's body. Next, with the popularization of science, people all over the world knew about Ace. After all, the commotion before was quite big. Warring States suppressed the desire to complain and said seriously, then I must gather the fighting force now, come over here. His name is Ace. I know he is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. I heard that he even gave Jack's ivory from the Beast Pirates to Lieutenant General Garp. Everyone who didn't know it felt like they were facing a powerful enemy, because they discovered that the people on Whitebeard's ship were all elites. Next, I will issue an emergency order. Marines above the Brigadier General will gather under the execution platform, in addition. Immediately, Sean showed a solemn expression, took a deep breath, and put their shoulders together. As soon as the words fell, everyone took action. Then, on the execution platform, next to Warring States, a burst of blue light flashed, revealing Sean's figure. Garp, Suru, Lieutenant General Momosagi, Lieutenant General Chado, Major General Razanandi. You guys stay behind to prevent the other party from making another surprise attack and causing losses to our headquarters. Warring States answered the phone call, and in this chilling and quiet atmosphere, Sean's voice was extremely harsh, causing a sudden wave of waves. Sean grinned when he saw the people in the audience. Hundreds of Marine elites gathered together. This was a group performance. Then he hung up the phone and said loudly to the restless Marines, the most evil pirate of this era, Edward Newgate, is on the way to conduct a raid on our Marine escort ship. But we, Marine, have nothing to fear, because there is General Aokiji, one of the most powerful combatants in the headquarters, and the most mobile Lieutenant General Sean, who will come to pick us up right away. When everyone in the world saw Sean's appearance, they all knew that his teleportation ability had limits, although they didn't know what the limits were. Although the situation has changed, Teach breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Whitebeard coming, and immediately became possessed by his acting skills, crying and shouting, Dad, come on, leave me alone. A tall figure appeared on the Moby DK, and the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. 6 CA Chapter 195 The Choice of the Warring States Period. Everyone was startled by Teach's sudden cry, and looked at Moby DK with unknowing expressions.
Those who knew about it looked at Sean with a complicated expression, and before the other party took any action, he started acting on his own side. At the same time, Akainu looked at Sean with a somewhat complicated look. The arrogant Whitebeard would actually violate his own principles and appear here.
You know, the reason why Whitebeard is deeply admired by many pirates is not only his actions, but also his character. He fought countless battles in his life, but never showed his back to the enemy, because Whitebeard never flinched. Whitebeard looked at Teach's crying look. If he hadn't known in advance that he had been betrayed, he would have fought Marine to the death no matter what. It is said that people become better with old age, and Whitebeard is no different. When he saw the frail Sean and poor Teach, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Kula-la-la, my good son, Daddy is here to save you." Then he noticed the blood stains on Teach's face that had not completely dried up. He frowned and exuded a powerful conqueror's domineering aura, crushing towards Marine. Glaring at Warring States. "Warring States, it seems that my son has received a lot of care from you." In an instant, the sea surface that had just been calm gradually began to boil. The sea with surging undercurrents was like the calm before the storm. After the silence, there were huge waves. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki in his left hand, and a translucent energy light ball in his right hand, and then waved it towards the air. Ka! 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 In an instant, cracks spread in the air, as if the space was shattered by Whitebeard. The power of vibration extended out along with the cracks, and the sea suddenly became turbulent, setting off huge waves hundreds of meters high. Zhang Gui exclaimed inwardly, "Good guy, I didn't expect that you, a white-bearded man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could actually excel in acting," and he was no weaker than the best actor Sean. However, he looked at Aokiji with a calm expression. Aokiji sighed inwardly. Only then did he feel his own insignificance. Any light in the darkness is just a different kind of darkness. At the same time, justice without a bottom line is just committing a crime. Advertisement. After retracting his thoughts, Aokiji jumped up, stretched out his hands, and stretched out a small icicle from each hand, shooting out at the huge wave coming towards him. Ice Age. Suddenly, the waves hundreds of meters high were frozen into ice due to Aokiji's ability, and then the freezing power spread towards the sea. In less than a moment, the sea within sight was frozen into a thick piece of ice. Seeing this, Sean also felt a little confused. The rules of this world are not scientific at all, because he once watched a video of a top student. It is to analyze the energy released by an Ice Age in Aokiji by calculating the height of Little Oz and the known radius of the headquarters. After calculating the height of the waves and the depth of the freeze, various formulas concluded that it would take more than 1 billion joules and the energy required by more than 200 nuclear bombs to do it. Seeing this, Sean felt that it was not an exaggeration at all, because the range was too broad, but he couldn't bear that kind of damage. It's so unscientific. Afterwards, Aokiji landed on the warship and stood with Kizaru and Akainu, all looking at Sengoku in front of them, wanting to know his choice. Whether everyone becomes actors together or reveals Sean's true face in public, Kizaru even secretly became wary. Sengoku took a deep breath. He was Marine's Fleet Admiral, not the Celestial Dragon's minion. He could not only fight against pirates, but also reduce the casualties of his headquarters. People in the headquarters are also watching this world-famous showdown, and now the eyes of the world are focused on Warring States. The Shichibukai at the headquarters were also a little unprepared for the sudden change, but Hawkeye was the quickest to recover and turn around and walk towards the port. "Hey, Mahawk, where are you going?" Doflamingo asked. "Wherever they are, I will go," Hawkeye said calmly and left without looking back. Hancock looked at Sean on the huge screen and bit her red lips. She also wanted to see Sean, but she knew she had a more important task. Then she followed Hawkeye towards the port. She was going to the New World. When the weather was about to change, she suppressed the turmoil in the New World as quickly as possible. Advertisement. Doflamingo didn't say anything when he saw this, but looked at Hancock meaningfully. Several other Shichibukai then walked towards the port one after another. That battlefield was not a place where one could fish in troubled waters. They are all elites on the sea, and most of them are powerful men with great reputations. Even they may fall among them, because there are only so many people the other party can target. So even though they were a little reluctant, they didn't join in the fun. Only Doflamingo remained in the headquarters, looking at the big screen and laughing. Fufufufu, it seems that these guys in Shichibukai are the smartest people alive. It's really interesting. Returning to the Marine main force, Sengoku glanced at Teach, who was crying and crying, took a deep breath, and picked up the phone. Although it was a somewhat hasty battle stage, the majesty of the Warring States period was still conveyed through the phone bug. Teach, a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, has been unknown to the public for more than 20 years since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He has been holding back. He has great strength, but he holds back because he is a race active in the night. It is also the most disgusting race that has disappeared in the long river of history, because they are born with the talent of depriving others of their abilities. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and now the whole world knew why Marine had to make such a grand decision against such a person. Because once Teach grows up, the threat is unimaginable. Teach's face gradually became ugly, which was equivalent to pushing him to the forefront. The most important thing is, he claims to be the inheritor of Rox. Rox was once the captain of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, the above people. Now, the whole world is even more panicked. Why is Garp called the Marine hero? It's because he and Roger stopped Rock's conspiracy. All the credit is heaped on Garp's head. 3 of the pirate captains of the New World 4 emperors were all former members of the Rock's pirates. So, how terrible will Teach, who has inherited rocks be in the future? Will the already dark sea be covered with another layer of frost? For a time, the vast majority of people in the world were in their respective places, shouting in their hearts, "Kill him, kill him." Chapter 196. The fight begins. As if he heard the thoughts of these people, Sengoku waved his hand. So, we Marine must execute Teach today. At the same time, no matter who dares to challenge Marine's majesty, Marine will make him pay the absolute price. Suddenly, people all over the world cheered. They didn't expect Marine to be so tough this time. Although he didn't name anyone, the toughness revealed in his words was whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or the other four emperors. As long as you dare to come, Marine will take over. To the ears of the uninitiated, these words are meant to boost morale, but in the eyes of the insiders, they are a disguised stance. When Sean heard this, he was not surprised at all. Sengguo was a well-known, wise general in Marine. As long as he knew a little bit about many things. You can make a decision quickly, both publicly and privately, and it is impossible to demolish Xiao En now. Sean looked at Teach, who looked horrified, and raised his eyebrows slightly, as if provocative, almost saying clearly, Lousy is sure to defeat you. Kula Lala, Warring States, do you think Lousy doesn't exist? Whitebeard also quickly entered the state. Next, there will be a real life and death battle. If you're not careful, you'll really die, and Sean won't be able to save him. The three generals who received the signal immediately understood that although they didn't know how Sean did it, they had no choice but to bite the bullet at this moment. Especially Akainu, no matter how Whitebeard fakes his death, what if he can kill him? He will never show mercy. And Sean also said that just fight as usual and leave everything to him. In this case, he will not hold back. While Akainu was thinking a lot, Yan Yu took the lead and took a step forward, turning into a burst of light particles and shooting into the air. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared in the sky, and Kizaru's voice came from the light. It's really troublesome, but if you want to minimize casualties, you have to capture the thief first, right? Then his figure appeared in the sky, with his hands crossed and pinched between his index fingers and thumbs, in which a blazing and dazzling light gathered. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Immediately afterwards, countless light bullets shot out towards where Whitebeard was. Advertisement. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, why are you so dazzling? When the light bombs arrived in front of the Moby DK, a blue figure flew out, blocked in front of it, and caught all the light bombs. The corners of his white beard also raised slightly. Gradually, everyone saw the other party's figure clearly. A pair of blue wings that were riddled with wounds and were constantly healing, but their essence was a mixture of blue and yellow flames. Then someone exclaimed, "My whole body is wrapped in blue flames. I withstood Mr. Kizaru's attack head-on and didn't even fall down." Marco, who was in the air, returned to his original state in the blink of an eye, and his hands turned into a pair of 7 or 8 meters long flame wings, sliding gently. He sneered at the corner of his mouth and said, "How can you harass our king as soon as you come up? It is indeed the legendary ability. Look, the wound is healed. It's unbelievable that trick doesn't work." After hearing the above conversations, Sean's mouth twitched. Why would only people with Brigadier General and above come show up to shock the party? Why was it that when I pretended to be critical, I didn't have the shock party bragging about it? I was so disappointed. I never knew that this pineapple head was so good at pretending to be critical. Marco said with a smile on his face, "It works very well." Kizaru, who was confronting him in the air, raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips and said, "Stop lying. Drink." The next moment, Marco let out a soft drink, entered the beast form, and turned into a bird with blue and gold intertwined flames burning all over his body. He flew directly into the sky, with his tail feathers dragging long flames. That's the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter what kind of attack he receives, he can always rise from the ashes. Marco the Phoenix. Sean was really fed up. He looked in the direction where he had been shocked, and immediately saw a Brigadier General with a sausage mouth and a Brigadier General with a Huxia character face looking shocked. I really don't know if they are undercover agents sent by the enemy. They have been bragging about the enemy, Shen Jingbing. Looking at Marco, who was flying towards him, Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth and continued to make the 8-foot Magatama gesture. I have never seen such a bird before. Immediately afterwards, countless light bullets flew towards Marco, but Marco's speed did not slow down and he withstood all the light bullets head-on. Only a few ripples splashed on the surface of the flames. The next moment, Marco flew above Kizaru's head and transformed into a human animal form with only wings retained. One hung upside down, his feet covered with armed domineering force, and kicked towards Kizaru. Advertisement. Boom. After a loud noise, Kizaru raised his arm and firmly caught Marco's kick. He grinned and said in a lewd way, "This move is also very effective." After listening to what Kizaru said, Marco became unhappy and shouted, "Stop lying." Then he shouted angrily and applied more force. Kizaru suddenly turned into a burst of golden light and was kicked far away by Marco. Rumble. Fortunately, the ice Aokiji froze was strong enough, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred where Kizaru fell. Ice fragments transformed from seawater flew everywhere, but they had not penetrated the frozen ice layer as high as the waves. Marine, surrounded by some brigadiers and major generals, all felt that their knowledge was so shallow at this moment. After a long time, the explosion came into contact with the ice, and the water vapor stirred up disappeared. Only Kizaru was seen standing there with his hands in his pockets, without any damage. The next moment, Akainu stood up, jumped off the warship, took a step forward with his left leg, raised his right hand, and in an instant, blazing lava burst into flames. Then the magma accumulated, and within a moment, the magma fist in his right hand turned into a magma fist almost as big as a warship. He jumped up, punched fiercely, and was suddenly hit by Akainu like a mountain, flying towards Moby DK. At this moment, Marine cheered. They were a little worried just now. After all, their general was kicked away before they even touched Whitebeard. Facing the huge fist of magma coming towards him, Whitebeard grinned and snorted softly. Immediately, another tall figure jumped up, and under the sunlight, his whole body was refracted with crystal light. The strong man flew towards the magma fist, roared angrily, and without using any domineering energy, directly blocked the magma with his body, which was said to burn everything. Shine crash, in an instant, the magma was stopped by the strong man, and then he inserted one hand into the magma, and then assumed a posture of throwing a baseball. Throw it at Marine headquarters. Call out, the magma boulder, which was emitting terrifying heat before it cooled down, was thrown back at a faster speed. Chapter 197 War breaks out in full force. The next moment, a man with a slick back hair and gold-rimmed glasses walked out of Marine's side.
The body squirmed for a while, and then entered the beast form, with red hair and black stripes, ferocious fangs and slender blades emitting bursts of cold light.
Marine, who was also a major general, was a little horrified. Then, a strong wind blew under Crow's feet, and with a roar, the whole person disappeared and appeared in the path of the lava flying back. The limbs were surrounded by black wind, and he opened his bloody mouth with ferocious fangs, and a burst of black light condensed in the mouth. In the blink of an eye, the black ball condensed to about the size of a basketball. Suddenly, a black breath with thunder and lightning came out of Crow's mouth. Wind breath. Rumble. When the breath hit the magma boulder, cracks began to spread in all directions from the hole where the boulder was hit. Then there was a loud noise, and the entire magma boulder was as big as a warship, and the flowing magma on it was also cooled by the wind. There were bursts of steam, and after the loud noise, the boulder seemed to have been cut by countless sharp blades, turning into countless small stones and scattering away. But it wasn't over yet, as the castration continued unabated and headed straight towards the Whitebeard on the Moby DK. Just when some Marines thought that this attack was going to work, Whitebeard raised the hand that was not holding the knife and punched it with a punch.
There was still a sound of shattering glass, as if the space was being cracked open. Whitebeard easily punched away the breath of the devil fruit of the Crow Phantom Beast.
Kula-lala, Marine's new stars are really emerging one after another. I didn't expect that just a few years later, Marine would have such combat power again. Whitebeard praised Crow without hesitation, but Crow's expression was not so good. He was now very sure that he was very strong and at least on the same level as these people. However, I didn't expect that even at the same level, my attack was easily dismissed by the opponent. It seemed that there was still a long distance between me and Whitebeard. You can't be complacent just because of a few achievements, Crow warned himself in his heart. When Sean saw this scene, he was not surprised at all. The genetic medicine gave him his upper limit. How strong he could be was ultimately up to him. Advertisement: this just gives Crow the entry-level qualification to reach the top level. You know, the threshold for a general is 10,000 combat power, but Whitebeard's level is 19,000. Changing the cultivation system is to reach Zochin at the elementary level. How can you beat it? In reality, there are not so many leapfrogging. The shocked duo next to Sean started again. I saw them staring dumbfoundedly at what seemed like a long time, but it was only a moment of confrontation, and they were almost speechless. The man who resisted General Sakaski just now was the Diamond Shield of the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond, Josie. Okay, that's amazing. Are they all monsters? They completed several battles in such a short time.
Sausage Mouth pointed at Josie, who had only half of his face left without diamond transformation, with some fear, a man who can possess absolute defense and power without being domineering. It's really terrifying.
He now has to pay attention to the field to ensure that no Marine dies, which requires a huge amount of energy. Seeing Teach's greedy look, Sean didn't bother to pay attention to him. He was going to die soon anyway. A burst of petals fell, and the two swords suddenly collided together, forming a powerful shockwave that spread out from the two people. Damn it, if Lousy brought you here to brag about it, even that guy Crow would be shocked. The remaining captains, including the long-range sniper Kirill, the great swordsman Halter, the knight Speedo Kill and other captains, went straight to Aokiji. Because the pirates can't be killed all, even Whitebeard and the others will still be useful in the later stage. This sea area of Exdalis is the burial place of the Whitebeard pirates. When the Huxia-faced man heard this, he snorted coldly. But haven't you seen that, after all, our Marines are better, and Major General Crow has already launched his attack in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard was also standing on the bow of the ship like a divine needle fixing the sea. Without moving a step, he raised Kong Yunki and pointed directly in the direction of Marine. The next moment, all the captains rushed forward with their team members and rushed towards Marine's camp. But with a glance, he saw the phone bug with glowing eyes in their arms, and the corner of his mouth twitched, understanding. Young ones. Let the whole world understand one thing. Understand the consequences of touching the taboos of our pirate group. Oh, we must keep them here today, advertisement. Everyone, including Ace, jumped off the warship, and rushed towards the Moby DK. The next moment, except for Sengoku and Sean, who stood on the bow deck and were responsible for guarding Teach, all the Marines swarmed up. The next moment, Akainu pointed at the Moby DK, turned to look at hundreds of marine elites and roared. For justice. Get rid of these pirate scum who are trying to challenge justice. These two people are the commentators, exaggerating Marine's powerful announcer, but they have no strength, and they are not even qualified to be a phone bug here. Although I have made an agreement with Whitebeard, I can fight as much as I want. Marco continued to run towards Kizaru, one-on-one with the opponent, and started a fierce battle in the air. Whitebeard, Sean, and Warring States looked at each other, and everyone moved their eyes away in tacit agreement, watching the battle below. As long as the remnants of their pirate group have some evil intentions, Sean won't mind sending them all to hell. On the battlefield, apart from Kizaru and Marco in the air, the first ones to fight were Kuina and Bista. P.S. Well, I don't know if you like to watch this battle. If you like it, I will write more about them. Also, don't complain about the captain's combat power. In the original work, I think it was all plot killing. Josie was frozen unintentionally. Malco was also distracted and locked, and none of them had any moves. Also like Bista, Oda was rated as one of the best swordsmen in the pirate world, but he was in the 5th division. Think about it, in the manga, Onigashima War, Marco is really fierce. He can defeat Quinn and Jen alone. He shot down the Big Mom pirates with one Phoenix Seal. Big Mom turns out to have 4 generals and Kaido has 3 big signs. Whitebeard can't be weaker than them. Anyway, he is right. The signboard is big, like the 6 in the sky, but the one with Whitebeard is better, because the crew members are generally over 35, so get a vaccination first. Don't blame me for being long-winded, I only left the message after filling it with words. Like Jack from 3 Disasters, I'm only 28 years old, even younger than Robin. That's it. I wish you all a happy life. Listening to the 2 shocked brigadiers chattering in his ears, Sean just wanted to throw these 2 people out to practice. But it doesn't matter. After a while, the shaking fruit will be yours. Captain Bista of the 5th Division, holding a western sword in each hand, showed a confident smile. Then let me see how the swordsmen of this generation in the Marine can deal with Kuina from Gemini. After all, this is just a poor old man who wants his family back. This is all the fault of the times. I hope that after this time, he can be honest. Even asking his crew to follow him, again, the prerequisite is not to do evil. Josie, the captain of the 6th team, Bramink, the captain of the 8th team, Namur, and these strength players went straight to Akainu. But Sean's original intention was just to reduce casualties. Since Whitebeard was willing to put down his dignity, he was not unwilling to give him a way out. Saki, the captain of the 4th division, also holding 2 swords, ran side by side with Bista. Then leave the other Gemini to me. It's such a long-lost battle. I don't know why he, a cook, is dual sword flow. But Teach didn't notice this scene. He was just immersed in his fantasy, although he didn't know why Whitebeard appeared here. Justice. Never retreat. Advertisement chapter 198 One sword style versus double sword style. Bista twitched his beard and grinned. As expected of one of Marine's twin stars, that's not bad. Kuina's hands holding the knife suddenly exerted force, changing from chopping to picking. Bista was also thrown away by this force, but he still looked like he was smiling. Very good strength, but unfortunately, it's still far from enough. With a hiss, Bista's figure still fell slowly in the air, but gradually dimmed, surrounded by fine petals. The next moment, Kuina's alarm bell rang loudly, and she shouted, holding the knife in front of her with both hands, and the word head out turned into a black knife as the black energy wrapped around it. Then he swept towards a certain place, and the blue slash at the blade was not triggered. The moment he swept out, Bista crossed his swords, and there was also red energy on the blades, which collided with Kuina's sword. Rumble. At this moment, everyone around them consciously retreated away, because when they clashed with each other, the slashes turned into a storm of swords. With them as the center, within a few hundred meters, the ice surface was cut by the storm formed by the explosive slashes, cutting out numerous fine cracks. Then the 2 people rushed towards each other in unison, and under the collision of superb sword skills, countless slashing storms surrounded the 2 people. While waving his sword, Bista asked, "You are also a pure swordsman, so when will you challenge that position?" "HMPH, have you ever challenged me?" Kuina didn't dare to show weakness, so she compressed the slash with another blow and knocked back Bista. "No, because I think a challenge like this can only happen once. If I fail, there may be no other way, so I will be fully prepared before going," Bista said with a smile. Breaking the current of the sea and a line of sky. Suddenly, Kuina's momentum changed drastically. She held the sword in front of her eyes and swung the slash close to the horizon along the line of sight. It was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This was one of the sword skills that Sean taught Kuina. Kuina also changed this fast, condensed strike from a Rankar into one of the slashes she can use. After all, Sean's incorporates repulsion into it. Advertisement, but for Kuina, it's not a big problem, as long as you have enough strength. Power is speed. After the 2 of them collided with each other, they each swept backwards. Saki still had the intention to look at Bista. It seems that Bista's opponent is also a monster, much stronger than you. The 2 are about 50 to 50 apart. After all, Kuina has too little experience and her rise is too fast. An ordinary swordsman can be knocked down by Kuina with one fist. Characters who have reached this level rarely fight for no reason. After all, the fight is a confrontation between forces. Bista pursues a spirit similar to chivalry, life or death, and the opponent's superb swordsmanship is just right as Kuina's opponent. But that guy, just like the little strong guy from Immune to Death, gets stronger as he fights. Sean will occasionally go back and hand over that guy, and now he has reached the level of steel cutting. This is the serious attitude of Dasky. A pair of glasses seems to seal her second personality. Once taken off, it will mean that Dasky is serious. Sean then looked at the other Gemini. What Kuina pursues is never ending, constantly becoming stronger, even just a little bit. In an instant, her hair was flying, and the glasses in her hand were crushed by Dasky. She looked at Saki indifferently, but there was no trace of anger at all. Kuina responded aggressively to Bista. Then you are really pitiful. An old man of several decades dare not accept even a little failure. You are far worse than my junior. Yes, Kuina thought of Zoro. That guy has been challenging himself since he was a child, and has lost thousands of times so far. Hearing this, Dasky took off his glasses with his left hand and held them in his hand. With his right hand, he took off the rubber ring that tied the ponytail. And their battlefield also confirmed Sean's guess that Saki was really strong, the captain of the 4th team, the one who was killed by Teach in the original work. Today, she is a confident and beautiful swordsman with high IQ. Her eyes have become stronger after years of training. She is no longer the female strategist who strategizes, but a female swordsman who kills decisively. Still as fragile as paper, as if butter met hot oil, it cut through the 2x slashes without any pause. The great swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, I am so disappointed. Kuina shook her head in disappointment, and this look immediately made Bista furious. Advertisement. Then the two of them moved away while fighting. After all, they had to avoid their own people, otherwise it would be bad to hurt innocent people. As if he can see through everything, he often strikes back at the enemy from the most cunning angle. Bista had no choice but to lean down slightly to avoid the oncoming slash, and then the slash flew to the distant horizon. Sean, who had been silently observing the audience, naturally heard the conversation between Bista and Kuina, and he could only say that each has his own path. Kuina then put her sword on her arm and said disdainfully, obviously he is one of the best swordsmen in the sea, but even if he challenges Eagle Eye, he will be timid. No swordsman will move forward. Only then did Sean realize that people in this world have all kinds of weird beliefs. However, that guy seems to have disappeared since the beginning of this year. Oh, no, he must have gone to sea to exercise. Once hit by failure, it is easy for him to stop making progress. He is preparing with the thought that he will either die or sit firmly on the top spot in the world. Immediately, Bista opened fire and rushed towards Kuina in the distance. As he rushed, he shouted, "What do you know? If an elegant swordsman challenges, he will either die or win. There is no third way." When Bista saw this, his expression became solemn. He crossed his swords in front of him and made 2 X-shaped slashes in succession. Bista became more and more courageous as he fought, and even had a faint tendency to overpower Kuina. Swordsman's duel is not a game, and there is no situation where you will be given a second chance. Kobista's huge red slash slashed across the ground, leaving a deep ravine, but even so, in the face of Kuina's slash. Because the more powerful swordsmen have, the more they have a belief in invincibility, which will make them stronger, but also more vulnerable.
HMPH, then be so powerful that no one can kill you. Such a simple truth, my little brother has already understood it at the age of 9. According to Sean, that guy is a road fool. He will probably wander around the East Daxia Sea for several years without being able to find his way home. Let's just think that he has gone to sea to practice. Dasky, who is no longer short-sighted, wears glasses mainly so that Sean can distinguish her from Kuina. The battle between Dasky and Saki is no less exciting than Kuina and the others. Dasky has changed from the cowardly character in the original work. Chapter 199 The Changes of Dasky. The original intention of Dasky's dream was never to be number 1 in the world. Her dream was to collect the famous swords in the hands of all villains. This also leaves most of her chances in the past 2 years to Kuina, but she is also called the Gemini. It's not that her strength is comparable, but that she is not weaker than Kuina at all, and there is no need to compare. What does this mean? It means that Dasky and Kuina are at least 50-50 matched, and this is still under the condition that Kuina has Conqueror's Haki. Her unparalleled combat IQ and strong physique give her the confidence to fight for a long time, which already makes her invincible. Because, except Sean, no one has been able to suppress her since her debut, because her dynamic vision and physical reactions are top-notch. He glanced at Sachi indifferently. You are obviously very powerful, why do you use such a knife? Such a knife. Sachi looked at the knife in his hand with some confusion. He bought it for this war and spent a lot of money, a full 500,000 berries.
Don't swordsmen like you always pursue a good sword? Yes, Dasky was a little resentful. She was a little unwilling to get a new famous sword when she got serious. After all, in the past, Kuina would fight in this situation, and she would mostly pick out pirates holding famous swords that she was interested in. Unexpectedly, Sachi laughed when he heard this. Ha ha ha, who said I am a swordsman? I am just a cook, and my swordsmanship is for food. Hearing this, Dasky only felt that she had been insulted, and her whole body was exuding low pressure. The wind blew her bangs, and a shadow covered her beautiful face. Making her look even more silent, Dasky's feet moved, and in an instant, she appeared behind Saki. The blade was wrapped with Liu Ying's domineering energy, and it kept slashing at Saki. Every time the strike collided, it would splash out like rain of slashes and spread in all directions. Dasky has lost interest in talking to the other party. Now, she just wants to quickly deal with this guy who uses sword skills to serve food. Even if this guy's knife is an assembly line product, he will still cry, right? Later, Saki felt something was wrong more and more, because the energy around them was like countless raindrops the size of raindrops. It kept falling on him, and the rain became thicker and thicker. Advertisement at this time, Dasky jumped back, faced the air, and waved the knife lightly. There was no energy fluctuation, but it just stirred the air. Zon Shigur Japanese breeze and drizzle. The next moment, the sharp slashes that enveloped the two people and were still floating around began to move along with the airflow. It looked like spring drizzle, moistening things silently, neither fast nor slow, but Sachi knew this was just an illusion. Clang! 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 Countless slashes as big as an ox's hair suddenly sped up and fell towards Saki. Sachi also immediately activated the color hardening of his entire body, but even so, it was uncomfortable under the endless rain wash, and his arms were also scratched with small wounds. He was immediately irritated, roared, and kept swiping his hands in the air. It was more like a method of handling ingredients than a random fight back. Sure enough, as the other party became more proficient and swung the sword faster and faster, Dasky heard the other party murmuring something like, salmon, small yellow croaker, salmon, tuna, and the like. Immediately, after Saki finished shouting, a semicircle of energy shield appeared in front of him. But Dasky was a little shocked, because even for a swordsman, it was very difficult for the slash to form a shape and stay. The reason why she didn't veto it completely was because Sean had taught her that if something couldn't be proven to exist, don't rush to veto it. The sea is very broad and everything is possible. Even like her, she could only break up the slashing attack, let it float in the air, and then induce the airflow to form a rain curtain. But now, Saki is using his skilled skills to wield the protective shield that protects him. And wearing a protective shield, it was extremely sharp. The next moment, Saki thrust his two knives into the ground, and the white energy shield suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Rumble. After an explosion, a huge crater 100 meters wide suddenly appeared where the two people were standing, and seawater under the ice was filling up. But even with such a big movement, no one paid attention because everyone was busy fighting with their opponents. The two of them looked at each other across the huge pit filled with seawater. Dasky raised his eyebrows and touched his face, and a trace of blood flowed out. Advertisement. The forearms of Sachi's hands also had several small cuts of the same size. You shouldn't attack a chef's hands, because that's their second life, Sachi said with a stern expression instead of his gentle smile. Dasky looked at Saki coldly and said, you shouldn't use a swordsman's knife to cook. That is blasphemy to the way of the sword. Dasky made up her mind and must learn the opponent's technique of controlling the slashing, so that she could take a further step. Then, without waiting for Sachi to respond, he raised his knife and rushed over, and the two of them fought again. Sean's mouth went dry when he saw it. He didn't expect that Dasky, who was timid when he was a child, would grow up to be like this. It's completely different from the original work. In the original work, she is cute and cute. Now she doesn't love anyone without her glasses. But in the same way, Saki is also a good opponent for her. Similarly, it was only at this time that Sean realized that Saki was also a very hidden guy. The chef's knife skills are actually so powerful, and Sean is also a little more interested in Teach. Although in the original work, the other party's good-natured character was used for a sneak attack, the other party's reaction was not slow. After all, he was an existence that could chop raindrops. Sure enough, Teach, you'd better die. We can't keep such a dangerous guy like you. I thought to myself, and glanced at Teach, who had a heartbroken look on his face. The emotional guy was still acting. On the battlefield, the three generals fought the most fiercely, although they were all able to suppress one end. However, without all the weird plot twists and turns in the original work, there was a stalemate for a while, especially on Akainu's side. In addition to Diamond Josie, there was also Pocket Bramink. He took out two hammers larger than himself from the lower right bar and wrapped them in armed colors. The magma collided with Akainu, but the attack power of Akainu's fruit was too high, and the other crew members who collided with him were stunned. Burns of varying severity appeared on the body one after another, even if it was covered in armed colors. Chapter 200. Furious Akainu. This new world pirate is known as a pirate who hides his weapon's ambitions. Every time he sees his partners being attacked by Akainu, he always pays the price with some injuries. Except for Josie, who was slightly better, there were no obvious injuries, which annoyed the big fat man. Bramink, who likes to use huge weapons, gritted his teeth and took out a huge hammer with a diameter of dozens of meters from his left pocket. He roared at Josie. Josie, use that move. Josie understood, jumped back and ran a certain distance, while Bramink held the hammer in both hands and circled, with veins snaking on his fat arms. As the hammer of unknown weight spun faster and faster under its inertia, the other captains knew what move Bramink was going to use. Gradually, the hammer blew up the strong wind. Akainu saw this and wanted to step forward to stop him. He was not someone who waited for others to save up their ultimate move. Although after Sean's explanation, he knew that he and others were just acting, he still adhered to the principle of killing everyone he could. If they don't survive, he can't be blamed. The remaining squad captains quickly stepped forward to fight Akainu and stop him. The strong wind blew, causing other people on the battlefield to look sideways. There was nothing they could do, the movement was too great, and the strong wind blown by the hammer made them all feel stinging pain. They all left the center of the storm with a tacit understanding. This was no longer a battle they could touch. At this time, the ice surface shook for a while, and Josie, who had just ran out, stepped hard on the ice, and then his whole body turned into diamonds. He roared and rushed towards Bramink, who was spinning in circles. Shine crash. Under the impact of Josie's unparalleled power, the power brought by Bramink's rotation and the weight of the hammer itself are superimposed. Immediately there was a deafening explosion, the hammer was covered with a dark-armed color, and Bramink took the hammer out in an instant. Seeing this, several captains resisted Akainu's attacks, and then withdrew from the hammer's attack range. Akainu roared angrily. He was really annoyed by these people. To be honest, Akainu would rather fight Whitebeard than be surrounded like this. His right hand quickly entered the molten state, turning the molten arm into the shape of a dog's head. The ferocious fangs dripped lava bit by bit, melting the ice surface to form deep pits. Advertisement. The dog bites the red lotus. Then Akainu's arm extended out and collided with a hammer the size of half a warship. Rumble. Suddenly, a heat wave swept out, and the ice cracked inch by inch. It seemed that the blow brought by this absolute power was blocked by Akainu. But Bramink grinned, because at the moment of the explosion, Bramink's ability acted on the hammer. The hammer suddenly opened a crack, and countless swords, guns and clubs washed out, forming a sea of cold weapons. What's even more frightening is that they are all ink-like color, wrapped with armed colors. Sure enough, the next moment, the center of the explosion was under the high temperature of Akainu, filling the sky with steam. A roar came from among them. How arrogant, pirates! The next moment, magma spread under Akainu's feet, the ice melted rapidly, the area became larger and larger, and the diffuse steam had affected the entire battlefield. Aokiji in the distance just glanced slightly and said nothing. This is the ability of their Logia. It can completely change the terrain, weather, etc. in the direction of Akainu. All the ice within 1 kilometer in diameter is melted, and the magma that first touches the bottom is also rapidly cooled. A small island was formed, but this island looked weird because it was an island flowing with red magma. This is the reason why Akainu does not use it extensively. Otherwise, most of the sailors here will be burned by the evaporated steam. Immediately, several captains felt threatened, because they knew that Akainu was serious, which was similar to the ability of the Paramecia Devil Fruit to awaken. Awakening of Devil Fruit abilities requires talent, similar to Conquerors. If you can awaken, you can awaken. If you can't awaken even if you die. The biggest reason why Logia is precious is that they all have the ability to change the environment. The next moment, a gust of sea breeze blew away, gently blowing away the steam that filled the sky, revealing Akainu's true appearance. It is not difficult to see that Akainu was caught off guard by the blow just now, because even though his whole body was full of elements at the moment, he could still see some impact injuries on his forehead. Even Kinemon can injure Kaido, so it's not too much to think that several division captains can injure Akainu with a combined attack. Advertisement. Akainu looked at these pirates with an ugly expression, his chest rising and falling, and the steam coming out of his mouth were enough to show Akainu's rage. Pirates, you have completely angered me, accept the punishment. Three-headed dog of hell. As words fell, more and more magma three-headed dogs walked out of this foothold made of lava. From the rolling magma, they then pounced on the pirates like an army. If it weren't for Sean, he would have sunk the ice directly. These magma three-headed dogs will leave craters wherever they pass, and when they melt the ice, they will bring out bursts of high-temperature steam. In an instant, the magma three-headed dogs collided with the captains, followed by explosions. Akainu also rushed towards them, washing away the lava dripping with his hands mercilessly, and burned these pirates with the three-headed dogs. Except for Chowzi, everyone had large areas of burns on their bodies. Even with armed domineering defense, they were inevitably injured. Sean was not surprised at all when he saw the fierce battle between them. After all, Akainu's fruit is the best in the pirate world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and hurricanes passing through, these three horrific natural disasters are embodied in three devil fruits. Oda, who doesn't understand pirates, also said that the three strengths of Marine, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army are just one on each side.
Sure enough, when Whitebeard saw his sons being suppressed by the mad dog Akainu, he couldn't sit still.
Looking at the white beard in the distance, the space around him seemed to be surging with ripples. Sean knew that Whitebeard was going to join the war, but he didn't say anything. As long as he was here, no one could die here. Of course, at least half of the pirates must die, otherwise everything he does will be in vain. He is willing to give these people a chance and hopes they will cherish it. Then he looked at Crow, who was torturing the children. Since the captains all had opponents, and the opponents were all generals, classmate Crow was ignored. He shouted to Crow, "Take over the battlefield over General Akainu, Crow." Chapter 201. Whitebeard joins the war. Sure enough, when Sean finished speaking, Whitebeard disappeared from the bow of the ship and appeared behind Akainu holding a Kong Yunchi. Even standing on top of the magma, Whitebeard still felt as if he was walking on flat ground. Kong Yunchi leaned into the magma, and suddenly a wave of impact surged out with Whitebeard as the center, and the small island also cooled down. Just a little bit are still burning on it. Magma Kid, what do you want to do to my son? After hearing Sean's instructions, Crow immediately rushed to where the captains headed by Josie were. Except for Josie, the other injuries were not very good, which was not surprising. After all, they were injuries sustained by Akainu in anger. They were already great for not burping directly, and Crow also knew his responsibilities in this battle. That is to balance the strength of their battle, and Sean needs Marine to create a style that can win no matter who the opponent is. Characters such as tenacity and perseverance will be passed on from the phone bug, so that civilians on the sea can have a sense of security. You can't crush them, otherwise, those people will only be more disappointed. They clearly have the ability to crush, so why are there more and more pirates? How can you trust Marine? Therefore, let Marine win a big victory, but it can't be easy, so it has to grasp this speed. Marine's reputation will surely reach a higher level and gain support from more people. No hero wins by being crushed, because they have created miracles, they're heroes. Sean needs Marine to have such an image, struggling to win a big victory, but still standing intact in the end. This will make people more sympathetic, and it may be heartbreaking, but Sean said that this is to promote Marine's confidence in fighting pirates. Crow received a secret mission from Sean, asking him to balance the combat power of all parties and not to have a crushing situation. Then Crow stopped Josie and others who wanted to rush towards Akainu. Akainu opened his eyes wide, turned around without thinking, and swung his lava fist at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's fist was also covered with a transparent energy halo, which collided with Akainu. Advertisement suddenly, the small island where the magma cooled under their feet was cracked, and Akainu was punched away by Whitebeard. Sean quickly looked at Aokiji in the other direction, as well as Ace, Smoker and others who were wandering among other pirate elites. Ace, take over General Aokiji's opponent and let him and General Akainu deal with Whitebeard. Then Sean looked at Sengoku. Sengoku immediately understood what Sean meant. He looked around and said loudly, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Stoloberg, Doberman. You go support that ace brat. Then these lieutenant generals rushed to Aokiji's side. Aokiji glanced at the embarrassed Akainu in the distance and gave up the captains, allowing Ace and others to accept. Ace grinned. Hello, seniors, let's fight side by side. Haha. You're welcome. Let us see the strength of the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates together. These lieutenant generals all know something about Ace, and Garp's grandson, Sean, is also his guide to becoming Marine. What's more important is that the opponent seems to be on an equal footing with Jack, so when they are facing captain-level figures, they don't dare to overestimate them. No matter how they compete in private or which faction's philosophy they support, they all have a unified name, Marine. They will not show off because of their opponent's low military rank. What they need is to suppress the pirates, and what they need is to win the battle with the pirates. Immediately, the battlefield suddenly changed. Kizaru was still fighting Marco in the air, with blue and yellow special effects bursting out from time to time. Yes, in Sean's opinion, Kizaru is just doing special effects, and the battle scenes in the air are no worse than those on the ground. But Sean knows that Kizaru is using his super acting skills. He is the only guy in Marine who can threaten his status as the best actor. He is obviously very strong, but he can't compete with the other two generals. This is why Sean wants to push him to become Fleet Admiral. Whether it is the world government or the various Marine factions, even if there is an accident, there will not be much turmoil. On the ground, Aokiji once again used Ice Age. In addition to the extremely special major generals and some experienced pirates, only lieutenant generals and pirates above the captain level could resist. The rest, whether they are Marines or pirates, have been affected to a greater or lesser extent. Marco saw this in the air and shouted quickly, Young people, stay away from the center of the battlefield. Advertisement. After hearing this, these pirates fought and retreated, and their respective opponents were far away from the center of the battle between the bosses. While Crow was fighting with Josie and other captains, Crow was slightly suppressed because these captains also showed real fire. Especially the guy Chowzi, who didn't care much about it. On the basis of diamondization, he was also entangled in armed colors. This greatly improved his defense and attack power. In the human animal form, Crow no longer needs the weapon, espada, he used to have. Now, his gleaming claws are his best weapon. Immediately, Crow was surrounded by black air currents, and the ice surface was like paper. Wherever he passed, cracks of varying depths would appear. Crow, who was a little annoyed by being beaten by several people, understood Akainu's troubles. These people were not weak in the first place. Even though he was injured, with Josie as the main force in front, he still launched a powerful attack. Crow was actually very unhappy here. The captains of the 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 11th divisions are all famous in New World for their strength. Crow's devil fruit precisely improves his physical fitness and his use of the wind element. Fortunately for the others, Crow's speed was beyond their reach and he could attack them arbitrarily. But Chowzi was so tough that even though Crow couldn't defeat him, he couldn't hit Crow either, so he kept protecting the other captains. Several captains were waiting for opportunities, looking for opportunities to give Crow some attacks. In short, the scene was deadlocked for a moment. It was a collision of strength, speed and defense. The scene returned to Ace's side. The pressure on Ace's side was also quite high. Because what they are facing here are squad captains who use knives, guns, cannon barrels and other means in an endless stream. At this time, Ace was concentrating on avoiding the attack of Izo, the captain of the 16th Division, and at the same time, he was fighting with the captain of the 7th Division, Rikuyo. Ace turned sideways to avoid the bullet that was surrounding Liu Ying, then twisted his waist and punched the ice fiercely. The ice surface suddenly made a deafening roar, and then cracked inch by inch, and ice walls, of different sizes also rose up irregularly under Ace's punch. Chapter 202. Ace fights the 3rd captain alone. The threat that Izo posed to him was really too great, and he was unable to completely ignore Lakio, who was wielding a meteor hammer. Izo, the elder brother of Kikunoshi, was once a retainer of the Kazuki family, and later joined the Whitebeard Pirates with Kazuki Oden. After Kazuki Oden joined the Roger Pirates, Izo chose to stay with the Whitebeard Pirates. He is a samurai who is not confident in his swordsmanship and is good at shooting. He believes that samurai do not need to stick to swords, and samurai is just a way of living. At this time, looking at the various obstacles that Ace smashed, Leju waved his own meteor hammer and spun around him. At the same time, gusts of strong wind blew, and he wanted to smash these obstacles. After fighting Ace, he discovered the gap between himself and the opponent. It is true that his own strength is also very strong, but there is no way to compare with Ace. He needs Yizang's help. Of course, Ace didn't do what he wanted. He stepped hard with his legs, and in an instant, he half-crouched in front of Lakue. His new code of justice was blown by the strong wind, and he took a half-step forward with his left foot. His fist was filled with orange-red domineering energy, and even the shape was vaguely sharp. Then this flowing energy covered the entire forearm, and then the shoulders. Iron Fist Iron Shangang. With a roar, Ace struck at lightning speed from shoulder to elbow, from bottom to top. Even though Lakue had already prepared his defense as fast as possible, it was still too late. He was still knocked out and flew backwards in the direction of Izo. Even at the moment of the hit, a subtle pop sound was heard, and Ace knew that his shot worked. Immediately, Ace used the opponent to fly backwards, followed closely behind, and used the blind spot in his sight to go straight to Izo. Because Ace is very annoyed, in his opinion, a man should punch to the flesh, although Izang looks like a girl. Pirate. You can't be arrogant anymore. Yi Zhang frowned as he looked at Lakio flying towards him and the footsteps following closely behind him. Advertisement, he snorted coldly and immediately jumped up. An excellent gunner cannot be stopped by simple obstacles. Lakio, you don't trust me too much. Lakue didn't know that even if it could be captured using sight, obstacles would make it more difficult for the opponent to shoot. From what he saw from Ace's reaction, the opponent's reflexes were top-notch, and he would try his best to avoid even the slightest movement. Then he pointed his guns at Ace, and Pink Yakura's domineering energy flowed from the muzzles. A small bullet made a hole the size of a watermelon, cutting through the thick ice in a cutting manner. But he is very excited. This is what he needs, so that he can progress faster and stronger. Ace's alarm immediately went off. Even with his physical condition, this blow would definitely not be painful. At this time, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked ashamed and shouted to Ace. Ace, we couldn't stop him, and he ran out. The next moment, with the increasingly clear sound of washing, a head jumped out of the water, and then he jumped out of the water with both hands. Yes, with Ace's strength just now, he could blow up a hill with one punch in the past, but he could not penetrate it. Although he was embarrassed and shivering, Ace grinned. He was very happy. There is no doubt that the sheer force of Ace's kick directly penetrated the hundreds of meters thick ice that had frozen Aokiji. Where Ace disappeared, a deep pit with a diameter of about 2 meters suddenly appeared, revealing a dark and deep pit, accompanied by intensive scouring sounds. The fire was taking advantage of the wind, and there were bullets with cutting power staring at him. At this moment, Ace was under unprecedented pressure. Then he stepped hard, and the rumbling sound was endless, echoing on the frozen sea surface with no visible edges at a glance. After all, the opponent's kite flow was too disgusting, and Leju was also waving the meteor hammer, blowing gusts of wind. They also saw that the martial arts and physical skills of this boxing also shined brightly in this world. There are Fishman Karate, 8 treasures of the Navy, Sabo's Dragon Claws, etc., all of which use one's own control of power to achieve various magical effects. At the same time, 2 jet black bullets were entangled with Liu Ying's domineering energy, surrounded by circular slashes, and shot out with their white tails wrapped around them. Advertisement. Then Ace rushed towards the 2 people, but who knew that another Mediterranean appeared in the middle, waving a long knife burning with blazing flames. Ace guessed right, this is a bullet that can hurt Kaido's body. Thank you so much for letting me learn this trick in a crisis. Then, next, you can try my fists. Immediately, a powerful recoil force pushed Izo even some distance into the air. But although there is still a gap now, with a diameter of 2 meters, it is still a big improvement. Anyone else would have been kicked to pieces in minutes. Ace also suddenly disappeared. At the same time, when the 2 bullets hit the ice, they also made a sizzling sound, cutting the ice in front of him, and continued towards the deep sea. Dongjanmaru. Ace turned his back to them and waved his hand. No problem, I won't lose. You guys should be careful and don't die. Turning his palm into a fist, he punched the long sword hard, then jumped back and landed not far away, grinning and saying, You think so highly of me, a new member of the Marine Corps, that your pirate group actually needs 3 captains to deal with me. Ace looked at Yi Zhang with feverish eyes, moved his wrist, tilted his head and looked, only to see Lakio and Yi Zhang standing side by side as if facing a formidable enemy. But sooner or later, Ace's body's instinctive reaction allowed all his strength to focus on his feet. Once I can concentrate my power a little more and the power doesn't spread out, I guess I can fight against the old man. In other words, even if Ace can really stop, he will still be hit. But he was in the middle of the attack, and the inertia of his power made it difficult for him to stop immediately, but the 2 bullets were one after another in the direction of his advance. Ace narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. It turned out that the Lieutenant General's group was at a disadvantage, so the captain came to support. You can't stop, you will definitely get hit if you stop, this was Ace's first thought. This is currently only done by a Kainu on the battlefield. Then he rushed up to fight with Fosa, the captain of the 15th Division, and was looking for an opportunity to raid Izo. He slashed at Ace's waist, did a backflip, stretched out a domineering palm, supported the opponent's knife, and stood upside down on the long knife with one hand. Chapter 203 Sean's Generosity. Not to mention that Ace is growing rapidly under pressure. Where Whitebeard and the two generals were fighting, they had gradually moved 2 or 3 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield. This is their way of suppressing their own fighting, otherwise, Whitebeard's shockwave can instantly shatter the ice and launch natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis, because once a large-scale natural disaster occurs, it will affect farther sea areas. If there is a strong wind, the size of the tsunami will turn into an abyss that swallows everything in sight. No island can survive intact under it. The fight between Whitebeard and Aokiji Akainu is like both UFC players, both professional players, but in completely different weight classes. It's like two featherweights fighting heavyweights. Although the two generals have the same level of strength, it's no joke for them to get beaten by Whitebeard. At the same time, Whitebeard doesn't dare to ignore them. Featherweight is 62 kilograms, 66 kilograms, heavyweight is 93 kilograms, 120 kilograms, which is equivalent to professional players, but they are just handicap weight classes. The white-bearded Kong Yunki, filled with rich misty white light, swung towards Aokiji, who was holding an ice skate. Before he even touched it, the air with Whitebeard's blade as the center was shattered by him. Rumble. Under Whitebeard's powerful blow, Aokiji was slashed away with a knife, and a wisp of blood spread under the sun. At the same time, Aokiji was also rubbing the ground, drawing a ravine. As he flew backwards, Whitebeard's concussive power also spread out. The ground shook, causing everyone on the battlefield to stagger and look towards Whitebeard. Upon seeing this, Akainu turned his right hand into a giant lava dog and ran towards Whitebeard. Dark Hound. Whitebeard clenched his fist with his left hand, turned around and attacked Akainu, the moment the two attacks intertwined. There was another tremor, and the sea ice frozen in the Aokiji Ice Age gradually began to fall apart. Advertisement at the same time, the water in the sea also surged in the ravine like an abyss. Then, Aokiji, who had just been knocked away, came back with an ugly expression. A shave appeared on the side of Whitebeard, and at the same time, his right hand turned into a huge bird and struck towards Whitebeard. Violent pheasant mouth. The absolute low temperature also erupted when it collided with the Whitebeard cloudcutter, blending with the high temperature formed by the newly ejected magma from Akainu. The formation of steam that is inevitable for Whitebeards, 2 Logia is naturally unharmed in such an environment. At the same time, magma and ice cubes continued to fall from their bodies. One can imagine the impact Whitebeard's vibration force had on them. In the center of Zibibeard's fist, the heartbreaking sound of shattering glass suddenly sounded. Whitebeard smashed the Kong Yunki in his hand to the ground, inserted it into the ice, made fists with both hands, and the fists were filled with vibrating force. Hey, this isn't true. What does that be ********* do you want to do? Aren't there marine people there too? Ignoring the yelling of these people, Sean suddenly clenched his fists when the meteorite was still some distance away. The direction of the seawater washout was the marine warship. Upon seeing this, Aokiji immediately jumped in front of the warship and used his Ice Age again. This seems to be Lieutenant General Sean's ability. I have only heard of it before, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Along with the roar of the sea, water was already rushing in along the gullies created by the aftermath of their battle. Sean smiled lightly. Don't you think those 3 guys are restricted in their fighting? Because they saw a very large meteorite with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers, dragging a long flame and falling towards the battlefield. Sean controlled the island he squeezed out of the meteorite and sent it into the distance. Then, the black shadow covering everyone gradually disappeared. Then with a roar, the man-made island was located on the edge of the battlefield. Then he ignored warring states, stretched out his index finger, and made gestures at the meteorite. At this time, the meteorite also underwent earth-shaking changes. Advertisement, Humph, Whitebeard, this tomb is prepared for you today, Akainu sneered. The meteorite that was burning with raging flames suddenly stopped, and a wave of heat rushed toward everyone.
He froze the rolling sea water, and then continued to join forces with Akainu to deal with Whitebeard. Throughout the whole process, neither Sean nor Sengguo had any emotion on their faces, and Sean had long known that this would happen during their fight. What followed was a battle of physical skills. Akainu appeared in front of Whitebeard in the misty steam, and kicked Whitebeard's face with his legs that had already turned into lava. But everyone didn't notice it at all, they only felt an unparalleled shock. In their eyes, this was a meteorite that blocked the sky and the sun, and suddenly stopped in their eyes. Aokiji glanced at Whitebeard provocatively, and then ran towards the island. He wanted to repay Whitebeard for the harm he had caused to him. Everyone looked up one after another, and their expressions suddenly changed. Some of the weakest ones even looked pale. He swung it towards the two of them, and in an instant, Akainu and Aokiji were completely transformed into elements and flew backwards by the force of the shock. Immediately afterwards, the sun shone on everyone again, and the warm sunshine made these pirates feel a little warm again. If they weren't Logia, they would have been shattered into a pile of minced meat. When Whitebeard heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Kula-la-la, Freeze Kid, Magma Kid, Marine is so considerate that he even built a tomb for you. I saw that the meteorite was like a piece of plasticine being kneaded by someone. Gradually, the irregularly round meteorite was gradually flattened. It's time, Sean murmured, then stretched out his hand, holding it empty against the sky, and then a winding purple halo shot out towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the entire ice surface shook more violently than before, the entire ice layer became no longer flat, and the ice layers that were high and low jumped out. When everyone was adapting to the new battlefield with countless ice obstacles, the entire land was suddenly illuminated by orange-red light, accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking through the air. Aokiji also appeared above Whitebeard, holding an ice blade and wielding slashes with cold light. The meteorite that was already covering everyone's sky now became even more vast and became an island covering everyone's sight, suspended above everyone's heads. Warring States looked at Sean. What do you want to see? Sean looked at the two generals who were confronting Whitebeard, and shouted angrily. Go, I will give you a customized battlefield. Unleash your power. Chapter 204 Reactions from various places. Then Whitebeard also chased Aokiji. He didn't want to show his strength here because he was afraid it would also affect his sons. On another battlefield, that would be the most suitable for him. After all, he also saw this guy Akainu. He always releases some large-scale killing moves intentionally or unintentionally, just to affect his children. We have to settle this account with this guy Akainu. Seeing the three big guys leaving, everyone below breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the aftermath of their battle was too terrifying. Often when you gain an advantage, the aftermath of an attack by the opponent's boss will render you useless. Kizaru, who was still flashing special effects in the air, looked at Marco. You are so reliable, our Marine General. Although what the other party said was true, Sean's understatement really surprised him. Humph, you still have the heart to talk nonsense. It seems that the pressure on you is not enough, Marco said. But what he didn't know was that although Kizaru recognized Marco's strength, he was still inferior to him. After all, Sean said that the Whitebeard pirates need to have senior leaders alive to continue to lead the remnants. So Marco is the best candidate. First of all, he knows all the plans. Secondly, he is loyal enough to Whitebeard and his prestige in the pirate group is high enough. And everyone watching from all over the world was trembling with fear. An unknown island. Damn it, that B*************** D Shanks. If it weren't for him, we would already be there participating in this battle feast. Kaido, who was drinking, looked unhappy. Before that, he had wanted to lay out the Marine headquarters after Whitebeard fought Marine. So he led the Beast Pirates to pick up the leak. No matter who among them wins or loses, it won't be a big problem for him, as he can take advantage of others' danger. There's nothing we can do about it. That guy Shanks has caught us, and it's not a bad thing. Jin on the side said with his arms crossed. Oh, missing the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Marine can also be a good thing. Jin nodded and said, although I don't know why Sean looks so tired, because I feel that he doesn't want to participate in the battle, not that he is unable to participate in the battle. Advertisement. But don't forget, even if he is tired, given his current situation, the headquarters can pick people up at any time. Those well-known lieutenant generals, Warring States Fleet Admiral, Sean, they haven't taken action yet, so in this battle, Whitebeard will lose. Kaido also frowned. There is one thing I can't figure out. Why didn't Whitebeard come out in full force, but only brought the cadres on his ship? Based on my understanding of the old guy, he would not be able to use sneak attacks. This is not in line with his character at all. Quote. After Jin thought for a moment, he shook his head and said, no matter what Whitebeard wants to do, one thing is for sure, Marine will definitely not let him go if he is so high profile this time. Then we can all occupy Whitebeard's place, which is of great benefit to us. Kaido's expression was gloomy. If it weren't for that rat-like guy from Yishao, why would we let him take my son to the Revolutionary Army? It was so close that he could squeeze Marine's lifeline. Jin sighed and said nothing. Although it was a pity, there was nothing he could do. IWC. Big Mom is having a banquet with his sons and watching the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. Well, Whitebeard, this old guy, did a good job, but he was a little stupid. He could have directly caused serious damage to Marine. Big Mom held a big cake in each hand and said while eating. The eldest son beside him, the candy minister Perospero, also said flatteringly, then he must be incomparable to mother. But we can make preparations. According to this trend, Whitebeard and the others will not be able to please them. We can prepare for his territory. Big Mom looked at Katakuri. Go and prepare. When the sea starts to surge, I need you to make New World more chaotic. Katakuri heard this and nodded in agreement. Marine headquarters. Looking at Sean's move, Garp also laughed and murmured, this kid did really well. In this aspect, he did it better than that guy Sakazuki. He nodded as well. Although I don't know what their next goal is, I guess he won't be an evil person. Advertisement. On the other side, only Doflamingo's Shichibukai seat remains. Doflamingo looked at Rosanandi. Fufufufu, brother, why don't you join in the fight? Do you know that you are insignificant, that's why you don't go? Luo Zindi twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy clearly heard Warring States ordering someone, but he chose to use his own strength to speak for himself. I always feel like my demonic brother has let himself go more and more since his strength grew. The soldiers below were also very proud. It's really amazing. Lieutenant General Sean was exhausted trying to transfer so many people, but he was still able to do this. Oh, it's not that simple. He probably did it forcefully. It is estimated that after the war, the side effects will sweep through the body. I think some people with abilities are like this. No, then this is too touching. Regardless of one's own situation, he forcibly creates a new battlefield just for the sake of those brigadiers and major generals who are not strong enough. Rosinante didn't know what to say. Who would be exhausted? Impel Great Prison. 3 people appeared at the door, one wearing a top hat and holding a cane, looking like gentlemen. One person was only wearing shorts, with tangled muscles all over his body, and a gold belt hanging around his waist. Another man was riding a sick horse, looking half dead. They are Teach's accomplices, Shinigami, Poison Q, Ghost Security Guard, Lafitte and Fighting Champion, Badgers. At this time, Badgers complained with a dissatisfied look on his face. Lafitte, your speed is too slow. If it were any slower, the inside would probably be finished. The extremely ill Q tilted his head slightly and said as he was about to expire, everything is destined. Then he took out an apple. Badgers, do you want to try my apple? Badgers glanced at the other party with disgust. Don't fool me with your charlatanry, or I'll let you die here. Ahem, Poison Q coughed and said, anyway, everything is destined. What if I am really destined to die by your hands? Chapter 205 Blackbeard Pirates. Badger sneered. You acted like this when you were in your 20s, you have a sinister mind. Yes, Poison Q is only 24 years old now, but he looks like he is in his twilight years. Seeing that Poison Q was still talking, Lafitte interrupted them directly and said, stop arguing, let's go in and see our new partner first. Don't keep the captain waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard bursts of screams and roars echoing through the city. The 3 of them entered and saw Magellan and Hannibal leading the people in the city to fight against the prisoners. But it is obvious that although most of them are legendary pirates, they have been detained here for too long and their bodies have not moved. Even facing Magellan alone, he was powerless and was thrashing on the ground due to the poison, but Magellan and others were not in good condition either. Lafitte glanced at the only person standing there, who took out some antidote and threw it to those people. Upon seeing this, Poison Q said, sure enough, fate gives you a chance to escape from this Impel City. When Magellan saw this, his eyes were about to burst. He had worked so hard to block these people, but he didn't expect to be suddenly destroyed by these people who came in. The next moment, I saw a man holding a sniper rifle in a corner of the prison, aiming at Magellan. Who are you? As soon as Magellan finished saying these words, he was immediately shot with a domineering bullet that penetrated his abdomen, which made him shocked and angry. I didn't expect there was anyone else, so I immediately turned around and saw that this was a criminal who was not in custody, but why was he here? Magellan held his abdomen, and Hannibal stepped forward and stood in front of Magellan. Nothing I can say today will make you leave here. Saying that, Hannibal held a long knife and rushed towards the opposite side without fear, but the next moment, a blood-red slash came towards him. In a hurry, Hannibal had to raise his knife to block, but was still knocked away by the impact of the slash. After Hannibal landed, he looked at the man wielding the knife in fear. He was the one who had been watching the battle and handed over the antidote. Advertisement. Shi Shiryu. The former warden of Impel Down City was one of the most powerful, but because of his bloodthirsty, he was sentenced to a suspended death sentence. But he just looked at it and didn't take action. How could he? Then as if he remembered something, he quickly looked at the others. Sure enough, the other pirates gradually stood up. Badgers hammered his chest with his fists like a gorilla. Hey ha 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 ha, who are our crew members? Immediately, Shiryu stood up with a cigar in his mouth and pointed at a huge thing. Huge battleship, San Juan Wolf. Then he pointed out the remaining 3 people one by one. Big Wine, Basque Chote, Schwanyu Hunter, Katrine Dime, King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro, and me, the original Impel Down Warden, Shiryu of Rain. Lafitte narrowed his eyes and looked at Van Oka, the Yinyu, who had been lurking in Impel Down City early in the morning. Oka nodded. The captain said that the rest should be regarded as gifts from him to the world government and Marine, and let them have a headache. Magellan listened to the conversation between these people and suddenly understood that Teach's imprisonment was not an accident, but a plan. It seems that the other party not only released his own comrades, but also released big pirates such as the Aloof Red, World Destroyer, the Devil's Descendant, and so on. These pirates who were not members of Teach's crew glanced at everyone, then turned and walked towards the door without even looking at Lafitte and the others. Badgers burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. It's just like what the captain said. The times are about to run amok, and we are about to stand on the world stage. Magellan struggled to get up, covered his abdomen, and looked at them with hatred. Don't even think about leaving today. Immediately, the body gradually changed, and red venom was released from the body. The venom turned into a skull-shaped giant, standing behind Magellan. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. With a wave of Magellan's hand, the poisonous giant swept towards everyone. Before that, Poison Q gave each of these people an apple, and although everyone who ate Poison Q's apples paid the price of their lives, their physical discomfort also disappeared. Let's see what the abilities of the people chosen by the captain are. Then Lafitte and the other 3 came to Sniper Oka and looked at these people quietly. Advertisement. The first one to take action was Katrine Dime, who had eaten the form of the animal type, the phantom beast species, the dog fruit, and the nine-tails fox form. This ferocious-looking woman turned into a beautiful nine-tails fox with 9 tails and burning pink flames. Charming breath. Immediately, a pink energy ball finally condensed, and when the poisonous soldier giant attacked, it burst out a beam of light and faced the poisonous soldier giant. The evil king next to her took out the cannon barrel under his cloak, and a burst of dark red light condensed on the cannon barrel. Then a roar erupted from the muzzle, but what was fired was not a bullet, but a high-speed rotating drill bit. It shot towards Magellan with a cold light. Under the high-speed rotation, the drill bit made a sonic boom sound of bang bang. The giant battleship, Bad Wolf, is the most direct, with a fist bigger than the poisonous soldier giant, wrapped around the domineering force and smashing towards the opponent. Dajio Chowti burped, then stretched out his palm, and a ball of liquid condensed in his palm, but this liquid appeared. Everyone immediately smelled a strong smell of alcohol, and everyone was in a daze. Then Choate waved his hand, and the small group of liquid suddenly turned into countless bullet-sized water droplets, shooting out towards Magellan. The water droplets shot by Choate were the fastest to arrive. The first water droplet collided with the poison soldier giant, instantly blasting a hole and burning. Then dense water droplets hit the giant, followed closely by Kizaru's drill. With a high-speed rotating drill bit, the jet black drilled half of the poisonous soldier giant's body, and headed towards Magellan unabated. Katrine's breath also hit Magellan in the poisonous form in the blink of an eye, causing his whole body to burn with flames and making him dizzy for a while. He was burned without realizing it. The last blow was the fist of the huge battleship Wolf. The domineering fist immediately bombarded Magellan. When Hannibal saw that Magellan had no reaction, he stepped forward directly, holding his long sword in front of him. Unfortunately, under the absolute power, he could not stop them, and the two of them were punched to the ground. The punch continued unabated, knocking them down to the next floor. And Shiryu's half-unsheathed sword slowly closed it, with no intention of drawing it out. P.S. Don't call Magellan rubbish. As I wrote above, he fought many people alone, including Bullet. Their physical condition was bad, so they fought 50 to 50. Now some of the remaining people have recovered their health. Well, eating Poison Q's apple is equivalent to hitting the full state with residual health. Chapter 206 Heavy Losses. Bajiz looked at Shiryu with some displeasure and asked, "Why don't you take action? Didn't you say we want to see your strength?" Shiryu bit his cigar and glanced at the other person lightly. "It's Lousy who is inspecting you, not you who are inspecting Lousy, understand? He's a guy with only muscles in his brain." Yes, Shiryu just wanted to see the strength of these people, so he didn't take out the antidote at first. If the other party couldn't even enter the Impel City, he would naturally not join the Blackbeard pirates. As for those people who left without looking back, that's none of his business. That guy Magellan even imprisoned him, so he didn't think he would continue to serve. "What did you say? Believe it or not, I asked you to go down together like Magellan." Oka, who had been lurking here, also knew something about the situation, so he quickly stood up and said, "Okay, Badgers, let's go to the captain quickly. The world government and Whitebeard and his gang should have a winner by the time we arrive, right?" Speaking of this, everyone was a little excited, because after today, they will be the new Four Emperors group. The most important thing is that they will take the first step to realize their ambitions. The most important reason why they follow teaches the other party's ambition. Haha, let's go to this feast as soon as possible. I can't wait to see the annoyed faces of them. I really look forward to their painful expressions. It seems that fate will make the Whitebeard pirates completely become a thing of the past today. Then these people swaggered towards the door. Today, they were going to do something big that would shock the world. Returning to the battlefield, after several hours of fighting, whether it was the artificial island on the Aokiji Akainu side or the frozen ground. The smooth ice surface is already riddled with holes and there are potholes everywhere. The battlefield situation also changed early on. The first one to play GG was Daisuke, and his battle with Saki was the first to end. At this time, Saki had a huge knife mark on his body from his shoulder to his waist, and the gurgling bright red blood had already soaked into his clothes. Even in the wounds where the bones were deep, slightly beating internal organs could be seen. Advertisement. And Saki didn't stand up, just lying on his back on the ground. They, the captains, all knew the plan early on. Whitebeard's instructions to them were not to really die, and not to stand up again if they were seriously injured. If one of them really dies, Whitebeard only said one sentence: "If one of you really dies, then I won't live. First we'll make Marine pay a heavy price, even if it costs me my life." Yes, Whitebeard, who puts his family first, can endure his own misfortune to make a deal with Sean, but only if Sean can really fulfill his promise. Otherwise, even if he becomes a wandering spirit, he will climb up from hell and bite the opponent hard. It was precisely because of Whitebeard's words that even though Sage was struggling, he was still able to make the other party pay the price with his life. But he didn't make any move, because what he was thinking was, "I still want to see everyone and my dad." Chaozi suddenly bumped into Crow, knocking him away and vomiting a mouthful of blood in the air. The captains immediately went crazy and attacked Ace like crazy, exchanging injuries for injuries, and attacked him without letting go. Ace was suddenly injured again and again, and the shirt he was wearing was in tatters. Instead, Ace uses absolute power to deliver domineering air strikes, compressing the huge power into a point, thereby achieving ultra-high-speed long-range attacks. Even though Chaozi's body was extremely hard and was cut by the black wind with a clanging sound, he could only watch helplessly as several of his companions were pulled into the tornado right in front of his eyes. Josie became even more angry after hearing this, and immediately rushed towards the storm regardless, the light refracted by the sun on his body becoming more and more dazzling. Fortunately, they were still breathing and just passed out. In the human-animal form of Crow, in the eye of this huge storm, the pulling force of the storm slowly pulled the captains who were injured by Akainu. Suddenly, Josie's eyes were filled with blood, and he looked at Crow with great hatred. He breathed heavily and shouted in a low voice. Closey, you be ***************. Do you really want to kill them? Later, when the captains on Ace's side saw Sachi's tragic situation, they were also shocked, even though they knew it was a lie. Then, the wind that could have cut sparks on him as sharp as a blade couldn't even break through the armored defense. I saw a hole punched out of Yi Zhang's lower abdomen by Ace's punch. It turned out that nothing happened just now. Then he stepped on the ice violently, jumped up, and was wrapped in Lu Ying's domineering energy, roaring angrily. But he was still angry, and the fire sword Foss left Ace's side and attacked Dasky. Advertisement. I saw Ace leaping into the air, his fist filled with orange-red energy. After charging up, he swung out at Izo who had been beating him in the distance. Otherwise, not many people can escape at that speed. When Crow in the distance saw this, he also exploded with all his strength, and a black tornado enveloped Crow. But then nothing happened, but Azong heard a scream, and the other captains quickly looked at each other. Dasky was also panting a little. The opponent was indeed a captain-level figure. He also cut her arm with a fast double sword style and suffered minor injuries. Sure enough, the next moment Ace punched out, and the domineering energy wrapped around his fist suddenly lit up with a slightly dazzling orange-red brilliance. Ace's pressure suddenly relaxed and he began to counterattack. He received too much inspiration from this battle. It directly penetrates the opponent's body before the opponent can react, unless the opponent's defense is strong enough. Immediately, the storm gradually stopped, and Josie caught several of his friends one by one. When they were swept into the black tornado, Crow in the eye of the storm rose into the air and spun at high speed with the strength of the tornado. Shine absolute impact. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Crow. After landing, Crow took a slight breath. This move also consumed a lot of him. Now, he has completely mastered the skills of using Arankar. But in order to clear the field, we still have to do it. After all, the winner has been decided by Dasky. It's time to start the plan. Suddenly there were endless screams. They were covered in blood, and countless bone wounds were visible in their eyes, which made Josie's eyes turn red. Suddenly, Yi Zhang's heart skipped a beat in the distance, and a sense of crisis swept through his body. What he saw told him that no matter how hard he tried to dodge, he could not avoid this blow. Izo. Chapter 207 Whitebeard's Thoughts. When Josie was fighting Crow like crazy, the two generals fought Whitebeard on the island. After turning the island into an environment of ice and fire, although it can compete with Whitebeard, it cannot cause fatal damage to him. Whitebeard noticed something, turned to look at the center of the battlefield, and saw that his sons were all seriously injured, and several of them could no longer fight. But they were both breathing, and Akainu and Aokiji also looked in the direction. Suddenly Akainu burst into laughter. It seems that your sons are about to die one by one in front of your eyes. I will send you to see them today. After saying this, Akainu stepped forward and fought with Whitebeard. Originally, Whitebeard was also frightened and angry, thinking that Sean had gone back on his word. But after hearing Akainu's words, he put his heart in his throat back into his stomach. Sure enough, as he said, there were no more than 5 people present who knew that they were alive. Obviously, Akainu and Aokiji were not among them, and Whitebeard knew that the outcome was coming. After repelling Akainu, he looked in the direction of Sean and saw that he glanced meaningfully at Whitebeard, but said nothing. But Whitebeard understood, and if he wanted him to go berserk, he would die. The Kong Yunchi in his hand was thrust towards Aokiji, and he saw that Aokiji had activated elementalization in advance under the influence of the sight color, and opened a hole at the moment the opponent attacked. At the same time, holding Kong Yunchi with both hands, a cold force spread along the handle of Kong Yunchi towards Whitebeard. When the ice froze to Whitebeard, Whitebeard snorted coldly, clenched his hands hard, and the ice covering it was shattered. With a forceful wave of Saunukiri, Aokiji flew backwards towards Akainu under the influence of the force. Then he jumped into the air, and the clouds in his hand were filled with white light, and he slashed at Kizaru who was dealing with Marco. Immediately, the playful look on Kizaru's face faded, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He made a fist with his right hand, made a palm with his left hand, and quickly opened it, condensing an Tiankongyan sword. He reacted by swiping at Whitebeard's attack. Gen Yunjie. It's a pity that under Whitebeard's well-prepared blow, even with Kizaru's speed and strength, he couldn't resist the opponent. Advertisement. It turned into a yellow meteor and flew into the distance. At the same time, the ground shook, and the ice that froze the Moby DK was frozen. It was also cracked inch by inch and spread out, forming a way out. When Aokiji and Akainu were coming here, Whitebeard grabbed Marco and threw him in the direction of Kuina so that he could relieve Beasta. Whitebeard also fell rapidly to the ice under the influence of gravity, and he immediately stepped out of a huge pit. Whitebeard pushed Kong Yunchi to his feet, clenched his hands, and punched both sides violently, and there were sounds like shattering glass. As he spoke, he took a step forward, the knotted muscles in his arms bulged, and with a fierce punch, the uneven ice suddenly fell into pieces again. Marco, Josie and others, as the first to follow Whitebeard, also figured out Whitebeard's plan. Return to New World safely. Marco, who only saw the back of Whitebeard, could not see Whitebeard's eyes filled with tears, and his voice like a bell spread throughout the sea. On the increasingly chaotic battlefield, Whitebeard still shouted loudly, "Don't be sad, and don't shed tears. I am very satisfied in my life. It should be that Marine won a complete victory with difficulty. At least 2/3 of Whitebeard's combat strength is still intact." Sean's expression changed. He knew what Whitebeard wanted to do. He wanted to die. He didn't expect to come back alive after coming here, but he couldn't figure out why. I could only look in the direction of Teach and thought silently in my heart. I'm sorry, Dad didn't educate you well, let me go ahead of you. Dad, you clearly promised that we would live together. Without you, the Whitebeard pirates would have no soul. After all, they are the people who know me best. Dad. Isn't he afraid that Marine will pursue and retaliate against the Whitebeard remnants? Yes, Whitebeard didn't want to live at all. He couldn't do it if he wanted to take revenge on a son who had not committed any evil deeds against them. Whitebeard was seen standing in front of a huge ravine with no edges visible, like an abyss, with his back to Marco and the others. Now, Whitebeard thought, if he died this time, from Sean's perspective, he wouldn't be taking revenge on my dear sons, right? Advertisement. He knew that no matter whether Teach really betrayed them or not, Teach would never survive. Immediately, under Whitebeard's intervention, everyone returned to their own camps, and the entire battlefield center was divided into two parts. On one side was the Whitebeard pirates headed by Marco. Even if he had to do this for the sake of more family members, he couldn't do it even if he asked the white-haired person to send the black-haired person away. After taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "In addition, my sons are in New World. What I want to give now is the final captain's order." They also didn't want their partners to suffer any fatal blows, so they could only look at the tall figure with a rustling coat in the distance with tears in their eyes. Hearing this, Sean frowned. That's not what the script said. The script clearly stated that it didn't matter how injured both parties were, they would heal on their own. On the other side were the three generals who had just returned, especially Kizaru. The gloomy look on his face replaced his usual playful smile. "Didn't we agree to go back to New World together?" Marco shouted with meaning. At the same time, cracks were shaken out in the air, which continued to spread toward the distance. The force of the vibration simultaneously divided the battlefield into two halves. But they didn't dare to shout out at all, because they also noticed the ugly-looking Sean in the distance, who could destroy themselves and others in front of their father. ... His tiger's mouth was dripping with red blood. Obviously, Whitebeard's surprise attack just now worked on him. "You and I are separated here. Everyone must live. Let's go back. Little ones, listen carefully." At the same time, Sean couldn't understand what Whitebeard wanted to do. At the same time, the three generals were also a little confused. Should it end so hastily? And Marco also felt that something was wrong. Didn't he agree that everyone should be suspended when almost both sides were injured before executing the suspended animation? However, he still immediately went to help those seriously injured companions. "Dad, to be called daddy by so many of you, you are the greatest wealth in my life." Most of the people on Marine's side couldn't bear the impact of the vibration. They all staggered and tried their best to stand still. Chapter 208 Whitebeard vs Garp, Warring States period. ... Upon hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard didn't look back and waved his other fist in the same way. He constantly caused earthquakes and tsunamis to prevent these Marines from pursuing his sons. Even though Sean promised him. Even if his son can survive. Even though they can go back. Even though Sean will heal them. However, he really couldn't do it to let his children lie in front of him one by one with serious injuries, and he couldn't take revenge either. Because he clearly understands the gap between himself and the other party, which is a qualitative gap. He is not afraid of death, but is afraid that the white-haired person will give away the black-haired person. Then when the earth shook, Whitebeard shouted loudly. "I am a remnant of the old era. New World, there is no ship I can take." And I, who was accumulating strength, suddenly changed Warring States' expression. Although he didn't know Sean's plan, he could see through Sean's expression. One thing is clear, this is not in line with Sean's plan. He quickly shouted loudly, "Whitebeard, you are going crazy, get back on guard quickly." Yes, the top combat power present is indeed enough to kill Whitebeard, but any top-level strong man's death counterattack is very terrifying. Whitebeard looked at Warring States and roared, "Warring States. Is that guy Garp sleeping? Why doesn't he come today? Does he look down on my old rival?" At the end of the sentence, his eyes looked at Sean. Sean sighed, a blue light flashed, and disappeared. But they immediately brought Garp, who was watching the battle at the headquarters with a complicated expression. Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction, but he smiled a little lonely. "Hula lala, kids. Don't look back, times are changing. Go and adapt to your new era. Advertisement. With that said, he rushed towards Garp, who was already walking towards Whitebeard, but before Garp jumped down, Sean said something to him and Sengoku. Warring States also took off the coat of justice that was tied behind his back, and jumped down regardless of the frightened teach. He only left one sentence to the three generals: "We will deal with him." Then he and Garp ran towards Whitebeard. It wasn't that Sengoku didn't fulfill his duties as Fleet Admiral. He already knew that Whitebeard was seeking death, not harming Marine. The two attacks he made just now seemed like huge movements, like earthquakes and tsunamis, but none of the Marines were irreversibly damaged. At the same time, he also felt that the last words spoken by the other party also meant something. Are times changing? Maybe, because of this, he and Garp wanted to end the fight with the opponent they had fought for most of their lives. They built this luxurious funeral with their own hands. Sean looked at Whitebeard with complicated eyes. Perhaps, born in a peaceful era, he would be a very kind grandfather. Then, he looked at Teach, who wanted to open his mouth to speak, but could only make a whine, with a look of disgust on his face. I saw a sea current washing away from it, forming a water curtain like a giant pillar in the sky, covering the two of them in that small area. While they were talking, the obliterated circular ravine suddenly let out a deafening roar. Garp on the other side followed closely behind, jumping out of the long-standing hole that Whitebeard had just shaken. Because no matter which one of the three generals is able to do this, it is like disappearing out of thin air, leaving no trace at all. So even if he just heard the conversation between Sean and the two of them, he could only look horrified. He finally understood why so many things were wrong, and at the same time he also found that he was unable to struggle at all. Their restrained strength suddenly formed a wave of air, and a circle of ice on the ice surface a few meters away seemed to disappear out of thin air. And swung towards Garp. Bite cut. That's right, Teach can no longer make a sound. Sean has used his ability to crush the opponent's throat. Immediately afterwards there was an earth-shattering loud noise, and even with Whitebeard's ability, the earth did not feel the slightest shake. It condensed into a thin layer of white mist only on the blade, and at the same time, black and red arcs of electricity lingered around the Whitebeard. Advertisement. Iron Fist. The ordinary Garp also shouted his nickname. After the two old men roared passionately, their fists collided. Whitebeard's fist with the power of shock immediately collided with Garp's. At the same time, Whitebeard also punched Sengoku, but Whitebeard was obviously unprepared and was beaten back a few steps by Sengoku. He also understood that he was being plotted. He was just a clown from beginning to end, an outcast who was not taken seriously by anyone. If you remove the color of his fists. The moment the two collided, a burst of white light suddenly lit up, blocking everyone's sight. However, he defeated the forces that no one could stop in the past, the Rock's pirates. There is no water vapor or steam. It is as if an eraser is erasing it directly. The range is not large, but it is terrifying. At the moment when the two fists collided, except for the ice layer several meters in diameter under the two people, it was intact. Hula la la la, Garp. Your fists are still so strong. Warring States, who followed closely behind, suddenly transformed into a huge golden giant. At this time, he was in the form of his Renren fruit, phantom beast species, and giant Buddha. Raising his huge palm, he clenched his fist fiercely and punched it towards the other side of the sea curtain. As soon as the fist arrived, the white-bearded figure came out of a hole that suddenly appeared in the sea curtain. Garp. HMPH, you are obviously old. The fist was covered with a layer of black substance and filled with scarlet flowing domineering energy. At this moment, Garp's fist became restrained and active. It allows him to gain the power, wisdom, and spirit like a Buddha. He can combine a huge body like a Buddha with a smart mind and perfect skills to become the ultimate person with both mental and physical skills. The ground was shaking again, but Garp never took a step back, even though he didn't eat devil fruits, and there were no so-called conquerors. However, Warring States can, he can quickly formulate several response plans based on the opponent's habits, and be dealt a powerful blow. After Whitebeard stopped walking, he also raised Kong Yunchi when he saw this. On the blade of Kong Yunchi, there were circles of vibration as big as a basketball. At the same time, Sengoku pushed out another palm, accompanied by a shock wave. Garp also stepped on it with both feet, and rushed towards Whitebeard with the strength of the shock wave. This is the form of the Great Buddha. At the same level of seeing, hearing, and color, it is difficult for both parties to predict the other's dynamics by relying on their abilities. Whitebeard. Some people just have tinnitus or buzzing in their ears in the morning due to loud noises or other reasons. Chapter 209 Secret Talk. After a long time, only the B***** G sound echoed in everyone's ears. The dazzling light gradually faded away, allowing everyone to gradually see the scene in the field. Gradually, everyone on Marine's side, even those lieutenant generals who had experienced hundreds of battles, looked dumbfounded. At this moment, some younger lieutenant generals finally understood why Garp, who was also a lieutenant general, could act unscrupulously in the headquarters. Likewise, this gap also made them feel a sense of despair. Some people with lower strength also felt a panic, because if there were no three generals standing in front of them, raising their hands high and using the weapon-colored outward movement, they stopped the trembling force, and maybe they would also turn into powder. Because, except for one place where they settled, the ice that was once endless a few minutes ago had long since disappeared. What I saw in front of me were turbulent waves, rolling continuously, and the sea roaring with its unique power. Immediately, they saw tiny icicles appearing in General Iokiji's hands connecting to the sea, and they knew that this was General Iokiji's ice age. But every time the ice under my feet moved forward, the next moment it would suddenly disappear, perhaps turning into water. At this moment, they were fighting and colliding high in the sky, and black and red lightning entangled the golden giant and Whitebeard. The sky was also cracked, and the rolling dark clouds were flashing with heart-stopping thunder snakes, as if they would chop down in the next moment. In this apocalyptic scene, as Garp's scarlet fist continued to swing out, every time thunder was about to land, it would be destroyed by the aftermath of the fist. Is this the highest combat power in the world? The Marines present who had never seen Sengoku and Garp take action thought. Their air battles were not suspended in the air, but they all used domineering techniques, squeezing the air to form high-speed movements, but it was not so convenient to stand on the sea. At the same time, they all know that Marine 6 style is actually born out of hockey. The finger gun and the iron block that kills whoever uses it are just simple versions of the weapon color Sakura, and Arashiko and Moonwalk are just inspirations from the skills of the advanced weapon color. I saw the white-bearded man in the sky clenching his fists, condensing a halo of light, and then releasing it towards the Warring States period. Advertisement. The golden giant Sengoku's footsteps also stagnated, and then a shock wave condensed in his palms, colliding with Whitebeard's. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the sea was rolling with huge waves. At this moment, Garp stepped in the air and swooped down towards Whitebeard, with crimson domineering energy flowing on his fists. Whitebeard's old strength had been released, but before new strength was generated, he punched him in the chest. At the same time, when Garp's fist punched out, there were also waves of air. Call out. Seeing that Whitebeard's figure had nowhere to rely on in the air, he flew out under the blow and flew towards the island in the sky of ice and fire. Oh, do you even want to obey that brat? Seeing this, Garp's attack rhythm slowed down, but the attack was no longer concentrated to the extreme. Instead, every punch struck shook the earth. After all, Marine will eventually have a new generation of management, they are the future. If you really want to die, you can die after watching a good show, because he guessed that Teach's backhand may be the world government, and he also wants to take this opportunity to take action against those people. If only I were here, if Dad didn't give the final order, if. The huge palm was also wrapped with red arcs, and it moved towards Whitebeard. At this moment, the island is filled with smoke and dust. From time to time, black and red electric arcs flash across, and white halos intersect with each other. Let his brother be unable to make a decision. At this time, Warring States stood aside and released shock waves from time to time, and said, Whitebeard, say a few words. Looking at Sachi and the others who were still lying on the ground, as well as a group of newcomers who had just joined in recent years, their faces showed unbearable expressions. So Aokiji also froze the waves that seemed to swallow everything up at this moment. They just want to see Marine's future. Suddenly, the sky had just been shaken away by the force of the shock, and then the thick clouds that had accumulated and returned split again into a rolling shape, as if the sky had been split open. After releasing a shock wave, Warring States said, Sean asked me to pass a message to you. Advertisement. The reason why Whitebeard let the power of shock surge here is because he knew that the next conversation was very important. Warring States said while fighting Whitebeard, although he didn't know what basis Sean had, but he had actually been convinced. At this moment, among the people, only those with excellent visual skills could roughly see the battle situation on the island. He said, don't beg for death in a hurry. If nothing happens, Teach will have backup plans. As for Sean's threat, in their view, it is nothing more than rocks, perhaps more terrifying. Suddenly there was another earth-shattering roar, and the two Marine veterans also galloped away thinking about Whitebeard. Similarly, he also wanted to see what he, who was being calculated, could gain from this battle, and which direction he could make Marine go. This was the reason why they acquiesced to each other's actions. Yes, no matter how powerful Sean is, in Whitebeard's eyes, he is still just a brat. Although that's true, it always feels weird. Daddy. Then he will definitely fight side by side with his father at all costs, but now he has no choice, with the intact lineup on the opposite side, and the threats that are ringing in his ears all the time. Regardless of Whitebeard's yin and yang aura, after the shock wave failed to work, the Golden Buddha is now a tyrant with both mind and body. As for Whitebeard, the concussive force of his attacks spread out from time to time, causing the clouds in the sky and the sea to be shaken away by the freezing waves. Suddenly, as far as the eye could see, a tsunami was set off by this force, and their battlefield was also on the island. The Whitebeard pirates were equally anxious when they saw this, and many people were trying to persuade the captains to help their father. Sound travels through vibrations in the air. Don't be in a hurry to die. He will help you hide it from everyone, including your sons. Whitebeard was speechless, because the decision he made was just a halo of light erupting from his body. Whitebeard's knife-wielding hand waved violently, flying Garp out, and then faced the Warring States period. Whitebeard's fist was filled with halo, and his fist resisted the shock wave. At the same time, the Kong Yunchi in the other hand was also wrapped with a red arc, and collided with Garp's fist. But for these veterans of many battles, fear has never been a word. Chapter 210 Old and New Era. And even though they, the old Marines, felt Sean's dissatisfaction with the status quo. But at the same time, they also felt the others' enthusiasm for Marine. He was a man of justice, but what he wanted to do was to bet on Marine's future. This was the real reason why they were struggling. They actually understood it, even though the kid shouted fiercely. But how many people have not benefited from Marine? He heals the injuries of his colleagues on a regular basis. After so many years of troublemaking, what kind of impact can such a person have, even if he betrays Marine? These old people have seen it all, and now they are just thinking about how to take a gamble with the other party. They are quite old and have nothing to lose. Even if they want to gamble, they still want to see the gambler's chips and card skills. Hoo la 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 la, are you also threatened by that nasty kid? Whitebeard laughed and said, and at the same time he did not forget to kick his leg towards the Warring States period. In the form of the giant Buddha in the Warring States period, he looked so small. But with unparalleled power, he kicked the giant away. Garp also caught the opportunity in time and punched Whitebeard deeper into the island. Said, Whitebeard, you are really old, you used to be so high-spirited. Apart from that teach, are there any other disloyal people on your ship? Garp stepped forward and caught up with Whitebeard. Whitebeard also cut a deep ravine in the ground with his Kong Yunchi and stopped in his tracks. He twisted his waist and fought with Garp. Garp said while fighting, you should know Teach's character better than anyone else, but you want to use love to influence him, right? With your knowledge, you can't even sense Sean's position. I believe you should also understand what kind of person that kid is. Otherwise, when you both have an agreement, why are you seeking death here? Aren't you afraid that he will regret it? Hearing this, Whitebeard fell silent. Only people of that era could know what he had seen and heard. The direction of his awakening is to see different colors, and at the same time he can know the person's thoughts, although he is not as able to listen to people's voices as Otahime. But he can feel anyone's thoughts, no matter how powerful the other person is, as long as he has thoughts, he can see it. Advertisement. This is why, whether it is his crew or the crew members who follow him, they will be loyal to him. In addition to Whitebeard's charisma, he knew that those people were a group of people, a tragedy created by the times, and they were not bad boys. It's not because the other party is so powerful that he can't see it. Because of this, he chooses to end it here. He knows Sean and won't break his promise. In this way, in the few words spoken by several old people, Sean's temper was clearly revealed, but he didn't know it. Let's have a good fight. In the end, I hope you won't struggle. Garp said. The returning Warring States also said, we have decided to bet on him for the new era, let's wait and see. The era called Ragnarok. Therefore, the people outside cannot be left too idle. They must decide the outcome with Whitebeard as soon as possible and wait for the real pirates to enter the scene. Teach looked at Sean with hatred and said nothing. He was waiting. He believed that after his new crew arrived, he would definitely be able to escape. He stood next to Sean, looked at him deeply, and whispered, Kid, have you and Whitebeard broken up? No matter whether they are needed in the new era or not, they want to witness it with their own eyes and witness the world described by that young man. Immediately, Sean looked at Teach and asked in a low voice, when will your backup come? I'm almost rusty. I haven't moved for a long time. Akainu rarely saw a look of helplessness on his face. If no one went with him, he would not be able to defeat those people. Okay, you guy, just wait, there is still a big battle, and those really evil guys are coming soon. Then he added, actually, we just have some differences in ideas, but if you really want to realize your complete justice, just listen to me. Akainu was confused. He didn't know who hated him. Those pirates who hated him were usually dealt with by him. Now is a good time to defeat Whitebeard in one fell swoop, but those two guys Kuzan and Porcelino said it depends on what you think. Sean shrugged and said nothing, but Akainu came up. Let's join hands together. I also forgive you for being unreasonable to me before. Therefore, they all have to decide the winner as soon as possible, but they can't bring themselves to face the opponent who has been fighting for most of their lives. But then he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Kula la la, let us, the remnants of the old era, come to an end here. Advertisement. He would take revenge for being made mute by the other party in the future. No matter why the other party knew his plan, he had no intention of letting Sean live in the future. At this moment, the three big shots, whose reputations had reached their peak, all showed relieved smiles after making their decisions. Rumble. Could it be that the talks fell apart? That would be a pity. At this time, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, the three living legends are fighting hard. They need a quick war. Because of the previous injury, I still feel a dull pain. Whitebeard's face was startled. He was slightly in a trance, but was knocked away by Garp, but he didn't care at all. Sean could actually see their movements all the time, but couldn't hear what they were saying, and it changed back to this in the end. As for Marine, Garp and Sengoku knew that Sean wanted to attack the Whitebeard pirates, but they wanted to let them go. At this moment, they knew that each other's enemies were no longer each other, but those who single-handedly created this chaotic era. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other with knowing smiles. How can anyone still hate themselves? Under a reasonable blow from Garp and Sengoku, Whitebeard was knocked out and flew out of the island, finally hitting the central battlefield where Marine and the pirates were confronting each other. The battle situation has changed from a flashy one to a restrained and powerful collision. Sean thought for a while and then said, I have wiped your butt clean for some of the things that made you hateful. Our enemy, I hope you will think about it carefully. He is reckless and hates pirates, but he is not mentally retarded. He can dedicate himself to Marine, but he will not do it knowingly that it cannot be done. Sean narrowed his eyes, looked at Teach and said. The same goes for Whitebeard, because there are unstable factors outside, especially Akainu's mad dog, and there is no guarantee that he will take action. I don't know, what do you want to do? Sean asked with some confusion. Chapter 211 Legend. Whitebeard spat out blood, moved his arms and stood up, raising Kong Yunchi to point at the two men who were attacking from a distance. Hu la 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 la, Sengoku, Garp, your strength is not good enough. On the other side, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates saw that their father's body was covered with many scars. As a ship's doctor, Marco knew that his father's battle had put shackles on his aging body. After this battle, Dad's injuries may make him miserable. Dad, Marco, let me go. I'm going to help Dad. Beasta, if you don't go, we will go, but don't stop me. These newer pirates are all tall, but they cry like children. They are struggling to help their father. Because they knew that Dad had created a way for them to escape, but he still stood there. That figure was just like when Whitebeard stood in front of them and stretched out his hand to invite them to board the boat. The only difference was that now he could only see the other person's back. Josie, who has always been taciturn, had a rare expression of anger. Shut up. Why do you think Dad is fighting there? We, as sons, have no ability to help him. Dad, he just wants us to be safe. Marco bit his lip tightly and looked at the back without saying a word, thinking silently in his heart. Dad, I will take them back to the new world. Soon, Warring States and Garp came to Whitebeard, who had a sword in his arm. His words were full of regret and he said, this is such a long journey. There are only so many people of our time left. Ah, yes, but starting from today, the legend that is still active on the sea will come to an end. Garp moved his wrist and said. The three of them all tacitly understood that from today on, there would be no more Whitebeard. Advertisement. What a nice sailing. Whitebeard stepped forward, holding a knife in both hands. The blade gently drew a gap on the ice, and shouted with full of fighting spirit. The legend will end, but it will never end, kids. Laozi looks forward to your legend. In the form of the great Buddha from the Warring States period, he assumes a posture of compassion, with his left hand clenched at his waist and his right hand clenched in front of his chest. So, are you satisfied with today's funeral that attracts worldwide attention? Whitebeard. Hula la la la, that's really hard to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard stirred up the Kong Yunchi in his hand from bottom to top. The white blade that contained the destruction of heaven and earth was suddenly filled with red arcs of electricity. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind blew violently, and the sea was frozen by Aokiji for an unknown number of times. The huge waves on the sea instantly turned into powder and dissipated. Tianchong Yunchi, a white and tall slash, like opening the sky, suddenly burst out from the blade, and a dark red electric arc lingered on the slash. Cleaning out in the direction of Marine, on the central battlefield, the ground cracked, and the undercurrent of seawater under the ice surface reappeared in front of everyone. Pieces of water cubes are formed, but they cannot get close to them at all. They are just suspended in the air. If you look closely, you may be able to see vibrations inside that are difficult to detect with the naked eye. When the ground was shaking and the mountains were shaking, Warring States, who had accumulated strength, jumped up into the high air. The palms standing on his chest were also condensing golden light. At the same time, there are also dark red thunder snakes lingering on it, crackling. Everything in the world is empty, but its emptiness can accommodate all things. Dharma hollow palm. Then the Warring States period in the sky was filled with golden light, and a huge golden translucent palm appeared in the sky and faced Whitebeard. The intertwined energy of gold and red exuded a heart-stopping, heaven-destroying aura, which made everyone below turn pale with horror. Needless to say, it was truly a Marine Fleet Admiral. The moment the golden palm came into contact with Whitebeard's slash, Garp, who had no big scene, suddenly released the domineering energy that had been compressed to the extreme in his fist. A red light beam only the size of a fist was formed, which he released, speeding towards Whitebeard at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Although he is not flashy, no one dares to ignore his fists. This is the origin of the Iron Fist, which can defeat all methods with one force. Advertisement. Rumble. A shocking loud noise echoed across the sea, and even some weaker Marines or pirates closed their eyes unconsciously. It might be an instant, or it might be a few minutes. Except for the center of the battlefield, which is riddled with holes, and the crisscrossed ice layer washed away by the concentrated energy, still exists. At the moment when their attacks collide, whether it is the island formed by Akainu's magma, or the island formed by Sean in the distance, or the sea frozen by Aokiji. At that moment, it returned to its original state, with no huge waves and no residual energy attacking everyone. It's just that the sea has returned to its previous appearance, with only the sound of crashing waves remaining. And, in the small ice island in the central battlefield that surrounds the three people, the brilliance of the collision of the three people's power is gradually fading away. Those who had their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes after not feeling the aftermath of the imaginary battle, only to see their respective captains or superiors staring at the center of the battlefield with serious faces. A Marine brigadier asked with a trembling voice, "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on with the sea?" It was his voice that broke the tranquility on the Marine side. Aokiji immediately shouted to the Marines, "Get on the warship." It turns out that Aokiji has been using his abilities continuously just to give them a foothold. The lieutenant generals reacted the fastest and quickly put some of the brigadiers who were still in a daze on board the warship. After everyone got on the warship, Sean quickly used his ability to levitate the entire warship. Just when some Marines didn't know what was happening, the same scene happened to Moby DK with Whitebeard. It's just that several ability users headed by Marco have turned into various flying birds. They are all ordinary bird fruit ability users. They hold Moby DK in their claws and fly hard. As well as various domineering and powerful guys, they continued to bombard the sea at the deck fence, causing the Moby DK to slowly fly into the sky. In the air, the two forces also saw a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. The sea that seemed calm just now had an undercurrent that was already visible to the naked eye. A waterspout with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer was struggling on the bottom of the sea, as if it was about to jump out of the sea in the next moment. Chapter 212 The Blackbeard Pirates appear. At this time, both the pirates and Marines finally understood why their bosses or captains were suddenly so nervous. Because that is the power of nature. No one can survive the waterspout spinning at high speed on the seabed, right? These people all looked down with worried faces, because the light shrouding the small Iceland was about to dissipate. Sean was not surprised at their strength, and at the same time, he was not worried about their inability to survive. You must know that this world is mainly made up of the sea, like this old Marine and old pirate who have experienced many battles. If the sea could be destroyed so easily, Marine would not have to train recruits to deal with pirates, it would just create some waves. The same goes for pirates. Not every battle takes place on an island, and even the number of naval battles is not necessarily less than that of island landing battles. Just when everyone had the courage to raise their throats, the super vortex below suddenly shook and disappeared. Except for the small island where they are located, all traces of everything have been wiped away, and the brilliance is also shrinking. In fact, people who are better at seeing, hearing, and color probably already know what is going on. Marine was beaming with joy, and the pirates immediately shouted, "Dad!" Sure enough, after the light disappeared, only the upper body of Warring States was naked, showing his strong muscles, but a huge knife wound deep into the bone was exposed in his chest. Dazzling blood was gurgling from the huge wound. Warring States was half kneeling on the ground, his slightly trembling arms leaning on his knees. The trembling of the arms seemed to tell that the Warring States period was not just a stab wound in the chest. Whitebeard stood not far away from the Warring States period, leaning on Kong Yunchi with a proud look on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he showed a satisfied smile. However, the pirates were not happy at all, and they all let out mournful wails. Because the coat draped behind Whitebeard was blown away by the wind at some point, revealing the tattoos on his muscular back. But under the tattoo, a fist suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, and the fist was dripping with blood. It was Garp. Garp's steel-like fist pierced Whitebeard's abdomen. Garp gasped and slowly pulled his fist out of Whitebeard's body. Advertisement. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates wanted to jump down to protect Whitebeard, but they were stopped by the captains. The newcomers had red eyes and glared at the captains they respected so much in the past. What on earth do you want to do? You didn't let us go when Daddy was fighting, and now Daddy is dying. You're still stopping us. Have you forgotten what Dad did to you? He treats us as his own sons. If Dad is dead, can't we take his body back? Dad's body cannot be tarnished. Phoenix Seal. Just when Marco and the others were preparing for a last-ditch battle, sudden changes occurred. I saw a few people in diving suits jumping off and jumping to the small ice island. But even so, they only slowly landed on the sea again and stopped them. Just when Sengoku stood up with an ugly expression, the other party opened the hand he had been holding. Then they took off their respective diving suits and looked at Teach, who was kneeling on the deck with his hands behind his back. The legs were slightly bent, and then a blue flame shone on them. At the moment of contact, a shock wave suddenly burst out from the claws. How could they bear to save a guy they didn't know well? Dad even paid the price with his life. Captain, how long do you want to play? Everyone is waiting for your ability. I saw black shadows suddenly passing by on the bottom of the small island, and a huge thing was about to emerge from the water. After a while, the older man saw the other person and immediately recognized him. He was one of the most terrifying criminals in the world. The captains, who still maintained their fighting strength, looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Marco should not say it, but he was indeed a first-class player. He didn't panic at all when he saw the opponent's tail. Advertisement. Lafitte, who was on crutches, looked at the slightly embarrassed Akainu and the injured Aokiji, and immediately smiled knowingly. After saying that, he immediately walked towards Whitebeard. Badgers glanced at Shiryu provocatively. He didn't know why, but he just felt that the other party was up to no good. Pizarro shouted loudly with a smile on his face. Captain, let us see your ability, otherwise you may not be able to hold your position. Marco didn't stop after fighting off Katrine, and rushed straight towards Whitebeard, but suddenly, a huge scarlet slash came straight at him, forcing Marco to step back. Marco took the lead and immediately transformed into a human animal form, his hands turned into wings, his legs turned into a pair of sharp claws, and he galloped towards Whitebeard. Among the relatively new members, there are also some who are clear-headed. Of course they won't let Dad's body stay here, even if Dad is about to die. At this moment, everyone, especially the Whitebeard pirates, understood one thing, that is, their father was being used. Gradually, they noticed something was wrong, and at this time, Marco saw them walking towards their father and could no longer hold back. Seeing this, Katrine also entered the human animal form, and 9 huge orange tails appeared behind her, whipping towards Marco. In an instant, Katrine, who was still looking proud, was immediately beaten with blood by the attack on her extended tail. This is Teach's prey, and it is also one of the important considerations for whether we want to stay. You cannot destroy it. It was not the pain of burning fire, but the pain of being scratched by the claws of birds. After stopping, Marco looked at the man wearing a black uniform and holding a cigar with an ugly face, Shiryu of Rain. The other pirates who were advancing into the city also followed behind and walked towards Whitebeard. They wanted to see if their captain really had that kind of ability. Yes, Kizaru saw that his current lineup includes Fleet Admiral and others who are not worthy of the so-called generals, not to mention that their condition does not seem to be very good. Shiryu turned a blind eye to Marco's hateful eyes, and just said lightly, his voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the world. The next moment, the behemoth set off a wave of sea curtain, making the newly calm sea area restless again. If 1 or 2 captains are afraid of death, it may be possible, but if all the captains have such an attitude, it is worth pondering. Nicknamed the giant battleship, San Juan Wolf. Chapter 213 Death of Blackbeard. Yes, after such a change, everyone felt that Whitebeard's vitality had disappeared. Akainu looked at the Whitebeard pirates with burning eyes, as if they were not ferocious pirates, but a piece of fat pork. No one noticed that when these people appeared, the corners of Whitebeard's closed eyes showed a glint of light. But at this time, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates gradually discovered that something was wrong, because their plan was. When they appear on the stage, Teach no longer needs to be conceited, and will rob Whitebeard of his abilities at lightning speed. But what do they see now? Teach is still sitting there on his knees, shaking his head in horror and roaring like a beast. At this time, they discovered that the lieutenant general who was rumored to be able to fight Kaido was standing there with his head lowered. The shadow of his bangs prevented them from seeing his face. The marine generals and even Sengoku were glaring at them, ready to take action, but he remained motionless. Lafitte, who has keen senses, even felt that these people's eyes were glancing at Sean intentionally or unintentionally. Rumble. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind blew violently, and the dark clouds that had disappeared recently were recondensing. Purple thunder rolled inside the thick dark clouds, and the sea roared with turbulence. The young man standing on the deck, the justice coat behind him was blowing loudly, and the short ponytail tied casually also fluttered with the strong wind. The next moment, the man raised his head expressionlessly. Everyone had a feeling that the temperature on the other person's face at this moment was even lower than Aokiji's frozen fruit. Lafitte, who was being watched, suddenly felt alarm bells ringing, as if he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast, which caused him to break out in a cold sweat. At this time, Sean spoke, but his voice seemed to be suppressed. You guys, what's going on with Pushing City? Advertisement. The sound was not loud, but it caused a panic in everyone present and even around the world. Sean was very angry. He thought that by detaining Teach directly, the other party would not pull any tricks. At most, the world government would send a few troops to help him. Unexpectedly, under his nose, the other party actually made such a fuss. How could he not be angry? If any of those people let out, it would be a big deal. Badgers, who was not targeted, showed no fear and still believed in his captain. Hey, Marine, can you still fight us? The next moment, a deafening slapping sound suddenly sounded, echoing under the sky. The sea area where everyone was originally located suddenly sank a lot. At the same time, everyone felt an unparalleled force pressing on everyone's hearts. Puff. Badger spit out a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. He could only try his best to support himself, his whole body was trembling. I'll ask you again, what happened to Impel down? Sean looked at Lafitte indifferently, and at the same time he picked up Teach and stretched out his hand to grab his head. Standing on the fence, Teach was suspended in the air, his legs struggling uncontrollably. Sean's voice, like a hell, echoed in Lafitte's ears, making him shiver and he had no time to speak. Bang bang. 2 sounds brought him back from his thoughts, but the next moment, Lafitte's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. Because, when Lafitte was distracted, Sean crushed Teach's head with his bare hands, and it exploded like a watermelon. Immediately, Teach's body fell to the bottom of the sea. This scene was captured by the 2 brigadiers in charge of communication. It has spread all over the world, and Sean will not think this is cruel, because those pirates are even more cruel, and this can also better deter some young people. Then the red and white thing in Sean's hand, as if alive, left Sean's hand and swam towards the sea. If it weren't for the steaming blood at the fence, everyone might just think it was an illusion. Advertisement. Sean didn't look at them anymore, but raised his hand and waved, whether they were the 3 generals, Sengoku, Garp, etc., or some brigadiers who had little effect. There was a milky yellow halo all over their bodies, followed by little starlights, and all their injuries were healed visibly to the naked eye. What none of them noticed, or rather, was that Sean was quietly using Kyoka Suigetsu, including the two people holding the phone bug. They didn't even notice Whitebeard, who also glowed with light. It turned out that Whitebeard was really angry just now, but he still had some residual vitality. Now Sean healed each other in front of Kizaru, Sengoku and Garp, and also released a purification on Whitebeard, and silenced the two guys holding the phone bug for a few seconds. Sean said directly, "Just stay like this, I'm very angry now, don't stop hooking up with your pirate group." Then Sean let these unimportant things go to Whitebeard, and Marco also took the opportunity to take Whitebeard aboard the Moby DK. After bringing Whitebeard on, Marco, as the only person who knew Whitebeard's physical condition, was immediately excited. But seeing that everyone still had a sad expression, Whitebeard still closed his eyes tightly, but the glistening in the corners of his eyes meant that the old man was not dead yet. Suddenly Marco understood that Sean had saved his old man, so he didn't dare to fight for it anymore. He didn't want to experience the heart-wrenching pain of losing his father again. When everything was arranged, Sean said under the horrified eyes of the Blackbeard pirates and others, "Sengoku Fleet Admiral, please be sure to keep these dangerous guys here. I'm going to impel down to have a look. If nothing unexpected happens, these evil guys may have released many prisoners. I swear here in the name of justice that anyone who dares to provoke marine order will be brought to justice." Hearing this, many people were in an uproar, although they had some guesses when they saw the prison uniforms on some of them. But these words were related to the face of the world government, and they did not dare to say it directly. Unexpectedly, Sean would say it in front of the whole world. Impel Down, a subsidiary of the world government, will cover up the scandal at all costs if something like this happens. But Sean only said this on behalf of Marine. There is no doubt that this is a naked slap in the face of the world government. But at this moment, many civilians in the world saw that Sean was so strong and did not go through the execution procedure at all, so they decisively killed this ambitious and scary pirate. Chapter 214 The red-haired pirates enter the scene. They all felt at ease. The people here would not think that being cruel to these pirates would make them feel uneasy. In this world, those who have no strength but have the heart of the Holy Mother will not survive long. Oh my god, I originally thought Lieutenant General Sean was just here to hang out. Me too, I thought he was guarding the prisoners because he was afraid of death and did not dare to compete with the Whitebeard pirates. What do you know? He is Marine's strongest line of defense. No matter what happens in Marine's war, with him here, Marine can minimize casualties. That's right. In a situation like this, who can be more reliable than Lieutenant General Toulon? Sean didn't know that he was almost labeled a coward, although he was indeed afraid of death. At this time, facing the wolf-like eyes of many Marines, they all felt their scalps go numb. I even cursed that guy Teach secretly in my heart. Isn't this a lie? All kinds of promises were made to sound good, but this is the result. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he didn't even say a word and he was so useless. But now they have no way out and can only bite the bullet. At this time, Sean said to Warring States, "Mr. Warring States, the remnants of Whitebeard are nothing to worry about. Please make sure to kill these notorious scum first. I will definitely not let them leave. Go ahead and check on that guy Magellan to see if he is alright." Sean nodded, a blue light flashed on his body, and disappeared without a trace the next moment. And here, the war is about to break out again. The difference is that the opponent is the Blackbeard pirates. Marco and the others were also a little confused at this moment. They originally wanted to take revenge, but that guy Teach died just like that. Let them team up with Teach's partners to deal with Marine, they can't even do it, they just leave in despair, which is not the style of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, a pirate ship came not far away. This made the Marines who had not yet taken action were stunned. They did not expect that today would be full of twists and turns. Advertisement. First, the super overlord forces of New World actually resorted to raiding, making their various deployments come to nothing. Then, with great difficulty, the Warring States Fleet Admiral killed Whitebeard after paying the price of serious injuries, but the Blackbeard pirates appeared again. Its crew members are all kinds of the most vicious criminals, and any one of them who is executed early is already a guy who gets a light sentence. It doesn't matter. Marine, isn't it his duty to deal with all kinds of emergencies? But the originally smooth situation of crushing was about to be broken again, because one of the four Emperor's pirates also came. The red-haired pirates were gradually approaching everyone at this time, and Shanks standing on the bow of the ship showed his majesty as a king. The only remaining arm, holding the western sword at his waist, glanced at the Moby DK and said, "Marco, go back." These former delinquent boys also woke up when they saw the captain of their first team with tearful eyes. They didn't weaken at all because of a big battle. On the contrary, the pirates were all injured more or less. The red-haired man also turned to look at Sengoku, turned his back to Moby DK and shouted loudly, "Marco, see you in the New World, I will go to Whitebeard's funeral." But now is not the time to talk about this, we have to go back to New World first to talk about everything. Come on, we'll stay with you until the end. After the words fell, the officers of the red-haired pirates stepped forward one by one and stood behind the red-haired pirates. Please give me a face this time and end your battle with the Whitebeard pirates. What Teach committed was the most common but also the most heartbreaking betrayal among pirates. Let's go. Otherwise you won't be able to leave until the one who just left comes back. If you don't believe me, take a closer look at both of you. Of course Marco understood the subtext of this, but some of the tough guys were not happy. Red hair. Stop gesticulating. Dad is dead, and the captains can no longer survive. Hearing this, the man was about to burst into tears and couldn't say anything anymore. They and Marine were just at odds with each other. After hearing these words, Whitebeard almost stood up and taught these filial bastards a lesson. I don't want to lose any of your family members anymore. Please stop making trouble, okay? Then in this war, include us and let us be your opponents. Advertisement. But Akainu on Marine's side was not happy and was furious. Shanks, who are you? Do we, Marine, agree? Yes, Marine has also been healed by Sean. Apart from being ragged and a little embarrassed, he is full of energy. The red-haired man turned a blind eye and asked, oh. Then you want to cooperate with Teach's friends to deal with Marine. Seeing that it was a good opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, he was not willing to let it go to waste. We won't leave easily. Their father just wants them to live well. If he continues to fight to the end because of this, his father will not rest in peace, right? Although Sean did not fight with them, some of their captains were killed by Sean's men. Gradually, these people stopped talking and just sobbed quietly. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I hope you can understand the seriousness of the matter. The first thing you have to face is a group of evil people who committed heinous crimes. It's just that they kept mumbling. I'm sorry, Dad, you died so miserably. I don't want to die like this. I arranged for the ant to climb into your bed. The wine you drink that tastes like urine is because I mixed it with tonic for you. Enough. At this moment, Marco shouted angrily, and his acting skills exploded. Yes, after learning that his father was fine, his IQ returned again. Except for some cadres and older crew members, everyone nodded in agreement, so there was nothing wrong with it. Marco's lips twitched. He didn't expect these guys to be really energetic. If you want to continue to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing that his partner was speechless, another newcomer said directly, Humph, we can attack again after they decide the winner. Isn't Dad's sacrifice enough? Have you all forgotten what Dad said? This was part of their original plan. If Sean suddenly let these people go, the world government would no longer think that Sean was just enforcing justice. But they were blinded by anger and did not take into account the strength gap between the two sides. As he said that, he pulled out the knife. If the criminals in front of you are not enough, those who want to continue causing trouble. Chapter 215 Death to Apologize to Magellan. Are you threatening Marine, redhead? Akainu narrowed his eyes at the redhead. The red-haired man, however, did not dare to accept the words and pretended to be a cup, but if that guy's bottom line was involved. But it was not fun anymore, so I ignored the idiot Akainu, because insiders like Aokiji and Kizaru probably guessed what was going on. Even though the process has changed, the result still seems to be according to the script. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, what's your decision? Sengoku glanced at the Blackbeard pirates who were waiting solemnly, and said, we Marine will not compromise. No criminal can be forgiven. But things have to be prioritized. The members of the Blackbeard pirates are all a group of murderous guys. This is the guy we must deal with first. After our Marine cleans up this group of scum, you'd better not appear in front of our Marine, otherwise, I will bet on the name of justice and arrest you one by one. Hearing this, the Marines who had been waiting for Sengoku's answer suddenly became excited and shouted. Bet on the name of justice. Bet on the name of justice. Bet on the name of justice. Yes, he is indeed a fleet admiral who has been in a high position for many years. He is very good at Tai Chi and can complete Sean's plan. It can also take Marine's prestige to a higher level. I think civilians around the world will have greater trust when they see the energetic Marine. Although he was threatened by warring states, the red-haired man didn't care at all and showed a smile. Ah, that's it, thank you. The guys of the Blackbeard pirates suddenly looked ugly. They didn't think about making a sneak attack and then taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Because they didn't think that I could directly fight against these Marines who were in good condition, they were willing to listen to them. It's entirely because they are looking forward to a big fight between the various forces, so that they can have greater confidence. Even Pizarro was planning to become the captain of these villains. But now, the red-haired man entered the scene, lightly asking for face, and pushed them to the forefront. Advertisement. They looked at each other and knew that nothing could go wrong this time, so they decided to strike preemptively. Shiryu, who knew Marine was PD, immediately pulled out his sword and swung a huge red slash, flying towards the group of Brigadier General and Major General. Because the warring states Garp were all in Little Iceland, and these generals got off the warships when sudden changes occurred. He had no intention of fighting side by side with these people. He only wanted to escape by himself. He knew the strength of these people better than these pirates. But similarly, with Garp, Sengoku, and even Aokiji there, they would not let their side massacre Marine. But after being imprisoned for a long time, he didn't know that Marine had more than just these combat capabilities. The next moment, a woman with long flowing hair stepped forward, stood at the fence, and also swung a huge blue slash. The moment the blue slash collided with the red slash, a huge wave of air swept away in all directions, causing the waves to calm down for an unknown number of times. Once again, there were waves. Seeing this, Aokiji once again used his special skill, Ice Age. Marine, your background is much deeper than you think. Shiryu was no longer calm as before, because at this time, all Marine's attention had been drawn back. Kuina immediately raised the knife in her hand, in the name of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight towards the pirates. On the other side, when Sean appeared in the city, he directly touched the nerves of the jailers. They all raised their guns and were ready to shoot Sean. Fortunately, Hannibal, who was seriously injured but still able to take charge of the overall situation, rushed there after hearing the strange noise. I also saw Sean, so Marine must have known about it too. He immediately cried with a sad face. Sean, that B********** D teach actually let his men ambush here, and he released some super pirates. Sean nodded. I understand, they just arrived in the waters of Ecdalis, and now Warring States Fleet Admiral is fighting them. I'm just worried about you, so I just came here. I'm also responsible for chasing down those escaped prisoners. Advertisement. So Hannibal immediately thought of Sean's ability and immediately took him to a place where many injured people were settled, including Magellan who was also in a coma. As soon as they entered this room, everyone was overjoyed. Sean did not disappoint them either. He directly raised his hand and used his famous skill, prayer, bathing these people in the warm milky yellow light. Within a moment, these people opened their eyes one after another, still a little confused, but after the explanations from their companions. Immediately he understood that someone from Marine was here, and it was Lieutenant General Sean who treated him, and they all expressed their sincere thanks. Sean sighed. These are the people who have been silently carrying the burden behind them, even if they can't change the pattern of the world. But they are still doing what they can, and they face the most vicious criminals in the world every day. But at this moment, Magellan woke up and opened his bloodshot eyes, making his already ferocious appearance even more terrifying. He quickly grabbed Hannibal and asked, "Where are those pirates?" Before Hannibal could be happy, he heard this sudden question and was immediately at a loss.
When Magellan saw the former's expression, he suddenly became heartbroken and took out the dagger lying beside the man's bed beside him. As he was about to stab his heart hard, Sean quickly stepped forward and grabbed Magellan's arm. "What do you want to do?" The moment Magellan recovered, he knew that he had been treated by Sean. He said with a slightly trembling voice at this moment, "Such a major accident happened in Impulse City, and I, the director, cannot shirk responsibility. The only way to apologize is to die." Sean suddenly remembered that in the original work, this devil who was a serious criminal was about to die to apologize when he woke up, and it was Warring States who persuaded him. He must have been demoted to make him feel better, so that Hannibal guy can take over, right? So he quickly said, "Now is the time when the sea needs you people. If you commit suicide now, wouldn't you be fulfilling their wish? Without your shock, would pushing forward city still be pushing forward city? Why not make up for it properly, and who said those pirates can escape? We Marines are not that generous, we will not take back the bullies." Magellan was a little confused and subconsciously blurted out, "But the world government will not allow us to publish this kind of scandal and reissue a wanted order." Chapter 216 Crushing Game. Sean was a little surprised that this old otaku could actually see through the nature of the incident. Seemingly seeing Sean's doubts, he added, "That's why I would rather choose to enter Impel down." Sean nodded. This was not surprising. Although he was a geek, he was not a fool. How could he be like Hannibal when he was in a high position? "Okay, I just told the phone bug that I would recover those pirates, so now the whole world should know that those guys escaped from prison. Tell me, who are they?" Magellan was shocked. He saw that the window paper had been pierced by Marine. He must be very angry now, right? But when it comes to those extremely vicious guys, they also come to Sean one by one. Although there are not many people, the dangers of these people are more than legendary, and they are all legendary. Sean frowned. They just let these people go. Hannibal on the side was a little stunned. What do you mean by these people? What else do you want from these people? They are all legends. Legends? The same legend as the Golden Lion Shiki? Although there were all kinds of slander in his heart, Hannibal still explained with a smile. Of course there are more than just these people in level 6. It's just that Teach didn't know what method he used to make the remaining pirates a little confused. Those who can get out are those who can pull up a very large organization at any time. Their appeal at sea is not weak. After hearing this, Sean already understood that the remaining people should either sell them well and let them go, or become his own partners. Sean narrowed his eyes. These people are all real big shots. Even 2 of them are a 4 Emperors level pirate group if you think about it. After all, reality is not a theatrical version. So Sean stopped wasting time and only left one sentence. Stop thinking about it, Impel Down needs you. If you are really upset, then you can be demoted for a while. I'm going to seek justice for you. Hannibal was deeply moved after hearing this. What moved him was the previous sentence. He wished he could hold Sean and kiss him. He looked at Magellan with expectant eyes, his little heart beating fast. Magellan naturally knew what this guy was thinking, but he never cared about it. After all, he was doing his duty faithfully. So they nodded and watched Sean leave, because they still had more things to do. The first thing to do is to scare those pirates. Advertisement. Sean walked out, and then opened the system map. If he wanted to find the person function, he only needed 50,000 plot points to do it. Maybe it has something to do with the life card in this world, so I directly searched for Deadless Bullet. So he rose directly into the sky and shot towards the direction pointed by the map with a sound of breaking through the air. He guessed right, they didn't go too far. After all, the Blackbeard pirates had a huge battleship there. How could the giant Bad Wolf be given this title if it wasn't for his outstanding performance in naval battles? After Sean told him to fly, he saw Bullet riding a warship in less than a moment.
After confirming the target, Sean didn't even draw the knife, he stretched out his hand and held it in the sea. Suddenly, the sea boiled, and with the warship as the center, the seawater within a radius of 1 kilometer gradually formed a huge sphere, wrapping the warship. Bullet spotted Sean when he appeared. When he saw the coat of justice behind him, he knew that this was the Marine who was chasing him. But he has no fear. Even if he can't use all his devil fruit abilities on the sea. Even if he wasn't afraid, he didn't hesitate and entered his devil form directly. Fusion of his own ghostly energy and domineering energy, he transformed into a devilish state with his whole body covered in blue-purple substance and his eyes scarlet. This is one of the reasons why he is called the Devil's Descendant. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded, because he had never thought that Dai could actually use hockey. Yes, what comes into view is the sea that is gradually turning dark, exuding a metallic luster, but it is in a flowing state. This couldn't help but frighten him. Without him, who had ever seen an armed force covering an area of 1 kilometer? And it was sea water. However, it was absolutely impossible to let him surrender, so he shouted angrily.
The strongest fist. Then he was punched at high speed and punched at the rolling seawater. However, the seawater turned black and he could no longer know how thick the seawater was. When the fist collided with the seawater, in addition to the sounds of gold and iron, sparks also burst out. But he couldn't break the cage at all, so he could only bombard it more and more crazily. Impossible. Impossible. How can anyone use seawater? Advertisement. Yes, people with abilities are naturally restrained by seawater. Even if some strong people are controlled by Hylu stone, their abilities are only affected.
It wouldn't be said that he was completely weak and at the mercy of others, but he had never been like this before. Because people with abilities are either disgusted by the sea, they cannot use the sea in this way, and people without abilities who can use the sea do not have this ability. That's why Bullet is so crazy. As he fights, the Conqueror's domineering energy bursts out unconsciously. He wanted to use his greatest strength to break this damn turtle shell, but in this dark space. All he could feel was that the space was shrinking, but his fists made no achievements at all. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and hide. You. Before he could say the next words, his eyes were suddenly narrowed subconsciously by a burst of dazzling sunlight. Immediately, I was overjoyed. The black seawater that enveloped me turned back into ordinary seawater and melted into the sea. It seemed that this marine was not provoked to do anything. Originally I wanted to take you back, but now I have changed my mind. I can let you go back, but I won't give you the ability to do evil anymore. Upon hearing Sean's words, Bullet was immediately furious. As he was falling, he suddenly stepped in the air, similar to the moonwalk technique.
Rushing towards Sean, he wants this arrogant guy to pay an absolute price. Call out, but suddenly there was a sharp sound breaking through the air, which made him a little dazed. At the same time, he found that Sean was missing. The kind that can't even be captured by sight, smell, and color. Next moment, Bullet felt as if the bones in his back were broken and hit an extremely hard material.
He didn't even react before he saw a face appear in front of him. The devil's spawn, Douglas Bullet, is under arrest. Chapter 217 Arrest. When Bullet came to his senses, he found that he was lying on the sea surface, struggling to twist his neck. Sure enough, what he saw was still the dark sea. At an absolute speed, Sean pressed his neck and slapped him heavily on the sea covered with his domineering force. This also caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time he felt that his lower body had lost consciousness. He knew that he was crippled and could not stand up, because what he had just done had directly broken his spine. Sean ignored the other party's despairing expression and moved his index finger slightly, tying Bullet's limbs into knots and crushing the bones inside. The pain in his heart made Bullet unconsciously scream as shrill as a ghost. Sean thought about it and thought it was too noisy, so he also hit his neck with compressed air, damaging his vocal cords. Gang Shaun's effective attack is not as gorgeous as before, but it is a very effective method. What is the power of thoughts? The thoughts in everyone's brain are innate, just like you can breathe as soon as you are born. Under the power of this thought, what his hands and feet can do, his thoughts can also do. Sea water is just a basic use.
Didn't you see that after Doflamingo's ability awakened, the tips of his threads were all covered with domineering energy? It's just that Sean is just a few 100 million points more skilled than him. Sean can almost completely overcome the resistance of the air, coupled with repulsion, gravity and other effects, allowing him to achieve unparalleled speed and strength.
Okay, in the rest of the time you can repent in pushing city. Immediately, Sean rose into the sky, controlled Bullet to follow behind him, searched in a new direction, and continued flying. Although Bullet had already predicted when he went to sea that he might die on the sea one day. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that he will not accept defeat. Now he has no use of any of his abilities and is defeated like this. Although the warship can allow his combined fruit to exert a certain degree of combat power, it is far from enough. Advertisement. Sean looked at the other party's dejected look and curled his lips. This guy actually said right and wrong. In the final analysis, his positions were just different. Bullet was adopted by the army since he was a child. He was betrayed by his companions when he was 8 years old, and the reason was simply that his talent was too strong. He no longer believed in his so-called comrades. A few years later, he became an all-powerful hero on the battlefield with his lonely strength. Also in the same year, a hungry boy ate the fusion fruit. At the age of 14, he became a national hero. His military exploits were enough to become a general, and his superiors as a child cared for him and promised to let him leave the battlefield. Bullet believed it and wiped out the enemy in the final war.
But he didn't expect to be betrayed again. His boss wanted to kill him, and the result was very simple. The angry young man destroyed his country and army in a fit of rage, and became a wanted person at the same time. Later, while wandering on the sea, he met Roger and challenged him, but was defeated. So when Bullet joined the Roger pirates, he kept chasing Roger as his goal, and threatened to defeat Roger one day and become the strongest in the world one day. In the Roger pirates at that time, only Roger could beat him, not even Rayleigh. At that time, Rayleigh could only draw with him.
Later, after Roger was executed, he learned that he would never pursue his target again in this life, and he completely ran away on the sea, turning the sea upside down. At that time, he was jointly dealt with by Buster Call, Garp and Sengoku. Later, he was exhausted and was attacked by the pirates he had defeated. In the end, he was defeated and imprisoned in Impel Down. Even so, he did not give up. He continued to practice quietly for 20 years in a state of extreme concentration. He thought about how he could surpass Roger. The final conclusion is to kill all the strong men including the 4 Emperor's generals. Only in this way can we prove that we can surpass Roger. This is the legendary pirate. It was for this last reason that Sean decided to arrest him personally, because there were still 2 years before Luffy went to sea. His target will definitely be on the gang of brats under his command, and he will not allow it, because there are really not many under his command who can defeat him. Looking at this man's experience, it is not difficult to see that he used to be a good boy, but his successive betrayals made him distorted. Advertisement. Later, Roger also became the beam of light he once was, but this beam of light eventually disappeared. He thought about recruiting this guy, but his extreme thoughts could not be changed overnight. He had to take it one step at a time. As for the army he destroyed, come on, he himself is not a virgin BCH. Others are going to kill him, so he can't kill him. This is all caused by the system that distorts the world. It really echoes some of Sean's former netizens' comments that it's all the world's fault.
Thoughts were running through his mind, and he suddenly thought of some funny things from the past, and Sean chuckled. But I thought that now was not the time to think blindly. After all, there were still people around me watching. Sure enough, Sean immediately saw Bullet's angry eyes that wanted to eat it.
Don't look at me like this. You are too violent, just like you will not let go of someone who wants to kill you, even if it is your former companion. I will not sympathize with you because of your past experiences. Tragedies abound in this sea. I will not make fun of the lives of my colleagues. After thinking about it, Sean continued to add, especially when I know your ambitions, I can only adopt this method. I really don't trust you to stay in Impel Down with your hands and feet intact. After saying that, Sean glanced at Bullet meaningfully. I'll ask that guy Magellan to buy more books for you to read and get rid of your anger. Maybe the fighting gene in your bones can be released. Okay, I'm going to continue chasing the others. Later, Sean didn't pay attention to him, even though this guy knew which Poseidon had eaten the pointer to Ravdru. But Sean would not put all his bets on him, and would treat it as a casual move at best. After all, O'Hara's scholars are not just decorations. In this way, with Bullet's incomprehensible look of horror on his face, Sean led Bullet to a small island. At the island's port, Sean saw Gu Gao Zihong, Barorik Redfield. He is a guy with super strong innate sense of knowledge. He can easily read people's hearts and memories. Pay attention, it's memory. Although he admired Brooks' pirate group, he was used to seeing the filth in the world, so he had a great rejection of people and developed a withdrawn character. Chapter 218 Arrest completed.
At this moment, Sean couldn't help but feel slightly lost as he recalled these people in his mind. Because he found that the experiences of these strong men were all similar, and they were all childhood experiences that caused their mentality to be unbalanced. It is undeniable that the murderous nature of pirates in the sea is normal, but those who can stand at the top are more or less because of this twisted system. After coming back to his senses, Sean looked at Redfield holding the red umbrella, who was also looking at Sean. He sighed in his heart, and immediately shouted seriously, "Are you going to be arrested without mercy, or am I going to enforce the law violently?" Redfield hadn't eaten the devil fruit yet, but he frowned when he saw Bullet's condition. Immediately without saying a word, he used the umbrella as a sword, swung it towards Sean, and released a huge red slash, heading straight towards Sean. Sean can now understand why Akainu no longer uses a knife, because with his own abilities, he can easily crush his opponents. The use of the knife is not so urgent, but more of a belief, unless you encounter an evenly matched opponent. Otherwise, there is no need for Sean to swing the knife. I saw Sean looking at the huge slash that made a buzzing sound, and just raised his hand slightly. The next moment, the slash was struck about 5 meters in front of Sean, and it exploded like a wall of air.
The red slashing airflow spread to both sides. It seems that you need my violent law enforcement. After Sean finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Redfield. He whispered softly, "Gun God. Boo-hoo-hoo." Then there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air in the ears of the three of them, followed by 4 piercing sounds.
I saw that Redfield's limbs were suddenly punched with holes, and he was staring at the ground. Sean led Bullet slowly to the opponent, took out the shackles from the system space, and tied him and Bullet together. The alone read, "Barorik Redfield, arrested, advertisement." Then he took the 2 pirates and galloped away in the other direction. During this process, Redfield still couldn't accept that he was caught so lightly.
He asked with a slightly hoarse voice, "Why are you so powerful? Why are you so powerful, but you only condescend to Marine? Shouldn't a strong man like you pursue freedom?" When Sean heard this, he was slightly stunned. He glanced at Bullet from the corner of his eyes. He also listened with his ears pricked up. This was also the question he wanted to know along the way. After thinking about it, Sean said, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you are too weak. And the reason why Roger is one piece is not because he is strong, but because his vision has never been limited to the sea." Then he continued, "Why do you all think there is no freedom in Marine? Do you really understand freedom? Freedom is an attitude, not a behavior. It's not called freedom if it doesn't wantonly trample on the bottom line of human morality. In that case, it's just a beast following primitive instincts at best. Real freedom is not about doing what you want, but not doing what you don't want to do." Hearing this, Redfield fell silent, and Sean didn't care. He was an old fox for thousands of years, so he couldn't be persuaded so easily. "What can I do even if I am persuaded? Can I still let him go? How is this possible?" He hit the opponent's limbs, and immediately, the ship under his feet was torn apart by the impact of the air waves. Sean also glanced around with a sense of knowledge, and immediately let out a breath. Fortunately, he was able to catch up. As for the injured one, it's not a big problem. It was the people behind him. No one expected Sean to come back so soon.
Fortunately, this place is different from the original work. The number of pirates released is not the same as in the original work. Otherwise, the number would give even Sean a headache. It's not that Sean doesn't want to have a good fight with them and meet these legendary figures again, it's just that he can't rest assured about Marine's situation. After sighing with emotion, Sean strengthened his heart. They couldn't defeat these people in the first place, and these senior Marine generals were also afraid that they would affect some of their weaker colleagues. Immediately afterwards, Sean flew to his side and tied him tightly with sea stones.
"Oh my God, those 3 were once legendary pirates. I don't know who shouted. Sean, Lieutenant General Sean is back." In this way, Sean chatted with this elegant pirate from time to time. Advertisement. They all chose to grind them down slowly. Unexpectedly, what made matters worse was that the guy who killed Teach came back. After all, he has the power to quickly deal with these pirates. World Destroyer, Berndi Waldo, arrested. The next moment, 4 people suddenly appeared above the warship, on the sea that was originally roaring. The Destroyer of the World, the Devil's Descendant, and the Solitary Red. I heard a lot of their legends when I was a kid. If these people are allowed to be active at sea again, it will be troublesome. You are indeed Lieutenant General Sean. World Destroyer, Berndi Waldo, the user with Momo Fruit ability. He has an older brother who has been frail and sick since he was a child, so his dream is to travel around the world with his brother and protect him. He was originally evenly matched, but was assassinated by the world government's intelligence organization, causing the crew to rebel and attack him, making him think that the cadres he had always trusted had also rebelled.
Marine will never fall. He is the strongest line of defense in New World and the Optimus Prime of our headquarters. Then the shackles around the waists of the 3 people were connected together with chains, and then a burst of blue light flashed on the bodies of the 3 people. Suddenly the voice stopped, and everyone saw the figure that suddenly appeared, but that was not a problem. Not long after, I caught up with a small boat. There was a small mountain-like figure sitting cross-legged on the small boat. So after he was defeated, he was imprisoned in Impel Down City, where he was kept in a frozen state of suspended animation for nearly 30 years.
It's just that the boredom of the journey made Sean more interesting to talk about. Before the opponent could react, Sean repeated his old trick, compressing the air and firing super high-speed air bullets. Even though they knew they would win, they still kept in mind that it would be uncomfortable if someone died. No matter what these people have gone through, there is no reason for them to go crazy under Marine's nose. His face was full of violence, but Sean knew his experience. The brothers were killed after going to sea and had to become pirates. Later, they were forced to attack World Noble's ship and were surrounded by Marine. Suddenly, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Marine's mood suddenly rose, because as long as this man was around. The members of the Blackbeard gang who were fighting Marine suddenly looked ugly. I didn't expect Lieutenant General Sean to come back so soon. Chapter 219 The sense of security brought by Sean. At this moment, there was a wave of enthusiastic discussions all over the world. Sabayati Islands. So reliable, Marine. Yeah, I didn't expect that the most vicious criminals would be arrested so quickly.
One of the young men even pointed at his friend and cursed angrily. Look, is this the Marine you said is afraid of death? My friend also turned off the engine. When he first saw Sean sitting firmly on the Diaoyutai, even Fleet Admiral joined the battle, he subconsciously thought that he had given up.
He immediately blushed and said, "You're talking nonsense. I didn't. I'm not." Obviously, now these islands and countries under the protection of Marine have gained a full sense of security. Marine arrested these extremely vicious guys in front of everyone, and even the strongest Whitebeard died. That strange race that seemed to have huge ambitions, but had not yet had time to implement them, had their heads crushed. Shimotsuki Village. Ishin Dojo. Koshiro said with emotion. I didn't expect that my daughter would grow up and be able to stand alone. Lyman also looked at the high-spirited young man in the picture with a doting look on his face. Yes, that little guy Sean has now grown into a person who protects the peace of the world. Daski's mother Lazy also had tears in her eyes. These children have suffered a lot, haven't they? Lyman held his sister and said, this is the path they chose. Didn't you see how Daski behaved today? There is no trace of cowardice at all. You should be happy for her, shouldn't you? Well, I have to reward them well when they come back. Windmill Village. Luffy and Dayton's family came to Maginot's Tavern after a long absence. Advertisement. After a week of promotion, everyone knew that Marine was going to take action this time, and Luffy was even wondering if he could see Ace.
Although he had not been out at sea for long, Luffy still missed his brother. Even when Luffy stepped into the tavern, the drinkers all teased Luffy, saying what would happen if Luffy really became a pirate and saw Ace. Luffy was as straightforward as ever, saying that Ace would never catch him and that they would always be brothers. It's amazing. It turns out that Sean is really that powerful. Maginot replied. You usually don't read much news, but Lieutenant General Sean is also famous in the Grand Line.
Humph, you are 15 years old and you are still ignorant. Look at the few people who were arrested. They were all explained by Marine people. They are all a group of the most vicious pirates, and there are even crew members from One Piece. Why don't you become a pirate? Why don't you just follow your grandfather and become a Marine? The old village chief started his daily chatter, trying to get Luffy to give up the idea of becoming a pirate. But Luffy was not moved at all, but turned to look at Dayton excitedly. Dayton, Ace is awesome. And he seems to be doing well, and he has become stronger. Upon hearing this, Dayton spit out a mouthful of wine and stammered. Who looked at Ace? It's none of my business whether he's doing well or not. Didn't you say you wanted to see Ace this morning? These Marine generals will not have the slightest psychological burden. This is a war between camps, a confrontation of life and death, not a one-on-one duel between Western cowboys. Except for these two people, the other opponents were in a suppressed state. Broken Sea Current Tien Chong. Back at Marine, Sean also saw the strength of the Blackbeard pirates. Yes, although Sean intends to help and resolve the battle as soon as possible, he definitely does not want to show his ability to completely crush them. You know, Shiryu is not weaker than Magellan, and Magellan is the target of the three generals.
They were afraid that their collective counterattack before death would cause unnecessary losses. Everyone in Marine looked at the figure in the sky, which was relatively short compared to the others, and suddenly felt full of security. Kuina's sword was filled with orange-red energy, and she quickly ran towards Shiryu, changing her previous defensive style. Immediately afterwards, those who came to the tavern to drink laughed, and Maginot also showed a knowing smile. Especially Crow and the two sisters, the subsequent fighting style completely suppressed the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates, which seemed to be a quick victory. Advertisement. Because, now not only the people on the sea are watching, but even the hypocritical guys in the sky are watching. All over the world, everyone who was protected by Marine breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued humming the song and wiped the dishes. Kuina kept using basic sword skills to attack Shiryu, but every blow was a slash with the momentum of a galloping ocean current, and even suppressed Shiryu for a time. Crow, who is in the beast form, is fighting with Katrine, who is in the fox form of Nine Tails. Both of them are users of the canine fruit and are in the form of phantom beasts. Dayton was shocked. Today, he muttered that it would be great if he saw Ace, but he didn't expect that Luffy heard him. Yes, compared to the few Tianlong people, there are undoubtedly pirates who appear from time to time, making them even more frightened. Ace, who was dueling with badgers, was even more excited, because he had just watched the old man's battle with Whitebeard. So he quickly shouted, everyone, don't be afraid of getting hurt, because I am here. Now that Sean is here, it doesn't matter, they all play to their own standards. To be honest, that's just the way it seems to Sean. He immediately retorted, then you must have heard wrong, it's absolutely impossible. You troublesome brats, it's best to get out as soon as possible. At least Marine is still invincible, not even the Whitebeard pirates. I thought to myself, is it true that the older you get, the less sincere you are? The village chief is also like this, he obviously cares about Luffy. Although the burden of heavenly gold makes them a little breathless, at least they can still have Marine's protection. Every time the blades of Kuina and Shiryu collided, there would be waves of air breaking through the ice. Whenever Katrine wanted to use the charming shock wave, she would be blown away by the black wind lingering around her. The generals were crushed. The reason why Gang did not directly crush these people was simply because of their methods. Now it is even more important to guard against the Marine generals who raid from time to time. It also made him intuitively feel the power of Garp. At this time, Badgers was also miserable.
It would have been miserable to play against Ace. Ace knew that he was currently unable to use Garp's extremely condensed level of domineering, but he was not weak either. He could see that he had the faint conquerors wrapped around his fist. Suddenly, I felt that hand-to-hand combat was the romance of men, especially when every punch was struck with an aura that seemed to shatter all obstacles. Chapter 220 Badgers and Choate died. In addition, Ace's fists were filled with domineering energy, and he jumped into the air. Get out of the way.
Then Ace dived straight towards Badgers. When Badgers saw this, he was quite angry because these people really planned to let Ace, a young Marine, deal with him.
Then he waved his domineering fist upwards. Unsinkable lose type. The fist suddenly burst out with a powerful shock wave, attacking Ace. And Ace didn't panic at all. All he had to do was break through all the methods with one force. He directly faced the shock wave of the opponent's fist. I saw Ace swinging his fists back, and then punching from top to bottom. Divine Fist, Ignorant Fist. The domineering energy condensed in his fist suddenly erupted into two orange shock waves the size of basketballs. When it collided with Badgers' shock wave, it was only slightly hindered and went straight towards Badgers. Badgers quickly raised his armored right arm to resist the shock wave with his elbow. Rumble. Badgers was suppressed by this force and kept retreating, and the ice under his feet was cracked inch by inch. Some lieutenant generals on the side used their own methods. After a while, Badgers suffered various injuries. When Badgers was tired of dealing with it, Ace ran straight away, and the flowing domineering energy formed a sharp shape at the joints of his fists. Yingguang Dharma Fist. Poof. I saw Badgers, who had just knocked back a lieutenant general with an elbow, and his chest was pierced by Ace's fist. Looking at Ace in front of him with disbelief, he murmured, "How could it be? How could this be possible?" Ace took out his fist and shook off the blood on his hand without any discomfort, because he already knew what these guys had done.
Unbelievable. Sorry, you have to believe it too? Advertisement. He immediately looked at Sean, who was standing on the deck of the warship, with a smile like a boy next door. Baji's, arrest. When Sean saw this, he gave him a thumbs up and thought to himself, it seems that Ace also has Super Saiyan blood.
They are all guys who get stronger as they fight. With Ace's victory, the three generals seemed to be stimulated and immediately showed their best. The person facing Akainu was the big wine barrel, Bask Choate. At this time, he was already exuding the smell of alcohol. His eyes were red, and the air around him was distorted by the smell of alcohol emanating from him. There were streams of liquid surrounding him, which he had captured from the moisture in the air to form wine. He looked at Akainu. You were the one who let me be imprisoned in the first place. Today, even if you go to hell, I will drag you down. Choate drank the drinks around him more and more crazily. Tons. This also caused his belly to swell more and more, and then return to its original shape, again and again, but his skin became darker and darker. Every breath of Choate was filled with a burst of heat, and then his hands condensed into a liquid glove. Then he kept waving water droplets the size of bullets, and under the high-speed friction between the water droplets and the air, a raging fire ignited. Akainu, on the other hand, was unhurried, biting a cigar in his mouth, and snorted. Huh, my temperature is not comparable to that of a child like this. You are still as useless as before.
Immediately afterwards, Akainu's whole body was transformed into lava, and he swung out his fist. Suddenly, the magma fist swelled in the wind, forming a huge three-headed hell dog. Hell Red Lotus. The three-headed dog's hind body was connected to the Akainu, and its front body rushed towards Choate. Those bullet-sized fire rains did not cause any harm to the three-headed dog. Instead, he ran straight towards Choate. Choate also had an ugly expression, but the next moment, he picked up the wine gourd behind his back, covered it with domineering energy, and rushed forward. His devil fruit ability is Paramesha, the liquor fruit, which can absorb liquids except seawater and turn them into alcohol. Alcohol can greatly improve his physical fitness. In other words, the more he drinks, the stronger he becomes, as long as he can drink it. Choate was not afraid at all. He spun his body and rushed forward, colliding with the oversized three-headed dog. Advertisement. Drunk round dance. The wine gourd he swung also continuously erupted streams of liquid. The liquid burned when exposed to fire, forming a huge fire tornado and colliding together. Unfortunately, Akainu just looked at him with pity in his eyes. What a stupid pirate. Even your blood has turned into high-temperature alcohol, and you still dare to touch me. Aren't you looking for death? Yes, the fire tornado gradually stopped, and then with a plop, a burnt black figure fell from the sky. Sean has been observing the situation here, and the corners of his mouth are twitching. To be honest, he really feels that this fruit is quite powerful. The increase in physical fitness that can be improved increases in multiples, but this guy obviously relies too much on his fruit ability. As long as his own body was stronger and he didn't engage in all these bells and whistles, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. This guy is probably out of his mind from drinking. He might have an advantage against other people, but against this guy Akainu, are you thinking of playing with fire? Isn't this really like playing with fire and burning yourself? As Akainu eliminated his former defeated general, the other two generals seemed to have had enough, and eliminated two pirates one after another. Aokiji's opponent is the evil king, Abalo Pizarro, the guy who originally wanted to replace Teach. This guy's crimes are simply too numerous to describe. He was once a national politician, but his ambitions were too ambitious.
He thinks about constantly conquering other countries, waging endless wars, and is extremely bloodthirsty. It can be said that he is the most murderous person among the many people present. It is impossible to accurately count the people who died in his hands. In the end, the royal family couldn't stand this guy and killed the king at the meeting. Finally, he reported this guy at the World Conference, and was finally wanted by Marine. Then after he became a pirate, he kept wielding his butcher knife against various islands. His pistol continued to fire drill-shaped bullets that rotated at high speed, attacking Aokiji. But Aokiji was unmoved at all. Under his observation, he elementalized in advance, and those bullets could only pass through his body and hit the ice behind him. Ah la la, the smell on your body makes me feel sick. Snort. Kizaru snorted coldly, took out the cannon barrel behind him, and fired larger cannonballs at Aokiji. The cannonballs also evolved into high-speed rotating drills on the way. Under the high-speed rotation, bursts of flames were also rubbed together, and the flames shot towards Aokiji. Chapter 221 The Crushing of the Generals. But Aokiji just yawned, and a wall of ice formed in his hand, standing straight to block the high-speed rotating drill bit. Although the ice wall melted a little under the high-speed friction, for Aokiji, it was still far from breaking through. Ah, did that Sakazuki guy finish the fight so quickly? It seems that I can't fall behind.
Immediately, Aokiji's lazy expression changed and he became serious. Seeing that Aokiji only became serious because the battle on Akainu's side was over, Kizaru suddenly felt insulted. A-hole. Stop looking down on others. Regret your own trap. The next moment, an inexplicable force surged out of his body, and the ice beneath his feet suddenly changed. Sharp drill bits as thick as buckets protruded from the ice surface, and the sharp points were covered with armed domineering force, spinning at high speed towards Aokiji. Aokiji was a little surprised. Oh. Awakened. It's really a good ability. Kizaru is a user with Paramesha Diamond Fruit ability, and has the ability to change all inorganic objects in the direction of a drill. This ability is very terrifying after awakening. Countless thick drill bits, covered with armed colors, rotate at high speed, and the flames produced by friction are intertwined with ice. It also brought up waves of steam and filled the space between them, but it was not a big problem for Kizaru. He only needed to continue attacking without distinction. Rumble. As it continued to thrust out, bursts of flames flashed from time to time in the steam. Suddenly, Kizaru's body froze, his head turned around mechanically, and he saw the cold air releasing from Aokiji's hands. Do you have any misunderstanding about me? Who told you that my ability is modeling? When Aokiji spoke, there were bursts of cold air from his mouth, which even froze the moisture in the air, and ice particles kept falling. Kakaka. Kizaru felt as if the blood all over his body had condensed. Only now did he understand what this guy meant. What this guy is good at is not making all kinds of ice, but turning various things into ice. In other words, what he is good at is temperature. Absolute low temperature. Advertisement. Unfortunately, he was frozen in an instant. Then Aokiji returned to his lazy look and yawned. Kizaru saw that Aokiji had also solved the opponent in front of him, so he said to Vanoka, who was running towards him with a spear in the distance. I'm so sorry, it seems I can't continue playing with you, although your marksmanship is very interesting.
Yes, Gang Kizaru has been showing off his spear skills with the opponent, but Kizaru's spear is his own ability. The light beam emitted from his finger even gave that guy the idea that he could snipe the general. Hearing this, Oka's face turned ugly. He originally wanted to take advantage of Kizaru's carelessness and give him a fatal blow. And he can still withdraw from this battlefield with full satisfaction. After all, that is his only way to survive, otherwise, even if he kills the opponent, he couldn't escape either. He just wanted to slowly withdraw from this battlefield and look for opportunities later. But now, Kizaru was going to attack him, and he had to get serious. Preparing for a last-ditch battle, he just raised the gun in his hand, and the sound of laser condensation sounded in his ears. I was suddenly startled. Just as I was about to escape, I heard Kizaru's voice. It was slightly different from before. Maybe he was a little more serious. Try it, a real light speed kick. As soon as the words fell, there was a whoosh, and Kizaru kicked the guy in the head with his legs flashing with dazzling light. It's just a pity that Oka was kicked in the head as soon as he reacted and before he could use his armed defense. Only the body holding the gun high was still motionless, and the neck without the head was emitting bursts of green smoke.
Kizaru resumed his previous obscene posture and scratched his head. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect your head to be kicked so easily. Everyone present didn't pay much attention. After all, how could a general be weak? Isn't it easy to kill a pirate easily? However, Sean noticed that it turned out that Kizaru's lightspeed kick was really strong, just like the guy in the original work.
If you kick those supernovas in the current way, you will really kill them all with one kick. Because Sean saw it clearly, this guy didn't pay too much attention to fruit development like Zephyr said. On the contrary, his physical skills are simply amazing. Come to think of it, his condensed lightsaber was even named by him. Isn't this proof that he can fight in close combat? Advertisement. It's definitely not that Oka is too weak. Although he is weak, he can't just kick his head to pieces. But Kizaru is too strong. As the saying goes, speed is power. He just covered his toes with domineering force when the opponent couldn't react. After kicking the guy to death, Sean felt even happier. Although I know that he is slightly stronger than the other two generals, I have never known where he is stronger, but now I can intuitively feel it. This guy is also an all-round warrior. He has not fallen behind in physical skills or sword skills, and he has not bitten off more than he can chew. Because regardless of swordsmanship or physical skills, with the blessing of his speed, they will only be stronger and will never hold him back. It's just that this salty fish character is hard to describe in one word. As the three generals showed their top strength, Garp also grinned. He, who had been fighting the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, also had a serious look on his face.
What they were worried about was that the opponent's behavior would affect Marine. After all, the opponent's body was too powerful. Now that the three generals have separated themselves, they all stand on the edge in tacit understanding, and Garp also lets go. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Peeved, ha ha ha, giants? It's been a long time since I fought against giants like you. The evil wolf had a dull expression and made a sharp voice. Are you looking down on me? It's unforgivable.
San Juan, who was originally annoyed that he always couldn't hit this guy, suddenly changed his slightly dazed expression. He suddenly became ferocious, like a vicious wolf, with saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, clenched his hands, raised them high, and then shouted loudly. You ant-like guy, you completely PD me off. As he shouted, waves of smelly air hit his face. Giant hammer. Then he slammed into Garp, the 180-meter-high San Juan. The visual impact of his attack on Garp was extremely shocking. But Garp wasn't timid at all. His arms started to wrap up from his shoulders to his fists with crimson hockey. Crackling. Garp clenched his fists, and the joints made a crisp sound. Then he rose into the sky and faced the huge fists. Chapter 222. Everyone, get out of the way. Sean is here to fill the cup. ... Rumble. When Garp came into contact with the opponent's fist, his momentum continued unabated, and his entire body penetrated directly through the opponent's fist. And ran towards the opponent's head. At this time, San Juan's face was wide open. His old strength had been released, but his new strength had not yet been born. He could only shrink his pupils and watched Garp's eyes dilate. Poof. Then Garp penetrated San Juan's head, and his whole body penetrated from the back of the opponent's head.
Covered in blood, he slowly fell to the ground, and when they clashed, the huge shock wave generated also affected everyone in Marine. The ice cracked inch by inch, and Aokiji took decisive action, transforming into an ice stylist once again and stabilizing the trembling ground. Akainu and Kizaru stretched out their hands, using their weapons to block the oncoming impact, so the impact did not affect the Marines.
I saw the huge guy San Juan, and the luster in his eyes gradually dissipated, which meant that the vitality of this 90-year-old giant was disappearing. However, the Warring States period didn't say anything. Most of the people imprisoned in Push City were ability users, and in addition there were some special groups of people. This San Juan is an exception. Although I don't know what the world government wants to do and why it does not impose the death penalty on this non-powerful but sinful guy. But if there is a chance, these Marine generals would not mind giving him a ride. The other criminals would not be killed because they wanted them to atone for the sins they had committed. After all, life is fleeting, and few people live for more than 100 years, but this guy is more than 10 times larger than the average giant. The giants can live for more than 300 years, and they have committed countless crimes. There is no guarantee that Marine will not change in the future. If this guy escapes again, then he will not be called punishment, but will suffer hardships. Therefore, except for the sniper who was not a person with abilities, Kizaru kicked to death, the other two generals did not directly kill each other. Because one of the reasons why they continue to stay in Impel City to be punished is that their abilities are more difficult. So as long as they are not killed, their abilities will not be possessed by others on the sea. Advertisement. After all, Marine's base is far inferior to that of pirates. Marine doesn't want to gamble on the probability issue.
At this point, Marine's senior executives have demonstrated their unparalleled strength. Silently announcing to the pirates in the sea, Marine is still the overlord, still not a being that can be provoked, still the law enforcer. When you see us, you pirates must run away. In this wave, Marine has become famous immediately. I believe that those who are not confident enough in their own strength and talent should think carefully about becoming a pirate even if they want to. Now only Shinigami Poison Q, Nine-Tails Kataran, Ghost Security Officer Lafitte and Shiryu are left on the field.
Except for the guy Poison Q, who kept causing explosions, making the lieutenants who were chasing him a little embarrassed. The remaining three opponents are Kuina, Dusky, and Crow. Just when everyone was thinking that Marine's top management was going to take action, Dasky also completed his mission. Yes, Sean is going to play to fill the cup, because he found that this is a good way to gain reputation. It's Lieutenant General Sean, is he going to take action? Yes, I haven't seen him take action for a long time. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, she is indeed my goddess. It seems that she is the strongest among the Geminis. As a result, a new faction emerged among these young Marines. HMPH, haven't you seen Kuina's opponent? That was the warden who was once as famous as Magellan. Kuina's fans said. As expected of Gemini, so reliable. There are even data gangs on both sides, and various performance data are presented, but no one can convince the other. Even Ace needs the support of various generals to defeat the opponent like that.
The Emperor is a heavyweight, while the general is a middleweight. Can the middleweight beat the heavyweight? No, in the professional arena of the two weight classes, let alone the technical level, because everyone has it. Enel, one person said. What are you arguing about? They're both my goddesses. In the Marine headquarters, there really was a grand occasion where they almost beat themselves up. P.S. This article will be finished soon, and I have been posting and saving it recently, because I am chasing novels. I don't read the comments much. I also saw some readers saying that they like to watch fights, so I wrote more.
Advertisement. In a one-on-one situation, Lafitte was directly cut down while flying in the air, which immediately shocked the Marines. Wow, I haven't seen him take action either. Now I can finally see Lieutenant General Sean take action. But the fact is that I don't understand One Piece Oda's setting that the generals and emperors are of the same level, which is like comparing them to boxers. Some brigadiers have become fans of Dusky, not to mention those who are watching at Marine headquarters. Looking at Warring States on the side. Old man Warring States, it seems that I have to show my face, I can't let my subordinates steal the limelight. After a second of silence, there was an uproar, and even the eyes of many brigadiers turned into starry eyes. Although Sean was a little curious about where this old man in clothes found new clothes, he also knew that now was not the time to ask such questions. Some people also think that in the comics, Whitebeard had half his head knocked off, which is originality. But can middleweights fight heavyweights? They can fight, but they won't be like ordinary people, who get punched by these boxers and then lie on the ground and let the opponent beg for death. Suddenly, everyone suddenly realized, yes, they are just like conjoined twins, they go together everywhere, so what the hell are they arguing about? Returning to the center of the battlefield, Sean also smiled happily when he saw Dusky's high-spirited appearance.
Under these expectant gazes, the corners of Sean's mouth curved slightly, and he put his hands in the pockets of his suit pants. Unexpectedly, Dusky actually shot down the guy who ate the ancient bird fruit in a one-on-one situation. Just like the Earth where Sean lived before, some people believed that Whitebeard could punch a general. Looking at Poison Q in the distance, he suddenly accelerated and then disappeared, leaving only a white wave of air and a deafening sonic boom in place. Going too far, Marine fans are now divided into two groups, some support Kuina and some support Dusky.
And it wasn't that long before Ace defeated Badgers, because the crushing between the three generals and Garp was all completed one after another. As soon as these words came out, the Marine elites standing in the main square were immediately divided into two groups. Some people thought that Kuina was stronger, while others thought that Dusky was stronger. So Sean slowly stood up in the sky, which also made everyone notice him. Go ahead, just let me take care of these pirates. Warring States nodded and said. Chapter 223 The End of the Ecdalis War. Just when everyone was looking for traces of Sean, suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. First, everyone looked for the sound and saw the poisonous cue of the playful lieutenants being kicked off the horse by Sean, and his knee hit the opponent's back hard. After a sound of bone cracking, Sean slowly stood up and looked at the other two members of the Blackbeard pirates. Katrine and Shiryu frowned immediately, feeling as if they were being targeted by some big terror. But they were too tired to deal with the opponents in front of them and had no time to observe their surroundings. With the Marine general stunned, Sean disappeared again and appeared on top of Katrine in beast form. At this time, Katrine was accumulating powerful energy in her mouth, but Sean didn't even look at it. He directly hung the golden hook upside down and kicked the opponent's huge fox head hard.
Katrine's eyes were almost squeezed to bursting, and the breath accumulated in her mouth exploded in her mouth before it was released. Rumble. The ground shook for a while, and Katrine exited the beast form after being kicked by Sean, creating a huge deep pit on the ground. The network of cracks spread hundreds of meters, and Crow in the distance also exited the beast form the moment he saw Sean. He pushed up his glasses with his wrist and said, as expected of you, Mr. Sean.
Because at this time, Katrine was lying on the ground twitching, and her eyes and mouth could not stop bleeding. The air waves caused by the explosion here also rushed towards the surrounding Marines, making their justice coats rustle. But they looked at it dumbfounded. This was really beyond imagination. Who would have thought that Sean was so powerful in physical skills even though he was an ability user? And this was not over yet. When Katrine lost her fighting power, Sean only left 3 words and disappeared again. The second. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and looked directly at the battlefield between Kuina and Shiryu. As expected, Shiryu reacted the fastest, barely reacting to Sean who appeared in front of him. He waved the knife in his hand as if to cut him in half, but Sean just raised his left foot and blocked the opponent's powerful blow. When Kuina saw Sean coming to intervene, she just pouted, but she didn't make trouble unreasonably. She knew that this was Marine's important matter and she would not be allowed to be willful. Advertisement. After all, my mother said that girls who are too willful are not lovable. Sean lowered his eyelids, and the leg facing Shiryu's knife suddenly turned and kicked the opponent's knife back. The huge power made Shiryu unable to control his sword, and his famous sword, Thunderstorm, penetrated Shiryu's neck with a burst of sound.
Shiryu covered his neck and looked at Sean in horror. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't make any sound. If there are people who understand lip reading, they may be able to tell what he is saying. Why is my domineering power useless? Yes, even if other people wanted to break the opponent's domineering power, there would be a sense of pause, but the knife that Sean kicked out penetrated the opponent without any pause. The last one, from beginning to end, Sean didn't take out his hand from his pocket. He secretly praised himself in his heart.
After all, if you only use physical skills, you shouldn't be exposed too much, and if someone assists you, you are equivalent to having an assist, so you can defeat these people. But it's not too ink-stained, but looks crisp and clean. However, what Sean forgot was that these people, especially Shiryu, were guys who needed 2 generals to kill completely. In fact, this is not bad, at least Marine and these guys are not so-called hypocrites, doing evil things under the banner of justice. Isn't that right? No matter what faction's generals join Marine, who dares to say that they don't have a heart to eliminate sin? Justice is never a slogan. The corner of Sean's mouth twitched. Sure enough, these people were very talkative and spoke so well that Sean felt a little ashamed. The New World 4 Emperor's situation has been broken. There must be people who are ready to take action and are not at ease, so our Marine mission will be even more stressful. Sean was so understated. Even though there was an element of surprise, it was enough to show that Sean had dominant strength. Not only Whitebeard, Blackbeard was also completely defeated. Silence, deathly silence at the scene. Those who knew Sean were not too surprised, but other Marines who were also lieutenant generals with him, or had more junior qualifications. Even if they have to bear the expensive price of heavenly gold, in this era, only living is the most precious thing to them.
So even if they are in the 2nd grade, their hearts are still a little excited. After all, no matter who is fighting, it will only be the civilians who suffer in the end. People who do justice and not hypocrites. Advertisement: they are not like World Noble, where the nobles live happily and the common people work hard to survive.
We will rush back to the headquarters at full speed. We can't let the pirates unscrupulously cause turmoil in the situation. Thunder will eventually defeat the darkness. ... Walking towards a road that is paved with thorns but makes everyone hold their heads high. Everyone is a lieutenant general, why are you so good? Sengoku watched these Marine mainstays discussing animatedly and did not interrupt their cheers, just smiled slightly. ... After Warring State's impassioned speech, civilians all over the world who were watching felt a sense of security from the bottom of their hearts. Haiyuan calendar year 1518. That's right. Those guys who looked very ambitious were strangled to death by our Marine before they even had time to show their claws. It was after this battle that Marine gradually moved in a different direction.
I didn't expect Lieutenant General Sean to be so powerful. It's great to have him in Marine. Their faces were full of horror, because they really couldn't imagine that the pirates who were causing them such a headache could be defeated by the opponents so lightly. Pulling all the eyes over, Sengoku said, "Our Marine's victory this time is natural, because..." This sound was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was an uproar immediately, and finally everyone burst into joy. Warring State's words continued to echo, "But please don't relax, because we are about to face greater challenges next."
After a long time, after these people vented their excitement, Warring States coughed lightly.
Marine's victory this time is of great significance. This is the simplest wish of the common people in this turbulent era. Until someone swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, We won." In the sea area of Ekdalis, a battle that later generations called the Battle of Transformation was fought. We won. This time justice triumphed. Chapter 224 Collision of New World. Red Continent. Holy Land Marijoya, Pangu City.
5 powerful guys in the world were talking about the Warring States period.
But at this moment, their eyes were all looking at the young man standing next to him with a lazy look on his face. After a while, the bald old man holding a sword asked, "What do you think of this?" The blonde-haired man who looked younger than the others said, "I still reserve my opinion. I think that guy is too dangerous." The bald old man holding a sword nodded in agreement. "Besides, nipping danger in the cradle, isn't that the meaning of our existence?" The old man in a Mediterranean suit had a different view and said, "It's not necessary. Although his strength is good and he cannot control it, he has not lost control." The old man with long hair and goatee echoed, "Besides, haven't we tested this guy? He didn't even win over people like Teach. He should be just like Garp back then. He's just a passionate fool. There's no need to think too much." As soon as these words came out, the 5 elders who advocated killing Sean at all costs fell silent. Indeed, they can guarantee that Teach's ability will make anyone's heart beat. It is a talent that can deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. With the strength that Sean has shown, if he wants to form a team like Rocks, it is not impossible. After all, the fruit abilities he is interested in are all within easy reach due to his absolute power. But they just don't like Sean, and they don't know why. Maybe it's an intuition? Then there was an atmosphere of silence. Until a moment later, the old man with a hat and curly hair who had been silent stood up on crutches. Said, "After all, this is the result of our discussion, so there is no need to overturn our previous decision. Isn't it the meaning of the 5 existences?" As soon as these words came out, those who had always advocated killing Sean could only nod their heads, yes, if they overturn the result discussed by the 5 people today. Once this happens, the 5 people who once loved each other will fall apart, even if the adult finds out. Advertisement: they couldn't imagine their fate and even shuddered. In this way, a measurement test for Sean came to an end. At the moment when Marine is returning, something big is happening in New World as well. The Big Mon pirates originally wanted to quickly occupy the waters under Whitebeard's jurisdiction after Whitebeard's death. But when some of their ships arrived at an island on the edge of the waters under Whitebeard's jurisdiction, they were sunk by a pirate ship. That is Marine's Shichibukai, the pirate empress, Boya Hancock. The moment Marine fought against the Whitebeard pirates, she quickly passed through the windless zone, advancing at full speed under the sea snake. After all, it is not like a certain coffin ship that floats slowly and is still missing.
But not only were the Nine Snakes pirates fine, they were able to survive a collision of that scale, although it was normal for pirates to often fight without a winner.
Big Mom just wanted to join forces with Kaido, but the red-haired pirates who returned from the New World entered the scene again. Thus, the frightening meeting of the four emperors in New World ended in a confused way. It doesn't matter if it's Hancock or not, after all, Hancock's strength has been recognized by these people. The rest are almost back to a united front. Those who are truly comparable to the generals, emperors probably all started practicing in 10 years. Not to mention why they are compared with the four emperors. If it is faster than 10 years or more, then the genetic medicine will be useless. Now, if you pick one of them at random, they are both absolutely top-notch in strength, worthy of anyone else, and the result is obvious. Immediately, the bottom layer of the opponent was beaten miserable, which also led to the uncertainty of the battle. After weighing the pros and cons, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin chose to retreat. Anyway, an emperor would eventually appear. So, in the following days, Hancock began a journey to establish himself. Nami, who was only 16 years old, also showed her powerful talent as a pirate supernova, and she was instantly inextricable from the last two of the four generals. Advertisement otherwise, how could she send such a big island to the New World?
During this period, Robin, the son of the devil after his disguise, and Baby 5 were walking around, staring at the remaining cadres.
The Nine Snakes pirates came to the New World to dominate the world, and the friction between them and the Big Mom pirates even ended with the Red Hair and Kaido. This also caused the Big Mom pirates to be a step slower, and they also informed the situation back to all nations. This also makes some ambitious pirates restless. Even if Hancock's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, don't pirates just want to fight? In the battle between the Queen and the Empress, the experienced Big Mom is obviously slightly better, while in the battle between the cadres, the Kuja pirates are better. The cadres couldn't hold on any longer. Even though Katakuri was the second in command, he could only deal with one of them with difficulty. Big Mom immediately led the family cadres to go there, where they had a fierce battle with the Nine Snakes pirates. The Nine Snakes pirates, under the leadership of Hancock for more than 10 years, have developed that although the mid-level combat power is not as good as Big Mom, the high-level combat power is not lacking at all. This is a battle between the Queen of the Totland Kingdom and the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. But it also depends on who the opponent is. The remaining Baby 5 is paired with Nami and the cadres Hancock has trained so hard over the years. Let the Beast Pirates, who originally wanted to get involved with Whitebeard's forces, sit back and wait for them to fight until both sides suffer. The first sentence he entered was to ask everyone to give him some face and not to destroy the balance of New World. They also quickly came to the New World and quickly planted their own flags in the places occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. Especially Baby 5, after these years of hard work, her strength has caught up with Yishao. Well, there are still 4 generals now. Her country was also moved to the New World, which once made some people wonder if she had any connection with the Golden Lion. They all knew that it would be difficult to determine the winner, and there were also the Beast Pirates watching eagerly. After Hancock announced his withdrawal from Shichibukai, everyone knew that the world of New World had changed. There was no longer Whitebeard, the great pirate who was closest to the top. Don't let them go too far. After all, this is a battle of revenge for Boya Hancock. It was nearly 10 years ago that Hancock collided with the opponent. A few days later, Hancock, who quickly occupied most of Whitebeard's territory, announced his withdrawal from Shichibukai. But the result is obvious, the two of them can't decide the winner in a short period of time. Under the leadership of Robin, the Nine Snakes pirates launched an attack on the remaining pirates. Chapter 225 Secret Meeting. After the warship returned to headquarters, Sean held a private meeting with these old sailors and generals. This is a secret meeting without wearing marine uniforms, because no one knows what the final result will be. Even Akainu complied, hung up his code of justice in the office, and walked towards Sengoku's office. At this time, in Zanguo's office, Zanguo looked at his adopted son with a complicated look on his face. Because, Sean called the other party to the soundproof barriers. So, have you known Sean for a long time? Including Akainu who had just arrived, there were 2 other generals, and even the chief staff officer Garp, Zepha and others were there. This is a meeting that belongs exclusively to Marine senior executives. They immediately looked at Razanandi, waiting for his response. No one expected that the other person would be Sean's person early in the morning. Razanandi held a cigarette in his mouth with a nonchalant look on his face, changing his usual reserved look after seeing the general. Leaning lazily on the sofa. Ah, that's a long story. Do you really want to hear it? Although he said this, his eyes looked at Sean, as if asking him if he could tell him. Sean shrugged and said, just focus on it. His subtext was that he did not tell where Sean traveled. After all, in addition to shocking the world, the main reason was that Sean's excuses could not withstand scrutiny. The only adult he could gain a sense of superiority in terms of IQ was Razanandi, and he didn't want that person's silly character to be brought back by the Warring States period. Luo Nandi understood, and then said, so. After listening to Razanandi's story of being rescued, Warring States fell silent. On the one hand, he was grateful that Sean had saved his son. Advertisement on the other hand, I feel unhappy that my son followed Sean without telling me. After all, you hid such a big thing from Lousy. Because starting one day more than 10 years ago, this guy from the dark world suddenly changed his temperament and became no longer cold-blooded. So, Dolog hasn't even seen him. After saying this, Rosinante looked at his old man with a smile. It also made his reputation among the people higher and higher. It's hard to say who the civilians' favorite pirate is. After all, there are some good pirates who protect them. Oh, seeing that Sean didn't speak, Sururu looked at Rosinante and asked, "Why has it changed? Haven't you always believed that guy is a devil?" But they didn't speak, choosing to listen quietly. They still didn't find their own answer. And does Sean also have the capital to fight against the mysterious 5 elders? This is the biggest question lingering in their minds. It's just that no one knows most of it, but even so, there are some occasional news and rumors that he slaughtered those villains without restraint. He believes that there will be many people willing to follow him, and among them, the Kizaru faction is already confirmed. This can directly take away 1/5 or even 1/4 of Marine's strength. But to say that the person who least wants to fall is definitely Doflamingo. He doesn't charge protection fees, and he doesn't burn, kill or plunder. He even does a lot of good things, but he looks a little fierce. These words made Rosinante shut up and didn't want to talk anymore, but he still explained, because the new cadre is Doflamingo, and the 2 brats trained by Sean were also led by me. Well, yes, the guy with Dorag is also my subordinate. Sean looked at Garp and said. Not to mention I am, you must first be able to compete with those people before you are qualified to compete with the world government. After all, that mysterious person cannot personally end everything. Then aren't you afraid that he will betray you? A devil is just a devil after all. Do you still have the extravagant hope that a devil can change his race and become an angel? Even many criminal dens were destroyed by this guy. Countless human traffickers died in his hands. For example, Rosinante was almost killed by Doflamingo only once, but Sean was only a few years old that year. Suddenly, he asked, "Are the Revolutionary Army also your people?" Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked and looked at the lazy young man in confusion. Before Sean could answer, Rosinante, a silly roadier, said first. Yes, although it was under his threat. I just know more, and I have always contacted those people on his behalf before. After all, I am relatively inconspicuous in Marine, so it is very convenient for me to do this kind of thing. The most important thing is that everyone here is a smart person, and they all heard some loopholes in Rosinante's words. Rosinante shrugged. Yes, but even if he is a devil, he only needs to pretend to be an angel all his life. So, do you think he is an angel or a devil? Unexpectedly, Warring State's words made him feel chilled. So, if you are so weak, why are you a cadre? In fact, the topic has reached this point, and Sean has nothing to hide. If he can't convince these people, he will probably start a new topic. As soon as these words came out, he, who was also in charge of the intelligence department, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at Sean and asked, "So, starting more than 10 years ago, that guy Dover's sudden change in temperament was your fault? What level of power does this require?" They all know very well, taking Marine as an example, if they just want to break away from the other party, the first thing they have to consider is the issue of funds. Later, Rosinante said, "You can try to believe him, maybe what I said is not convincing enough. There is no need to hide, but the kind that can stand on the opposite side of them openly. It's just that he wants to be more sure and doesn't want to cause more unnecessary battle casualties." This is not counting world government's revenge, and Rosinante's words directly expressed that the combat power of Sean's command is no longer weaker than the 3 major organizations of world government. This made Zheng Guo, an old father, look complicated. Now he no longer had the position to stand against Sean. Besides, isn't this what I used to do? At this moment, all doubts were solved. In her mind, Doflamingo was an evil guy and would not change his mind so easily. Rosinante then added, because although Sean is the leader, only the cadres of our organization know his identity. However, the leader's current influence, once he raises his hand, can directly compete with the world government. Do you understand the meaning of this? Rosinante continued. That's not possible. First of all, he has never met Sean. Secondly, I used to have the same idea as you, but I changed it later. Chapter 226 Secret Meeting 2. After hearing Rosinante's words, he was silent for a moment and said, "It's an interesting statement, but how can you guarantee that he will not take off his disguise?" This time it was Sean's turn to speak. That's because when I'm here, he doesn't dare to jump around all day long. He can do some things more smoothly than any of you here. At this time, Zephyr caught a question from the conversation just now. So, have you cultivated a lot of high-end combat power? Yeah. Sean then explained the function of the genetic medicine he owned. Now there is no need to hide it. Although there aren't many of them, it's enough for me to develop the capital to compete with those guys. Zephyr suddenly realized. No wonder the 2 little guys Kuina and Dasky are so strong physically. At this time, Sengoku seemed to remember something, and asked with twitching lips. So, that guy Doflamingo also took this thing, right? Sean asked with some confusion. How do you know? There seemed to be several black lines drawn on Zheng Guo's forehead. I don't know, that guy almost has the word arrogance carved on his forehead. Also, why don't you train Rosinante? As a father, of course you have to fight for your children. Sean curled his lips and said, he is so old and stupid. Besides, you have to rely on yourself to become stronger. This process is not easy, and at that time he has to help me transmit information. HMPH, if you give it to him, I guarantee that he will be reborn in 2 years. Warring States was making his position clear. Indeed, if you have one-on-one guidance from these people, the progress will definitely be huge. If you don't believe it, look at Luffy. In the original book, when Luffy first went to sea 2 years ago, he was almost killed by some useless snack pirates. After 2 years of training with Rayleigh, what kind of strength did he have? Although he seems to have Saiyan blood and gets stronger as he fights, talent is indispensable. So Sean nodded. Okay, I'll give it to him later. Okay, then we old guys won't say any more. After all, we already know everything we need to know. Advertisement Warring States statement also represents the position of the other 3 veterans. After all, they have been veterans for decades. This can be seen from the silence of the other people. Moreover, these people always only think about how to make Marine better. Now that they have new choices, they don't mind going crazy again in old age, although Sean has said a lot before. And Sean seems to have a very strong background, but this is not a reason for them to take a decisive stance. The real reason that made them make the decision right now was that Doflamingo, such an evil guy, was turned into a philanthropist by Sean. Maybe a guy like this can really make Marine go in another direction? So the rest of the people, including Kizaru, focused on Akainu and Aokiji. After Aokiji was silent for a moment, he changed from his previous decadent look and asked with hope in his eyes. Zoro, are you really still alive? As soon as these words came out, Akainu's face changed suddenly and he shouted loudly. What did you say? How is this possible? Didn't we see them buried in O'Hara together? Sean glanced at Akainu and said calmly, not only Zoro, everyone is still alive, O'Hara has not disappeared. These words stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. Although he was as calm as the other veterans, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. At this time, Garp's Warring States looked at each other and said in unison, is it that ability? Under the gaze of several people, Sean nodded slowly. Well, what they saw was just an illusion, just what I wanted them to see. Zephyr was confused at this time, and he quickly asked, and then he suddenly realized it after Kizaru's explanation. So Zephyr asked with a strange look, so, Perusalino, are you hiding so deeply? Both Kuzan and Sakaski were fooled by you? Facing the eyes of his 2 colleagues, Kizaru picked his nose and said, it's just that they like to show off. I never want to hide my strength, but I haven't met an opponent who needs to go all out. Aokiji, Akainu. However, after being speechless for a while, both of them looked a bit unhappy. Who would have thought that they would have been hit by this trick almost 20 years ago? Although, they don't know how Sean did it, and even if they were curious, they didn't immediately explore it now. Advertisement they know that this sea is magical and anything can happen. So the 2 looked at each other, and Akainu asked, so, what will you do next? This question is also what the elderly group who have already expressed their position want to know. Sean took out a cigar from Akainu's pocket as usual. Help light a fire, thank you. Then Akainu had no choice but to help Sean light the cigar. Sean took a few sips and then said, of course it is to carry out the justice in our hearts, otherwise, what do you think I want to do? Aokiji said helplessly. You know what we are asking, okay, I admit, I am moved. After speaking, he shrugged. Then Sean stood up, squinted his eyes slightly, and raised his head to look at the sky, as if he was looking directly at the celestial dragons through all the obstacles. He said softly, it's almost there. It's just the last step, a step that can be used as a surprise move. Then the clarion call of revolution will sound. Afterwards, the office fell into silence. Akainu stopped talking and made a decision in his heart. What is complete justice? Once he is given the opportunity to get rid of the constraints of those guys, he will respond more positively than anyone else. It's just that there used to be some grudges between him and Sean, and they couldn't wipe out the face. Now, he is even more looking forward to it. At present, everyone has stayed their position for the time being, but Marine still has a lot of finishing work to be busy with, so everyone is busy going their own way. And Sean also came to a certain island in the New World. Now, he no longer cares whether it will be exposed, so he just sets foot on this island that belongs to Whitebeard in such a grand manner. When Sean first arrived, he was discovered by the pirates and shouted loudly, Sean is here, everyone, prepared to fight. Swish, swish, and then people kept coming out from the depths of the island and surrounded Sean, although I don't know how they got here. But they won't let Sean go in, because their respected father is not dead. Chapter 227 Secret. Just when these people were eager to take action, a loud shout came from the distance. Stop. Then everyone looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw Whitebeard leading all the captains, even some wrapped in bandages. The people who can be on this island are all the most loyal white-bearded people. He is not our enemy, let him come over. At this moment, these young pirates were a little confused, but out of respect for their father, they still let Sean pass. However, he would still look at Sean eagerly, fearing that he would do something bad to his father. Later, Sean followed everyone to a small valley. There were many buildings in the small valley, all of which were entertainment facilities. The most eye-catching thing is that among the various facilities, there is a manor standing there abruptly, looking a bit out of place. But Sean understood that that might be Whitebeard's wish, a family. Because he saw that Whitebeard's face was now glowing red, even though he was already dead in the hearts of the world. Even though he can no longer sail the sea, he has a solid home. Then Sean followed Whitebeard into the manor, and Marco said to the others, Don't come in yet, we won't let him hurt Daddy. Afterwards, Marco led all the captains to follow behind the two. The pirates also understood how a good marine could find this place, and they didn't seem surprised at all that Whitebeard was not dead. Then there is only one guess, that is, there is some entanglement between the father and the other party. Now they only need to wait for the dust to settle before they know the truth. After all, fathers usually don't lie to their sons. Next to the manor's outdoor swimming pool, there are a dazzling array of ingredients and a dazzling variety of cooking utensils. Even Sean doesn't know how to use some of the kitchen utensils. There is no doubt that they are preparing to hold a banquet, even though everyone has faced failure. Advertisement: these are the pirates who have inherited the characteristics of adventurers. There is nothing that one banquet cannot solve. If there is, then have one more time. Saki, show your skills to our guests and let them see your craftsmanship. Whitebeard sat on his huge specially made chair. It's not bad. When I retire from this place, I will also build a manor like this. You will really enjoy it. Sean nodded and said. Cool, kid, how old are you that you were thinking of retiring? The captains could not help but be a little surprised when they saw their father and Sean chatting about everyday things without any hint of confrontation, but they did not relax their vigilance. Especially Marco, he had the deepest impression of Sean. After all, he had seen Sean's exaggerated domineering attitude, which even his father and the red-haired man would have bowed to when they teamed up. Sean shrugged. To be honest, this world is very exciting. There are many places I want to visit, but I would rather go there when the world is rejuvenated. Then your ideal is very good. I have been sailing on the sea for so many years and have indeed been to many interesting places. If you need it in the future, I can recommend it to you. Okay, that's settled, but you have to remember our agreement. After saying that, Sean raised his hand and used a prayer on the still injured captains, which frightened everyone who was secretly vigilant and almost took action directly. However, seeing that Whitebeard was not moving at all, he restrained himself and saw a milky yellow light with a little starlight bursting out from their bodies. Then they exclaimed one after another, I feel like my injury is healed. Is this Sean's treatment method? I thought it was an exaggerated rumor. No wonder so many people admire Marine. He must have saved many people, right? Then you can have a meal without any worries. Saki, make more, we will have a big meal. When Marco saw this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He was a little excited and hesitated to speak to Sean. Sean saw Pineapple Head's face and said bluntly, what do you want to say? Marco looked at Whitebeard, then at Sean, and finally gritted his teeth and said, can you help treat Dad? He has been suffering from pain for many years. Sean waved his hand. It's not necessary. Birth, old age, illness and death are inevitable stages in life. I can't give it a lifespan, and I've already treated him. Advertisement Beasta stood up and said, no, Dad's disease is not a natural disease, it is the pain caused to him by ability users. This time, Sean was a little surprised and looked at Whitebeard with questioning eyes. Cool, Daddy is a little ashamed. He always makes his son worry, but I don't ask anymore. Daddy can still walk a long way with you. Whitebeard smiled heartily, apparently admitting that he had indeed been hurt by a person with abilities, and the pain was still incurable. Sean frowned. Who could let you cause such an injury? Yes, based on Sean's knowledge, no pirate could let Whitebeard be tortured for many years. He didn't know Rock's specific strength. But Whitebeard was his crew member, and the subsequent Roger era was even more impossible, because Whitebeard was a 50-50 equal to Roger. Moreover, it is more appropriate to say that the two of them are rivals than confidants. They often hold banquets together. But again, Whitebeard's pursuit is different from Roger's. Hearing this question, the smile on Whitebeard's face slowly faded and he said, that was about 26 years ago. That was a more terrifying opponent than Roger that I have ever encountered. After a pause, Whitebeard continued. At that time, the Rock's pirates had just disbanded a few years ago. I was traveling alone and adopted these sons from time to time. Rather than saying that Guy is an opponent, it is better to say that he is a machine, a loyal machine, a machine that exists for killing, but he has feelings. The world says that both the Logia devil fruit user and I have the ability to cause natural disasters, but in fact, he is the real natural disaster. Everywhere you go is purgatory, and wherever you go, there is literally no grass growing. Sean's mouth twitched. Why do these people like to brag first when speaking? When Whitebeard saw Sean's disinterested expression, he said sternly, it's not that I want to be verbose, but I want to tell you that there are 5 of that man now. Upon hearing this, Sean suddenly raised his lowered eyes and stared at Whitebeard. Perhaps, this guy Whitebeard will bring him some special information. Whitebeard knew that Sean had also guessed those 5 people, but it was normal, after all, Sean was targeting those people. Chapter 228 Red Hair's Life Experience. Whitebeard took a deep breath, with a look of fear on his face. He is who you think he is. He was once one of the 5 elders candidates for the highest power in the world. Now Sean is confused. Is there still a candidate for this thing? So Whitebeard went on to explain. But he made a mistake that was unforgivable in the eyes of those people. He fell in love with the untouchable. Anyway, that was the explanation at the time. Then they are really interesting. What are the details? Sean asked. I don't know about this either. They're probably those pretentious guys who are not allowed to interact with ordinary women. Speaking of which, there is a reason why Roger is looking for one pickets. Upon hearing this, Sean quickly interrupted. What the hell? Can you tell me more fully? I've made you confused. Whitebeard smiled and said with a trace of nostalgia, then the story will be long. After the Rock's pirates were disbanded, he represented Jew's highest authority and found me and monitored me. At that time, I didn't know what the other party wanted to investigate. Of course I will not be controlled by others so easily because of my strong temper, so I had a big fight with him. But I was no match for that person. But not long after, Roger appeared and joined forces with me to deal with him. Roger, his terminal illness may have been left behind at that time. Hearing this, Sean's eyes widened. Roger's terminal illness was contracted with you? Then why didn't you die? The captains on the side suddenly had veins popping out on their foreheads, and they wanted to tear Sean's mouth apart, it was so stinky. Whitebeard waved his hand indifferently. Perhaps, I am more powerful than Roger. After all, I am Whitebeard, Kula-la-la-la. Several black lines were drawn on Sean's forehead, and he said word by word, speak, be serious, be careful. Oh, young people today are really restless. Seeing Sean's stinky face, Whitebeard was also happy. Okay, continue to listen to me. Anyway, that man is very powerful. Roger and I are no match for him, but he chose a near-suicide method to be defeated by us. At the same time, he entrusted his child to Roger. Advertisement. Sean thought about it and didn't think of anyone in their 20s who had the template for the protagonist. Just listen to Whitebeard say. He originally hid the child very well, but it was still discovered, and a commoner girl he knew, who was his wife, died as a result. But the mother still entrusted her child to the place they agreed on, although the mother eventually found her child. But he didn't dare to keep him by his side. It happened that he was the follow-up person in charge of the remaining Rock's party, so he decided to entrust Roger, who could be friends with Marine. Of course, this is what he told us before he died. You can't imagine that he is a man who exudes the aura of death that can be seen directly. It's not that he wants to die, but that whoever touches him will die.
Sean pondered for a moment and then asked, so, who is that kid? Shanks. A stone stirs up thousands of waves. This news is like a huge stone thrown into a lake, causing waves. Even Marco was hearing about it for the first time. At this moment, Sean suddenly understood, but he still had questions. If that's the case, why did he let Roger become terminally ill? Hula la la la, this is a father's love for his children. His love is so deep that even if he dies, he still protects his children in his own way. Seeing Sean frowning, Whitebeard explained, he had no one he could trust at that time. He was probably afraid that Roger would affect Shanks' life. So, when Shanks grows up, he will die. This is also his ability. Anyway, Roger and I have guessed this. Sean asked. Then why didn't Roger deal with Shanks after he found out? Whitebeard looked at Sean deeply and said, because he understood the other party and formed a bond with Shanks, and Roger later had his own child, so he also made some facilities. He did not find his own crew to take care of his children, but the last time he drank, he told me that in the future, if possible, he would take care of his children. In a sense, they are all similar. They don't want to interfere too much with their children's growth. When Sean saw Whitebeard's appearance, he probably already knew that Ace was Roger's child. But he doesn't care about these. As he said, Ace can have his own life. Advertisement. Good or bad, but Sean frowned at this time. So, why didn't he find Roger directly, but you directly? Hearing Sean's question, Whitebeard no longer looked relaxed, but looked complicated, because their tradition is to inspect the sea to prevent unexpected situations from happening. And my behavior at that time was undoubtedly strange in their eyes, so he found me immediately and informed Roger. He wanted to use his own death to protect his young son. This makes everything clear. Shanks' father was once almost a member of the Five Elders. It is estimated that someone has replaced him now. Combined with the original work, after Roger came back from Lovedrew, he had a heart-to-heart talk with Shanks, and Shanks cried at that time. No wonder Shanks vowed at that time that even if he took Marine to break away from the world government, he would still be able to speak. This can't help but make Sean even more curious about Shanks' purpose. At the same time, the understanding of world government has been improved to a higher level. If you think about it, if people of Whitebeard's rank can overthrow it, how could they rule this sea for so long? Now he just wants to know what the so-called real natural disaster is. So he asked directly, so what is his ability? Whitebeard said solemnly, I don't know the specifics, but the breath he can release is more terrifying than Magellan and the poison of Quinn 600. But unlike Paramesh or the animal type, he can transform into elements. It's hard to describe what his ability is. It can make people weak, and even the body is riddled with holes. No matter how fast you are, it will not spread faster than airborne transmission. Same as Logia, it can completely change the environment. That environment will be barren of grass and turn into a hell on earth. Even Roger and I can't resist the erosion. If he wants to, he can destroy it faster than anyone I know. Sean nodded, and probably understood a little, because it was an ability similar to Plague, but it couldn't be defended, even if the weapon was not used to it. Chapter 229 Whitebeard Pension Group. Now Sean has a better understanding of the forces at sea, and he no longer has to ask for help from the old thief Oda. He probably hasn't figured out how to fill the hole yet. Whitebeard is a person who has many traps in one. When he first met the red-haired man, he said that he felt a little aching, probably because of the red-haired father. 38 years ago in the original work, the time just happened to match. When the Rock's pirates were destroyed, Shanks happened to be either 37 or 39 years old. But no matter which one, a conclusion can be drawn. That guy's father was born in Qinghai. So according to you, even now, there will be reserves from the Center of Power monitoring the sea. Sean asked with some confusion. After all, with his strength, if someone came to monitor him, he would not be able to detect it. Whitebeard shook his head. You are wrong, they are like a huge black hand, constantly playing tricks in this chess game. But they need a bird's eye view, so unless the purpose cannot be guessed, they will not end rashly. They are not fools. Aren't you a good example? Teach, it's just a chess piece they use to test you before going off the field. After hearing this, Sean finally understood that those guys would not care what the pirates wanted to do. All they care about is their own divine power. Even if they are as powerful as the four emperors, they cannot be dealt with personally. From here we can see their arrogance and disdain. Even with the title of One Piece, they have no sense of urgency. Sean didn't believe that they didn't know the history of the Red Road signs in the Four Emperors group, but he was still indifferent. Thinking of this, Sean couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had a phobia of insufficient firepower. Do you have any other information you can tell me? Now that it's reached this point, Sean might as well ask clearly and see what those people are capable of. Yes, that guy told me that their abilities are different from ours. Theirs is more like the full version. To put it another way, it's similar to fruit awakening. Only certain groups of people can awaken. Otherwise, even if you exercise to death, it will be impossible. Advertisement. This is an important weight for those people. How can you still feel confident? This involves the origin of devil fruit, a secret that even Roger, and even Rocks have not been able to pry into. Sean was startled. This information was too important, because the so-called latest information comic report picture he got from the system had already confirmed that awakening was not fruit development at all. Or to put it another way, the awakening of the fruit actually feels to him more like the awakening of himself, just like conquerors. Sean asked with a solemn expression, are there many people like this? I don't know. Anyway, I feel it's possible, quite a lot. Sean knew in his heart that this was not so much a metaphysics, but rather something that a certain group of people could possess. As he gets more and more exposed, Sean feels the complexity of this world. How can Katakuri, for example, own conquerors? In terms of family relations, he is not the eldest son, and I don't think he has any ideals of becoming a king, but he is terrifyingly strong. According to Rayleigh, his ability to see the future is extremely rare and rare. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to talk to Rayleigh, otherwise it will be too slow to rely on Robin, who does not have the aura of the protagonist, to decrypt it. So Sean stopped thinking. He first had to determine whether his ability could be in contact with his different ability. So he waved his hand gently, and a blue light erupted from Bybird's body, but this process was very short, and it lasted only a moment. Sean asked, how are you doing? Have you recovered? Whitebeard closed his eyes, took a deep breath, felt the changes in himself, and murmured, long time no see, healthy body. After hearing Whitebeard's accurate answer, Sean knew in his heart that he was cured, so he grinned. Okay, I'll send your island to the sky. Just be more honest in the past few years and don't make trouble. Then he looked at the other captains with happy faces. And you can either choose to stay on the empty island with Whitebeard, or you can't look for him in the past few years. Once the situation of his survival is known, you will harm him. Quote. When Sean finished speaking, the captains' hearts tightened as they listened to the conversation between the two of them. They all came to the conclusion that things might change that day, and the sea was already turbulent. At this time Marco asked, what if Dad needs any supplies or something? Advertisement. He didn't think about just coming back secretly once in a while, because it was too important, now that Sean could tell them clearly. That shows that Sean has enough confidence and is not afraid of them leaking out, but if this is the case, Whitebeard may be targeted again. But when that time comes, they won't have another chance, and the Marine in front of them won't give them any more help. So it's better to ask clearly about some things. It's not a big problem. Can't you fly? You can go see Whitebeard at any time. I just said that I don't want Whitebeard to be exposed so soon. If you weren't hanging around with nothing to do, there wouldn't be much of a problem with you being discovered. Everyone understood the subtext. As long as they didn't touch Sean's bottom line, he would accept them. Hu la 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 la. Kongdao looks pretty good. It will be used as a retirement home in the past few years. For Whitebeard, there is nothing wrong with him. Again, he just wants to have a family. Wherever there are these children, it is home. However, he would not limit his son's development, so he said, you can also continue to travel on the sea. Maybe as Sean said, we can set sail again in a few years. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the feeling of parting just now disappeared immediately. After all, such a large pirate group must have some cadres to come out to rectify it. Otherwise, who knows if those people will do anything extraordinary. After all, they know better than the pirates outside. Today, things are going to change. Then they discussed it, and several captains, including Marco and Bista, came forward to take charge of the pirate group. The rest live with Whitebeard. It seems good for them to take a few years of rest. No matter what the future holds, there will always be a conclusion in the past few years, and they are not worried at all. No matter how chaotic the future is, with their strength, it will not be difficult to survive. The remaining time was to help them hide the island in the sky. In the process, Sean received a phone call from Warring States. The approval from above has been received. I will continue to serve as Marine's chief inspector. It will be regarded as a sinecure. The next step is the battle for Fleet Admiral. You should come back as soon as possible. Chapter 230 The Battle of Fleet Admiral. After finishing his work with the Whitebeard pirates, Sean returned directly to his headquarters. These days, everyone is busy, especially the G5 branch, which is Marine's absolute defense line in the New World. During this time, many pirates were rampant, and they all wanted to take a piece of the pie while Hancock was not stable. But fortunately, with Ace included, although there was some pressure, we were able to hold the situation together. It's just that everyone spends time together more frequently. Kuina and Dasky even had a short break to go hungry. Each led a fleet to cruise and arrest some troublesome pirates, because there were too many. When Sean first entered the Warring States office, Three Eyes glanced at Sean. Now there were only the three generals and Sengoku. Sengoku asked directly, "What do you think of the position of Fleet Admiral?" They learned from Kizaru that Sean was now going to compete with the man behind five elders to see who could hide better, and those guys would not let Sean get involved in the Fleet Admiral position. In the final analysis, Sean does not have enough trust from the world government and his background is shallow. Sean looked at Aokiji and Akainu, grinned and said, "You three should have a fight, otherwise you won't be convinced. The situation has changed. Do you still need me to join in?" Kizaru said with a raised eyebrow and a pout. Sean looked at the disgusting faces of Aokiji and Akainu and knew that Kizaru still had to stand up. Shrugging. "Do you think the two of them can get along well? It's too difficult for them to agree on their ideas. Unless Marine truly achieves independence and complete independence, under various restrictions, they can only follow the concept of justice in their hearts." Sengoku looked at Aokiji and said, "That's right. Only when justice is justice, not justice within the rules of the game, can they let go of their grudges. Concepts are actually quite broad, but the differences between them are quite easy to distinguish." Advertisement. Aokiji advocates a gentle policy. In today's era of overflowing pirates, he wants more people to save themselves, so he intentionally or unintentionally wants to let go of some people who have no crime to kill. It is not wrong, but mercy does not control soldiers. Akainu believes that the mission comes first. For him, as long as a little sacrifice can be exchanged for greater results, it is worth it, but he has never understood one thing. Marine's base is among the common people. In this chaotic era, only civilians who yearn for justice and peace will be willing to join Marine and work hard. If he acts like he does, one day Marine will become an organization that everyone despises, because Akainu cannot take action against the world government. Just as he said, he was submissive to those above and struck hard from below. Even if Sean is here, they agree to change their stance, but they will not change their ideas in their hearts. They decide on a stance because they agree with Sean and feel that they can implement their ambitions. It does not mean that they will change their stance once they decide on a stance. Idea. These are two different things. After withdrawing his thoughts, Sean said, "You'd better get involved, otherwise, no matter which one of these two guys becomes Fleet Admiral, the other one probably won't want to do it anymore. Am I right?" "You too." Sean looked at the two of them with a smile. Indeed, as long as the other party becomes a Marine, it is not so easy for them to agree with the concept that has been rooted in their hearts for many years. Moreover, what they want is that the blueprint drawn by Sean is not current, so the most likely thing is that one of them walks out of Marine. Humph, soldiers must take orders as their bounden duty and have a spirit of dedication. "Kuzan, you are too weak." Akainu glanced at Aokiji and said. Aokiji also responded calmly. "Those sailors are here to realize the justice in their hearts, not to satisfy your desire to get pleasure from revenge on pirates. They also have families waiting for them." Sean bit his cigar and shrugged at Kizaru, as if to say, "Look, they're still the same. You are so persistent, you too. In this case, I decided to join in the mix. Anyway, with Sean at the headquarters, you don't have to worry about the follow-up, right?" Kizaru also stood up and stood on three legs with the other two generals. They didn't know the principles of Sean Kyoka Suigetsu. I don't think Kizaru can beat them. Aokiji's freezing ability can prevent Kizaru from taking advantage of his speed. Akainu's magma has explosive attack power, and it's really worthy of anyone in a fight. Advertisement. At this time, Warring States asked, "Pelusolino, does anyone recommend it to you?" Now, all the elders in the headquarters recommend Aokiji, but the five elders prefer Akainu. Kizaru nodded. "This old man will take care of it. After all, the relationship between those guys in the sky and me is quite good." Okay, that shouldn't be a big problem. Originally, their idea was to let Aokiji and Akainu compete to determine the position of Fleet Admiral. In that case, I will report your decision. Warring States nodded and said that he couldn't wait to retire now, and he wanted to give his older children a good workout. Let Rocinante become an excellent sailor like Garp's grandson. Then he added, Punk Hassad poison gas leaked and exploded some time ago, turning the entire island into a dead island. Let's have a showdown there. Sean frowned. Is it caused by that Caesar with Dr. Vegapunk? Oh, Warring States was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to know this information. Yes, but he has been arrested. Thinking of his cooperative relationship with Doflamingo and Kaido in the original work, Sean narrowed his eyes and asked. Then where is he now? Although I don't know what Sean thinks, it's not an important matter. Plus, he is also retiring, and they are all on the same side. So there is nothing to hide. He is now in the new base of the scientific force. He is asked to copy some data, and then he will be allowed to enter the Impel City. Seeing Sean's thoughtful expression, Warring States also felt that something was wrong, and quickly asked, is there anything wrong with him? Now he is with Vegapunk, and nothing can happen to Vegapunk. It should be okay, right? Zon Momomaru is with them. Kizaru also asked. After thinking about it, Sean said, let me go next time when I escort him, otherwise I'm afraid there will be an accident. Warring States was shocked. Accident. Vegapunk is just a pure scientist who is passionate about science. Nothing can happen to him. He means too much to us Marine. Chapter 231 Fleet Admiral Battle 2. Of course, Sean would not tell them that he had read the original work and knew that this guy would escape. Although because of Sean, Doflamingo did not reach any cooperation with Caesar again. But he won't believe too much in the plot. There is no guarantee that Caesar has no other channels to communicate with other pirates. So he explained. Some time ago, didn't the leaders of the Beast Pirates come to the first half? They even had a conflict with Ace. I speculate that they may be here for Caesar, but it's all speculation, so to be on the safe side, just let me escort them when the time comes. If you take care of this guy, Big Mon's transformation into a giant will not be able to continue, and even Kaido's ideal plan of all members of the team to create artificial devil fruits will be cut in half. Hearing this, Warring States also began to think about it, because the timing was so coincidental that he had to pay attention to it. As long as you pay attention to it, no matter what method Caesar uses to contact the outside world, if someone really comes to rob him, then he will be killed. At worst, he can just go find the gas fruit by himself. But if no one comes, let Caesar be imprisoned until he dies. I know, but it will take some time. We won't send him to impel down so soon. Anyway, the position of Fleet Admiral will be decided between them when the time comes. You can discuss it with them then. Sengoku said. Sean looked at the three of them and said, okay, let me go see Vegapunk when the time comes. I still have some things I need to ask him for advice. Immediately, Warring States stood up and said, in 5 days, Punk Hazard, the three of them will have a Fleet Admiral battle. You need to go over and mark the location, right? He didn't forget that Sean needed to go somewhere in order to leave a mark there. Thus, this secret Fleet Admiral battle was set for 5 days. Sean also found Punk Hazard based on the map that day and marked it. 5 days passed by in a flash, and Sean was in Marinavando's office, looking at the distant scene through the phone bug, but the phone bug with the zoom function was too buggy. From such a distance, Sean could clearly see the three people standing together. At the same time, in the camera, Sean also saw the trio of Crane, Sengoku and Garp. Advertisement. It is not difficult to see that the world government still attaches great importance to this duel, but it is a bit of a headache. How could Kizaru, who has always been non-competitive, want to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral on a whim? At this time, in the center of the island, the three of them changed their previous postures. Akainu lost his angry expression. Aokiji is no longer as lazy as before. Kizaru lost his funny posture. Each of them looked at their opponents, today with serious faces. The three people stood proudly, and the justice coats behind them were rustling in the strong wind. Although there are no conquerors, the sense of oppression between them is not something that ordinary people can resist. Kizaru took a deep breath. Today, I will not show mercy. After all, Sean convinced me several years ago. At this time, the land under Akainu's feet had gradually melted, and slowly turned into hot magma, but when it spread to Aokiji's feet, he could not move forward one step further. Akainu quickly turned around, transformed his whole body into an elemental form, clenched his fist in his hand, and shot a magma ball about 10 meters in diameter burning with raging flames towards the slash. The magma was rolling down the body, and the lifelike ferocious fangs were dripping with bits of magma at this moment, and they rushed towards Kizaru. At the same time, Aokiji's other hand also turned into an ice blade and pounced towards Kizaru. Poor Salino, don't be too complacent, I won't lose either. Although Akainu was talking to Kizaru, he was looking at Aokiji. So, Aokiji decisively gathered a huge ice bird in his hand and flew towards Akainu. From time to time, explosions occurred under the collision of magma, and the shock wave of the explosion was quickly cooled by the ice surface that exuded bursts of cold air. When the situation became clear, the most exaggerated one was Kizaru, although he failed to rely on the terrain to change the geographical environment. From the center of the three people, a mist rose, and in an instant, a burst of light flickered through the fog. After a long time, the three blurry figures stopped their movements in unison, and once again stood in a tripartite posture, looking at each other. Aokiji narrowed his eyes and said, come on then. I won't be merciful either. At worst, I can just go back and be treated by him. As soon as the words fell, the three of them moved at the same time. Advertisement. It turned out that when the magma beast attacked, Kizaru compressed the light and launched a slash-like attack. But then, the slash exploded at the same time, making a deafening roar that resounded throughout the island. The three of them were just trying it out for the first time, but they developed such a terrifying momentum. The grass and trees flew everywhere, the earth cracked, and there was a huge vibration. Blade, Aokiji finally exhaled a breath of cold air, forming an irregular sword that exuded cold air. After a soft sound, the slash cut through the magma, but at the same time, the slash was blocked by a thick ice wall that was constantly being repaired. Aokiji's armed color covered the ice blade and blocked Akainu's fist horizontally. The ice sizzled with the hot lava. When the sword blade reached his waist, Akainu squatted down and slapped his palm on the ground. Suddenly, a huge magma-like three-headed beast appeared behind Akainu. Suddenly there was a huge explosion. Akainu was not looking behind him, and his fist also condensed a huge dog head, which collided with the ice bird. Because, when Aokiji took action, the ground also froze every inch. With him as the center, a cold air spread to the surrounding areas. Rumble, but it was not a slash, but like his elemental form, it was light, and it flew towards the two of them rapidly. In the sky filled with smoke and steam, three vague figures passed each other and made loud noises at the same time. HMPH, it's so fancy. Akainu, who used to use a sword, directly raised his fist that turned into magma and smashed it at Aokiji. However, Kizaru directly turned into a burst of light, appeared behind Akainu, and swung the sword blade emitting dazzling light towards Akainu. The two of them felt the hair on their hairs explode at the same time. Aokiji condensed a thick wall of ice directly in front of him. Both sides are constantly raising or lowering the temperature. Tien Kong Yun sword. Kizaru made a fist with one hand and made a palm with the other, compressing a lightsaber from his palm. On the ground, lava and ice intertwined, making sizzling sounds, and on the ground, light groups of different sizes were scattered around and gently suspended. At this time, the billowing dust gradually dispersed, revealing the figures of the three people. But he made other people have a look of fear in their eyes. Chapter 232 Sword pointed at five elders. Because behind Kizaru, a huge ball of light emitting dazzling light rose up. The energy in it made both Akainu and Aokiji fearful. They all knew that Kizaru was serious, because the small light clusters scattered on the ground were the opponent's capital for ultra-high-speed movement. That would be a speed that is difficult to capture. All the floating light clusters on the ground are assisting each other, because they all refract light from each other, forming a track of light. Even if they wanted to sweep it all away, they couldn't do it, because the light groups were constantly being born, as if they were born out of thin air. Kizaru looked at the two of them and smiled. Come and try my skills, you won't be disappointed. HMPH, Porosalino, do you think you can deal with both of us alone? Akainu said angrily. Kizaru had that vulgar look on his face and said, no, it's because I know you guys will never join forces, so I said that. After saying that, Kizaru put his hand into the huge ball of light behind him that looked like a scorching sun, and kept pulling out an Amakongyan sword. Slowly, countless Tiankongyan swords floated behind Kizaru, exuding frightening energy. But the other two generals are not easy to handle, although Kizaru's move is quite powerful. But that's not enough, they are the same three generals. Akainu also relied on the continuously flowing magma under his feet to gradually form a huge wave that covered the sky and the sun behind him. The temperature directly burned and distorted the air. And Aokiji also relied on the cold air constantly exuding from the ground to form a group of ice spikes behind him that blocked the sky and the sun. The cold air emitted was different from before, and even froze the moisture in the air, causing ice chips to fall down. The next moment, the three of them roared angrily and rushed towards their former colleagues with their killing moves. 8 Hot Crimson Hell, True Tiankongyan Sword. Chaos Blade Frost Nova, Advertisement. The dazzling lightsabers in the sky were reflected under the continuously rolling and surging magma, and the air distorted by the heat wave rushed towards the group of ice spikes exuding chill. The huge wave of magma directly covered Akainu's figure, the ice spikes also wrapped around Aokiji, and Kizaru quickly came through the channel of light. Immediately, the attacks of the three people collided together, recalling the earth-shattering explosion. The entire island seemed to be crumbling under the collision of these three generals. At this moment, the entire island was filled with substantial air waves, obscuring the sight of warships far away from the island. From time to time there are yellow, red or blue halos intertwined among them. At the same time, the climate change of the entire island has also undergone earth-shaking changes under this blow. 1/3 of the ground turned into hot magma, and the ordinary mountain peaks above it even turned into active volcanoes, constantly spewing out high-temperature magma. 1/3 of the ground turned into a plain of ice and snow, the biting cold air roared, and the mountain peaks were covered with a thick layer of white snow. The third is different from these exaggerations, but there are still some drastic changes, because there seems to be an artificial sun rising above the ground. Under photosynthesis, trees grew rapidly, and some that were not adaptable even withered directly, forming a jungle like a kingdom of giants. The clouds in the sky are also affected by the high temperature or cold airflow below, forming straight and clear dark clouds. Either heavy snow falls, or dark clouds with lightning and thunder are formed under the influence of volcanic eruptions and ash drifting up into the sky with air currents. This is the ability of the Logia devil fruit, which can also change the climate and terrain. Under the development of several generals, they have all exerted their own super combat power. When the smoke and dust in the sky were blown away by the wind blowing slowly from the sea, three figures inside were revealed at the same time. Kizaru used the light channel formed by the light group on the ground, coupled with his physical skills, to display super mobility. Aokiji and Akainu mobilize the magma or ice on the ground from time to time, also achieving super powerful blows. It is worth mentioning that although the substances they summon are covered with domineering energy, their abilities are not as simple as throwing a few hot rocks or ice cubes. It's the two terrifying extreme temperatures. If ordinary people were here, they might be scorched or frozen in an instant. Sean watched through the phone bug as several people continued to fight. Even if there were 3 people now, it would still take a long time to determine the winner. Advertisement. After all, they will not join forces. In such a melee, even if Kizaru is slightly better, he will still overturn if he is not careful. He didn't dare to hold anything back, which also impressed Aokiji and Akainu. Sean said to the phone bug, "Old man from the Warring States period, call me again when the outcome is almost decided. I have something to do." "Ah, okay, but don't leave the headquarters for too long. After all, the headquarters needs you to be in charge now." Warring States nodded and said. Because he knows Sean's ability and wherever he wants to go, he can do whatever he wants. After hanging up the phone, Sean thought for a while and called Lu Chi, and agreed to meet in Mary Jo's private room. The food there is very good, and some high-level officials from the world government are willing to eat there. Then Sean found Rosanandi, who was still at the headquarters. With the other person's face confused, he led him to the private room of the restaurant. It's time to start some things, such as arranging a wave of surprise troops first, and Sean is very concerned about the strength of the 5 elders. When Sean appeared, classmate Enel was immediately excited. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Lu Chi quickly covering his mouth. He shouted in a low voice, "Don't get excited. The situation now is too delicate. Don't spread any clues. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable for those guys to catch the clues." Sean looked at the confused Rosanandi and motioned for him to do something. Rosanandi had done this many times, so it was the first time he understood what Sean meant. "Okay, all the sounds in this room have been blocked by me. Any vibration in the room can be clearly felt by me," Rosanandi said to several people with some pride, because he had also obtained the magical potion. Now he is waiting for the old man to come back and give him special training. Every time he is under Luo's powerful power, he always feels a little ashamed. It was obvious that he had protected him before, but now it was Ronaldinho who protected him, but he knew that one had to be strong in order to make iron. So I am also looking forward to the special training that the old man will give me when he comes back. Sean pondered for a moment and then said, 5 elders, is there any way to pull one out alone?